Hashtag C2834, Kamui 9. Boom. Chu Yan only felt that not only the body, but also the world of consciousness seemed to be hit like a mountain. Before he could react at all, the golden words in the sea of consciousness began to dissipate quickly. The power of divine power that had just been condensed was blasted to pieces before it took shape, collapsing as if left. What happened? Chu Yan was stunned and completely dumbfounded. This 9 forms of divine power has been practiced and comprehended very smoothly, and has been integrated. However, just when he was about to condense the first formula, something like this happened. This is clearly not right. The first form of divine power. With a loud shout from Chu Yan, all his consciousness and strength gathered again, and he began to run the first form of Xuanhuan. He didn't believe it at all, it was just a skill, but it couldn't be used. Although the golden text on the sky has turned into a large piece of golden flow, it is scattered and surging, losing its original font. But Chu Yan has already memorized the whole exercise in his mind. Therefore, performing the first form again is more proficient than before. However, things were not as simple as Chu Yan thought. Boom, boom. In the sky, thunder reappeared, and that powerful force of will picked up a wind and swept past Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian. Wherever they passed, not to mention the divine power that Chu Yan had just gathered, even the divine breath around them dissipated. This time, it still failed. The invisible force of will fell from the sky, and the wind that had just swept past turned around, covering Chu Yan and his body. Click. Click. The power of one after another wind gathered outside Chu Yan's body. After the void was broken, it turned into iron chains, sealing all the strength of Chu Yan's body. In this case, not to mention exerting divine power, even one's own divine power would be affected. What's going on here? The cultivation of the 9 forms of divine might is absolutely correct. But, what is the situation of this vision? Chu Yan frowned tightly, his face full of doubts. He pondered for a while, but still didn't understand at all. After all, such a situation has never been encountered since he practiced martial arts. Senior, what's going on? Chu Yan turned to look at Empress Xiantian and asked. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Empress Xiantian also frowned, but remained silent, looking up at the sky, her icy eyes flickering slightly. The 9 forms of divine might are the skills of the divine war temple. There is no problem in theory for Chu Yan to join the temple of war and practice the 9 forms of divine power. But now, it is obvious that the Supreme will directly intervene to prevent Chu Yan from practicing the 9 forms of divine power. Among them, what is the reason? With the 9 forms of divine might, when she cultivated to the core skills, she could differentiate into 3 incarnations of spiritual intelligence, soul and physical body, just like herself. The power might surpass her own. But now, the power of the gods collapsed. Even the first form of Kamui. Neither can evolve. Among the 9 moves of Xuanhuan, the first 3 moves are just ordinary exercises, but they are more powerful. But Chu Yan's comprehension is extraordinary, and he touched the threshold of the core exercise with just 1 move. According to this calculation, Chu Yan's spiritual intelligence, soul and physical body cannot be differentiated at all. Empress Xiantian turned around, stared at Chu Yan, and kept looking up and down. At this time, Chu Yan in front of her, and the 9 forms of Xuanhuan she was very familiar with, made her unable to understand. Could it be that this kid's soul, or wisdom, is different from ordinary people? After pondering for a while, Empress Xiantian shook her head and gave up what she was thinking. Chu Yan, let's not practice the 9 forms of divine might for now. The only explanation that can be thought of is this one. Chu Yan's soul, spiritual intelligence, and physical body, the foundation of the 3 cleansing, cannot be differentiated. Back then, the god of war, using the technique of divine prohibition, chose Chu Yan as the heavenly Dao Ming curse, and it seemed that there was a reason for it. As one of the dignified 9 gods, he naturally has such a means to reach the sky. Okay. Hearing Empress Xuanhuan's words, Chu Yan nodded. Needless to say, in some cases, Chu Yan can feel it himself. Let's find another way. Empress Xiantian said, turned around and walked forward. I let you enter this Peach Blossom Valley before, because I arranged some tricks here before. Now, I only hope that this method can help us. Flying over, Chu Yan followed closely. Having lost the opportunity of the 9 forms of divine might, the next method is the last chance. In front of the new continent, the divine emperor Xingtian stood in front of the huge void crack, his face filled with sternness. The spirit of the holy heaven, the spirit of the Tao of heaven, and the spirit of the Tao of heaven, each lead their way, send out from these 3 directions, and encircle this place. Looking at the map in his hand, Emperor Xingtian waved his hand, and the map was divided into 4 parts, which floated towards the other 3 big bosses, respectively. On this map, a location is clearly marked. It was drawn by the Jiuxiao divine soul and handed over to the Holy Heaven God Emperor. That location is exactly where Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian are going, where the conferred God altar is located. Chasing and killing is just one of the methods. Although Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian escaped, in the end, they still had to go to the God-conferred altar. Therefore, they might as well sit on the sidelines. Remember, no matter which way you are, if you encounter Chu Yan and an Aishan Dao, don't rush to do it. After a word fell to the ground, the other parties nodded in unison. Okay. No problem. Good. Immediately afterwards, the 3 parties moved together, rushed into the void crack, and disappeared into the vast world of the New World. On the other side, the same 1,000 troops gathered. Yuanqing, Emperor Kuan, Forbidden God, according to Lord God of War's calculations, the location of the final decisive battle should be near the altar of conferred gods. You all take your men and horses, go to the vicinity of the altar of conferred gods, hide and lurk. Remember, respect the orders of the Lord God of War, and don't go into battle without authorization. Aoki Sword God raised his hand, and pierced the brows of several big bosses, with streaks of spiritual light. The topographical map of the entire New World is clearly displayed in their Sea of Consciousness world. With a serious face, he looked at the big men in front of him very solemnly. Don't worry, we will definitely help Chu Yan to seal the gods and break the Xingtian pavilion. As soon as a word fell to the ground, everyone in the audience roared in unison, turning into a large crowd and rushing towards the New World in all directions. Not only an Aishan Dao and Xingtian pavilion, but the New World at this time has completely become a place of secret treasures. Warriors from all forces in the 10 directions starfield gathered here to collect all kinds of treasures. What's more, the major forces and sects fought fiercely for some precious natural materials and earthly treasures, and the scuffle continued. There are only a very small number of cultivators with a clear goal, and they are constantly moving towards the core of the New World at an extremely fast pace. My Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, this is the first time I have made a move. It is the leader of the gang, and I have successfully conferred the gods. That's right. Don't pay attention to these treasures of heaven and earth, and move forward at full speed. In the forest, Chang Tianhe and Shen Xingjia flew forward with a large number of black-robed men and horses. Recommend the new book of Urban Master Lao Shi. #C 2835 10,000 Magic Array. Time passed slowly, like a white horse passing by. 3 days later, the entire New World was quiet except for the small scuffle. In the world of the New World, all natural materials and earthly treasures are consumed at a fixed rate. Although they are all collecting treasures of heaven, material, and earth, no one has forgotten why the New World exists and what will happen in the future. Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian traveled nearly 30,000 miles in 3 days. Fortunately, the new world was created by Empress Xiantian, who was very familiar with the terrain. Along the way, apart from the occasional monster ambushing, there is not much resistance at all. Follow up. In front of a huge swamp, Empress Xuantian's snowy shadow was fluttering, gliding continuously on the ground full of pits. Her steps are very special. According to the landing point of the Big Dipper, every step on the ground will cause the ground to tremble slightly, and the surrounding swamp fog will become more dense. Swish. Chu Yan rotated the pupil of the unicorn, flew up, and advanced in the order of Empress Xuantian's landing. However, after walking a dozen steps just now, suddenly, an extremely cold sense of danger struck instantly. Not good. The dead energy in the body surged, and the scalp of the whole body was numb. Chu Yan's face changed instantly, and he suddenly turned his head to look behind him. Golden armor divine soul. With just one glance, he saw a golden figure swiftly approaching from behind. You guys really came here. Boom. Almost at the moment when Jiuxiao Xuanhuan's words came out, he raised his hand and slapped him. This palm print turned into a gangster, picked up a large swamp mist, formed a palm print as huge as a city gate, and slapped it towards Chu Yan. In all directions. The wind was like a tide, and wherever it passed, a huge groove was drawn on the ground. So powerful, extremely terrifying. This is still in the new world, where both realm and strength are banned. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's eyes were like fire, and he slashed out with a sword in his backhand. The fierce sword power slashed out, like a white dragon, piercing through the air. The cultivation was suppressed, but the sword intent and power were still there, and when the sword was cut out, the true energy in the whole body was almost exhausted. Frosty sky and September maple, falling flowers and clear water, the common people, wake up alone. Empress Xuantian's face was full of frost, and she raised her jade hand lightly while singing, and in the void in front of her, large ice crystals and snowflakes gathered, and the snow fluttered lightly. Every snowflake is a killer move. Soul swing. The golden-armored soul's eyes shone with golden light, like two small golden suns, emitting thousands of golden lights, shooting in all directions. This golden light, like the sun shining all over, enveloped all the trees, flowers, grass, and stones within 100 steps. Roar! 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 Amid the terrifying roars, the strange spiritual plant stones shrouded in golden light began to grow wildly and distort one after another. In less than a few breaths, tall monster bodies appeared. There are figures covered in green leaves, giants covered in thick stones, and monsters with brown and black bark all over their bodies. All of them are the bodies of spirit monsters born from the golden armor soul and soul power. Surround Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian directly in the middle. This. Chu Yan's face darkened slightly, and his eyes swept around. At this time, his expression had changed slightly. Looking around the audience, he was surrounded by a circle in all directions, and behind them, there were still new bodies of spiritual plant and strange stones pouring in, forming a new encirclement. This is obviously an extremely powerful forbidden technique, bypassing the new world's suppression of its own power, and directly mobilizing the power of spiritual energy in this world. Chu Yan, follow closely. Empress Xuantian's tone was dignified, her figure was swift, and she wore a white dress, like a long white horse, practicing empty dance. Myriad demon formation, Qi. With the order of the golden armored soul, hundreds of spiritual plant and strange stone bodies burst out in unison, with shocking roars, and rushed towards Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian. Roar! 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 It was as if thousands of troops were galloping, or as if the sky was falling apart, the earth was shaking, and the ground under your feet was trembling violently. Under the urging of the forbidden technique ultimate move, even an ordinary weed or a stone can turn into a powerful warrior at this time. All obey the Jiuxiao divine soul, and regard Chu Yan and Empress Shantian as sworn enemies. 9 Jade Immortal Strike. Empress Shantian stepped on the 7 stars, her body was like lightning, and she raised her jade hands continuously, and white lights shot straight out. This move, a single group of skills, is infinitely powerful. The dragon roams the world, the sword pierces the sky. Chu Yan's body skills and sword power erupted at the same time, and the violent shadows hit all directions, and wherever they passed, sword glows also slashed at the monsters around them. Boom! 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 Under every blow of sword energy, a monster was blown away. However, the other monsters behind will immediately fill up the vacant positions and keep the magic formation in motion, without giving them a chance to escape at all. Shantian, you still want to trigger the restriction formation here? You really think I don't know what you left here? Standing outside the 10,000 demon formation, the Jiuxiao divine soul watched Chu Yan and Empress Shantian being attacked, and said with a sneer. Swish! 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 As soon as these words came out, 200 or 300 monsters ran and changed directions as if they had received some order. As they ran, the evil spirit in the entire 10,000 demon formation became more intense. Hula la! At the same time, there were also 9 golden flags floating in mid-air, arranged in 9 directions of the 10,000 magic formation, hunting. As long as these 9 golden flags fall, the 10,000 demon gods can be raised to another level. Even if you know, so what? Empress Shantian kept her hands on her feet, glanced at Jiuxiao's spirit out of the corner of her eyes, and responded in a cold voice. As soon as these words came out, her feet stopped suddenly. A huge talisman shone on the ground, and the talisman was perfect. Call out! Call out! Call out! Countless ice arrows shot out from the ground magic talisman with the power of thunder, clearing the ground instantly. Boom, boom. The ice arrow soared into the sky, killing monsters one after another, but it did not dissipate, but condensed in mid-air, turning into a tall body of ice and thunder. This is a huge ice giant, with lightning bolts all over his body, sweeping the heavens and the earth with overwhelming power. Its appearance is like the ice god descending into the world, suppressing all the monsters below, making them tremble all over. Puff! Empress Shantian opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which appeared on her small white face, which was particularly eye-catching. Obviously, mobilizing the ground talisman and the ice armor giant is beyond her strength. Humph! Still want to resist? Xuanhuan looked at Empress Shantian, especially the bloodshot eyes on several corners of her mouth. Her face became extremely gloomy, and her killing intent kept rising. Fall! After uttering one word, 9 golden flags fluttered in unison, falling towards the 10,000 demon formation below. Boom! 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 It was as if one mountain after another fell from the sky and smashed to the ground, making a sky-shattering roar. The 9 banners held the formation, waiting for Empress Xuantian's magic talisman to strike. As long as the talisman on Empress Xuantian's face is suppressed, she will have no cards left. Chu Yan, get ready. Empress Shantian fixed her eyes on the 9 golden flags, and released 9 golden lights, constantly merging with the monsters in the 10,000 demon formation. Burst! With one word, the ice giant in midair descended from the sky, knocked out of the 10,000 demon formation, and exploded directly. It's now, let's go. The jade feet stomped heavily, and the magic talisman on the ground rose off the ground, like a dragon, holding up Chu Yan and Empress Shantian, and rose towards the sky. #C2836 Show Technology. Seeing the golden spirit formation soaring into the sky, Xuanhuan's expression froze. What a golden cicada escaped from its shell, cheating the world. Unexpectedly, if I lure you into the game, you will do the same to me. As soon as these words came out, Jiuxiao's soul's face sank instantly, and he looked towards the sky with murderous intent. Spirits and demons gathered together to destroy the sky. The golden-armored soul made seals with both hands, turned out golden and jade handprints, and let out a long roar towards the sky. His tender body exploded directly, turning into golden light that filled the sky, rushing towards the space between heaven and earth. In an instant, an extremely huge golden-armored giant smashed through the void and appeared between the sky and the earth. This golden-armored giant is almost identical in appearance to the blue-armored giant in Chu Yan's original Sea of Consciousness. Except for the iron armor on his body, which is of a different color, and the eyes full of killing intent, they are exactly the same person. Die. The violent killing power swept across the world, and the entire sky sank. The golden-armored giant strode out, and the bright golden light scattered around the world, like a majestic golden peak, stretching across the sky and the earth, and rushed towards the figures of Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian. Not good. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness immediately felt the threat coming from behind him, his face changed suddenly, and Yolong's movements unfolded, rushing to the back of Empress Xiantian. The divine aura surged all over his body, and he punched out when he raised his hand. Wan Lai Long Jing. Roar. A thick golden roar roared out, roaming the void, riding the clouds and riding the wind, rushing towards the rushing golden-armored giant. However, even if Chu Yan strikes with all his strength, after all his strength is banned, the power of this punch is countless times smaller than before. However, even though the golden-armored divine soul on the opposite side evolved into a real body, its strength was also banned. Rumble. One dragon and one mountain slammed into each other fiercely, like a golden mountain and a spiritual peak collided with a golden dragon. The golden light exploded all over the sky, and the whole sky trembled. The power of the golden dragon. Obviously not strong enough, when it hit the golden spirit peak, every inch was shattered. As for that golden peak, under the violent tremors, its speed was greatly reduced, but it still slumped all the way, rushing forward. The power of Wan Lialong's exhaustion is gone. If he is hit by this golden mountain, Chu Yan's physical body may collapse immediately. At this critical time, the light of Dao Tu and Emperor Seal surged up from Chu Yan's body at the same time, protecting Chu Yan's body. Empress Xuanhuan's spirit seal array was fully functioning at this time, and the white light exploded, enveloping the figures of the two people, breaking through the void again, and disappearing in place. Pity. Looking at the golden light disappearing from the sky, Xuanhuan's face was full of disappointment, and he shook his head slightly. Heavenly mantra, not me, and the body can be killed, only the source of spiritual wisdom can kill him. While speaking, a smile appeared on the face of Jiuxiao's soul, and he glanced at the sky on the other side, then withdrew his eyes and looked around. This game just started. Thousands of miles away, the void opened up, and two figures shuttled out. It was Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian, both with solemn expressions, and Chu Yan's black robe was completely torn. Even if Dao Tu and Dean inspired the protector before and helped him block the last blow, but Chu Yan's cultivation base is now solid, and he still can't bear the power of that blow. On the chest, there was a depression visible to the naked eye. Qi and blood in the body were tumbling, and the meridians were reversed. The injury was not light. With a light wave of her jade hand, Empress Xiantian sent out a soft force, wrapping Chu Yan's body, and gently falling to the ground. However, even though this force was extremely gentle, it still made Chu Yan tremble and spit out a mouthful of blood. Chu Yan, you. Under the severe pain, Chu Yan's face was a little distorted. It's okay, don't worry. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, landed on both feet, barely stood still, and answered. Just now, you were looking for death, you know. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Empress Xuantian's face instantly returned to an icy color, and her whole body was full of air conditioning. I don't need your help. As soon as the words landed, Empress Shantian turned around and walked forward. At the same time, she waved her hands lightly to gather all the broken spirit seals in the void. Cough cough. Hearing Empress Xuanhuan's words, Chu Yan also had a dark face. Although he knew that Empress Xuanhuan's true self was the god of war, one of the 9 great gods in the god realm, with overwhelming strength and an existence above the stars. However, in this new continent, everyone's strength is restricted, and he helped her block this move, and unexpectedly got such a reward. Not even a word of thanks, this Empress Xuanhuan's temperament is really cold enough. However, in the legend, the master is lonely, and the years are like love. For a high-ranking and invincible being like her, after so many years in God's domain, she probably would have developed such a personality. Forget it, don't know the same as women. Chu Yan shook his head, smiled wryly, and thought to himself. Now, the more important thing is to recover from the injury as soon as possible and go to the altar of conferred gods. However, the current situation is very troublesome. The true energy of the cultivation base is banned, and it is impossible to summon the martial soul and absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth to heal the wound. Even the golden elixir can't be absorbed without refining it with true energy. If it is allowed to digest by itself, it may explode the body. How could the body of an ordinary person be able to withstand the medicinal power of the 9-turn golden elixir? However, Chu Yan hadn't carried the ordinary pills with him for a long time, and naturally he didn't either. No way, let's get materials locally. Fortunately, Chu Yan is a golden alchemist after all, and in this new continent, there are countless treasures of heaven and earth, and it is not difficult to find them. There's a lake there. It's full of aura. Chu Yan knew that the higher the level of natural materials and earthly treasures, the less water they needed, and only the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was needed. Therefore, the elixir that grows in places like the lake is often weaker, and should be able to be refined and absorbed by him. Stepping towards the lake, Chu Yan ran the unicorn pupils and searched the surrounding ground. This is a purple lake without a slight breeze, but there are always faint ripples on the surface of the lake. Some aquatic flower plants grow in it and shake gently with the waves, looking extremely beautiful. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness slowly spread along the lake, and soon detected several weak sources of spiritual energy. This source of spiritual energy contains a faint medicinal fragrance, so it should be the treasure of heaven and earth. Chu Yan stepped forward, slowly walked into the lake, and walked towards the center of the lake. Only when the lake was over his knees did he stop. In a pair of thunderous eyes, 5 color streamers are running, staring at some small aquatic monsters swimming around on the lake. As soon as he raised his hand, Chu Yan pointed both hands together, and a faint sword energy burst out of his body, piercing the void, and making a soft sword sound. Call out. Suddenly, Chu Yan made an instant move, and the sword energy left his body, piercing directly under the lake in front of him. Crash! The water of the lake splashed in all directions, and the aquatic monsters that had gathered around were scared and fled in all directions by the sudden shock. #C2837 The temptation is unstoppable. This burst of sword energy was prepared, and naturally it would not let these aquatic monsters escape. The sword energy exploded in the lake water, bloody flowers bloomed in clusters, and several big fish surfaced and floated. This fish looks good. Chu Yan glanced over, and his eyes lit up immediately. The body of this fish is snow white, the fish scales are shining with crystal light, it looks crystal clear and extremely beautiful. Moreover, there is a faint spiritual breath overflowing from the fish body, which is obviously a spiritual fish. As soon as he saw it, Chu Yan remembered, of course, the snow fish he found in that cave when he awakened the white tiger Wuhun. It's just that the sea bass at that time was only the size of a palm, but the one in front of me was a foot long. Holding the fish in one hand, Chu Yan turned and walked towards the shore. Such a big fish is enough to eat with him, Empress Shantian. cleaned up, found some dead pine branches, lit the fire, and started roasting directly. "You eat fish?" Empress Xiantian turned her head to see it. Her face was slightly startled, and she asked. "Of course. I'm a human, why don't I eat fish?" Chu Yan laughed. "Warriors are pure-minded, practicing without food, and they don't have to eat all kinds of flavors in the world. Such low-level crude things will only pollute their own origin." Empress Xiantian was collecting the power of the spirit talismans scattered in the sky. She had nothing to do, and talked more. "Hee, I'm not, I often go to have a big meal." When Chu Yan answered with a chuckle, he waved his hand, and some seasoning plants in the nearby grass were ingested by him and thrown into the fish. The spirit fish itself has no fishy smell. Adding these seasonings will make the fish more fragrant and sweet. Especially when it is roasted by fire, it will be even more meaty. It's been a long time without such an opportunity. Have a good roast. This made Chu Yan instantly awaken the memories that had been dusty for many years, and remembered the world he came from. "Call." With a wave of his hand, 7-color pill flames gushed out, enveloping the entire fish body, and the fish rolled with energy, as if it was making alchemy. Soon, the surface of the fish body was burnt yellow, with traces of oily stars appearing, and the fragrance it gave off became even more seductive. Under the fried and burnt fish fillets, the snow-white fish meat gradually turns from transparent to white with excellent luster. As soon as he turned his head, Chu Yan happened to see Empress Xuantian's small face, with big eyes, staring at this side, with her small nose twitching. However, when she found that Chu Yan was looking at her, she immediately turned cold and turned her head suddenly. Swish! 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 The figure flitted, and the snow skirt was like a flag. Every time it flickered, a little bit of golden light flashed in the void wherever it passed, and it gathered in the palm of her hand. The golden talisman that had already collapsed had recovered more than half of it in the palm of her hand. It's just that the golden light on this half of the talisman is not the bright golden color at that time, but a dark golden color. Obviously, using this talisman this time will do a lot of damage to it. And Empress Xiantian kept collecting these fragments. I am afraid that this talisman is extremely important to her. Therefore, since Chu Yan started grilling fish, she has been busy collecting these talismans, even temporarily suppressing her injuries. Chu Yan specializes in grilling fish, and within a few minutes, the smell of the fish became stronger and stronger, spreading towards the surrounding mountains and forests. Some beasts appeared from the woods and hid far away. Looking at the grilled fish in front of Chu Yan, the eyes of the beasts were full of strange colors. They were all attracted by the aroma of the grilled fish. However, they can also clearly sense that there is a dangerous aura about this black-robed youth, and they must not approach him. Not bad. This pill is roasted by fire, it is delicious. Chu Yan's pill fire control is absolutely top-notch, not to mention fish, even golden pills, can be easily refined. Therefore, this big fish was grilled by Chu Yan so that the outside was charred and the inside was tender, the gravy flowed horizontally, and the fragrance was overflowing. Receive. With a soft drink, the 7-color pill fire was exhausted, and the big fish flew across the sky. Chu Yan pierced the fish with a branch and grabbed it in his hand. Senior, let's replenish your strength, this spirit fish is also good for injuries. Turning to look at Empress Xiantian, Chu Yan asked. Dirty things, don't eat. Empress Xiantian didn't turn her head this time. Not to mention in God's domain, even when she was in the 10 Directions starfield, she never ate ordinary food. In her opinion, these foods, even if they are spiritual foods, are impurities to her own spiritual source, which will affect her cultivation. It's just that, like Chu Yan, her cultivation and strength are suppressed now, and she can't recover with true energy. Well. Hearing Empress Xuantian's words, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. With good intentions, he invited her to eat fish, but he got such a result. "If you don't eat it, I'll eat it myself." Picking up the fish, that was as thick as a thigh, Chu Yan opened his mouth and bit it. The fish meat entered his mouth. It was sweet and delicious, and it was so delicious that Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Unexpectedly, this new continent is so full of spiritual energy, and the creatures bred are much stronger than those spiritual creatures in the 10 Directions starfield. Therefore, the taste and aura of this fish are very pure, which makes Chu Yan's taste wide open. Half of the fish meat was swept away like a storm, and Chu Yan's stomach became round after eating. After wiping his mouth, he stood up with great satisfaction, patted his stomach, turned around and walked to the small forest on the side, and began to sit cross-legged to practice. Although the true energy cannot be stimulated, the energy in the body is still there, and the spiritual consciousness is still there. Based on this, Chu Yan started his own meridian trauma with the help of the spiritual power of the spirit fish. The recovery of qi and blood and sufficient aura allowed Chu Yan to recover quickly from his injuries. A wave of tiredness struck, Chu Yan swept his mind away and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Empress Xiantian was still wandering around, collecting fragments of talismans. On her small face, due to injuries and exhaustion, a fine layer of sweat had already appeared. The injuries made her a little exhausted, but this talisman was one with her, and both were injured. Only by recovering the spirit talisman as soon as possible can her injury be recovered as soon as possible. But now, she is physically exhausted, and after collecting most of the talismans, it is a bit difficult for her to walk, and it may be difficult for her to continue. Treasures of heaven and earth. She also thought of using the natural treasures here to recover. However, like Chu Yan, the powerful heaven, material and earth treasures have no real energy in their bodies, so it is extremely difficult to integrate, and they may be backlashed. And poor natural talents and earthly treasures are of no use to her powerful physical body. This put her in a dilemma. Aura. His spiritual eyes swept around, and finally let his eyes stop on the grilled fish that Chu Yan was holding beside the fire. Her spiritual sense, of course, can find that there is a lot of aura in the spirit fish, and sitting there cross-legged, Chu Yan, who has fallen asleep, has aura in his body that is recovering from his injuries. With light hands and feet, Empress Xiantian walked up to the grilled fish, inhaled lightly with her nose, and the smell of fish burst out, containing a sense of aura. Swish! With a wave of hands, he grabbed the grilled fish. Empress Xuantian's eyes were full of hesitation, and she turned her head again to look at Chu Yan not far away. Watch the latest chapters, please go to mobile phone address. #C2838 not soon. Stand next to the fire, half a step away from the fire source. In this way, the fish is always hot, and the fish skin is grilled more crispy, and the aroma of the meat continues to evaporate, which is mouth-watering. Frowning slightly, Empress Xiantian finally brought it to her lips, parted her red lips slightly, and took a bite. As soon as this mouthful was put into her mouth, a gleam of light flashed in her icy star eyes, which made her startled slightly. Not bad. There is even some suspicion that the feeling that emerges in the sea of consciousness may be an illusion. Empress Xiantian opened her mouth and bit down again with eyes full of astonishment. This mouthful is not small. But the surprise brought to Empress Xiantian was really not small. The whole small mouth was full of fragrance, and her eyes became brighter and brighter after chewing lightly. Tasty. Swallowing the 2 words lightly, a look of excitement rose on the face of Empress Xiantian, and she began to become the same as Chu Yan before, with wind and clouds. In less than 100 breaths, she ate up half of the big fish, and the warm feeling all over her body made her feel heartbroken. Sure enough, there is some aura. Energy surged in her body, digesting the freshly eaten fish meat, and the aura contained in it also began to be absorbed by her. With this trace of spiritual energy, she can circulate energy, perform secret techniques, mobilize energy and blood all over her body, and begin to recover from her injuries. In the surrounding woods, those coveted monsters saw that the grilled fish was gone, and there was only a pile of fish bones on the ground. A few monsters couldn't bear it, sneaked over cautiously, picked up the fish bone, turned around and ran into the small woods. At this moment, dozens of monsters rushed over and began to snatch the fish bones, and a scuffle broke out. By the lake, Empress Xiantian glanced at the chaos in the grove, sucked her pale jade fingers, glanced at Chu Yan, who was still practicing with her eyes closed, but the corners of her mouth were slowly rising, her face flushed slightly. This look is really a bit. If you let people in God's domain know. She is a majestic nine heavens god of war, she has never seen such a delicacy, but she has a special liking for a grilled fish. I'm afraid that all the fish in the entire God's domain will suffer. The taste is not bad. Chu Yan said softly. This Empress Xiantian started to invite her to eat, but she refused, but took advantage of him to fall asleep and ate secretly. What a quirk! Hearing Chu Yan's words, Empress Xiantian trembled suddenly. Sure enough, this Chu Yan seemed to be sleeping and practicing, but in fact, he was staring at her all the time. I won't eat you for nothing. There is a secret technique here, which is the fluid technique of God's domain. It's even. With a flick of the jade finger, a white light flashed and shot directly between Chu Yan's eyebrows. Huh. Not bad. Chu Yan swept his consciousness and read the body training technique carefully, his eyes lit up immediately. This is a body training secret technique that can strengthen the strength of a certain part of the body. Once it is cultivated to perfection, whether it is punching or partial defense, the power will be doubled. Unexpectedly, an ordinary grilled fish can be regarded as a prophet by finding a magical secret technique. Chu Yan took a look at Empress Xiantian, and accepted it as soon as she saw it, and stopped talking. While practicing and recovering, she was practicing that body refining technique at the same time. Time flies by like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night passed, and both Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian were immersed in cultivation. The sky is getting brighter, the fog is gradually dissipating. In the early morning of the new world, everything is clear and pleasant. When Chu Yan opened his eyes, Empress Xiantian also slowly opened her eyes and looked at Chu Yan. Good secret technique, very strong. Chu Yan clenched a fist with one hand, and the sense of power in the fist was obviously twice as strong as before. Then why don't you catch fish? Empress Xiantian stared at Chu Yan, and said directly. Catch fish. Chu Yan was startled, and turned to look at Empress Xiantian with a face full of astonishment. One night, this Empress Xiantian didn't practice hard, she seemed to be waiting for breakfast. Time is running out, people from Xingtian Pavilion and Tiandao should already be on their way to the altar of conferred gods. Empress Xiantian turned her head slowly, looked in another direction, and said. Whether the preparation can be completed as soon as possible will determine the final result. You should be clear about this. Hearing Empress Xuantian's words, Chu Yan's face changed slightly. There is indeed not much time, but Chu Yan thinks that Empress Xiantian is transformed by the body of the nine heavens god of war after all, so maybe there is a chance. Catching fish is a trivial matter. But it doesn't seem to be difficult for you. Chu Yan looked at Empress Xiantian, slowly got up, pouted, and said. Since the Lord God of War is willing to wait all night to catch fish by himself, why not grill it by himself? Tried it. Hearing Empress Xuantian's words, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, and then her face was full of jokes. Tried it. The three words seemed to have exhausted the vicissitudes of the world, which means, all failed. That's why I waited for myself. Chu Yan smiled lightly, walked towards the lake without saying any more. As soon as he walked to the bonfire yesterday, Chu Yan saw small piles of ashes and charred fish bones near the bonfire, emitting an unpleasant smell. No way. Lord Nine Heavens, God of War, the Lord of Gods, you can't even roast, hiss. Before Chu Yan could finish his exclamation, he felt a biting chill behind him, hitting the back of his neck. You. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Empress Xuanhuan's face was full of frost, looking at him with murderous intent. I know. I won't say it even if I am killed, Chu Yan said quickly. As soon as these words were uttered, Empress Xuanhuan snorted softly, and the murderous and cold air disappeared. Walking to the lake, Chu Yan stood for a while, and found that most of the fish in the lake were from yesterday. The aura of other fish is not comparable at all. But now, both Chu Yan and Empress Xuanhuan have recovered a bit, and if they still eat this kind of fish, their spiritual energy will be insufficient. Over there seem to be many monsters. Chu Yan turned around and looked at the monsters in the small forest in the distance, who were still fighting for fish bones. Their eyes lit up. Swish. The figure was like lightning, shooting straight out, and rushed into the woods in the blink of an eye. Roar! 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 There were bursts of beast roars, and a deer demon was smashed in the head by Chu Yan's punch, and died on the spot. According to Chu Yan's estimate, deer monsters should have much more aura. Roasting a big deer is much more troublesome than grilling fish. Fortunately, Chu Yan's sword was not weak, and after a few strikes, the deer was dismembered and put on the fire. It took almost an hour for it to be basically baked. But after Chu Yan and Empress Xuanhuan took 2 bites, they realized something was wrong. Aura is so weak. Empress Xuanhuan only took a bite, felt it carefully, and put down the venison. Although the taste is still good, it is obviously much less than the previous big fish. Forget it, I'll go catch fish. Chu Yan also dropped the venison and walked towards the lake. After a while, Chu Yan came back carrying 7 or 8 big fish with thick thighs. #C2839 Magic Start. In 2 days, Chu Yan and Empress Xuanhuan ate dozens of big fish. At the end, those big fish did not come to the lake at all, and they all avoided in the other direction. It made Chu Yan need to cross the entire lake to catch a few big fish. At this rate, it may not take half a month. I am afraid that all the big fish in this lake will be hunted down. Originally, this new continent was born not long ago, and there were not many fish in the lake. Eating so many big fish also played a great role in the recovery of Chu Yan and Empress Xuanhuan's aura. On the 3rd day, the auras of the 2 of them basically recovered to 7 or 88. It's almost done. I'm going to prepare the spirit talisman array, and you should also prepare. Empress Xuanhuan said. What are you going to do, your talisman recovery? Before Chu Yan could finish his sentence, suddenly, in the void not far away, a void rippled. Huh. Someone. Standing up abruptly, Chu Yan looked at the fluctuations in the void, with a look of alertness on his face. However, when the figure came out, Chu Yan was stunned. Yu Linglong. Chu Yan never expected that Yu Linglong would find her here. Brother Yan, you are indeed here. It seems that what Jiuxiao said is quite accurate. Yu Linglong's face was full of surprise. She walked towards Chu Yan and said with a smile. It turned out to be Little White Bear. The rules of heaven and earth in this new continent are extremely strict, including communication jade charms and other things. It is impossible to locate his whereabouts. In this world, probably only the Little White Bear who has a spiritual bond with him can sense his approximate location. However, Chu Yan didn't need to think about it to know that Yu Linglong must have threatened and lured Little White Bear before Little White Bear would say it. After all, Little White Bear didn't get his consent. Never give up your position and tell anyone. Empress Xuanhuan. With a flash of her spiritual eyes, Yu Linglong's eyes fell on Empress Xuanhuan next to her. Of course, Yu Linglong had heard of this legendary figure from the 10 Directions star field, but she never expected to meet here. The two women looked at each other, with different colors flickering at the same time, looking up and down. In the 10 Directions of star fields, there are very few people who can enter Yu Linglong's eyes, but this Shantian Empress is definitely a feather in the horns. This kind of temperament and appearance made Yu Linglong inexplicably feel a sense of pressure and tension. Brother Yan, what is your relationship with her? The sound transmission of spiritual consciousness sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, which made Chu Yan startled suddenly. Relation. How to say this? Strictly speaking, it can be regarded as a very familiar relationship, but in terms of relationship, it seems that it really doesn't matter. After joining the Temple of War God, it can be regarded as a camp. She's helping me. Chu Yan thought for a while, and could only answer like this. Humph. No matter how she helps you, you have to keep a distance from her, understand? Yu Linglong said. Keep your distance. This. I understand. Seeing Yu Linglong's expression, Chu Yan suddenly gave a wry smile, shook his head, and replied. Chu Yan would naturally not refuse Yu Linglong's request. You two, stop chatting, I will start activating the talisman. At this moment, Empress Shantian on the side spoke to Chu Yan and Yu Linglong. In front of her, a large piece of golden light flickered. The original shattered talisman has basically returned to normal, only part of the talisman body, the golden light is not so strong. On Empress Xuanhuan's body, the faint divine aura was continuously poured into the spirit talisman, and the breath of the entire spirit talisman continued to rise. The entire Great Lake trembled slightly with the fluctuation of the talisman. After the operation of this talisman, the aura of the three of us will disappear from the new world for a while. At that time, our cultivation will return to around the martial emperor realm. Empress Xuanhuan's words made Chu Yan and Yu Linglong's expressions change at the same time. Unexpectedly, Empress Shantian actually has such extraordinary means. Martial Emperor Realm. It's okay. A killing intent flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. For Chu Yan, with a cultivation base of the Martial Emperor Realm, there is no problem for Chu Yan to fight beyond the realm of heaven and earth. In this new continent, where everyone is bound by the rules of heaven and earth, such combat power is almost invincible. Moreover, with such a cultivation base, many of his whole cards can be used. Not to mention anything else, just a unicorn pupil can greatly increase his combat power. Let's go. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong walked towards the talisman. Stepping into the talisman, the spiritual light shot up from the talisman on the ground, like golden snakes, crazily getting into the bodies of the three of Chu Yan. At this moment, the new continent on the other side, near the core mountain range. Call out. Call out. Call out. Streams of spiritual light shot up into the sky, like divine arrows shooting straight into the sky. These auras exploded in the sky 10,000 feet high, and the rays of light bloomed like flowers, extremely bright. Look! The fairy fruit is about to be born. Great! Hurry up and go over there. Among the many cultivators who poured into the new world, many people saw the light of these divine arrows. Chi-Chi's expression changed, and they rushed towards the place where the soaring aura was. You know, according to legend, this fairy fruit is divided into two types, and each one has the effect of Godhead on the battlefield, which is equivalent to that of gold and stone Godhead. If that's the case, if you can grab enough divine fruits and immortal medicines, you might have a chance to cultivate as a god. This time, I'm afraid it won't be easy. I heard that Anai Shindao and all the power of Xingtian Pavilion have entered the new world. That's right. No matter how inevitable a terrifying battle is, be careful if you get involved, or you will lose your life. That makes sense. I'll have to pay attention later. When I see two of them, I have to dodge quickly. Yes, we only need to get the magic fruit and the fairy medicine. Even the 7 great war clans and other forces communicate with each other and have their own plans. After all, this time in the New World, the divine fruit elixir that was bred in the New World is said to contain primordial aura, and whoever can get it has the hope of improving the realm of cultivation and breaking through the divine realm. Compared with the rewards given by Xingtian Pavilion and Enai Shindao, the temptation and attraction of this divine fruit and elixir are obviously greater. Moreover, they will not express such thoughts. It couldn't be easier for them to step on 2 boats and reap the benefits of both sides. However, everyone knows that this incident in the New World was caused by Chu Yan. But this time it is related to whether Chu Yan can become a god in one fell swoop. However, it is the Xingtian Pavilion side or the Nashendo side. I am afraid that for Chu Yan, there will be a head-on collision for the first time in hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, Empress Shantian, who came down from God's domain before, participated in it. This battle is absolutely wonderful. On the other side, in the forest, 3 figures sat cross-legged, surrounded by the light of the golden talisman. The auras of Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, and Empress Shantian continued to improve, rising steadily, and began to approach the cultivation base of the martial emperor. #C2849 Pole Devil. Click. Click. There was a sound of explosions, and the heavenly seals on the 3 of Chu Yan were bound, and they exploded layer by layer. In less than a while, more than half of it fell. And the aura of the cultivation base of Chu Yan and the 3 of them also began to rise slowly. The Jinqi in the body surged, nourishing the long-dried meridians, and the 3 of them were all refreshed, and their cultivation quickly returned to the martial emperor realm. Martial emperor realm. This kind of cultivation is equal to the level of the disciples of the third-rate forces in the 10-direction star field. Basically, in the 10-direction star field, it is difficult to move an inch. But now, after arriving in the New World, the situation is not very different. You must know that in this new continent, everyone's cultivation has been suppressed to the body refining state, that is, the body refining state is slightly stronger than the body refining state for beginners in martial arts. In the body refining state, true chi is generated in the warrior's body, which activates the exercises and greatly increases his strength. But now, in the entire New World, even those who are strong in the divine realm are only in the body refinement state, unable to use their true energy, and all rely on the strength of their physical energy. Therefore, the cultivation base of the martial emperor realm is almost invincible here. This time, let's see who can snatch the heaven and earth treasures from me. Yu Linglong stood up with a cold smile on her face. After all, in this new continent, the treasures of heaven, material, and earth are far more precious than those of the 10-direction star field. Especially the few divine fruits and elixir that were born just now, but they are equivalent to the effect of Jinshi Godhead. Now, with the martial emperor realm cultivation base, it is much easier to snatch it. Huh. Chu Yan stood up, just moved a few times, his face changed instantly, he turned his head suddenly, and looked over. What's the situation? True energy poured into the eyes, and the pupils of the unicorn moved, and after a glance, Chu Yan suddenly showed a look of surprise on his face. Because Yu Linglong, who hadn't seen her for a long time, had a completely changed aura at this moment. A strong evil spirit made Chu Yan extremely sensitive. You cultivated the 7-pole body of the demon god. Not only Chu Yan, but even Empress Shantian felt the powerful magic breath in Yu Linglong's body. Huh. You can see this. Yu Linglong didn't answer the question, but she already gave the answer. The 7 demon king poles of the demon god citadel are the biggest secret of their dark temple. Chu Yan has a powerful pupil technique, and is familiar with her breath, so she can tell that, it's not surprising for her. However, this Empress Xiantian seemed to be seeing herself for the first time, and she could see it. This secret, even if it was Xingtian Pavilion back then, all kinds of methods tried to get it, but they failed. After nearly 100 years, in the entire Dark Temple, except for the father and a few elders, the other disciples are not even qualified to know. 7 Extreme Demon King Physique. If you advance 2 ranks, you will be 9th rank Demon God Physique. In the ancient times, the imperial veins of the demon clan, once cultivated to great success, can make all the monsters in the world believe in orders, even the clan of the abyss will submit. Empress Xiantian spoke softly, and slowly explained. Devil. Demon God clan. Chu Yan was stunned. The Dark Temple, Yu Linglong, is she a descendant of the demon race? You really have demon blood in your body. Empress Xiantian frowned slightly. In the ancient battle between gods and demons, although the entire demon clan was lost, such a huge and powerful clan could never be completely destroyed in one battle. Therefore, everyone knows that the demons must have descendants and surviving bloodlines, which have been preserved. Not bad. What do you want? Yu Linglong didn't deny it, but looked at Empress Xiantian warily. I have something here, I will give it to you. It can be regarded as God's will, a good fortune. While speaking, Empress Xiantian raised her hand, and a blue jade bottle flew out towards Yu Linglong. This is... Yu Linglong's face changed, and she took the blue jade bottle in her hand, her face full of astonishment. However, when she opened the bottle cap and penetrated with her spiritual sense, she immediately backed away in shock. Demon, the blood essence of His Majesty, the Demon God Emperor. Such a thing, not to mention in the 10 directions starfield, even in the God's domain, is a treasure against heaven. Moreover, the Dark Temple has searched for such a treasure for countless tens of thousands of years, but it has not been found at all. Unexpectedly, it is so easy now, I got it. This kind of thing was obtained by chasing a descendant of the demon race back then. I thought about it and kept it, but I didn't expect that it is also destined today. 9 Extreme Demon God Body is the authentic sect of the demon race. I hope you will not bear the name of the demon race. Empress Xuanhuan's words were for Yu Linglong and Chu Yan, who were startled at the same time. The meaning of these words, no matter how you listen, the demon god clan does not seem to have the heinous meaning in the legend, but instead. Senior, the demons are not. Chu Yan glanced at Yu Linglong and saw that she also had a puzzled look on her face. It's not the demons. Before Chu Yan could finish speaking, Empress Xiantian shook her head and interrupted him directly. To be precise, it should be called Demon God Clan. Martial Tao is just a dead thing. How can there be a distinction between good and evil? There are only people who are good and evil. In this world of martial spirits, interests come and go, fame and fortune compete with each other, and there will be good and evil. The Demon God Clan is originally a branch of the God Clan, and the way of cultivation is different from the God Clan. Having said that, Empress Xiantian stopped and looked at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, whether it is this world or the origin of martial arts, you must look at it with your heart and understand it, and don't listen to what others say, because those rumors are people with a heart, and they want everyone to know, so they will spread. When these words came out, Chu Yan was startled. So that's the way of the gods, the non-ordinary martial arts, the same reason. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and a clear understanding emerged in his heart. Empress Xiantian heard the words, nodded with a chuckle, then turned to look at Yu Linglong. Such a treasure is predestined for you. Whether you can break through to the 9 extreme demon god body is up to you. This will really allow me to be promoted to the 9 extreme demon god body. Yu Linglong was stunned, and she couldn't react. Why did you give it to me? Yu Linglong seemed to be wary of Empress Xiantian, so she asked suspiciously. After all, it was the first time for her to meet the Empress Xiantian, so such an honor, even with all the power of the entire Dark Temple, would not be exchanged for it. But now, the opponent gave away so easily. Here. I'm just doing it for Chu Yan. I know, you will definitely help him, so go and merge. Empress Xiantian didn't explain too much. After all, there is nothing wrong with that drop of demon god essence blood. As long as it is fused, it can be felt. Thank you. Yu Linglong finally thanked her. She glanced at Chu Yan, and her spiritual eyes flickered. This Chu Yan's cultivation talent is too amazing. Even if she tried her best to enter the demon god citadel with her life, and cultivated the 7 extreme demon king body. But when he came out, he found that Chu Yan had already started preparing to confer the gods. In this way, the distance between Chu Yan and her became farther and farther. But now, with this drop of Devil God Emperor blood essence, she can catch up with Chu Yan. So, she couldn't refuse at all. #C2841 Stormy. With a buzzing sound, Empress Xiantian waved her jade hand, directly condensing a void barrier. Now, her cultivation has partially recovered, and it is extremely easy to manipulate the rules of heaven in this new continent. You are merging, let's go first. After the words fell, Empress Xiantian activated the magic talisman and rushed to the sky. It should be safe here. Then I'll go first. Chu Yan sensed it for a while, and it was indeed good for Empress Xiantian to create this enchantment space. Moreover, in this new continent, all cultivators are forbidden to cultivate. It is impossible to break through such a barrier space, and it is even difficult to find it. Well, good. Yu Linglong nodded. After all, with such a treasure, Yu Linglong also wanted to integrate as soon as possible and be promoted to 9th level demon god body. Next, Chu Yan also soared into the sky, chasing Empress Xiantian, and flew towards the altar of conferred gods. The direction of the newly born fairy fruit and elixir is also the direction of the altar of conferred gods. This time it happened to be on the way. The two of them recovered part of their cultivation, and their speed was obviously faster, flying all the way. In less than half a day, a huge spiritual peak appeared in the distance. The mountain wall was cut like a sword and an axe, and there were cliffs on all sides. But at this time, on the precipitous cliff, there were clusters of huge aura clusters, suspended above the thick vines, sinking and floating along the cliff. At this time, the cliffs of Lingfang Mountain were surrounded by cultivators from all walks of life in all directions, and it was almost impossible to get through. At a glance, this wave of cultivators numbered no less than 10,000. The eyes of all the cultivators were red, staring at the clouds of spiritual mist above the cliff, full of greed. Scuffles broke out one after another, and from time to time there were screams and losses from the cultivators. In this battle, without cultivation base and skills, everyone is armed with spiritual weapons. Kill each other. In the world of ordinary people, where the army is fighting, the scene is extremely bloody and violent. Almost every cultivator is rushing with all his strength, trying to get close to the spiritual mist group on the cliff. Some sect forces gathered into a formation, and their strength was obviously much stronger, rushing all the way. Go away. Whoever blocks and kills. The roar shook the sky, with a thick dead air, it exploded like a thunderbolt. The Thunder Clan, Sea Clan, Soul Clan and other people from the 7 major forces gathered from all directions, and the audience was full of murderous aura. Some powerful sects seemed to have an agreement long ago, and instead of attacking each other, they all attack other sects or casual cultivators. Ah! 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 The screams were endless, and tens of thousands of people from all sides rushed to kill each other in this small place. Moreover, learning is done in the most primitive and barbaric way. What a spectacular scene this is. However, no matter what, the forces of all parties are desperately moving forward, and at the same time they are preventing other forces from approaching the divine fruit and immortal medicine. As a result, scuffles broke out everywhere, shouts of killing everywhere, and the fighting was extremely fierce. Swish! 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 At this moment, in the forest in the distance, one figure after another appeared. The speed of these people was like lightning, and when they were running, they swung their knives and slashed. Wherever they passed, there were countless corpses, and blood spattered like a spring. Ouyang Nantian, Xinxingjia, Chang Tianhe, and others rushed over after merging the Jinshi godhead in the godhead battlefield. Although these god fruit and fairy medicines have no meaning to them. After all, they have already integrated the Jinshi godhead, and they no longer need these divine fruits and immortal medicines. However, such an important treasure of heaven, material, and earth, of course, people from the Xingtian pavilion cannot be allowed to go. Therefore, as soon as they arrived, they immediately made a move to help those who rebelled against the divine way to compete for the divine fruit and elixir. Haha, that's it. Situ Yang and the little white bear smiled at each other, turned out from behind a large rock, and hurriedly followed. From the very beginning, they followed the group of people against the gods, and when they arrived here, the two of them lay in ambush, and they didn't rush up to kill like the others. After all, in the first wave of battles, it was impossible to get close to the god fruit and fairy medicine, but it was tiring. So, the two of them huddled here, waiting for an opportunity. Now that Chang Tianhe, Xinxingjia, and Ouyang Nantian have arrived, the opportunity has come naturally. Boom! 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 The armies of all parties charged, and began to compete for a favorable position under the cliff, causing fierce conflicts. There are even one or two forces that have already begun to try to climb up. Xinxingjia and Chang Tianhe led a large group of men and horses, all of whom were dressed in black, like a dark tide, charging through and beheading countless people. It is like a sharp knife inserted into the cream, sweeping everywhere it passes, invincible. No one can resist this batch of black tide. In less than an hour, Chang Tianhe and Xinxingjia, with the cooperation of Situ Yang and Little White Bear, finally rushed up the cliff and got a cloud of spiritual mist. Among them, half of the functions belonged to Little White Bear and Situ Yang. A demon bear in the Great Emperor realm, even if he is sealed as a demon cultivator, the body of Zilua Tianxiong alone is as terrifying as a demon god. And Situ Yang, a god-level spirit pattern master, is even more terrifying. Theoretically speaking, the effect of cultivating true qi on him is not that great, because with only a little bit of qi, if he opens the storage space, various spirit patterns will come out continuously. Xinxingjia, Chang Tianhe, you dare to steal the divine fruit elixir. The cultivators from all directions were enraged when they saw a spirit mist ball being robbed, and the impact forces from all directions gathered towards this side. Quick, grab the elixir, the divine fruit. I don't know who it is, but he yelled out loudly, attracting more people to charge towards this side. Damn, isn't there still over there? Situ Yang was taken aback by the result. Die. Chang Tianhe holds the blood-dropping dragon tooth blade, the power of a magic weapon, and when he swings it, anyone he touches will be cut into two. There are only a very small number of bosses who hold powerful spirit treasures and can barely block a knife. Sage Emperor Daohe, so strong. On the other side, Ouyang Nantian was holding the heaven-breaking knife, which was even more terrifying than Chang Tianhe. The black knife was like lightning, reaping human lives like a god of death. Two big knives, one red and one black, startled people and ghosts, and the souls of the dead flocked. However, the more you kill, the more you rush up. The cultivators behind were like a tide, with red eyes, roaring, stepping on the blood river of dead corpses, and continuing to charge forward. The temptation of the divine fruit elixir is really too great. It was so close, and one of them had just been picked by someone, it deeply stimulated everyone. Moreover, some strong men hid far behind the crowd, still commanding and controlling the troops of their respective forces. The members of the Xingtian Pavilion, of course, have now discovered that people like Shen Xingjie and Chang Tianhe are all against the Tao of God, and it is impossible to let them go. The troops from all sides gathered together, and the scuffle became less and less, and all forces began to target Situ Yang and the others. Watch the latest chapters, please go to mobile phone address. #C2842 Altar of Gods. The corners of Situ Yang's eyes twitched. Seeing the cultivators rushing towards him like a crowd, he quickly turned around and fled. Ouyang Nantian, Shen Xingjie, Chang Tianhe, with 2 sabers and 1 tripod, both offensive and defensive, powerful in killing, and radiant with swords. However, everyone saw that they had picked a fairy fruit, so they all rushed towards them. Almost half of the nearly 100,000 people present rushed towards them. As a result, the men in black brought by Shen Xingjie and Chang Tianhe suddenly became a bit irresistible and began to retreat steadily. Looking from the top down, it looks like a lonely island, surrounded by black tides in all directions, and will be submerged at any time. Moreover, in this black tide, there is also a powerful figure, cruising like a vicious shark, opening its bloody mouth, and is about to charge up and devour Situ Yang and the others. Boom! 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 Regardless of whether it is a big boss or an ordinary cultivator, being involved in this wave of killings, they all seem extremely small. In particular, everyone's cultivation base and combat power have been banned and sealed, and they can only rely on physical strength and combat skills to fight. Around the entire Lingfeng Peak, there are flesh and blood stumps and corpses everywhere. Amidst the screams, almost every breath, some cultivators were lost and rolled down from the mountainside. In an instant, he was trampled into minced meat by countless feet. On such a battlefield, no matter whether it is Emperor Wu, the Great Emperor, or even the Holy Emperor, there is no difference. Even if you are afraid of loss, you are exactly the same as ordinary people, regardless of life or death. In this battle that swept across the entire 10-direction star field and all-powerful sect forces, the loss of every strong man seemed to be very common. The 7 major forces, the 10 major sects, and all the elite disciples rushed forward one after another, just like ordinary soldiers, rushing forward to kill. And the people from Anai Shindao and Xingtian Pavilion never appeared from the beginning to the end. There is no need to doubt that the 2 parties must have arrived long ago, but they have been dormant, waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Oh my God! The battle is getting fiercer. Whether it's charging or defending, you can feel that the pressure is increasing with each breath. As time went by, more and more Shotsai continued to join the battle. The original scene of 100,000 people is now close to 300,000. Later, even if you want to get in, it becomes difficult. The people brought by Shen Xingjie and Chang Tianhe were completely trapped in this vast ocean. Even with the support of Ouyang Nantian and Situ Yang, they still can't advance or retreat. It is impossible to pick the remaining few immortal fruit medicines, and even if they want to leave safely, there is no way out. My boss is Chu Yan, whoever dares to touch me, I will ask my elder brother to kill you. Most of the spirit pattern in Situ Yang's hand was consumed, and his confidence was getting weaker and weaker. He shouted at the people rushing around him in horror. Only you dare to call brother Chu Yan? Nonsense, kill him. No one knows this fat man at all, but Chu Yan's name, the people present, who don't know. A group of cultivators didn't care at all when they heard Situ Yang's words. Who is Chu Yan? That is the current top figure, the cause of this new continent. Moreover, everyone knows that Chu Yan is about to enshrine the gods at the altar, and he may become the first strong man to confer gods in the 10-direction star field. Just this little fat man, so wretched, how could he have anything to do with Chu Yan? No one would believe me. Therefore, when they heard Situ Yang's words, the powerful people in all directions, no matter which side they were, started chasing and killing him even more vigorously. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, a void thunder exploded, and the void of the world suddenly trembled. The law of heaven is wonderful, and the magic of all spirits, I am the master, and all laws are with me, open. When this voice sounded, the thunder of heaven and earth stopped suddenly. Every word and sentence, like the Sanskrit sound of heaven and earth, resounded through the sky, and even the sound of the hundreds of thousands of people fighting below was completely covered. Oh my God, is that Xiantian? It's really Empress Xiantian who is here. Run. Empress Xiantian is here, and Chu Yan must be here too. Damn, look over there. Rumble. Without waiting for everyone to react, a tall Lingfang mountain in the distant Lingfang mountains collapsed, revealing a tall golden altar. This is a huge altar that is completely surrounded by the Lingfang mountain, and is constantly shaking off the rocks and dust. Conferred God altar, now. A beam of golden light shot up from the mountain-like altar, shooting straight into the sky like hundreds of golden guns. In an instant, the entire world was illuminated into a golden sky. The huge golden altar completely detached from the peak and flew towards the sky. As it rises, waves of majestic power spread out like shock waves, overwhelming the world. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the audience were swept by this powerful majesty, and all of them changed their faces and trembled. Everyone's bodies bent together, as if the air instantly became 100 times heavier, bending their bodies directly, making them unable to stand upright at all. Looking at this scene from a distance, it seemed that hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the audience were all bowing to the altar of conferred gods rising in the void. Click! A purple thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck the rising golden altar, causing it to shake suddenly. The catastrophe begins to descend. Everyone knows that this golden altar is exactly Chu Yan's, altar of conferred gods. But now, before Chu Yan even showed up, the altar has already caused the bombardment of heaven's punishment thunder tribulation. If Chu Yan climbed to the top, what a terrifying bombardment it would be. Call out. A black sharp arrow shot straight from the edge of the sky, making a howling sound as it pierced through the air. Riding on the wind, the force of the wind and thunder, piercing the sky and attacking the earth, the figure with a long sword on his back, you can tell who it is at a glance. Chu Yan. It's Chu Yan who is here. My God, the altar is here, and the gods are coming out. Is this really going to be the altar to be a god? Absolutely, the catastrophe has already appeared, and the conferring of gods is about to begin. All the cultivators from all directions looked shocked, looking at the black sharp arrow figure in the sky, shooting straight towards the golden altar. Everyone was shocked and looked at it with excitement. The new world is conceived and the world is born. All of this is for now. In the 10 Directions starfield, the first conferred god powerhouse is about to be born. Everyone, do it. Almost at the moment of Chu Yan's appearance, in a mountain range in the distance, orders like thunder exploded directly. The divine emperor Xingtian soared into the sky, and behind him a group of strong men from the Xingtian pavilion came directly towards him like a gust of wind and waves. Boom! 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 Giants from the mainland kept showing up from various hiding places, charging towards the golden altar full of murderous intent. Xingtian pavilion, show up. #C2843-day battle. The people of Xingtian Pavilion, including the biggest giant, Xingtian Shindi, personally led the team to appear. Everyone was shocked by the scene. The world's first battle is about to break out. All the cultivators in the field looked at the sky, and the sea of consciousness was full of thunder and explosions. From the moment they entered the new world, whether it was collecting natural materials and earthly treasures, or competing for fairy fruits and magical medicines, they all knew that this battle was only a matter of time. Chu Yan conferred the gods, Xingtian Pavilion and Anai Shindao collided head-on, and now it is about to begin. Chu Yan, you really dare to appear. In midair, the powerful will of the Spirit of Heaven and the Spirit of the Holy Heaven showed their bodies and transformed themselves. All of them looked at Chu Yan with murderous intent, and roared in unison. This time, everyone has been banned by the rules, and without super heavenly combat power, let me see how you die this time. The patriarch of the Lei clan of the 7 great war clans looked at Chu Yan and shouted loudly. After waiting for so long, Chu Yan finally came out. This time, all the previous blood feud, hatred and anger must be poured on him, to see him begging for mercy in such a panic. Only in this way can the hatred in their hearts be vented. However, the only problem right now is Empress Shantian. Although everyone's cultivation is now forbidden, but after all, he is the god of war in the flesh, so maybe he has some means to reach the sky. What's more, once Chu Yan fails to enshrine the gods, the new world collapses, and all the rules of heaven and earth disappear. It means that Empress Xuanhuan's cultivation power will be fully restored. At that time, if Empress Shantian gets angry and takes action against them, the consequences will be disastrous. Empress Shantian, we belong to the Xingtian Pavilion and are the controllers of the God Realm in the 10 Directions Star region. Please abide by the rules and don't interfere in this matter. We will never blaspheme the majesty of the Lord God of War. But if Master Shantian insists on being an enemy to us, to God's domain, we can only be rude. After Xingtian Shindi finished speaking, the other giants present nodded in unison. In the next breath, countless pairs of eyes present all looked at Empress Shantian in the sky, waiting for her answer. However, Empress Shantian manipulated the magic talisman on her own, urging the golden altar to rise into the sky, as if she didn't hear the words of the divine Emperor Xingtian at all. In other words, Emperor Xingtian was ignored. Humph. Do it. What kind of person is Xingtian Shindi? How could he bear this? His face turned purple immediately, and he waved his hand directly. Immediately afterwards, countless murderous auras surged from all directions, stirring up a frenzy of murderous auras, sweeping away like a storm. This wave of murderous auras surged, causing all the cultivators present to tremble, and their faces changed drastically. This is the 10 Directions Starfield, and all the giants are furious. Swish! 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 The Divine Emperor of the Holy Heaven, the Spirit of the Holy Heaven, and the Spirit Envoy of the Tao of Heaven rushed to the front. Their combat skills were like waves, and they erupted with the force of thunder. Behind them, a large number of powerful bosses also rushed forward, each of them wielding a heavy treasure of spiritual weapons, and the powerful force that exploded was like a flood, which would swallow Chu Yan and the others directly in an instant. Such a terrifying formation, the figures of Chu Yan and Empress Shantian. Just like 2 weak fallen leaves, they will be torn to pieces by the strong wind and huge waves at any time. This time, Xingtian Pavilion came out in full force, and the target was very accurate. Kill Chu Yan, prevent him from becoming a god, and end all acts against the sky. Humph. Xingtian Pavilion, you are dreaming. A loud shout exploded, and figures like a startled rainbow soared into the sky from the distant mountains, like streams of streams, quickly gathered together, rushing towards this side. The Fox clan of the 7 great war clans, the Mongolian clan, the 8 heavenly dragons against the divine Tao, the Lord of the Forbidden Gods led the 7 envoys of the Forbidden Gods, and the Emperor Kuan led a group of sky kuns, rushing from the cracks in the void like a piece of sky. Ray, come rolling. Although compared to the Xingtian Pavilion, where more than half of the powerful sects of the 10 Directions Starfields gathered, the Nintendo side had significantly fewer people. However, compared to the power and influence, it is not weak at all. Just like a group of fierce beasts, turning into a wave of beasts, the momentum is astounding. Boom! 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 The 2 waves of people, like 2 floods, rushed towards each other, and soon collided with each other, blasting the sky. For a moment, no matter whether it was the sky, the earth, the mountains, or the lakes, they were all torn apart by the powerful fighting spirit. The entire sky is covered by it, and the sun and the moon are all eclipsed. Oh my god. It's too scary. Xingtian Pavilion is fighting against the sect that defies the divine way. Fucking Zoman battle, this is simply a battle to destroy the world in the 10 directions starfield. It's so strong. I didn't expect that the power against the divine way is so strong. That's right, this 10 direction star field is not dominated by the Xingtian Pavilion. Us. All the big bosses and cultivators who watched the battle from all directions changed their expressions in shock from the overwhelming battle, and all of them twitched and gasped for air. The Xingtian Pavilion side and the Nashendo side each invested 50,000 fighting forces. Although this number, compared to the 10-star field, an ordinary sect battle, is very small. However, you have to know that almost every strong man here is a strong man above the Great Emperor realm, but now they are armed with spiritual weapons and rush to fight like ordinary soldiers. It is impossible for any powerful sect to deplete the elite powerhouses of their own sect, and they cannot afford it at all. Those who can use the power of elites above the Great Emperor realm as ordinary soldiers, in the whole world, only Xingtian Pavilion and Anishan Dao can do it. The tens of thousands of Great Emperor realm powerhouses on both sides clashed with each other, and the resulting power was absolutely shattered. This is because everyone's cultivation power is banned, and they rely entirely on physical strength and spiritual treasure power to fight. Otherwise, this continent may collapse directly. Spirit of Xingtian, come with me, let's block Empress Xingtian first. Heavenly Way, you take other people to block the rebellious gods and forbidden gods. 7-star Peak Master, the people of Xingtian Pavilion, led by you, attack with all your strength. The divine Emperor Xingtian was in the highest sky, and thunders exploded, sending orders continuously to mobilize the troops from all sides. Regardless of whether it is the spirit of the holy heaven, the spirit of the heavenly Tao, or the spirit of the heavenly Tao, the 7 great clans, and the 7-star peak lords all followed the orders of the holy heaven god emperor, and started to act like pieces of tide, dividing and attacking them. Today, the entire power of Anishan Dao was displayed in front of them, and finally let them understand that Anishan Dao is by no means weaker than them. Chu Yan, come here if you have the guts to fight with me. My lord of the Thunder clan, let you do 3 tricks. The patriarch of the Lei clan of the 7 great clans stared at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, and directly spoke provocatively. The core of this battle is still Chu Yan. Therefore, from the very beginning, they had made a plan. As long as they stimulated Chu Yan and killed him in one fell swoop, everything would be completely over. Fool Lei, what's the use of your aggressive tactics? Don't make people laugh. The Emperor Yuanxing was on the side against the divine way, and when he heard the words of the Lei clan patriarch provoking Chu Yan, he immediately laughed. Want to fight? Then let's fight. However, Emperor Yuanxing didn't expect, even the patriarch of Lei clan didn't expect that Chu Yan, who was on the altar of conferring gods, would open his mouth to fight. Literature Museum M. #C2844, borrow a knife to kill. Swish. The black shadow shot straight into the void like lightning, and flew towards the middle of the battlefield. Chu Yan. Emperor Yuanxing and the others were startled, and they all exclaimed. What? Chu Yan wants to fight the patriarch of the Lei clan. All the cultivators in the audience never expected that Chu Yan would agree to the challenge and really come out from the altar of conferred gods. Could it be that Chu Yan doesn't know that this battle cannot be played by personal power? All cultivators who entered the new world were insignificant under the constraints of the rules. Once the crowds flooded them, they would be smashed to pieces. Doesn't Chu Yan know this? A Lei clan patriarch is nothing, but he left the conferred god altar and entered the center of the battlefield. If he gets involved in the melee, the consequences. Even if it is this Chu Yan, he is number 1 in the heaven list, and his fighting power is astonishing. However, no matter how strong the physical strength is, he can kill hundreds of people, but it is absolutely impossible to escape from being surrounded by thousands of people. Ha ha ha, who said aggressive generals are useless? That kid took the hook, everyone, hurry up. Of course, the patriarch of the Lei clan didn't really want to fight Chu Yan. Seeing Chu Yan coming out of the altar of conferred gods, he laughed wildly and roared loudly. This time I have made a great contribution. The matter of one sentence actually hooked Chu Yan out. As long as everyone works together to kill Chu Yan, it will be a great achievement. However, before the smile on his face blossomed, it froze in the next second. Boom. I saw that Chu Yan, who flew over from the altar of conferring gods, rushed out with a powerful aura all over his body. The sword power on his body, like a billowing thunderstorm, surged in all directions, sweeping the world. This kind of power, on this naked and fleshy battlefield, is absolutely as dazzling as the sun. Everyone could feel that above their heads, that swaying beam made their souls tremble with a powerful coercion. Clang. The Haotian sword was unsheathed, and the sword was startling, like a rainbow-like figure, across the sky, melting the whole body of the sword into the sword, waving the hand. It was a shocking sword light, cut down from the sky. Ah! 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 As the sword light passed by, the screams were earth-shattering and resounded throughout the world. As long as it is an area covered by the sword light, a cultivator will be chopped into pieces by the sword light in an instant, turning into a rain of blood all over the sky. A sword passed, and a large area was emptied in the air. This is impossible. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they all looked shocked. This is the martial emperor realm. On the entire battlefield, this sword is the only one that can display such sword power. All the people present were strong men from various forces, so it can be judged naturally that Chu Yan's cultivation base has changed. Martial Emperor Realm. How could this Chu Yan possess the Martial Emperor Realm? You know, all the warriors in the world now only have the cultivation level of body refining. Could it be that the rules of heaven and earth in this new continent are useless to Chu Yan? Holy Spirit. Holy Heaven God Emperor, you alone are worthy of stopping me. In the distant sky, Empress Xiantian looked at the two giants attacking. Her eyes were like lightning, and she shouted loudly. Boom, boom. In all directions, streaks of ice crystals shone, floating around Empress Xuantian's body, filling half of the sky. This is the Martial Emperor realm again. The powerful men from all sides turned their heads together and looked at Empress Xiantian. All of them were shocked, and their faces were astonished. Lei Wei, since you are going to fight, let me see if you have enough weight. The sword in Chu Yan's hand was horizontal, and the light of the sword shot into the night, and his body melted into the sword's intent, pointing directly at the patriarch of the Lei clan in the crowd, God Emperor Lei Wei. Call out. The human and sword are united, the sword is invincible, and Chu Yan transforms the sword, like a thunder and lightning sword, rushing out violently. This. Lei Wei, who was still smug just now, and thought he was about to make a great contribution, now saw Chu Yan kill him, but his face turned pale with fright. A chill of death rose from his body, making his whole body feel like falling into a cellar of ice, and his scalp exploded directly. He could clearly feel that Chu Yan's consciousness had locked onto him, and that this sword could kill him. You know, the current him is only at the 7th or 8th level of the body refining realm. And Chu Yan is at the pinnacle of the Martial Emperor realm, a few heaven and earth realms higher than him. Such a gap, what a fart. Good, very good, excellent. Above the sky, the divine Emperor Xingtian and the spirit of Xingtian had stopped and did not charge towards Empress Xiantian again. The look of surprise just now has returned to normal, but the eyes she looked at Empress Xiantian and Chu Yan were all sneering. It seemed that he had expected this scene. As expected of Master Shantian, I expected that you would be prepared. However, Master Xuanhuan is also ready to deal with your last move. After these words came out, all the strong men and bosses of the Holy Sky Department changed their expressions and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Fine. If there is no countermeasure, Chu Yan at the Martial Emperor realm can kill them all in less than an hour. In this situation, it is like a strong cultivator rushing into the human city, trying to slaughter the entire audience, how difficult it can be. Now, Xingtian Pavilion has long been prepared, so their lives may be saved. Call out. Call out. Call out. Suddenly, on the cliffs of the Lingfang Mountain in the distance, a series of spirit vines, like sharp arrows, shot straight at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, who was charging towards Lei Wei again, stood upright, frowned, turned around, and swung his sword. Wanna die? These spirit vines are exactly the spirit plants that grow the god fruit and fairy medicine. Chu Yan didn't expect that this spiritual plant, which gave birth to the divine fruit and elixir, would attack him. Moreover, with a sweep of Chu Yan's consciousness, he could clearly sense that the spiritual plant was full of hostility towards him. Strips of spirit vines, like black iron spears, pierced the void, piercing straight to the vitals of Chu Yan's body. Each of these rattan spears is full of power, more than enough to kill a strong person in the Martial Emperor realm. What's the situation? Not only Chu Yan and Empress Shantian, but all the cultivators around were stunned when they saw this scene. They also didn't expect that Lingji, who gave birth to the god fruit and fairy medicine, would suddenly attack Chu Yan. You know, before hundreds of thousands of powerhouses attacked the cliffs of Lingya, this Lingji didn't even react at all, but now he only shot at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, don't be polite to her. Empress Shantian sneered, and reminded directly. Huh. Okay, I see. Hearing Empress Xuantian's words, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then his eyes flashed, and he instantly understood what Empress Shantian meant. This spirit vine dared to attack him, of course it was the layout of the golden armor spirit. However, in this way, it happened to follow the vine and harvest the remaining few plants of the god fruit fairy medicine. Although Chu Yan had integrated a lot of gold and stone godheads before, this divine fruit and elixir had little effect on him. Now, he only needs to ascend the altar and survive the thunder disaster, and he can directly become a god. However, there are hundreds of thousands of powerful people here, and all the heroes from all over the world gather, all for the god fruit and fairy medicine. If they can be accepted, they will naturally not let them go. Chu Yan, these divine fruits and immortal medicines are useless to you, but that spirit beast, which is connected with your blood, can give him a fortune. Empress Shantian knew what Chu Yan was thinking, and when she turned her icy eyes, she saw a snow-white bear running back and forth with a fat man in the crowd below, whose aura was obviously very similar to Chu Yan's. Little white bear. Chu Yan was startled. #C2845, 10,000 enemies. Ah. Seemingly hearing the words of Empress Shantian and Chu Yan, the little white bear howled, slapped a cultivator flying, and roared to the sky. Boss, and I. Situ Yang was in a hurry, and quickly shouted to Chu Yan in the sky. Ever since he arrived here, he has been jealous of those divine fruit and elixir. As a spirit pattern master, unlike other warriors, his cultivation depends entirely on these natural and earthly treasures. Cultivation techniques, cheat books, etc. are of no use to him. Therefore, this time, he has been thinking about the divine fruit and fairy medicine for more than a day or two. Now seeing that Chu Yan is about to succeed, he is of course excited. Okay. In this way, we can fight shoulder to shoulder again. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he looked at the little white bear excitedly, with a fighting spirit in his heart. Back then, when he was just learning martial arts, he and the little white bear lived and died together, fighting the world together. But later, with the rapid improvement of Chu Yan's cultivation, although Little White Bear practiced hard, he couldn't keep up. Now, Little White Bear's cultivation has just reached the realm of the Great Demon Emperor, but he has not broken through the realm of the Holy Demon. This time, the opportunity has come. However, without waiting for Chu Yan to act at all, the Holy Heaven God Emperor above the sky in the distance flashed his cold eyes, and immediately said loudly, "Everyone, the Divine Fruit Spirit Tree will only attack Chu Yan. You can rest assured. Now each depends on his ability. As long as he can snatch any divine fruit and fairy medicine from Chu Yan, I am the master of Xingtian Pavilion, and no one else can snatch it, otherwise he will be the enemy of my Xingtian Pavilion." When this sentence came out, everyone was stunned, and after just a thought, they immediately understood. Just like before, the Holy Emperor Daohe led his men and horses, and after grabbing the first spiritual fruit, he was directly surrounded and couldn't get out at all. But now, with Xingtian Pavilion as the guarantee, as long as he snatches the divine fruit and elixir, it is equal to his own, and no one else dares to snatch it from him. That's right, I represent the Tao of Heaven in the 10 Directions Starfield, and I can also be a guarantor. Whoever dares to snatch it a second time will be forbid by the Tao of Heaven. The spirit envoy of the Tao of Heaven came to his senses, stepped forward quickly, and followed suit with a promise. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the audience turned red, and they turned around at the same time to look at Chu Yan in midair. Shameless! The Lord of the Gods and Forbidden Gods, but they were full of anger. They never expected that Xingtian Pavilion would use this trick to kill people with a knife. The point is, the crisis brought about by this trick of borrowing a knife to kill people is extremely terrifying. Grab the divine fruit elixir. Just as the bigwigs against the gods were worried, the eyes and consciousness of all the powerful people in the audience have all changed. No matter which sect, which side's powerful tycoon or strong man looked at Chu Yan, all of them were red and greedy. Even some mainland giants are very excited. Although Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian are both at the martial emperor realm, after all, there are only 2 of them, and the Xingtian Pavilion is so powerful that most of the powerhouses here belong to the Xingtian Pavilion. Not to mention the 10 Directions Starfield, which is still under the control of Xingtian Pavilion. Therefore, if you offend Chu Yan, or against God, you may still have a way to survive, but if you offend Xingtian Pavilion, you will definitely die. Because of this, as long as you make a move now to snatch the divine fruit and elixir, once you succeed, the harvest will be extremely huge. Moreover, you only need to grab it, and you don't have to fight Chu Yan at all. What a great opportunity this is. Chu Yan, there are a total of 4 divine fruit elixir here. As long as we have 3 in the base, we will never be your enemy. What do you think? Several mainland giants reacted very quickly, and immediately stood up, facing Chu Yan, and asked loudly. Although they were moved by Xingtian Pavilion's words, these big shots still didn't want to be enemies with Chu Yan. After all, Chu Yan's move this time is going against the sky. If successful, it will change the situation in the 10 Directions Starfield. However, if you don't make a move, you won't be able to withstand the temptation of the divine fruit and elixir. After some discussion, they came up with a compromise solution, hoping that neither side would be offended. Sorry, not even one. Chu Yan's answer was without any hesitation, and his face was indifferent. At this moment, Chu Yan will not retreat at all. Even if the tens of thousands of cultivators present attack him together, even if from now on, the entire world will be the enemy of the 10 starfields. Today, since we want to confer gods against the sky, let's make a big splash. I am currently at the peak of the martial emperor realm, and these tens of thousands of people are all at the body refining realm. How difficult is it to kill them and kill the whole audience? Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, you are offended. As long as you are willing to give up some, we will stop immediately. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the complexions of several mainland giants changed. They looked at each other, and they shot together. Following their strikes, all the big cultivators rushed in all directions to attack together. In the whole world, among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the audience, there are less than 10,000 who can stand still and do not attack Chu Yan. At this moment, everyone could see that the originally silent crowd suddenly broke out like a vast ocean, sweeping towards Chu Yan. In the face of this wave of floods, only Chu Yan and Anai Shindao, who were already at a disadvantage. As a result, the situation of going against the divine way instantly becomes extremely dangerous, almost breaking down at any moment. The soul of the Rakshasa, the sky is stained with green blood. Follow me. In the distance, Shen Xingjia and Chang Tianhe waved their hands, leading a large number of strong men in black clothes, and immediately rushed to Anai Shindao's place and stood with them. After shouting this slogan, Chu Yan's face was startled, and he turned his head to look. His face was full of astonishment. Because this slogan is exactly the battle cry of the Raksha Sol Tianzong 9 palaces. Unexpectedly, those black-clothed masters brought by Chang Tianhe and Shen Xingjia turned out to be members of the Raksha Soul Sky sect. At this time of life and death, even if they knew that they had to face loss, none of the disciples of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong retreated, and all stood in front of Chu Yan. This is your own strength. You dragon covers the sky strikes with a sword. The figure exploded, and the true energy rushed into the night. Chu Yan's figure turned into a huge black dragon, surpassing the god-defying people and horses, and slammed into the endless crowd. Saint Rakshasa, come out. Inspired by true energy, even at the martial emperor realm, it is enough to motivate the holy Rakshasa. Boom, boom. The holy Rakshasa himself, holding a pair of gold and silver forks, smashed the void with 1 foot, and endless billowing black clouds instantly enveloped the sky and the earth. Saint Rakshasa domain, move. Roar. 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 Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhuke, the 3 great beast spirits, also appeared behind Chu Yan, let out a beast roar, and rushed towards the sea of people in front of them. Boom, boom. A shocking violent battle collided in an instant, sweeping the world. Literature Museum M. Recommend the new book of Urban Master Lao Shi. #C2846 Army Formation. During this battle, the sky was dark and the earth changed. In the face of Chu Yan and Xingluo Cha, the incomparable slaughter of the 3 great beasts, these cultivators who are only in the physical training state are not opponents at all. Countless strong men were lost, and the entire scene turned into a hell on earth. With Chu Yan's powerful attack, Anai Shindao and Rakshasa Soul Tianzong's army stood firm and resisted the tide-like impact. Every fighter has an invincible aura and the determination to face death. Chief White Robe, I'll leave this place to you, I'll go to the altar. After repelling several waves of attacks in a row, the opponent's attack momentum was completely broken up, and Chu Yan jumped up and walked towards the altar of conferred gods. The current altar of conferred gods has risen to a high altitude, shrouded in golden light, and the final opening of the altar has been completed. Call out. Call out. Call out. When passing through all the cliffs of the divine fruit and elixir, a large number of spirit vines shot at them, and they were all chopped into powder by Chu Yan's sword. With a body like a swimming dragon, feet on 7 stars, and a long sword in the sky, killing intent swept all directions. Whether it is an attack from the spirit vines, or the occasional strong spirit soldiers from all directions, the pupils of the Chu Yan Qilin can see through them in advance and resist dodge. This way of attacking, like a dragon flying 9 nights, went straight to the golden altar. The road ahead is open, and there is no obstacle, as long as Chu Yan climbs to the top of the altar, triggering the heaven and earth thunder calamity in the new world, relying on the golden and stone godhead fused in his body. This time, if the conferred god is successful, everything will come to an end. Quick, stop him, don't let him go to the altar. The face of the divine emperor Xingtian completely changed, including the 7-star peak lord and the big bosses of the 7 great clans. All of them changed their faces drastically, and they all roared and shot together. On the Lingyao cliff below, Lingji, who gave birth to the divine fruit and elixir, also hated Chu Yan to the bone. Now all the god fruit and elixir, have been taken away by Chu Yan, and now it is bare and has nothing, so naturally it will not let Chu Yan go easily. Chu Yan, die. Not only these visible attacks, but in the mountains in the distance, an ice sword shot from the edge of the sky, cutting out ice crystals all over the sky, and directly attacked Chu Yan. The shadow of the ice sword was precisely Jinjia's soul. Moreover, the golden-armored soul seemed to be one with Empress Xiantian, and her cultivation level had also returned to the martial emperor's level. It's you who's waiting, this time, I'll take your altar. Chu Yan's long sword was twisted, and the Dao Emperor seal in his body was running, including the phantom of the godhead, all of which appeared, all running in unison. The cultivation base of the martial emperor realm only represents the cultivation base, and it is impossible to judge the combat power at all. So the current Chu Yan, with all the cards in his body combined, has long surpassed the power of the martial emperor realm. The difference between the true energy of the martial emperor realm and the body, the power to activate the martial arts and the combat skills, and the power to activate the Emperor's Seal Dao map and the Phantom of the Godhead, of course, is extremely huge. What a person who is number 1 in the heaven list, and the way of heaven is fulfilled. The divine sense sensed the change in Chu Yan's power, and the golden armored soul held the ice sword, and his face changed suddenly. Both in the martial emperor realm, your combat power is not weak, but today, you and Xiantian, there is absolutely no possibility. There was a sneer on Jinjia's face. These words landed. The complexions of Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian changed at the same time, and they turned their heads at the same time to look at the mountains below the golden armored soul. Roar! 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 A monstrous beast roar exploded, and countless shadows jumped and ran in the mountains, so powerful that the ground shook. This is a terrifying wave of beasts, rushing through, and the continuous forest was directly pushed out by the wave of beasts into a straight road. Oh my God! It's a beast tide. These monsters are not ordinary monsters at all. Not good, go back. Everyone can feel that the strength of each monster in this wave of beasts exceeds their body refining state. In addition, the power of monsters is much stronger than that of human fighters of the same level. Among the human warriors present, all of them were at the body refining realm. How could they not be surprised when they saw this wave of beasts? As a result, the crowd fled in all directions in an instant, all of them pale with fright. After all, the number of this wave of beasts must not be less than 5,000, and each one, it seems, is a powerful monster, and there is absolutely no ordinary monster, just filling in. Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian just glanced at this wave of beasts, but they didn't care. Although this wave of beasts is stronger than human fighters, it is only around the innate level, with a number of several thousand, which does not pose much threat to them. However, behind this wave of beasts, an extremely cold and dangerous aura is slowly attacking. Boom! 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 Sure enough, behind the beast tide, in the depths of the mountains, there seemed to be a spiritual wave invisible to the naked eye, rushing towards it. Wherever they passed, powerful monsters roared and joined the beast tide, while those heavenly materials and earthly treasures exploded clouds of spiritual mist, turned into human forms, armed with various spiritual weapons, and charged forward. These methods are obviously different from the powerful secret techniques she used when they fought against Jinjia Shensoul before. Chu Yan's face was solemn. The pupils of the unicorn were running, and the 7 color pupils swept across the mountains, closely following the wave of spiritual waves, and their expressions changed again. Boom, boom. After the beast tide and the treasures of heaven, material, and earth, a spiritual wave surged over a spiritual peak, but these spiritual peaks also mutated, exploding streaks of spiritual light that soared into the sky, like a large continuous volcano rising into the sky. These auras soaring into the sky collided in the air, exploding clusters of auras, distorted and evolved, and completely transformed into human form. Each of the human forms transformed by these mountain spirits has the aura of a strong man, at least at the true martial arts level. What's more, with the surge of the ubiquitous spiritual tide, their cultivation level is still improving. Fight to decide the world, spiritualize the tide of the sky. This time, the golden-armored battle spirit in a golden long skirt stepped on the void and came across the sky. Rows of human figures transformed by mountain spirits were neatly arranged behind her, with a murderous aura soaring to the sky. Coupled with the rushing beast hordes below and the treasures of heaven and earth, it is completely a powerful army. What's going on here? The beast tide and the treasures of heaven and earth are all in formation. And those, are they mountain spirits transformed from Lingfang? This is too scary. All the cultivators in the audience, who could escape, fled and hid far away. Looking at the situation here, they all exclaimed. The strength of this army is probably stronger than the army composed of hundreds of thousands of strong men before them. Give me, kill. With a wave of the ice sword of the golden armored soul, he ordered directly. Boom, boom. With this order, a wave of beasts rolled in, and an army composed of heaven, material, and earth treasures rushed out like a tide. This is not a lineup comparable to those in the body refining realm, each of them can already be called a powerful existence. Compared with those in the mere physical training state, they are at most powerful soldiers and fighters. And only this horde of beasts and treasures of heaven and earth can truly be called an army, composed of monster cultivators and spiritual puppets. The tide was pointing at the camps of Anai Shindao and Rakshahan Tianzong, and headed straight for it. Not good. All the powerhouses against the divine way, as well as Chang Tianhe and others, all changed their expressions. Originally, with their strength, it was already extremely dangerous to fight against the troops of the Xingtian Pavilion, but now they are facing such a terrifying army, the result. If it doesn't work out, the whole army will be wiped out. #C2847 Indigenous. Against the divine way, it's over. Seeing the tide of beasts and spirits attacking, all the cultivators present were stunned. Such a terrifying lineup, with the current strength of Anai Shindao, it is impossible to fight against it. Once Anai Shindao is destroyed, with Chu Yan's strength alone, even if he is in the martial emperor realm, it is impossible to fight against such a powerful lineup, let alone cross the robbery. The elders of the 7 great clans, with flickering eyes, thoroughly saw the situation in front of them and analyzed it carefully. Although Chu Yan is powerful and has the help of Empress Xiantian, it seems impossible to break through the blockade of Xingtian Pavilion. How dare you? Dare to deal with my direct disciple? Give it to me. Humph. Let me just say, these guys are bullying Emperor Chu of our Haotian continent by relying on their numbers. Son-in-law, don't worry, the old man is coming. The sudden shouts made everyone in the audience startled and turned their heads to look. But I saw, on the edge of the sky in the distance, a large wave of people came, and the leaders of them were astonished, but they seemed to have never seen it before. My God! Martial Emperor Realm. No way. There are so many martial emperor realms. This is that side of the force, why have I never seen it before? All the cultivators and bosses present at the scene saw the majestic momentum of the crowd, and they were all shocked. Of course, it is impossible for them to know each other, because this wave of people are all old acquaintances of Chu Yan. There is the Outland Continent, the master of Lingyun Pavilion, Ling Xuantian. There is also a foreign continent, the High Priest, including Mialian Unju and other powerful people. Even in the Haotian continent, many people from the 7 ancient sects also formed a large army and rushed forward. The one with the most angry face was the lord of the medicine sect, the current elder of the Luocahan Tianzong, and Chu Yan's old father-in-law, Gong Yuntian. Originally, Chang Tianhe and the others came here this time, bringing with them an army of Rakshasa soul, Tianzong. So, keep in touch with Zhongli all the time. When the bigwigs from all parties heard that Chu Yan was in trouble, they could still sit there, and rushed forward one by one. However, to everyone's surprise, Ling Xuantian, Gong Yuntian and others, after entering the New World, their own cultivation realms were not suppressed at all, not even weakened at all. Therefore, when they appeared, the cultivation bases of each of the martial emperor realm powerhouses were extremely terrifying. Why is this? Not only the bosses in the audience, but even Chu Yan was stunned. Even his own cultivation level has been suppressed, but why are Ling Xuantian, Miaolian Unju, and Gong Yuntian not affected at all? Because the source of their cultivation base is not the spiritual energy of the 10 directions star field, so it will not be affected. Empress Xiantian glanced at her, and said the answer directly, which suddenly made Chu Yan stunned. The birth and gestation of this new continent is all based on the power of the spiritual source of the 10 direction star field. Even the laws of heaven and earth formed are also these original powers. So, as long as warriors who have practiced in the 10 direction starfield and absorbed the heaven and earth aura of the 10 direction starfield will all be suppressed by the rules of this one. However, Ling Xuantian, Gong Yuntian, and Miaolian Unju, their cultivations were bred on another continent, and had nothing to do with the spiritual source of the 10 directions starfield. As long as they don't practice here and absorb the aura of heaven and earth here, they won't be restricted by the rules of this side of heaven and earth. You guys bully me, no one in the Outland continent. You dare to deal with Chu Yan, kill them all. Kill them all. Ling Xuantian hates it the most, someone bullying his precious disciple. You know, the most proud thing in his life is to accept Chu Yan as his personal disciple. Back then in Outland continent, he protected Chu Yan with the most powerful power in the world, and now even if he arrived in the 10 directions starfield, he would never let Chu Yan be bullied by me. What's more, he also discovered that there are hundreds of thousands of people here, all of whom are weak in cultivation, and they are incomparably rubbish. What else is there to say? Just kill it. Kill. All the powerhouses from Outland continent and Haotian continent roared in unison, holding their swords high. In the 10 directions starfield, Chu Yan is the archenemy of Xingtian Pavilion, and all forces want to deal with Chu Yan. But in Outland continent and Haotian continent, Chu Yan is the well-deserved number 1 person. His deeds and legends affect every cultivator. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that Chu Yan is their model of martial arts. Now, to be able to fight for Chu Yan, for them, it is a supreme honor, and they can show off their life's deeds. Under the leadership of Ling Xuantian, the high priest and Gong Yuntian, the armies of the Outland continent and the Haotian continent immediately merged with the rebels, and their prestige greatly increased. With the current power, it is absolutely possible to fight with all the strength of the holy sky and the beast tide brought by the golden armored soul. All the cultivators of the 10 directions starfield present were dumbfounded seeing this scene. They never thought that there was such a force behind Chu Yan. The point is, these normal powers, which are not the strongest at the martial emperor realm, are nothing in the 10 directions starfield, but now they have become extremely powerful combat power. Thank you so much. Chu Yan was also stunned. He didn't expect that these old acquaintances would help him in this way. You know, before they came, they didn't expect that the rules of heaven and earth in the new world would be invalid for them. So, before that, they might all have come here with the will to die. This kindness is definitely greater than the sky. Damn aborigines, dare to spoil my big business. Xingtianshandi's face turned black with anger, and he roared again and again, but there was nothing he could do. Without the constraints of the rules of this new continent, with his cultivation base, he could kill all these native ants with a wave of his hand. But now, even if he is the master of Xingtian Pavilion, if he falls into the hands of these natives, he will probably suffer a loss. Humph. With this, I want to come back, dream. The spirit of the holy sky. The divine Emperor Xingtian's eyes flickered, he turned his head suddenly, looked at the spirit of Xingtian, and sent a sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Now, everything is not easy, we can only push forward the layout. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, there was a sudden change between the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom. A dull thunder blast rolled and exploded in the sea of spiritual clouds above the sky, and an incomparably powerful breath quietly spread out in the void of heaven and earth. Everyone can feel this aura, it is very similar to the aura of Empress Xingtian, the golden armored soul. It turned into a wave of terror, sweeping the world, covering the world wherever it passed. The spiritual tide of heaven and earth in the entire new continent is surging. This is. Xuanhuan seemed to sense something, his face changed, and he turned his head hastily. Call out. A blue figure flew over from the distant horizon, with aura of aura, as if bathed in divine light. Wherever it passed, the world was suddenly quiet, and everything was solidified. #C2848 on the altar. That blue figure touched the spiritual tide of the surrounding world, and its color became darker and darker, gradually turning into a deep purple color. The closer the purple-black figure got, the weirder it looked. This is the 9th level Demon Emperor physique. She is the Demon Emperor family. The golden armored soul stared at the purple-black figure closely, his eyes trembling. Of course she knows what the 9 extreme Demon Emperor physique represents. Are you scared? Empress Xingtian turned her head, looked at Xuanhuan, and smiled lightly. The soul of blood, the soul of essence, 9 extremes, can transform the demons of 10,000 heavens. Invincible control. At the position of Yu Linglong's eyebrows, a black spirit seal was shining, and with the flipping of a pair of jade hands, a huge specter behind her was slowly revealed. That phantom is exactly the soul of the primordial demon emperor. Roar! 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 The swarm of beasts below, as well as the phantom of the mountain spirit, seemed to sense something, and they all roared. Battle the sky and 9 knights. The golden armored spirit's face tightened, his whole body's divine power was restrained, and all of it was poured into the knots of his hands, releasing a burst of soul power, blending in with the beast tide and mountain spirits below. This time, all the monsters and mountain spirits, the aura of cultivation in their bodies skyrocketed again, directly breaking through to the void transformation realm. All the heavens and 10,000 demons, order them to come out according to the law, and show themselves. Yu Linglong waved her hands, and between the strokes, a stream of purple-black air swam in the void. Snort! The soul of the demon emperor behind her groaned heavily, and the sound of the demon sounded like a wave, shattering all the void around her. As the void exploded, countless black phantoms emerged from the chaotic time and space, gathering behind Yu Linglong. Superior! Yu Linglong waved her hand, and shouted at the same time as the shadow of the demon emperor, behind her. As if being ordered by the emperor, countless monsters rushed out. Whoever touches Chu Yan will be killed by me. Under this command, the demon of 10,000 heavens rushed straight towards the beast tide and mountain spirits below. These monsters are many times stronger than the monsters in the abyss of the 10-direction starfield. More importantly, these monsters are fully armored, holding magic flame guns, moving forward and retreating quickly, forming a formation of 3 or 5, and the battle is powerful. Compared with those monsters in the abyss that have no intelligence and kill like wild beasts, they are completely different. This is the army of demon gods. Some of the 10-direction star field bosses below, some of whom have experienced the ancient battle between gods and demons, recognized the identity of the demon army controlled by Yu Linglong at a glance. How can this be? No one thought that the young hall master of the Dark Temple had a relationship with the demon race. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Yu Linglong obviously has the blood of the demon emperor. Otherwise, even if she cultivated the 9 extreme demon emperor physique, it would be impossible to mobilize the ancient demon god army. What's going on? What happened? Whether it is the boss of Xingtian Pavilion or the boss of the 7 great war clans, when they saw the monsters and mountain spirits being stabbed into ashes by the magic flame gun, all of them turned pale. A young master of a dark temple. Even at this critical moment, it had a subversive effect. The demon emperor ordered the natives to assist in the battle. In this way, Anai Shindao has the advantage again. The bigwigs of the 7 great clans looked at the situation on the battlefield with serious expressions on their faces. However, there are still some bigwigs who are full of joy. Because many of them hope that this time, Chu Yan can successfully become a god. The opportunity is here. Qingmu Sword God swung his sword up, and let out a long howl at the heaven, earth and sky. It's now, fellow Taoists against God, attack and destroy Xingtian Pavilion. Hearing the order of Aoki Sword God, all the powerhouses who defied the divine way were full of enthusiasm and roared in unison. This. Seeing the anti-Shinto army, the battle is like a rainbow, and the Xingtian faction's troops are all pale and frightened. They all knew that after wave of support arrived, their Xingtian Pavilion could not resist it at all. Sacred Heaven God Emperor, Holy Heaven Spirit, Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, Heavenly Tao Spirit, you still don't do it. Xuanhuan's tone was still flat. Okay. Hearing the words, the 4 masters nodded in unison, turned into electricity, and rushed towards the sky. Their bodies are originally spiritual bodies, and if they casually seized the physical body of a mountain spirit or a monster, they would temporarily break the restriction of the laws of heaven. Good job. I will break your spirit body first today, and when I confer gods, I will kill you with 1 sword, including the Xingtian Pavilion and your physical body. Chu Yan's horizontal sword stood in the air, and his sword whistle shook the sky. Boom. 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 The war broke out again, and the sound of swords exploded in the sky like thunder. Whether it's above the sky or the mountains below, there are constant cultivators losing their bodies and melting into the earth. Those mainland forces who chose to wait and see before watched this scene in horror, and had no intention of participating in it anymore. After all, the Xingtian faction is clearly at a disadvantage now. Even if they rush forward, they will simply die. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's figure is like a dragon, wandering around the world. The first target is the cliff spiritual plant that gave birth to the divine fruit. Slashed with a sword, the spiritual plant shattered and sawdust scattered. The law of the holy heaven. The spiritual body of the holy heaven spirit urges a streamer of 7 colors, and slams it down towards Chu Yan. The Holy Heaven God Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy also killed Chu Yan from the other 3 directions. What they used were not ordinary ultimate moves, but extremely powerful divine arts. Break! Chu Yan turned around with a sword, and the fierce sword energy swept across, smashing all the magical skills of the 3 big guys into powder, and throwing them into the sky together with the spirit bodies they seized. A sword in the sky. Holding a long sword in his hand, Chu Yan followed closely, and with a dodge, he arrived in front of Xuanhuan. The sword power of the whole body, combined with the power of the martial soul and the power of the holy Rakshasa, all melted into the sword body, and slashed down fiercely. 9-day warfare. The aura of the golden armor soul rose wildly, and the aura of the whole body merged together, turning into a huge golden sword, and went straight to meet it. Boom, boom. When the 2 swords intersected, they directly exploded the torrential waves, causing the entire sky to tremble. The power of the Haoyan sword directly chopped the golden sword of the Nine Heavens war technique into pieces, breaking it into countless golden lights, which scattered and flew in all directions. And Haoyan sword light, after breaking through the golden sword, did not stagnate at all, and directly slashed at the golden armor spirit. This sword pierces through the body. Chu Yan, it really is the result, finally freed. Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan and smiled lightly, without any pain on his face. At this moment, all the controlling power imposed on her by God's domain disappeared. From then on, she was no longer a puppet of God's domain, but the original one, the God of War soul, one of the 9 gods of the God of War temple. Boom! The body of the golden-armored soul exploded with a loud bang, turning into golden light all over the sky, like a rain of light, spreading across the sky and the earth. In Chu Yan's body, the phantom of the Godhead flashed, and he looked at the distant altar of the gods. Ling Long, ascend the altar! With a long roar, Chu Yan turned around and flew towards the altar of conferred gods. Chu Yan, you are delusional. The spirit of heaven was the closest to Chu Yan. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to fly to the altar of conferred gods, he roared angrily. #C28490 Hongmeng. The speed of the spirit of heaven is extremely fast, like a white lightning, it is in front of Chu Yan in the blink of an eye. Wan Jin. Chu Yan yelled loudly, raised his hand and punched, and blasted at the rushing spirit of heaven. Chu Yan, I hope that this time, I can climb to the top of Fengshan and destroy the Xingtian pavilion. When the two met, the spirit of heaven looked at Chu Yan, but suddenly said to Chu Yan, through voice transmission. Hearing the words of the spirit of heaven, Chu Yan was stunned. Be careful of the Holy Emperor and the spirit of the Holy Sky, they have prepared a counterattack, specifically targeting you to become a god. When these words came out, Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and the consciousness in the sea of consciousness was like a tide. The spirit of heaven probably doesn't want Xingtian Pavilion to stand side by side with him in the 10-direction star field. In other words, with Xingtian Pavilion in one day, Tian Dao cannot completely control this piece of Wuhun world. Therefore, Chu Yan can understand why the spirit of heaven quietly told him these reasons. However, what does the conflict between the spirit of heavenly Dao and Xingtian Pavilion have to do with me? Wan Lai Long Jin. A golden dragon fist roared out, and it hit the spirit of heaven heavily, directly blasting a large hole in his chest. Puff! The spirit of heaven opened his mouth, spewed out a large cloud of blood mist, and fell towards the mountains below. Senior, the spirit of heavenly Dao told me just now that they have prepared a second hand, and they will do it when the altar is enshrined. When Chu Yan was speaking to Empress Xiantian, his eyes glanced at the spirit of heaven below. He punched just now, but he didn't hold back at all. With a punch, the mountain spirit's body, which was seized by the spirit of heaven, was completely shattered, and it seemed hopeless. No matter what the purpose of the spirit of heaven's Dao is, for Chu Yan, it is impossible to change his attitude towards him just because of 1 or 2 words from him. Moreover, the words of the spirit of heavenly Dao obviously used Chu Yan to deal with Xingtian Pavilion. For such a purpose, there is no need to be polite to him. The power of the soul body is stronger than mine, so when the time comes, we can see the trick. Empress Xiantian was not surprised by Chu Yan's words. Of course, it is impossible for Xingtian Pavilion to just watch Chu Yan, and to succeed in conferring the gods so easily, he must be prepared to fall behind. Good. Chu Yan nodded, his figure flashed, and he flew towards the altar of conferred gods. This time, Chu Yan landed steadily on the altar of conferred gods, and the entire altar made roaring sounds, as if echoing Chu Yan's arrival. This altar of conferred gods is the core of the entire new world. In order for Chu Yan to be on this altar, Empress Xiantian could trigger heavenly tribulation, and deliberately used supreme divine power to create a new continent. Here, the rules of heaven in the 10 directions starfield, even the rules of God's domain, cannot interfere. Xunli Tianwei, extradite heavenly tribulation. Under the watchful eyes of countless pairs of eyes, Chu Yan roared loudly, and the divine breath in his body gushed out like a tide. Although he is only at the martial emperor realm, and there is not much true energy in his body, as long as the true energy is used to stimulate the phantom of the Godhead in the sea of consciousness, it can produce divine breath. With breath, it can trigger the heavenly tribulation and complete the final conferred God. Boom, boom. Chu Yan's divine breath poured into the altar, and the altar burst out with thousands of golden lights, rushing straight to Jiuxiao, and the golden shock wave exploded, spreading towards the entire sky. Above the 9 heavens, one after another muffled thunder continued to explode, and the entire world was tumbling. In the next breath, the endless power of heaven and earth poured down from the sky like a waterfall of the Tianhe River, pouring into the sea of thousands of miles of spiritual clouds in the sky. One after another void thunder, violent wind and sky fire, ice and snow tornado, under the rolling of the sea of spiritual clouds, visions occur frequently. The color of Lingyun Sea, from the original 5-colored color, began to become darker, and soon became thousands of miles of dark clouds. This scene, the vision of heaven and earth, made everyone's face change instantly. This is just the heavenly tribulation consolidation form, which has triggered so many heaven and earth visions. Good, so strong Tianwei. Chu Yan has ascended the altar, and is about to cross the sky. The altar of conferring the gods, the spirit of God's breath, the thunder tribulation has been conceived, and it will start soon. Seeing the birth of thunderclouds in the sky, everyone was shocked, and their hearts were extremely shocked. This is Xie La Jiao. In nearly 1,000,000 years in the 10 directions starfield, there has never been a conferred God thunder tribulation. Now, each of them can witness with their own eyes the shocking scene of conferring gods ascending to heaven under the thunder calamity of conferring gods. Great! Finally triggered the heavenly tribulation. Aoki Sword God, Forbidden God Lord and other anti-Shinto bigwigs, all of them were surprised, their whole bodies were tense, and they were staring at the scene in the sky. On the other side, the big bosses of the Xingtian department, such as the Emperor Xingtian, all had pale faces and numb scalps. If Fengshen succeeds, they, Xingtian Pavilion, and their big bosses, will definitely die. Swish! Swish! On the altar of conferred gods, thousands of golden lights soared into the sky, facing the sea of thunder clouds thousands of miles above the sky. Go! Empress Xintian raised her hands and pointed at Yu Linglong and the little white bear below. 2 figures soared into the sky, flew towards the altar of conferred gods at the same time, and landed on the altar. Chu Yan, Dao to Emperor Seal. Empress Xintian shouted loudly and reminded urgently. 9 Sun Sword Lotus, Emperor Seal, move. A white light and a golden light rushed out of Chu Yan's body at the same time, floating above Chu Yan's head. He actually gave birth to Dao Tu and Emperor Seal a long time ago. Jin Jiao looked at Chu Yan with a look of shock on his face. The profound code of heaven and earth, all dharmas are pale and yellow, chaotic and majestic, guided by gods, they all originate from heaven and earth, enlightenment. Empress Xuanhuan's pair of jade hands flew like a shadow, striking out the divine seals and blasting towards the altar of conferred gods. After these divine seals rushed into the altar, they merged with the divine aura gushing from Chu Yan's body. Boom, boom. Suddenly, above the sky, an earth-shattering thunder appeared suddenly, the whole sky trembled, and everyone's bodies couldn't help being startled. That thunder, bombarding the void, actually blasted a large area of the void into powder, directly exposing a large area of space-time turbulence. These turbulent flows of time and space seemed to be affected by something. They were running rapidly, gathered together, and evolved into a huge black hole. The black hole rotated and slowly took shape, and streams of strange colored air gushed out from the black hole, shooting towards the altar where Chu Yan was. In an instant, the conferred god altar was instantly dyed with colorful lights, wrapped in various air currents of different colors, like a fairy platform. This is the power of the origin of heaven and earth. All the mainland giants in the audience looked at those strange air currents, with a look of astonishment. Because these air currents seemed to be extremely precious, primordial aura. This is the original power of heaven and earth, a resource that both Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu regard as treasures. Anyone who is strong in the 10 directions starfield can immediately improve their cultivation and break through the bottleneck as long as they get one of the primordial auras. But now, in the black hole, there are no less than 1,000 primordial spiritual energy flowing out like a small river. #C2851, Conferred God. Hongmong, Spiritual Qi. Chu Yan was at the altar of conferred gods, so he naturally felt it more clearly than others. Invoking the heaven and earth thunder calamity, resetting the heaven and earth rules, and without the intervention of Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu, using the Dao map and Emperor seal on him as a guide, enshrining the gods, and offering sacrifices to the heavens, will naturally attract the primordial aura from the origin of the heavens and the earth. This scene is impossible to happen in the 10 directions starfield. Because all the primordial auras in the 10 directions starfield were snatched by Xingtian Pavilion and God Realm. Without the origin of heaven and earth and the aura of Grand Mist, naturally it is impossible to become a god. This is why for millions of years, no one who was conferred a god was born in the Wuhun world. Chu Yan, give them 2 divine fruits. Empress Xiantian said to Chu Yan through sound transmission that what she was referring to was Yu Linglong and Little White Bear, who were on the altar of conferred gods just like Chu Yan. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the help of the original power of heaven and earth, the primordial aura, and the effect of the divine fruit similar to the godhead of gold and stone, maybe 2 more conferred gods can be produced in one fell swoop. Of course, even if they can't confer gods, it will be of great help to the cultivation of the 2 of them. Call out. Call out. Call out. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, 2 divine fruits and 2 elixir flew out together, shooting directly at Yu Linglong and Little White Bear. Yu Linglong raised her hand, took a piece of divine fruit and elixir in her hand and swallowed it, while the Little White Bear opened her mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom. Boom. The divine fruit elixir entered the body, and 2 waves of violent air exploded directly from Yu Linglong and Little White Bear, and 2 beams of spiritual light rushed from their bodies and shot straight into the sky. Unfortunately, neither of you conceived the Dao map and the Emperor seal, otherwise, there is a real chance to become a god in one step. Empress Xiantian looked at the thick aura bursting out from the 2 of them, her eyes lit up immediately, and she said with great regret. Do they also? The mainland giants and countless cultivators below looked at the scene on the altar of the gods, all of them were shocked. Especially the divine Emperor Xingtian and the 7-star peak masters were even more pale. So much primordial spirit energy is completely enough. Chu Yan looked at the huge black hole in the distance, and the strange colored airflow was still gushing out continuously. His eyes lit up suddenly, and he turned to look at the crowd below. Fatty, Brother Ouyang, Shen Xingjia, Chang Tianhe, all come up. With a wave of his hand, 4 golden dragon paw prints evolved and grabbed the crowd below. The 4 of them hadn't even reacted to the Gangyuan paw print, and they were directly caught by Chu Yan on the altar of the conferred god. In the Godhead battlefield before, all 4 of them had merged with Jinshi Godhead. We. Including Ouyang Nantian, the 4 of them stood on the altar of conferred gods, all of them dumbfounded. They never thought that they would have the opportunity to ascend to the altar of conferred gods. Boom, boom. Without waiting for them to react, a large amount of primordial aura rushed into their bodies in the altar, collided with the divine power in their bodies, and exploded the rolling mad force. Quickly, conceive the Emperor seal immediately. Chu Yan roared loudly. The four of them were startled at the same time, and they quickly activated the violent Shinchi in their bodies, and squeezed frantically. As long as you can see the Emperor seal, you can become a god. The four of them sat cross-legged, just like Yu Linglong and Little White Bear, frowning tightly, urging the condensation of the Emperor's seal, with all their strength. If it was normal, without the godhead of gold and stone, without the aura of grand mist, it would be as difficult as reaching the sky to condense the Emperor's seal. But now, they are ready for everything, under the presence of primordial aura and heavenly power, you can't help yourself, the Emperor's seal will automatically conceive in their bodies. What they have to do is to fuse the physical body, soul, and spiritual consciousness with the Emperor's seal, completely give birth to the Emperor's seal, and then try to seal the gods. Once it is done, it will directly ascend the gods to the sky. The few of them are friends of life and death with Chu Yan. This is the real blessing in sharing, and sharing the difficulties. Swish. 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 After Yu Linglong and Little White Bear, there were 4 spiritual lights on the conferred god altar, soaring into the sky. Ouyang Nantian, in particular, was a semi-divine cultivation base. After merging the Jinshi godhead in the godhead battlefield, his divine power increased explosively. Now, with the primordial aura entering his body, his divine aura exploded completely, obviously stronger than the others. Brother Ouyang, the physical body has been rebuilt, and the soul has been locked by the rules of heaven in the 10 directions starfield. It is still difficult to conceive the Emperor's seal. With a sweep of Chu Yan's consciousness, he saw the sword-shaped Emperor seal in Ouyang Nanshan's body, which would disintegrate as soon as it condensed, and then condense again, repeating itself. So, Chu Yan pointed his finger, and a white light shot into the center of Ouyang Nanshan's eyebrows. This ray of white light is exactly the power of the 9 Suns Sword Lotus Dao diagram. With the power of this Dao map as a seed, maybe Ouyang Nantian can conceive a Dao map, and then rely on the power of the Dao map to break through the constraints of the rules and condense the Emperor's seal. Oh my God! So many people conferred gods together. Damn it! 7 strong men, conferring gods together, it's so spectacular. Look, there is a monster beast, and it is also enshrining the gods. What are monsters? You didn't look there, you're not a fat man. The scene was very lively, everyone was excited, staring closely at the scene on the altar of conferred gods, and various discussions rang out. Originally, everyone thought that this time it was Chu Yan who conferred the gods. But I didn't expect that now it turned out that 7 people became gods together. In this way, the more people there are, the more chances there are. Among the 7 people, as long as one person succeeds in conferring a god, the world of the 10 directions starfield will be completely changed. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled, their eyes shone brightly, and they all saw hope. Asshole! Xingtian Shindi and other big bosses of Xingtian Pavilion looked at this scene with dark faces, blood-red eyes, and murderous aura billowing from their bodies. Things have come to this point, completely beyond their expectations. Now, not only did they not stop Chu Yan, they even had 6 more warriors in an attempt to confer gods. Don't worry. Except for Chu Yan, the chances of them becoming gods in one step are almost 0. After all, there is only one heavenly Daoming curse, and it's so easy to seal the gods against the sky. Jiuxiao Xuanhuan stood beside Xingtian Shindi and others, and explained. Now, I still have to find a way to kill Chu Yan. As long as he dies, everything will disappear, and the Wuhun world will return to the original order. As the words fell to the ground, a little bit of golden light continued to overflow from the body of the golden armored soul, and he lifted his hands lightly, and his aura rose crazily. Kill Chu Yan. The big bosses, such as Xingtian Shindi, saw that the golden armored soul seemed to be preparing to make a move, and then glanced at Chu Yan above. All of them were full of ferocious expressions. Do it. As soon as the words landed, a group of big bosses of the Holy Heaven Department, including the Emperor Xingtian, all urged the spiritual source in their bodies, and the violent power condensed together, turning into a monstrous wave, rushing to a height of nearly 1,000 feet. Xingtian, you can attract primordial spirit energy, and of course I can too. Xuanhuan looked at Empress Xingtian and smiled coldly. Literature Museum M. Recommend the new book of Urban Master Lao Shi. #C2851 Demon God 9 Changes. The words of Xuanhuan fell to the ground, and streaks of golden light shot out from between her fingers, and shot into the bodies of the Holy Emperor, Holy Spirit, and Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy. The next moment, in the big hole in the turbulent flow of time and space in the distance, the primordial aura that was originally rushing towards the altar of conferred gods suddenly split into 3 streams, rushing towards the 3 of Xingtian and Shindi. Boom! 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 3 bursts of air exploded in their bodies, and the invisible restraints exploded with a crackling sound. And the auras of the 3 Xingtian divine emperors began to rise crazily. This time it was different from before, because of the appearance of the conferred god altar. The rules of this piece of heaven and earth have undergone tremendous changes. Coupled with the appearance of the space-time hole, primordial aura gushes out. Anyone who can obtain this primordial aura will naturally be able to break the shackles of the laws of heaven and earth and restore their strength. However, in this new continent, the only ones capable of arousing primordial aura are the Xingtian Empress and Jiuxiao soul who have surpassed the conferred god realm. It's a pity that this kind of induction cannot be interrupted, nor can it be induced to oneself. Martial Emperor Realm. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators in the audience were shocked, their faces full of shock. Chu Yan, die. The divine emperor of the holy sky, the spirit of the holy heaven, and the spirit envoy of the Tao of heaven roared together, rushing towards the altar of conferred gods like thunder. All over his body, Lei Wei exploded, soaring into the sky and attacking the ground with murderous aura. Martial Emperor Realm Cultivation, appearing on Xingtian Divine Emperor and the others, is much stronger than ordinary Martial Emperor Realm. And now, Chu Yan's heaven and earth thunder tribulation is still congealing, not taking shape. If at this time the 3 giants attack Chu Yan, the consequences will be disastrous. Huh. Just relying on you, you also want to kill Chu Yan. Empress Xuantian's voice was like ice, and she shouted coldly. Boom, boom. Throughout the new continent, thunder exploded continuously. In the sky above, an incomparably huge crack in the void appeared, and countless black streamers slipped out of it. These black tides fell from the sky, like a waterfall of the Milky Way, all pouring into Yu Linglong's body on the god-conferred altar. Call. 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 A wave of black energy visible to the naked eye gushed out from the altar of conferred gods and rushed in all directions. Her cultivation also broke through the shackles of the rules in an instant, and began to climb steadily. However, what is strange is that not only black devil energy rises from her body, but also white jade brilliance rises from her body. One black and one white, 2 completely opposite auras appeared around her at the same time, which looked extremely strange. Others couldn't understand and didn't know what happened, but Empress Xingtian knew it clearly. Her face was full of astonishment. Originally, she just thought that Chu Yan's talent was extremely good. But now it seems that Yu Linglong's talent is only slightly weaker than Chu Yan's. Most importantly, the blood in her body has undergone a complete transformation due to the nourishment of the primordial aura. Devil, God, blood. Empress Xuantian's icy eyes shrank slightly. Qingling made a sound. At this time, the black breath and white breath on Yu Linglong's body became more and more intense, attacking each other, intertwining and blending with each other. 9 transformations of gods and demons. With a soft shout, 2 divine lights, one black and one white, shot out from Yu Linglong's eyes, like 2 divine swords, piercing through the void and heading straight towards Jiuxiao. Roar. Behind her, the bodies of the two demon god emperors, one black and one white, roared in unison, sending out roars that shook the sky. With a wave of his hand, the black and white demonic energy, like a tidal wave, swept out and condensed into the void. Groups of black and white demonic energy quickly condensed and formed like adobe, twisted into the body of a monster, with blood-red eyes, holding a magic flame gun, rushing towards the Holy Spirit and the Heavenly Spirit Envoy. The demon power on this wave of monsters is obviously much stronger than before, and the demon breath alone has reached the realm of the Demon King. Their strength is by no means comparable to ordinary monsters. On the one hand, Yu Linglong has transformed from the nine-pole demon emperor body into a real demon bloodline, endowed with the power of the 9 transformations of the demon god. At the same time, the nourishment of the primordial aura made Yu Linglong's bloodline of the demon god more pure and powerful. What a dark temple, dare to be an enemy of my Xingtian pavilion several times. The spirit of the holy heaven and the spirit envoy of the Tao of heaven were enraged together, and their figures were like thunder. Between the lightning, they shot out a series of techniques of heaven's power, blasting the charging monster into powder. Their strength realm, after all, is much stronger than these individual monsters. So strong. The powerhouses watching the battle from all directions were all shocked when they saw this scene. First, the powerful monsters appeared, and then the power of the Holy Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy surprised them. It seems that the power of all giants is recovering. The power of this battle also began to exceed their understanding. After all, those of them watching the battle are still in the body training state, and have not recovered at all. Therefore, in their eyes, the power of these giants is as if they, mortals, are watching the gods fight. Chu Yan, you must die today. Even though there were constant obstructions, Yu Linglong's attack temporarily delayed the outbreak of the 3 giants, but the blood-red eyes of the Holy Sky Spirit still stared at Chu Yan and roared loudly. Swish. The holy power of Xingtian Spirit's whole body condensed into a bolt of lightning, which was slashed out fiercely. Boom. 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 This bolt of lightning exploded, smashing 7 or 8 monsters along the way, and blasted towards Chu Yan unabated. Not good. Yu Linglong's expression changed. Empress Xintian in the distance also twisted her icy eyes slightly, her face slightly darkened. Boom, boom. At this moment, the 10,000 thunders suddenly exploded in the Jiuxiao, and a forest of thunder and lightning flashed, shocking everyone. A terrifying celestial power swept away, covering the entire world, making everyone's breathing heavy, as if they were being suppressed by spiritual peaks, and their heartbeats stopped. It was as if this piece of heaven and earth was completely forbidden by a powerful force. Click. A thick thunder pillar descended from the sky, turning into a huge lightning axe, breaking through layers of void, and smashing down towards Chu Yan below. At this moment, Chu Yan's conferred God Thunder Tribulation came completely. As the thunder axe passed, the void exploded, layers shattered, the endless rules of the law of heaven, and the power of the sky were all blasted into dust. This thunder axe is extremely huge, covering the sky and the earth. The axe alone is as big as a spiritual peak. The appearance of this thunder axe did not directly blast towards the altar of conferred gods, but the thunder turned and turned towards the spirit of the holy sky. With a click, the thunder axe fell, and the lightning that shot at Chu Yan was directly smashed into powder. Not good. Go back. Xingtian Ling's face turned green, he roared, turned and fled. No matter what kind of catastrophe it is, once it appears, no one is allowed to interfere with it, otherwise, it will be backlashed by the catastrophe. Therefore, when the spirit of the holy heaven attacked Chu Yan on the altar of conferring gods, heavenly tribulation happened to appear, which naturally aroused the anger of the vision of heavenly tribulation. #C2852 Scourge. This kind of taboo of crossing the robbery, all the warriors present, naturally know it. Therefore, no one was surprised when the thunder catastrophe appeared in the sky and pointed the finger at the Holy Spirit. Moreover, everyone knows that from now on, no one will dare to touch Chu Yan except Xie La Jiao. Anyone who dares to approach the altar of conferred gods will be judged by La Jiao. Hum. Hum. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the mutation was reborn, and on the altar of conferring gods, Ouyang Nantian, Situ Yang, and Little White Bear, who were originally sitting cross-legged, burst into the sky at the same time. This streak of divine light, like a sharp sword, launched an attack towards the catastrophe in the sky. They were on the altar of the conferred god, and the arrival of the conferred god thunder tribulation would naturally affect them. The attracted power of the heaven and earth thunder calamity continued to make the already terrifying thunder calamity even more earth-shattering. Really conferring gods together. The big bosses and cultivators present were all shaken with horror on their faces. It has been a unique time for one person to become a god for millions of years in the 10 Directions star field. But now, it actually happened that 7 people became gods together. If this is really successful, then 7 real gods will be born in this 10 Directions star field, and the entire world structure will undergo drastic changes. Boom, boom. After the Thunder Axe shattered that attack, the entire body of the Thunder Axe unexpectedly began to shatter. How can this be? Empress Shantian and all the giants all changed their expressions. The spirit of Xingtian is very strong, but the move just now was just an attack from Wu Zuanjing. This level of power is nothing more than the power of an ant to La Jiao, the conferred god of La Jiao. How could there be a collapse? This is completely unreasonable. Boom. 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 Immediately afterwards, thunderbolts exploded continuously on the 9 heavens, and the vision of the Thunder Axe exploded completely, turning into countless purple lightning, spreading across the sky and spreading in all directions. Wherever they passed, the thunder and lightning that exploded did not dissipate, and quickly began to gather, evolving into a body of thunder and lightning. At a glance, these human figures transformed by thunder and lightning are covered with purple lightning all over their bodies, like a god of thunder, standing between the sky and the earth. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Everyone's face changed drastically. Seeing the change of the thunder disaster in the sky, they all looked shocked. These strong men, practicing martial arts, have experienced and seen a lot of thunder disasters. However, no one has ever seen such a strange thunder calamity. There are more and more figures transformed by lightning, and they are arranged neatly, like an army formation. There are some extremely strong threatening auras on each rakeage, connected together, making the whole sky full of chilling aura. God. Scourge Legion. Empress Shantian and Jiuxiao Divine Soul all changed their expressions drastically when they saw the continuously gathering figures. Others do not know. Of course they knew that these Legion were the famous Silager Legion above God's domain. As the saying goes, when the thunder calamity passes by, the world will be destroyed. Don't talk about this ordinary 10 Direction star field, even if it is in the God's domain. The appearance of the Scourge Legion will be a waste of life for a billion miles. This is the top-level thunder tribulation. In the ancient times, the gods used it to judge those gods who made mistakes, and only then would they use the scourge. But now, it actually appeared in Chu Yan's conferred god thunder tribulation. How could this not shock them? When did a lower realm, conferred god thunder tribulation actually dispatch? Scourge Core. What secrets are there in this kid's body? Empress Shantian stared wide-eyed with icy eyes, and looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. The Scourge Legion cannot be manipulated by gods or humans. Their appearance can only show that the strength of the people who survived the catastrophe has reached the standard, so they will be dispatched. In other words, Chu Yan, who is now crossing the catastrophe, deserves to be dispatched by the scourge. Boom. 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 Every time a dull thunder exploded, several thunder shadows of the scourge appeared. In less than 100 breaths, the entire sky was densely packed with scourge. Kill. The thunder soldiers unsheathed, and tens of thousands of thunder knives blasted the sky full of thunder and lightning, and the scourge roared in unison. This terrifying killing intent swept across the world, causing everyone below to tremble with horror on their faces. Wan Lai Long Jing. Chu Yan looked at the sky with both eyes, and the battle was like a rainbow. He raised his hand and punched, blasting a golden dragon gang fist that soared into the sky. Crash! Behind him, the tiger growled his cloak, picked up by Qi Jin, and fluttered like banners. This scene, in the eyes of everyone, is like a god of war possessed, fighting against natural disasters alone with one punch. Boom! 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 As Long Gang passed by, the thunder shadows of the Scourge Legion that rushed down were blasted into lightning and exploded in the sky. Clang! The long sword was out of its sheath, and Chu Yan stood on the altar of conferred gods. The long sword pointed to the sky, and the light of the sword shot into the night. Those thunder shadows who were cut by fists and swords and exploded into electric sparks will all emit a divine breath and merge into Chu Yan's body. The fusion of these divine powers made Chu Yan slowly undergo subtle changes, like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. Humph! Natural disasters and thunder calamities are nothing more than that. The Holy Spirit looked at the sky and let out a sneer. The holy power in his body condensed and turned into attacks, blasting toward the sky. I'm going to shatter your thunder tribulation right now, making it impossible for you to become a god. Breaking the thunder tribulation and killing Chu Yan, this is the best way. Everyone knows that when crossing the catastrophe, there can be no interruptions. Once the thunder disaster falls, any intervention may cause the thunder disaster to mutate, and its power will increase dramatically. At the same time, it will also bombard the person who shot. However, the body of the mountain spirit that the spirit of the holy sky is now taking away, even if the physical body is smashed by the thunder, he doesn't care at all. It is definitely a good deal to exchange Chu Yan's thunder tribulation mutation with such a mountain spirit body. You. Empress Shantian was full of anger and rushed forward. However, she controlled the primordial aura, and her speed was obviously slower. This move of the Holy Spirit blasted the thunderclouds in the sky, which immediately caused the thunderclouds to surge wildly. Roar! 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 The Scourge Legion below was fighting with Chu Yan. Feeling the change of the natural disaster thunderclouds in the sky, they roared suddenly, and the momentum on their bodies skyrocketed again. In the blink of an eye, their aura was a bit higher than Chu Yan's, and their combat power soared. Because of the intervention of the Holy Heavenly Spirit, the natural disaster Lei Jia became angry, increasing the power of the Thunder Jia, and even the power of the Holy Heavenly Spirit joined in. How strong is the Holy Heaven Spirit? That is one of the 3 giants in the 10 directions star field. Therefore, the power of the natural disaster and thunder calamity increased by a large amount in an instant. The bigwigs on the side against Shinto all changed their expressions when they saw this scene. Originally, the natural disaster and thunder calamity were already extremely difficult for Chu Yan to deal with, but now that the Holy Spirit has such a hand, the situation is even more critical. Still so stupid, do you really think that we will watch you confer the gods and cross the catastrophe? #C2853 Soul Note Xintian. The situation is changing, Lei Jia is mutating, and the pressure is multiplying. Such a situation is extremely favorable, but there is a bad premonition in Jingjia Shenhunfan, which suddenly arises. It's interesting. If it's bad for Chu Yan, you will feel this way. Jingjia Shenhun knew that if she felt this way in her realm, there would be no mistake. Now, it's getting more and more interesting. The heavenly Daoming curse was arranged by the god of war himself, and it can be regarded as having a one-third relationship with her. But now, no matter what she does, it is impossible to have any impact on her real body. In this case, she has no scruples, and wants to see what changes this Chu Yan can bring. At this time, under the gaze of everyone, Chu Yan was as tall as a mountain, and with a magic weapon in his hand, he chopped all the thunder shadows of natural disasters into pieces. Every shattered thunder shadow of natural disaster will give Chu Yan an extra layer of powerful divine power. As a result, more and more divine powers in his body condensed together, like a light group of divine power, ready to go. This is too strong. There are not many natural disaster thunder shadows. There are only a few hundred. All the cultivators and bosses present looked nervous as they watched the battle in the sky. It didn't take long before the scourge was completely killed and injured, only a few hundred remained. Chu Yan, you must die. Die. The Emperor Xingtian's face was purple and black, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Although he knew that the intervention of the Holy Heaven Spirit had put Chu Yan in crisis, he still couldn't help it, and the anger rose in his heart. In any case, once Chu Yan confers the gods, all the things hidden in the darkness in the 10 directions starfield will be exposed. Losing some resources is secondary, the key is that the layout of nearly 1,000,000 years may be burned, no matter how difficult it is to carry out. Yu Linglong, be careful of the Holy Spirit. Empress Xuantian's icy eyes swept across the audience, and with a wave of her hand, ice crystals sprinkled the sky, and she reminded. She is even more nervous than Xingtianshindi. This is heaven-defying conferred God, not an ordinary thunder tribulation. At this time, the closer to the result, the more mutations and dangers will occur. There are only dozens of natural disasters and thunder disasters. One by one, the natural disasters and thunder disasters were beheaded, and the whole world began to become dignified. Every breath of time, everyone who is watching the battle will raise their hearts a little bit, as if the days are like years. Yu Linglong once again had her spiritual eyes, concentrating on her tightly, the 9-pole demon emperor body, ready to go at any time. No matter what to say, as long as she is here, she will never let anything interrupt this last time. Spirit of the Holy Heaven, do it. The golden-armored soul, in the distance, shouted anxiously, flipped his hands, and condensed a spirit seal, with an extremely strange aura. On her body, countless divine patterns flickered, spreading in all directions. At the same time, a large amount of holy power erupted from the body of the Holy Spirit. Dream. Seeing Jin Jia's spirit attack, Empress Shantian and Yu Linglong shouted in unison, their figures like lightning. Shoot straight out and kill the past. Shantian, it's too late to act now. Jin Jiaxinhun smiled lightly. I didn't do anything just now, but I have been preparing all the time. Now that it has been completed, no one can stop it. The spiritual power of the spirit seal in her hand is getting stronger and stronger, and one after another divine lines are distributed to the surrounding void, evolving into a huge and incomparable spirit array, buzzing and revolving. It's so insidious, this spirit array has been set up a long time ago, and it's so well hidden. Empress Shantian frowned lightly. All difficulties and calamities, the source of beach, the law of the universe, the source of the universal. As soon as the smile on Jin Jiaxinhuan's face faded, he instantly became incomparably serious and solemn, and the chant he murmured, like the Sanskrit sound of heaven, resounded through the heaven and earth, and echoed in everyone's sea of consciousness. Heavenly ghosts and earthly heroes, with blood as a sacrifice, the sky will live. The voice that came out of the mouth of the Holy Spirit was creepy and full of astonishment. Because, while he was singing, there was a large stream of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and even the whole body was bleeding, and he turned into a blood man in an instant. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, with me here, you never want to cross the catastrophe. The spirit of the holy sky looked extremely terrifying, like crazy, laughing loudly and screaming, and waved a series of blood-colored holy spells, blasting towards the natural disaster and thunder disaster in the distance. These natural disasters, thunder and calamity, were attacked by the spirit of the holy sky, and they roared immediately, and their momentum skyrocketed, and their power was several times stronger than when they first appeared. 9 Transformations of the Demon God. Behind Yu Linglong, the body of the demon emperor, as tall as a mountain, shattered the void and appeared like a majestic mountain. With a wave of his hand, countless deeds of magic breath continuously poured into Yu Linglong's body. The infusion of the magic breath of performance made Yu Linglong's breath continuously improve. With these powerful forces, it is possible to prevent the Holy Spirit from attacking and destroying those natural disasters and thunder disasters. Otherwise, if these Chu Yan's thunder tribulations are destroyed by other people, they will definitely attract crazy revenge from Fengshen Lei Jia. Boom. All the cultivators looked at Yu Linglong, who was wearing a purple dress fluttering, and bumped into the bloody killing move of the Holy Spirit, and their delicate bodies trembled and shook again and again. In less than a few strokes, blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth, obviously injured. Block. Yu Linglong's spiritual eyes were full of stubbornness. Even if she was defeated, she would not take half a step back. Hold on to these natural disaster thunder shadows, and not let them be destroyed. This kind of will filled her sea of consciousness, making her body reveal a touch of determination. At this time, there are only a dozen statues left in the natural disaster thunder disaster. Block it. Stop it. Not only Yu Linglong, but also the cultivators and big bosses watching the battle below all clenched their fists, and those big bosses who went against the gods also had dignified faces. Linglong. Chu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and he swung his long sword. Brother Chu, leave me alone and go all out to overcome the tribulation. Yu Linglong's demon breath soared to the sky, and her voice was like thunder. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's face was as cold as ice, he clenched his teeth, and his whole body burst out like a flood. With Hao Yin in his hand, he slashed towards the thunder shadows of natural disasters. She didn't help him in the Godhead battlefield before, so this time, she will do her best to help Chu Yan resolve this final killing situation. As long as the conferred God is successful, everything is worth it. Yu Linglong, be careful, they. In the sky in the distance, Empress Xiantian looked around with icy eyes. A feeling of uneasiness rose in her heart. She frowned slightly, and reminded loudly. Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow, all Dharmas return to their hearts. Rebellion. The last Taoist pattern of the golden armored soul was photographed, and the entire spiritual formation was fully formed. In an instant, a terrifying scene appeared. This is not an ordinary spirit array at all. The moment it is completed, the entire sky and the earth have exactly the same spirit array flashing. At this moment, it was as if the entire new continent was covered by the divine pattern spirit array, enveloping everyone in it. What? This? Even the spectators and big bosses who didn't participate in the battle, looked at the spirit array under their feet and around their bodies, their hearts tightened, and the back of their necks felt cold. Blood sacrifice to heaven and earth. Soul injected into holy sky. Countless blood arrows shot out from Shangtian's Heiling's body, as if his whole body was about to explode. Boom. 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 These blood essences merged into the spirit formation of the gods of heaven and earth, and a huge roar sounded, and the formation began to slowly move. #C2854, Divine Mark Spirit Formation. The Jinjia Divine Soul and the Holy Heaven Spirit joined forces, and the formation began to operate. And those cultivators and bosses who were wrapped suddenly trembled, and the blood all over their bodies gushed out in an instant, and were drawn out of the body. The divine pattern spirit circle that envelopes them devours their blood, turning from white to dark red at first. Nourish. 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 Qi and blood were drawn out one after another, and the faces of all the cultivators and bosses began to turn pale. The next moment, the spirit array was in motion, throwing those cultivators and bosses who had been drained of energy and blood directly out of the world of the new continent, and out of the scope of the spirit array of divine patterns. In less than 100 breaths, the new world was almost emptied, and there were less than 100 cultivators and bosses who could stay. These are hundreds of thousands of strong men, all of their energy, blood and strength were swallowed up by the divine pattern spirit array, and their cultivation base was instantly reduced to that of ordinary people, so naturally they could not gain a foothold in the new world. On the other hand, the spirit of Xingtian, his whole body, his aura exploded, and his cultivation realm continued to improve. Click! Click! A burst of cracking sound sounded on him, bound by the laws of heaven, broken inch by inch, and completely shattered. And the aura of the holy heavenly spirit climbed to the emperor realm in an instant. This. Empress Xuanhuan's complexion suddenly turned cold, and her complexion changed slightly. At this moment, she finally understood why the new continent created by her novice gave birth to the divine fruit and elixir, attracting a large number of powerhouses from the 10 directions star field. And when Chu Yan climbed to the altar of conferred gods, the spirit vine that bred the divine fruit and elixir would regard Chu Yan as a deadly enemy and attack him desperately. It turned out that all of this was arranged in advance by Jiuxiao Xuanhuan. That divine fruit and elixir was just a bait she set. Attracting hundreds of thousands of strong men, at this time, use the spirit array of the god pattern to devour their energy and blood power, breaking the shackles of the rules of heaven. No wonder, when the rules of the new world were set, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the level of qi refining. With such a low level of cultivation, no one can resist and devour it without any resistance. However, how could she use such a large layout and such vicious taboo methods? Empress Xingtian understands Jiuxiao Xuanhuan and knows that this is impossible. After all, they are only 1/3 of the god of war, not the real 9 gods. Xingtian. You seem to have forgotten that among the 3 of us, one of us will eventually become the master. Jiuxiao Xuanhuan's face was full of smiles, and he spoke slowly. On the other side, the cultivation aura of the Holy Spirit has already broken through the Emperor realm and reached the Great Emperor realm. Great Emperor realm. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong looked at the Holy Spirit, their expressions changed drastically. Even Ouyang Nantian, Shen Xingjia, and Chang Tianhe, who were sitting cross-legged and practicing, opened their eyes in shock, looking at the Holy Spirit in midair. At the same time, the 10 directions starfield, Thunder-Fire continent. Countless figures appeared outside the Godhead battlefield, almost filling up half of the sky. Boom! 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 Everyone's cultivation base has been crazily improved, and they have returned from the Qi refining realm to the peak of the Great Emperor realm, the Saint Emperor realm, and even the Semi-God realm and God realm in the blink of an eye. These people are all 10 direction star field powerhouses who were thrown out of the new world by the divine pattern spirit array. Leaving the new world, without the suppression of the new world's laws of heaven, their cultivation will naturally recover. It's just that they are still a little confused now, and they don't even understand what happened at that moment just now. Damn. What's going on? I felt like I lost part of my strength just now. There is a problem with that divine pattern array. What should we do now? We can't see what's going on in the new world anymore. That's right, I don't know, what happened to Chu Yan? At the critical moment of conferring the gods to cross the tribulation, we were kicked out. Although everyone knows that at that moment just now, it was the insidious scheme laid down by Xingtian Pavilion to let them be secretly tricked. However, the situation remains the same now, and they have returned to the 10 directions starfield. In this Wuhun world, the Shengtiange family still dominates, so it is best to be careful in everything. In any case, whether Chu Yan can become a god is the key to everything. Chu Yan, you must succeed. Those bigwigs and giants who supported Chu Yan secretly worked hard to cheer for Chu Yan. Death. Must die. Die with this new continent. Those of the Lei clan who regarded Chu Yan as their enemies cursed and said maliciously in their hearts. At this time in the New World, the altar of conferred gods. It's really a great emperor realm. Qingmu Sword God, Ouyang Nantian, and others looked at the aura of the Holy Spirit's cultivation, all of them were ashamed. In this new continent, the cultivation of the Holy Heavenly Spirit has returned to the great Emperor realm. In this way, who else is his opponent? Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, are you scared? The spirit of the Holy Sky laughed wildly, looking at Chu Yan with a murderous look. Although there is only 100 breaths of time, one finger is enough to deal with you, a martial emperor realm who has crossed the tribulation. Get ready. Get ready, die. With a wave of his hand, a thick pillar of holy light condensed the will of the Tao, and blasted straight at Chu Yan. On the other side, the remaining dozen or so thunder shadows of the natural disaster also roared in unison, turned around and rushed towards the holy light to attack. If someone intervenes in the tribulation, they will be attacked first. Lingbo crossing Xuanhuan. At the critical moment, Empress Shantian yelled, and as she waved her hand, a large amount of spiritual light gushed out from her body, turning into waves of a vast sea, and suppressed it towards the spirit of the holy sky. Of course, the 10 thunder shadows of natural disasters cannot be the opponent of the holy heaven spirit of the great emperor realm. As soon as they came into contact, the last 10 thunder shadows of natural disasters were all blasted into dust by the holy light. Now, near the altar of conferring gods, there are only 1 or 2 thunder shadows left from the natural disaster. This last thunder disaster must be killed by Chu Yan himself. Empress Shantian has already taken out her trump card and tried her best to block the spirit of Shantian. Shantian, you now have no strength at all to stop me. The holy heaven spirit roared loudly. With a wave of his hand, the claws of Xingyuan condensed, and he grabbed the good and bad spirit waves falling from the sky. Boom, boom. The two collided, the sky trembled, and the void shattered violently. Terrifying vigor rushed out, like a world-ending storm, sweeping past, and everything in the new world below was reduced to ashes. In the violent and shocking storm, the figure of the Holy Spirit, unaffected by the slightest, stood in the sky with a sneer on his face. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, it's your turn, die. When this sentence landed, the spirit of the holy heaven laughed wildly like thunder, stepped out with one step, broke through the barrier of Lei Jia, and arrived in front of Chu Yan. Boom. The whole body of holy power, condensed together, including the bonus of the will of the holy sky, is all fused on his right hand. It turned into an extremely destructive and terrifying attack, raised his hand and blasted out. It's over. Seeing this scene, Aoki Sword God, Lord of Forbidden God, and others were all pale in shock and trembled. #C2855, The Death of Yu Linglong. Even if you want to stop it, it's too late now. Recording the Xuanjue. Empress Xuantian's face was as cold as ice, a magic talisman flashed, and she rushed to strike. Spirit of the Holy Heaven. Chu Yan's heart was full of death, and his whole body was like falling into an ice cellar, but the flame of fighting spirit in his eyes did not weaken at all, but continued to rise. What fear of death? Even if it is death, you have to fight to the end, bursting out with all your will and strength. I said before, if you want to touch Chu Yan, you have to ask me first. At this moment, an extremely domineering voice sounded from the distant sky. Yu Linglong's purple figure flashed like a cloud of smoke, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Chu Yan. Call. A large group of devilish energy rushed out, but it was not black, but white like clouds. With the gushing out of this white demonic energy, Yu Linglong's aura also increased crazily, constantly increasing. This is burning essence and blood. In order to improve her cultivation level as much as possible in a short period of time, Yu Linglong burned her own blood essence and increased her cultivation level by 3 times. Heavenly and demonic myriad realms, the law turns the universe. 9 transformations of gods and demons. The demonic aura on Yu Linglong's body carried a gust of majesty, sweeping away, shaking the world. Boom. All the demonic breath of blood essence and blood gathered together and turned into a jade palm, and he raised his hand and slapped it. In an instant, the 2 attacks collided together, blasting huge waves of heaven and earth, and everything was annihilated. Under the berserk force, Yu Linglong's body seemed to be hit by a mountain, and she was suddenly thrown into the air, spurting blood all over the sky, and fell towards the bottom. Exquisite. Chu Yan's eyes were about to split, and he roared loudly. Humph. Stop me again and again, you should die long ago. Chu Yan, I don't think anyone else can block this move for you. The spirit of Xingtian was full of disdain, snorted coldly, and the holy light in his hand gathered again and blasted out fiercely. Compared with the previous one, this holy light is stronger but not weaker, and its speed is as fast as lightning. Brother Chu, be careful. Yu Linglong, who had just fallen down, exploded again when she fell, turning into a black shock, and flew towards Chu Yan. With a muffled bang, Chu Yan was directly knocked into the air, and the ultimate move of holy light hit Yu Linglong again. No. Chu Yan stretched his hands forward, his eyes were blood red, and he roared angrily. However, he had no way to stop the holy spell killing. Call out. The technique of holy light collided with Yu Linglong's already weak body, and a flower of blood exploded on her chest, leaking out through her body. This splatter of blood, as if frozen, bloomed in the sky. Little Chu, brother. The corner of the mouth was bleeding, the little face was paper white, and the whole body completely lost strength. He gently raised his jade hand, stretched it towards Chu Yan, and smiled softly. So tired. Sleep for a while. As these words fell to the ground, Yu Linglong's spiritual eyes. Close it slowly, the magic breath on your body began to dissipate like a cloud of smoke. You, His Royal Highness, you, damaged. Qingmu Jianshan, Ouyang Nantian and others were all stiff. Even Empress Shantian, who was in mid-air, had a strange look in her icy eyes. Linglong. Chu Yan stretched out his empty right hand, grasping it up and down in the void. His entire sea of consciousness was blank, and his eyes were straightened. The entire sky seemed to have lost its sound and turned into a buzzing world. Chu Yan, with straight eyes, was flying around, like a zombie, and walked to Yu Linglong's side in a daze, gently picked her up, and put her into his arms. Exquisite. With a soft call, a light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, but it was instantly shattered like a fire of hope. The body of the beauty in her arms was getting colder and colder, and a thick, dead air filled her body. An extremely oppressive atmosphere diffused throughout the sky of the new continent, turning the air that was breathed into the body into nothingness. The distressed feeling pierced Chu Yan like a needle. Humph. A useless person, Ouyang Nantian was like this back then, and now you are like this too, what a waste. The spirit of Xingtian looked at Chu Yan in front of him, and couldn't help but sneered. Seeing that you are so sad, I am not afraid to tell you that after I kill you, both the God-defying Tao and the Dark Temple will die. At this moment, the spirit of the Holy Heaven finally regained the feeling of being the master of the 10 Directions starfield. Spirit of the Holy Heaven, don't talk too much, kill Chu Yan quickly. Jiuxiao Xuanhuan and Xingtian Shindi seemed to sense something was wrong, and hurriedly opened their mouths to urge them. Chu Yan, die. Hearing this, on the Holy Heaven spirit, the aura exploded, the golden light turned into thunder, and evolved into a huge golden knife, which he held in his hand and slashed towards Chu Yan fiercely. Chu Yan, be careful. seeing the spirit of the holy sky attack Chu Yan, and Chu Yan turned his back, just holding Yu Linglong in his arms. Without any reaction, Qing Mujian and the others roared anxiously. Boom! 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 At this moment, loud noises exploded in Chu Yan's body one after another. A tide-like airflow gushes out from Chu Yan's body, invisible and substanceless, but the distortion of the void can be clearly seen, spreading towards the surroundings. The golden holy light was instantly confined by the twisted void, as if it was directly fixed by some force, unable to move any further down. What? What's the situation? The sudden change made everyone startled. Even the Empress Shantian, who was above the sky, was stunned with icy eyes, and her face was full of astonishment. What power is this? So powerful, it suddenly appeared from Chu Yan's body. Could it be? In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, Empress Shantian, who has been staying for a long time, can be said to be completely clear about Chu Yan's cards. So, after a moment of pondering, her expression changed instantly. Empress Shantian frowned slightly, her face full of confusion. If he really made the move, why wait until now? Chu Yan, I didn't expect you to hide something, but today, no matter what, you must die. Shangtianbai, come out. The spirit of the holy sky was full of ferocious face, and the holy breath of the whole body was violent. With a loud roar, a holy sky monument broke out behind him, and a large amount of holy heaven's power poured into his body like a tide. The huge golden saber of holy light burst out again, and its power increased greatly. It smashed all the surrounding void into powder, and fell again with a loud crash. With this knife, he exhausted all his strength, not only the strength of his great Emperor Realm Cultivation base, but even his whole card, the Holy Heaven Monument, was sacrificed. In the entire new continent, the power of this move may have reached its peak, and it is no stronger. Boom, boom. The saber pierced through the air, like rolling thunder, crashing down. However, when everyone saw the saber falling, their expressions changed again. I saw that when the light of the holy light fell 10 steps in front of Chu Yan, it seemed to have encountered unbearable resistance, and could no longer move forward, and was frozen in the void again. And Chu Yan, still facing away, did not move at all. You wanna die? After sipping out every single word, Chu Yan's figure stood slowly, his eyes were filled with flames, his murderous aura swept through like a violent wind and huge waves, and he turned to look at the Holy Spirit. #C2856 Magic Change. Everyone could clearly see that a bloody killing aura rushed out of Chu Yan's body. This is not the true energy of cultivation at all, nor the breath of sword intent and sword power, but the will breath of Chu Yan's body, with an incomparably furious and extremely murderous air. Even, this aura has turned into blood, dyeing half of the sky red. This is. The expressions of Empress Shantian and Jiuxiao Shenhun both changed, and they were full of astonishment. Death. Everyone is going to die. Chu Yan turned around completely, the flames in his eyes had turned into bloody flames, which was extremely strange. The breath in his whole body seemed to be transformed into substance, continuously exploding on his body, breaking the invisible seal layer by layer. Boom. 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 Every time the seal is broken, a thunderbolt will explode between the heaven and the earth in the new land, bombarding the Fengshan Lejia in the sky. The two collided, and the explosive thunder force charged into the sky and the earth. Roar. 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 Endless waves of bloody air, tumbling like a tide, centered on Chu Yan's body, filled the entire sky. An invisible phantom appeared in the blood-colored airwaves of heaven and earth, and all kinds of hissing and whistling aura seemed to evolve into an endless hell. At this moment, Chu Yan was completely angry. The loss of Yu Linglong completely released the killing heart in his heart. It was as if a suppressed demon god of heaven and earth was awakened, and was about to slaughter the entire world. What is this? Even the Qingmu sword god, who was familiar with Chu Yan, the forbidden god lord, and the enemy's holy heaven god emperor, heavenly Tao spirit envoy, all have horrified expressions. Including Empress Shantian and Jiuxiao Xuanhuan, they all had expressions of astonishment on their faces, and they didn't understand what happened to Chu Yan at all. Because, at this time, Chu Yan is no longer the previous Chu Yan, and everyone has become totally unknown to him. What made them even more incomprehensible was why suddenly, the rules of the new world created by the two of them did not work for Chu Yan. Die. Pulling the sword backhand, the Duantian sword was unsheathed. On the black sword light, the blade was blood-colored. With a slash of the sword, in the void of heaven and earth, the law of 10,000 ways was instantly chopped into powder. In an instant, the rules of heaven and earth that could finally suppress Chu Yan were completely broken and no longer existed. The breath on Chu Yan's body soared crazily. Taking a step forward, holding the heavenly broken sword in his hand, he slashed down fiercely at the astonished holy heaven spirit. You! Shangtian Cailing's pupils trembled, and his face was full of horror. Even if he just felt it, he could find that the power of Chu Yan's sword was probably unmatched by him in his heyday. Not to mention, he is only at the Great Emperor realm now, and he doesn't even have a chance to resist. Call out. Slashing heaven and earth, including the physical body of the holy heaven spirit, was cut into two halves. Flying from left to right, flesh and blood flowed horizontally, and viscera scattered in all directions. Immediately afterwards, the sword energy exploded. Under the surge, the two halves of the separated body were twisted by the sword energy, and all of them were turned into blood, foam and flesh. And you? After slashing Xingtian with a sword, Chu Yan turned his head suddenly without a trace of stagnation, and looked at the god emperor Xingtian with a pair of blood eyes and golden pupils. Also, die. At the same time as the roar exploded, Chu Yan's figure was already in front of the Emperor Xingtian, and the sword in his hand pierced through his chest. The Holy Heaven God Emperor, whose cultivation base has been suppressed, is not even as good as the Holy Heaven Spirit, and even more irresistible. Lowering his head, he watched helplessly as the blood sword pierced into his heart. Before he could touch the blade, Chu Yan twisted his wrist fiercely, and the sword energy exploded like a whirlpool. It was as if a black hole appeared in the body of the divine Emperor Xingtian, with the sword mouth as the center, spreading continuously, turning his body into powder little by little. Ah! The pain of the slowly dying physical body made Xingtian Shindi's face horrified, and he let out a miserable cry. He has become possessed. Jiuxiao Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan, frowned, and spoke softly. With the sound of falling to the ground, Jiuxiao Xuanhuan turned around and left without the slightest hesitation, but in a flash, his figure disappeared into the sky. Not good. Demented. Not only Jiuxiao Divine Soul, but also Empress Shantian also reacted. Her eyes were solemn, and she looked at Chu Yan with a worried face. Logically speaking, at Chu Yan's level of cultivation, it should be extremely difficult for him to go mad. But now, because Chu Yan was strongly stimulated, coupled with the suppression of his cultivation base, and he was in the period of crossing the tribulation, several factors mixed together made him really go crazy. But, why does Chu Yan seem to? Empress Shantian was still pondering, while the golden-armored spirit in the distance had already cast a magic spell, preparing to break through the boundary wall of the new world and leave this place. As long as she leaves the new world, her cultivation will recover. As long as her cultivation is restored, she can use the taboo technique, at worst, destroy the entire Leihua continent directly. At that time, not only Chu Yan, but everyone will die together. In this way, the Tian Dao Ming mantra will naturally cease to exist, and all problems will be resolved. However, before she rushed to the boundary wall, a blood shadow came rushing from behind her, with fiery eyes staring at her figure. Chu Wei, you. Xuanhuan suddenly turned around, his face was full of horror. Boom. Without giving her any chance to react, she raised her hand and a blood-colored dragon came out of the air and hit her chest straight. Puff. The blood rushed to the sky, and a big hole was blasted out of the chest of the golden armored soul. Ah. Even if it is a strong god, it will still hurt after receiving such a serious injury. Amidst the screams, Jiuxiao's soul was covered in blood, but still smiled strangely, looked at Chu Yan, and said, "Kill me. When the deity wakes up, you die." Not bothering to listen to her nonsense at all, Chu Yan raised his hand and punched again. The huge blood dragon roared into the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and completely swallowed the golden armor's soul and the whole body. At this moment, a golden light flashed in Chu Yan's blood eyes, and then, the blood dragon in the air stopped instantly, entangled the golden armored soul's body tightly. "Is that the deity?" Chu Yan grinned grimly. When this sentence fell to the ground, the power of madness in Chu Yan's body exploded. Roar. Between the sky and the earth, a majestic figure so huge that you can't see the whole figure when you look up, pierced through the air, and with a wave of his back, the endless sky was instantly torn in half. A huge void crack appeared, his hands reached into it, and grabbed it hard. Boom, boom. To everyone's disbelief, as he withdrew his hand, a large piece of immortal palace and divine palace appeared in the cracks in the void. And above the immortal palace and divine palace, on a huge golden altar, a woman floated on the altar, as if she was refining her body. My real body. You, how did you do it? Xuanhuan's whole body was so startled that his eyes were wide open, and his eyes were full of horror and disbelief when he looked at Chu Yan. Die. Chu Yan broke the heavenly sword in his hand, rose against the wind, and slashed fiercely at the woman in the altar and the golden armored soul in front of him. #C2857 Kill the Sky. The whole world was completely frozen because of this knife. The only thing that can move is Xuanhuan, but her face is full of shock, and her eyes are full of disbelief staring at Chu Yan in front of her. Her real body is in the realm of the gods. But now, what method did this Chu Yan use to even pull out his own body from God's domain? This kind of power, even the 9 gods of God's domain, probably can't do it. Die. Behind Chu Yan, the demonic body of heaven and earth turned into a black streak, descended from the sky and merged into Chu Yan's body, and the sky-breaking sword in his hand shot up into the sky with black flames. As soon as the knife fell, the light of the knife split into 2, facing Chu Yan in front of him, and cutting off the fleshy body on the altar of the shrine respectively. What kind of power is this? When the golden armored soul first saw the slashed sword light, thousands of thunderbolts rolled in its heart. This power does not belong to warriors at all, nor does it belong to the 10-direction star field, and even in the god realm, there is no such terrifying power. However, there is no answer at all. It's just that she had just raised this doubt, but the sword light had already fallen, cutting her and her body into powder. Boom, boom. Above the sky, the immortal palace of the immortal palace in the gap in the void also collapsed under the blade light. On the altar, the golden god soul god was still being refined, his eyes were closed, his body was trembling uncontrollably, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of dirty blood. The powerful divine power rising from the altar of the shrine resisted the power of the sword light, and saved the top of the altar, a very small area of 10 steps in radius, from being crushed by the sword light. At this moment, the violent demonic breath on Chu Yan's body suddenly subsided, and the power of the sword light weakened rapidly. In less than a blink of an eye, Chu Yan's aura of cultivation returned to before he became enchanted. In the sky, the thunderclouds that rolled all over the sky also calmed down, and the entire time in the new world trembled and returned to calm. Dead, dead. Aoki Sword God and other god-defying masters looked at the scene in the sky with shocking expressions on their faces. They couldn't understand how Chu Yan's power could suddenly become so strong. Just now, what happened? Above the sky, Empress Xiantian also had a look of surprise and frowns. When Jin Jia's soul was lost, she could naturally feel everything she felt. However, she still didn't know what happened just now. Roar! Roar! In the sky, the last two thunder shadows of natural disasters roared and rushed towards Chu Yan. However, without waiting for them to approach at all, a wave of air gushed from Chu Yan's body, directly blasting them into powder, turning them into countless electric sparks, and scattered them in all directions. The collapse disappeared without a trace, and the natural disaster and thunder disaster completely disappeared. On the other side, with the disappearance of the natural disaster and thunder calamity, the power of the godhead in Chu Yan's body continued to increase. This power is constantly trembling, as if it is changing, and it seems to be accumulating power, and every breath is changing. However, this force seems extremely weak. If you don't feel it, you won't even notice its existence. Die. Chu Yan's pair of blood eyes turned suddenly, looking at the earth below. Call out. Call out. Call out. The Duantin sword waved, and the black sword lights continued to slash down towards the ground of the new world. Just killing the Holy Spirit and the others could not appease Chu Yan's anger at all. Chu Yan, he wants to destroy this new world. Empress Xiantian stared at her ice eyes, and finally understood what Chu Yan had done. The black long sword slashed towards the continent below, causing the whole earth to tremble. In this state, Chu Yan's strength has returned to its peak state, and he is absolutely capable of completely destroying this new world. Let's leave quickly. With a wave of jade hand, Empress Xiantian smashed the talisman in front of her, wrapped it around Qingmu Jianshan and others, and prepared to leave this place. Because, with her strength, there is no way to stop Chu Yan in his prime. However, before they could escape, a cold and dead air rose from the bottom of their hearts. Among the sword lights all over the sky, a black sword light came directly. With such a powerful sword power, they have no chance. Roar. At this moment, on the altar of conferred gods, a white figure rushed over like lightning, blocking Empress Xiantian and the others. With a bang, the sword light cut down and exploded into the sky. The snow-white figure was blown back 7 or 8 steps before barely standing still. Boss. The little white bear stood upright in the void, with a pair of purple eyes, looked at Chu Yan, and roared loudly. This roar caused Chu Yan, who was in a rage, to tremble violently. He looked up at the little white bear in front of him, his eyes flickering with blood. The bloody light in his eyes was constantly changing, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Chu Yan stood there with a ferocious face and a murderous aura all over his body. Who? Who? The little white bear's anger was not much weaker than Chu Yan's. Roaring up to the sky, a pair of bear paws stomped on the ground and rushed towards Chu Yan. Clang! Seeing the little white bear rushing towards him, Chu Yan, whose face was full of ferocity and veins bulged, broke the heavenly sword with one stroke, and his whole body burst out with true energy and sword power at the same time. Kill! 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 In the same roar, Chu Yan also rushed out of his figure, and rushed straight towards the little white bear. However, after rushing 1,000 steps away, the sword in Chu Yan's hand quietly dropped and fell towards the ground below. Wan Lai Long Jing. The roaring golden dragon pierced through with a tinge of bloody blood, and with the sound of dragons stinging, it met the little white bear who stood up and waved its paw. Boom, boom. Dragon and Xiong, together with Chu Yan, collided with each other, blasting the torrential waves, the purple light hit, and the blood rushed into the night. Amidst the tumbling air waves, the bodies of Chu Yan and the little white bear flew upside down at the same time. Die. Chu Yan's face was still full of embarrassment, and on the chest of the little white bear, a large piece of bear hair fell off, and there was a smear of purple blood hanging on the edge of the bear's mouth. Call. 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 In Chu Yan's body, the terrifying power that had disappeared had reappeared. The monstrous demonic breath picked up the storm all over the sky, and all of them gathered towards Chu Yan, and the majestic demonic shadow slowly appeared between the sky and the earth. Wake up, Chu Yan! At this moment, a human-shaped phantom shot out of Chu Yan's body, stood in front of Chu Yan, and uttered a divine Sanskrit sound, trying to awaken Chu Yan's soul. This phantom in human form carries a weak power of Godhead, which is exactly the phantom of Godhead that was integrated into Chu Yan's Godhead before. However, even with his power, it still couldn't stop Chu Yan from gathering magic energy. The powerful magic energy gathered behind him crazily, getting stronger and stronger, watching the ghost of heaven and earth reappear. No. If this continues, I'm afraid it will attract the supreme will. The phantom of the Godhead looked solemn, looked up at the sky, and said in a deep voice. #C2858 9 days bone domain. The sudden appearance of this magic breath in Chu Yan's body is absolutely taboo. If the Supreme Will knows the existence of this magic breath, then everything will be destroyed. No, I have to intervene again. Godhead Phantom raised his hand, and while blasting Chu Yan's slashing sword into powder, he spoke softly. Immediately, he turned his gaze to look at Yu Linglong's body on the Finga altar. At this time, a faint divine soul floated above the corpse, its eyes were straightened, and the soul body was constantly swaying as it was swept by the violent wind around it. Like a leaf falling in the wind, it looks extremely weak and helpless. For an existence like Yu Linglong's level of cultivation, after the physical body is damaged, the soul exists independently and will not dissipate directly. Lead. After uttering one word, the phantom of the Godhead flicked its long sleeves, and a large amount of divine power poured into Yu Linglong's soul body, wrapping her layer by layer. With this layer of protective power, Yu Linglong's soul body began to slowly condense, becoming more and more solid. However, just because her spirit has become solid and clear, one can clearly see that her spirit body is densely covered with cracks. Brother Chu. The spirit eyes of the soul body gradually shone, and with a slight turn, they looked at Chu Yan, who was fighting with the little white bear in the void. This soft call, like the sound of the sounds of nature, made Chu Yan, who was furious, suddenly paused and stopped instantly. Crash. The boundless bloody killing atmosphere slowly dissipated as Chu Yan paused. Little by little, as if it was extremely difficult, and with infinite expectations, the bloody light in Chu Yan's eyes slowly dissipated, and he turned to look at the altar of conferred gods. The figure in the lavender dress appeared in Chu Yan's pupils, making his voice tremble. Exquisite. The realm of the sky, the realm of the central gods, is a place of absolute seclusion. The endless vast bones piled up like a mountain, and the continuous sea of bones turned the entire land into a grayish-white color. Occasionally, tall bone demons can be seen one after another, turning over the bone mountain, getting out of the ground, and walking around. As long as they saw that there was free bone fire in the bones, they would open their mouths to devour them. Within thousands of miles away, a majestic bone peak towering above the earth, as if connecting the sky and the earth together. On the summit of Bone Peak, amidst the hazy mist of death, a pair of black eyes suddenly opened. The will-o'-the-wisp in these eyes is 100 feet high, like two fires, burning vigorously. The terrifying divine light shot out from these eyes, and wherever it passed, the laws of heaven and earth, and myriad secrets of heaven and earth were annihilated one after another. What, just now? The majestic voice sounded, resounding through the sky. In the lower realm, a special Dao map just appeared, and now there is such an aura. It seems that those people have appeared again. It seems to be talking to himself, and it seems to be pondering. The voice of majesty resounds and disappears from time to time, as if walking through the 9 realms of the bone domain. Send me the oracle. Thorough investigation. A command was like a 9-day thunder blast. The entire sea of bones rumbled, and the sound waves passed by, and some bone spirits that were free in the sea of bones were instantly crushed into powder. The lower realm, the 10 directions star field. In the new world, something big seems to have happened. It's such a strong aura. The terrifying aura just now is very similar to the aura of the demon clan. I thought the demon clan came again. I don't know what happened to the result. Did Chu Yan succeed in becoming a god? That's right, there are 6 other people, if all. All the powerhouses in the mainland had horrified expressions on their faces. They could feel the whole world of martial spirits, and above the sky, there was a rush of breath like a raging wind, and all of their bodies were boiling with energy and blood. And some cultivators with weaker cultivation bases, as long as they are too close to the new world, their bodies will even be bleeding from the impact. Seeing the mighty might of the sky receding slowly, everyone relaxed and let out a long breath. Even so, all the strong people are still extremely curious and concerned about what happened in the new world. Those strong men and bigwigs gathered around the new world, despite the strong coercion, still did not retreat in the slightest. Huh. There seems to be something over there. Suddenly, a big man against God suddenly saw a dazzling light rushing out from the edge of the sky, and immediately exclaimed, "That's fairy light." Hearing the voice, everyone looked up, all with astonishment on their faces. And at this moment, in the new world, with the altar of conferred gods as the center, within a radius of 100,000 li, everything was turned into scorched earth, creating barbarians everywhere. A series of murderous auras that were as cold as arrows wandered in the void, rushing towards the heavens and the earth, leaving behind cracks in the sky and the earth. Xiantian Vexuan stood on a half-collapsed Ling Fang, with a pair of cold eyes, looking at the phantom of the godhead in front of Chu Yan in midair. Her face was cold. What is this? Divine soul, or spiritual body? How can there be a breath of godhead? Could it be that this is one of the 9 great gods? But, this... Thinking to this point, Empress Xiantian shook her head directly. It's definitely not that simple. Even if it was me, the body of the god of war, one of the 9 great gods, was hidden in Chu Yan's body, and almost no one knew about it. Huh. Suddenly, Empress Xiantian turned her head and looked at Chu Yan, as if feeling something again. The obsessed aura on Chu Yan's body basically receded, but there was still a lot left, making a bloody light always faintly appear in his eyes. In addition, the divine light on Chu Yan's body has been completely released, turning into the power of the monstrous godhead, soaring into the sky. At this time, his cultivation base began to improve crazily. Demigod realm. The first level of the conferred god realm. The second level of the conferred god realm. 3 heavens of the conferred god realm. 9th heaven of conferred god realm. After fully raising the realm of heaven and earth, Chu Yan's cultivation base slowly stagnated. However, this kind of stagnation is not a severance, but more like savings, and it seems that it will increase again. Congratulations! Brother Chu, I knew you would not let me down. Yu Linglong looked at Chu Yan, her face was full of surprise, she smiled lightly, her voice was as sweet as a silver bell, and the smile on her face was extremely innocent. This time, my father will definitely be scared. And Uncle He, he. Seemingly thinking of her father and Uncle He, Yu Linglong smiled happily after seeing Chu Yan again. Back in the Dark Temple, my father and Uncle He were always worried. Even not long ago, those people in Xingtian Pavilion threatened to destroy the Dark Temple. Hula la. Suddenly, on Chu Yan's body, the tiger's roar cloak unfolded against the wind, and the long flames and tiger's roar made a sky-shattering roar. A faint golden glow flowed outside Chu Yan's body, like a fairy aura. Black robe and fire cloak, blood eyes, and golden pupils, Chu Yan at this time is like the god of war, the ruler of heaven and earth. Even so, Chu Yan looked at Yu Linglong with a pair of eyes, and his face was full of sadness. Not only Chu Yan, but even those bigwigs who went against the gods were full of sorrow. Even if Chu Yan succeeded in conferring the gods, he would not have the slightest joy. The entire world suddenly became silent, and everyone looked at Yu Linglong's soul on the altar of conferred gods. #C2859 monthly loss. Yu Linglong looked at everyone's eyes, with a faint smile on her face. Brother Chu, I'm leaving first. You take care of yourself. Don't be sad, in fact, everyone will have this day, just hurry up. Looking at Chu Yan with shining spiritual eyes, just like the day they met, the big eyes like stars are always so attractive. When will the breeze and the moon rest, when it will be cloudy and sunny, if the frost will be lacking, and if it will be cold? With a gentle touch, a long sword-like spiritual water appeared in Yu Linglong's hand, and she danced it, filling the sky with light and shadow, and the consonance was picturesque. Clang! Chu Yan waved his hand, and held the same long sword in his hand. Because of the excessive force, the body of the long sword trembled continuously, making a humming sound. The sword of King Fengmingyu, in the tomb at the bottom of the lake, the southern sky is a mirror, its sword is better than your heart. How could Chu Yan not understand Yu Linglong's intentions? But now, it's too late, the heart is still there, the person is gone, what's the use of the world? Boom! With a light cracking sound, the dancing spirit sword in Yu Linglong's hand suddenly exploded, and the sword body was scattered like stars. From the tip of the sword to the hilt, it seems that the whole sword is dissipating in a single thought, and it seems to be extremely long. The cracking of the sword hilt did not stop, it spread all the way, connected to Yu Linglong's soul body, and continued to disintegrate. Brother Chu, promise me, you will become a god, go to the 9 heavens, and be the strongest person. Brother Chu, promise me, you must go to Shuangguijian in God's domain and see Ziyue Tianxian, I heard it's beautiful. Brother Chu, promise me, to take care of myself, and do not forget me. Yu Linglong, whose entire body was dissipating, had a last smile on her small face, spreading out like sunlight, illuminating the entire sky. I like. The last word was finally not uttered, and Yu Linglong's soul body turned into stars all over the sky, and flew towards the sky. The past is like the wind, one scene after another, constantly appearing. Who moves Chu Yan, ask me first. 100,000 Mongolian troops, protect Chu Yan, whoever dares to approach, kill. What a beautiful little bear, is your pet. It's so cold, the 7-pole demon king's body, I will definitely succeed, brother Chu, wait for me. Father, I believe in Chu Yan, he will not let me down. Uncle Hey, how is Chu Yan? The new world, the Godhead battlefield, the dark temple, the ancient tomb at the bottom of the lake, every place has left Yu Linglong's voice and smile. At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, he could clearly hear and see that scene and sound, as if echoing in the bottom of his heart, and never stopped. Once upon a time, it turned out that she was already in my heart. Gently raising his head, Chu Yan looked at the starlight swaying on his face, the pupils of his eyes had completely dilated, and his whole mind was completely immersed in memories. Perhaps only in this way can one forget that the scattered stars in front of her are transformed by her figure. Linglong. I don't know how long it took, the chapped lips opened with difficulty, and said 2 words lightly. Boom, boom. An extremely terrifying breath, as if under the land of 90,000 miles, kept vibrating. On Chu Yan's body, this terrifying aura was slowly waking up. This force, with just a sliver of power, caused the entire world to tremble. Great emperors, holy emperors, god emperors, even those who are conferred gods and giants, have become extremely weak under this power. However, standing there sluggishly, Chu Yan didn't feel the slightest. He was just thinking, should he remember the starlight in front of him, or forget it? Cold. Seemingly feeling a cold feeling on his face, Chu Yan gently raised his hand, and with a swipe, tears filled his hands. Linglong, I will never forget you. I like it too. The last word seemed to have turned into a mountain of thousands of layers, and I couldn't say it no matter what. The grief in my heart finally burst and turned into an incomparably powerful force, piled up together, unable to swallow, unable to swallow. What's the point of saying it or not? She is no longer there. What is the meaning of existence in this world? Even she can't bear it. The sky and the earth fell into silence. Chu Yan's gaze finally dimmed, without a trace of light. He stood there like a stone sculpture, lifeless and motionless. All emotions are deeply trapped in it, without any change, only endless sadness. In the distance, Aishindao's big bosses looked at Chu Yan, shook their heads and sighed, and couldn't say anything. After all, who doesn't know the feelings of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong? However, no one thought that the final result would be like this. Boss. Brother. Chu Yan. Little White Bear, Situ Yang, Ouyang Nantian and others called softly, but they opened their mouths, but they didn't know what to say. Chu Yan, don't you want to take revenge? The Holy Spirit and the others just took away their physical bodies just now, and their deities are still in the Holy Heaven Pavilion. In the distant sky, the Godhead Phantom suddenly spoke, shouting like thunder, breaking the silence instantly. This thunderous shout fell on the ears of others, like the roar of thunder, and everyone's minds were shocked. However, for Chu Yan, it didn't seem to have the slightest effect, and his body like a stone sculpture did not change in any way. Chu Yan, don't be sad. Although the body and the soul dissipate at the same time, it is only this period of life that is gone, and the spirits of the world are still there. You have to cheer up. The phantom of the Godhead, who frowned slightly, spoke again. You, have a way. This time, Chu Yan finally had a reaction, his eyes were extremely shining, he suddenly raised his head, and looked at the phantom of the Godhead. He knew that the phantom of the Godhead was very strong, even stronger than the blue-armored giant. This gaze is full of hope and anticipation. I can't save her. I have such ability. The Godhead Phantom shook his head, not deceiving Chu Yan. All the bigwigs present knew that Yu Linglong had been promoted to the bloodline of the gods and demons, not human bloodline at all. The gods and demons were extremely powerful in ancient and immemorial times. The physical body and soul are countless times stronger than human beings, and possess extremely powerful self-healing and recovery abilities. However, the world is fair, there must be strong and there must be weak. With such a powerful physical body, the blood of the gods and demons cannot be resurrected. Therefore, in the battle of the ancient gods and demons, many Protoss and human race bosses left inheritance relics or remnants of souls and wisdom. But only the gods and demons left nothing behind. If there were not some descendants who survived, it would even make people wonder if the gods and demons had ever appeared. Hearing this, Chu Yan's shining gaze, which was originally looking at the phantom of the Godhead, quickly dimmed as if the lights were extinguished. Since it cannot be saved, then everything in this world has nothing to do with me. No. Chu Yan, you shouldn't beg others. If there is anyone in this world who can save her, it must be you. When this sentence fell to the ground, everyone in the audience looked at the phantom of the Godhead. Can save? #C2860 Destiny. It is easy to reshape the physical body. Anyone present can do it. The difficult thing is, rebelling against the soul. This kind of method, even the 9 gods above the gods, can't do it. Even some secret techniques, even if they use the means of reaching the sky to forcibly gather the soul, they will not have the original wisdom, and they will become walking dead, or ghosts and the like. Just like Jiao Ming, who was subdued by Chu Yan, lost his spiritual intelligence, and was not the same person as his original self at all. The big brothers and giants know these things, and Chu Yan naturally knows them too. What's the meaning of your words? Chu Yan's voice was ice-like. The deceased has passed away, and in order to comfort himself, he uttered some deceitful words, which Chu Yan could not accept at all. I never lie. There is no need to lie. The words of the phantom of the Godhead, with awe-inspiring aura, shocked the soul. Just now, did you know that you were insane? Crash. With a wave of his hand, a light curtain appeared, and the picture above showed that Chu Yan had gone mad before and killed the quartet. Chu Yan looked at the picture on the light curtain, and the person who looked like a demon god of heaven and earth turned out to be himself. He is completely unfamiliar with this kind of power. How could it erupt from his own body? Do you understand it? With a wave of the Godhead phantom, the light curtain disappeared, and Chu Yan's eyes froze there, a little dull. Your realm is not enough. Although you have just broken through to the conferred God realm. But, that is only in this martial soul world. If it is in the God realm, this kind of power is nothing. So, one day, you will be able to completely control this power. I believe that day will not be too long. Having said that, the phantom of the Godhead stopped, looked up at the sky, and his eyes flickered. Yu Linglong's death was not that simple. Chu Yan was startled when he said this sentence. What do you mean? Chu Yan frowned and asked. 9 extreme demon emperor physique, said the Godhead phantom. After exporting 5 words, the phantom of the Godhead did not speak again, as if waiting for Chu Yan to realize it by himself. You mean? Like a vast forest, a gap suddenly opened, allowing Chu Yan to enter and see the entire forest clearly. That's right. You've finally begun to truly understand the realm of conferred gods. The Godhead phantom nodded. The heavens and the earth do not tolerate those who conferred gods, and in this realm, in ancient times, the number 1 person in the conferred gods realm was the demon emperor of the demon god clan. At that time, martial arts in the world had just been conceived, and it was the fastest period of martial arts development. The domain of the gods in ancient times was still a piece of ravioli, full of primordial aura, but no one could set foot in it. At the end of the day, a generation of demon emperors broke through the conferred gods. Ascending to the realm of the gods descended. After that battle, the demon god clan occupied 1/3 of the area of God's domain, and the god clan occupied 2/3. Such stability, which has been maintained for countless years, is finally broken. Having said that, the phantom of the Godhead turned around slowly, and walked in the void, as if meditating on something. It can be said that the conferred God realm is the beginning of this God realm. And the demon emperor of the God demon clan is the first person in the conferred God realm. After the great war of the ancient gods and demons, there were no more gods and demons in the world, but just when you were about to become a god, after the appearance of the ancient gods and demons, the blood of the first demon king of the gods and demons. This Yu Linglong, one day sooner, one day later, she will achieve the 9 extreme demon emperor physique. Even if she lets it go, she won't lose it. As soon as this sentence came out, Chu Yan was stunned, and the brilliance in his eyes kept flickering. Are you saying that someone is manipulating all this behind the scenes? A murderous aura surged out of Chu Yan's body again. No. Hearing this, the Godhead phantom shook his head, denying Chu Yan's guess. No one can manipulate these, at least, among the strong people I know, none of them can do it. But I dare not say that all of this is a coincidence. Perhaps, we can only use fate to explain. However, fate should not exist for you who go against the sky. These words made Chu Yan startled again. What are you trying to say? Chu Yan felt a trace of anger in his heart. The murderous aura continued to rise. He turned his head, glanced at Empress Shantian, and then looked up at the sky. Chu Yan's knowledge of the sea and spiritual wisdom seemed to have grasped some kind of enlightenment. Martial arts, heaven, destiny, will, mastery. After the 5 words were uttered, the face of the phantom of the Godhead became extremely serious, and the sound of thunder exploded in the sky and the earth, as if it had touched some taboo. Now you have broken through martial arts and stepped into the heavenly realm. Maybe one day, you will be able to control your destiny, develop a supreme will, and become a true master. By that day, there is nothing you can't do. Like this new world. The phantom of the Godhead raised his hand and pointed to the new continent in front of him, and then said, "Destroying it, or creating it, is just a thought, gathering the power of heaven, destiny, and will. For warriors, this is a miracle, and it is impossible to achieve it alone. But for a god like her, what is it? If, one day, you become the master, then what you do may make the gods think that it is a miracle." Hearing these words, Chu Yan's eyes shot brightly. "You mean everything is impossible? Including reshaping anyone's soul, body, and intelligence?" A smile appeared on the face of the phantom of the Godhead, and he nodded slightly, and replied, "I haven't reached that realm, so I can't answer you, but, I think, there is such a possibility. A strong person in the God realm can change the rules of the world. You've seen it before. And the 6 reincarnations, the 3 realms and the 5 elements, although they are above the rules of heaven, there are always people who create them." Having said this, the phantom of the Godhead stopped and did not continue. On the other side of him, Chu Yan's eyes were as bright as lightning. "Good. That's it. Above martial arts is the way of heaven, above the way of heaven is destiny, above destiny is will. And above the will is the master. On that day, he will be able to reshape Yu Linglong's soul and revive her completely." Exquisite. Turning his head suddenly, Chu Yan looked at the altar of conferred gods, the face with his eyes closed gently, suddenly a feeling of distress that trembled all over his body, covering him again. "I will not let you down." Boom. Raising his hand, Jin Gang surged forward and punched hard in his chest. Puff. With a wide mouth, the blood mist sprinkled the sky, like a red flower, blooming in the air, extremely coquettish. Spitting out this mouthful of reverse blood, Chu Yan took a long breath, and the strength of his body was recovering quickly. Clenching his fists tightly, Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the sky, his face full of determination. #C2861 Linglong, wait for me. Now, Chu Yan has more or less understood that Yu Linglong's death may have a great relationship with him. His practice against the sky, altar conferring gods, heavenly spells, and even his own origin may have caused the will of fate to peep, forcefully intervene, and want to change. And this kind of change, the result brought about, may be the first to affect the people around you. Linglong, wait for me. Chu Yan roared in his heart, and the sea of consciousness trembled. Chu Yan, this thing can preserve her body. Seeing Chu Yan's gaze, the Godhead phantom had begun to recover, and immediately waved his hand, taking out a huge piece of chalcedony. 100,000 years of ice crystal chalcedony can keep her body clean. Chu Yan nodded without any politeness, turned his head, looked at Yu Linglong's body on the altar of conferred gods, raised his hands lightly, and the 7-color pill fire instantly ignited. Call. Pill fire gushed out, wrapped the huge piece of ice crystal chalcedony, and rapidly refined it. In an instant, the chalcedony melted, twisted and deformed in the flames, and turned into a huge crystal coffin, slowly falling from the air. Puff. Chu Yan bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, and shot out a spray of blood, which merged with the crystal coffin, condensing the lines of a spirit seal. With this smear of blood, Chu Yan can communicate with the crystal coffin, and as long as there is any change in the crystal coffin, he will be aware of it immediately. Exquisite. With a soft call, the divine breath gushed out, turned into a cloud, flew towards the altar of conferred gods, slowly dragged Yu Linglong's body up, and put it into the jade coffin. Waved again, a large piece of flowers flew out and fell into the jade coffin, releasing a faint aura. These spirit flowers are precious treasures collected by Chu Yan. With their company, I believe that Yu Linglong will not be too lonely. Boom. The moment the jade coffin lid was closed, Chu Yan's gaze trembled, and instantly became extremely cold. Even little White Bear and Situ Yang, who were standing beside Chu Yan, could clearly feel that Chu Yan was no longer the original Chu Yan. Chu Yan, His Royal Highness Yu. Qingmu Jianshan and others gathered around, watched Chu Yan put the jade coffin into the Rakshasa space, and asked, with a puzzled expression. Just wait. I will definitely bring Linglong back to life. When these words fell to the ground, a thunderbolt exploded in the sky, and above the 9 heavens, it rumbled and rolled for a long time. A terrifying aura surged from Chu Yan's body at the same time, rushing in the surrounding void, quite resisting the power of thunder in the sky. At this moment, Aoki Sword God looked at Chu Yan, who was flickering with strange fire in his eyes. All of his expressions changed. The cultivation base of the 9th heaven conferred God realm has reached the limit of martial arts in the 10 directions starfield. Even if it is the existence of Qingmu Sword God and Forbidden God Lord, standing beside Chu Yan, there is a sense of suffocation. Next moment. On Chu Yan's body, all the divine aura instantly subsided, and there was a sudden light between heaven and earth. Aoki Sword God and other big bosses felt the pressure on their bodies go away, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Seniors, thank you this time. Chu Yan turned around, faced Qingmu Jianshan and other big brothers, and bowed. Although the consecration of the altar was successful, the process was difficult and the price paid was far beyond Chu Yan's initial imagination. If it weren't for everyone's full support, it would be impossible for Chu Yan to become a god by himself. Xingtian Pavilion, the Tao of Heaven, including God's domain, all interfered with it. It's just that, compared to the seniors who defied the divine way, the Holy Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy are much smarter. They all came with spiritual bodies or physical bodies, so after being beheaded by Chu Yan, the deity did not lose the slightest. However, the seniors of Anai Shandao came here with their own bodies, risking their souls and bodies. The difference between them is like a sea of kindness. Chu Yan, don't be polite to us, the main thing is yourself. Aoki Sword God and the others were still a little worried, but they didn't know how to speak when the words came to their lips. After all, they have seen Chu Yan's appearance just now, and they can understand Chu Yan's mood. It's okay, but there are some things that should be settled. Speaking of this, the terrifying aura rose from Chu Yan's body again. As this breath passed, in the surrounding void, those avenue rules, heaven and earth constraints, all collapsed into powder. Now, these forces can no longer have the slightest influence on Chu Yan. Senior, please call against God, all the power. When these words came out, a red light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and his whole body was full of murderous aura. Everything was done by Xingtian Pavilion and Tian Dao. If it wasn't for them, why would there be so many troubles? Maybe Yu Linglong wouldn't have died. Now that Yu Linglong is dead and he has succeeded in becoming a god, this account should be settled. Good. Seeing Chu Yan's eyes, coupled with the killing intent on Chu Yan's body, Qingmu Sword God and the others certainly knew what Chu Yan was going to do. Immediately, everyone's spirits were lifted, and their faces were full of murderous looks. At this time, in the 10 directions starfield, among the various sects and cities. In the past, all cultivators either practiced, or experienced, or collected resources. But today, everyone stopped and gathered in squares, restaurants, entrances of chambers of commerce and other crowded places, all anxiously waiting. Hey, tell me, what happened in the end? That's right, there is no news so far, and I am so anxious. I don't know whether Chu Yan succeeded in conferring the gods. We don't know what's going on in the new world. Even the crystal screens of the Chamber of Commerce can't show it. Haha, if you want me to say, with the Xingtian Pavilion and the suppression of the heavenly Tao, it is absolutely impossible for Chu Yan to succeed. When this sentence came out, it immediately attracted the eyes of all around, and Chi looked over. Many strong men and bigwigs nodded slightly in agreement. After all, Xingtian Pavilion has ruled the 10 Directions starfield for thousands of years, and no one has ever disobeyed Xingtian Pavilion. If you add the way of heaven, there is almost no chance. Even if not long ago, the Taoist master against the divine way, the most powerful man in the world, the Aoki sword god, personally committed suicide to the Xingtian Pavilion, what happened? Wasn't he defeated by Xingtian Pavilion and ended up with a physical loss? Nonsense. In the restaurant, a young man stood up abruptly, his face flushed with anger, and he shouted loudly. Senior Chu Yan, sweeping the battlefield of godheads, Xingtian Pavilion and the others can't do anything about it. This time, they will definitely succeed in conferring gods. When these words came out, the people around immediately attracted all of them to look over. Xuanhuan. You are not convinced, are you? The strong man looked at the young warrior with a playful expression on his face. If you don't accept it, let's take a gamble on you, the 8th rank sky-ranking rainbow-chasing sword. How about it? Full of confidence, it's an expression of winning. However, without waiting for the smile on his face to bloom, there was a sound of rolling thunder in the sky, directly exploding. I, Chu Yan, declare to the world. #C2862 Sue the world. This sentence, just a few words, seems to have endless power, making all the strong men and big bosses of the city and sect stop together. Except for Xingtian Pavilion, Chu Yan's voice can be heard in the entire 10 Directions starfield. Oh my god, it's Chu Yan. The cultivators and powerhouses in the entire 10 Directions starfield were all shocked, and they all raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the sky, Chu Yan's voice kept ringing. My 10 Directions starfield, the Xingtian Pavilion is unkind, helping the tyrant to abuse, sealing the spiritual source of heaven and earth, and revising the rules of heaven. Since the ancient war of gods and demons, there has been no god realm in the 10 Directions starfield, and that's why. The sky is endless, my human race, born martial soul, absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and helped us practice the reverse way. But when these words were spoken, they were like thunderbolts from the blue sky, which changed the expressions of everyone in the world. This is the mystery of the 10 Directions starfield, and they have never heard of it. Even some bigwigs from the sect heard for the first time that the avenue rules of the 10 Directions starfield had been revised. And the person who modified them is the one they have always been in awe of, Xingtian Pavilion. On the other side, in the Xingtian Hall of the Xingtian Pavilion, the already frightened Xingtian God Emperor and the others gathered together, but at this time their expressions changed drastically and they turned pale. They never thought that Chu Yan would be so strong that he would directly tell the world these secrets. Xingtian Pavilion and this heavenly Tao, in order to obtain the spiritual source of heaven and earth, treat us warriors like livestock, and keep them in captivity in this 10 Directions starfield. No matter how we practice or how we fight, in the end, this 10 Directions starfield will be the source of heaven and earth for us. They took it all away. Without the spiritual source of heaven and earth, it is impossible for me to break through to the divine realm in my whole life. What's the use of cultivating such martial arts? This sentence came out of the mouth, and the sky and the earth were thunderous, as if the entire sky was angry. Angry, not only the sky. Because Chu Yan's words really made the whole world, all warriors and bosses, all angry. Among the cultivators in the 10 Directions starfield, there are as many strong ones as clouds. How could it be a fool to cultivate to this level? They have thought about what Chu Yan said. Especially some giants who are stuck in the bottleneck of their cultivation and have been unable to break through. As for the 10 Directions starfield, no matter what, they couldn't break through the rules of the God realm, so how could they not doubt it? And this suspicion, the ultimate object, is only Xingtian Pavilion, Tiandao, and Xinyu. These doubts were originally hidden in my heart. On the one hand, there was no evidence, and on the other hand, I dared not speak out. But now, after hearing Chu Yan's edict to the world, they all understood. Dear friends, if you don't want to practice in this kind of martial arts world, if you don't want to, you will be locked in this world, and you will never have a bright future. Then, 3 days later, together with me, Chu Yan, and Enai Shindao, we will break the Xingtian Pavilion and end all of this. Create a brand new era. This roaring voice, like thunder from heaven and earth, it exploded the entire Wuhun world. It seems that there is an invisible force overflowing from the void between heaven and earth, gushing out of the hearts of every warrior, producing endless power. The entire martial soul world and the 10 Directions starfield were silent. All the people were shocked by Chu Yan's words. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan, it really, succeeded. At this moment, everyone's hearts were full of horror, and they were extremely shocked by Chu Yan's move to attack Xingtian Pavilion immediately after he succeeded in conferring the gods this time. Maybe they can still accept the result of Chu Yan conferring the gods. After all, everyone in the whole world is waiting for this result. However, attack the Holy Heaven Pavilion. You know, in the past 1,000 years, how many strong men have penetrated the way of heaven, or after reaching the top of their cultivation base, they have never stopped attacking the Xingtian Pavilion in order to ascend to the realm of the gods. However, no one has ever succeeded. But now, Chu Yan not only wants to attack Xingtian Pavilion, but also directly tells the world when to attack. What does this mean? It shows that Chu Yan is absolutely sure of attacking Xingtian Pavilion this time. Domineering, invincible domineering. Ha ha ha, that's great, after waiting for 2,000 years, it's finally here. Okay. Great. The new era is really coming. Senior Chu Yan has spoken, I have nothing to say. 3 days later, attack Xingtian Pavilion, count me in. No need to say, let's help each other, with all our strength. This time, we must break through the Xingtian Pavilion. With Senior Chu Yan here, there is absolutely no problem. At this moment, all the fighters and bosses in the sky became excited. With Chu Yan's words, all blood boiled, and his face was full of excitement. Attack the Holy Heaven Pavilion. In the past, such an act against the heavens, I'm afraid I didn't even dare to say a word, but now, I didn't hesitate at all, and decided directly. Sovereign, this time, let's fight. That's right. The whole sect is assembled. Although our sect's strength is not strong, we must go all out for the new era of the martial arts world. As long as you break the Xingtian Pavilion, you will have a chance to ascend to the God realm. We promote Chu Yan as the leader, and the whole world unites to overthrow the Xingtian Pavilion. What the hell, what Chu Yan said may be a trick, and he deliberately said it to the people of Xingtian Pavilion. That is, how powerful the Xingtian Pavilion is, even if Chu Yan has the help of against the gods, but don't forget, behind the Xingtian Pavilion is the realm of the gods. Last time, you all forgot about the Qingmu Sword God. That's right, last time, God's domain lowered the curtain. For a time, all kinds of voices were heard from the entire world, some fully supported, some doubted, and some hesitated. However, no matter what, after 3 days, all things will have results. After all, this kind of battle that changes the world is not something they can participate in at all. On the other side, the new world. Enai Shindao is now completely based on the new world, including the power of the Forbidden God Lord, all gathered towards the new world. After all, this new continent, the 10 Directions star field's rules of heaven, is still inaccessible for the time being, and it is relatively safe. In addition, such a large-scale operation, mobilizing all forces and coordinating the overall situation is by no means a simple matter, and it also requires time and space. The most important thing is that now they finally have the strength to confront Xingtian Pavilion head-on. Therefore, there is no need to hide anything anymore. The anti-Xinwei appeared, and the counterattack against Xingtian Pavilion officially started. Chu Yan ignored the preparations, flew back to the altar of conferred gods, and began to consolidate his cultivation. The current him has just broken through to the 9th heaven conferred god realm, and now is the critical moment. 3 days should be enough. As long as the cultivation base is solid, when the time comes, a battle with Xingtian Pavilion will definitely end all of this. #C2863 New Era. Chu Yan was preparing, and Empress Xingtian was not idle. With a wave of the jade hand, the aura of heaven and earth in the entire new world began to surge. Now, Jingjia's soul has been lost, and she has become the sole ruler of this new continent, gaining full control. All laws of the world, order. With this command to open his mouth, the original rules of heaven and earth were instantly modified. All the seals and suppressive forces disappeared, and all the strong men who entered the new world recovered their cultivation bases. Moreover, after her order, in the new world, the aura of heaven and earth began to surge, and all of them emerged. Shen Xingjia, Chang Tianhe, Ouyang Nantian, Xiao Baixiong and others were on the altar of conferring gods, with divine aura surging all over their bodies, and they seemed to have signs of conferring gods. Aoki. After some revisions, Empress Xingtian turned her head to look at sword god Aoki. Yes. Aoki sword god hurriedly turned his head and responded. After half an hour, call the cultivators above the great emperor realm to practice here. I will release all the spiritual energy of the world in the new world. As soon as these words were spoken, Empress Xuanhuan's snow skirt flew up, and she was dressed in a god of heaven, like a vast sea. Thank you, Senior. Hearing this, sword god Aoki's eyes brightened, and he thanked him. This new land has no meaning for Empress Xingtian. It is better to extract all the spiritual sources of heaven and earth to help her practice. However, at this moment, Chu Yan, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Empress Xingtian also sensed something, turned her head suddenly, and looked at the distant sky. She has appeared, I will go there, and when I come back, I will help you break through the Xingtian Pavilion. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the figure of Empress Xingtian disappeared on the spot, and when she reappeared, she had already reached the edge of the sky. Seeing Empress Xingtian leaving, Chu Yan didn't think much, then closed his eyes and continued to practice. On the other side, Xingtian Mountain Range, Xingtian Pavilion. Spirit of the Holy Heaven, what should we do now? What should we do? The patriarchs of the Thunder Clan and several other big clans gathered together, all looked anxiously at the Holy Spirit and asked. Their faces were full of fear, anger, and regret. Unexpectedly, the result would be like this. If I had known this earlier, I would not have joined Xingtian Pavilion to attack Chu Yan and Anai Shindao if I was killed. Now Chu Yan ascended the gods to the heavens, ordered the world, and summoned everyone to attack the Xingtian Pavilion. Moreover, with the help of Empress Xingtian from the heavenly god realm, this time, it is feared that the Xingtian Pavilion will not be protected, and what good will happen to them? Humph. Bold. The spirit of Xingtian sat high, with a cold face, looked at the terrified giants, and shouted sharply. What are you afraid of? I am still waiting for the deity, and a mere Chu Yan, what can I do? Get ready. This time, fight with all your strength. Anyone who steps into my holy sky mountain range will be killed without mercy. Afraid? His Holy Spirit. How could it be possible to be afraid? In this battle, the big deal is to send out the body of the deity who is in retreat, and it will cost the price of thousands of years of cultivation. The attitude and calmness of the Holy Spirit played a key role in stabilizing the morale of the army at this time. Seeing that there was no trace of fear on the face of the Holy Heaven Spirit, and the murderous look was on the face, the mainland giants immediately relaxed and felt a little more at ease. In any case, they still have a glimmer of hope. After all, Xingtian Pavilion is the most powerful force in the 10 Directions Star region, backed by the God Realm. It is impossible not to have a whole card. That's right. With the power of our 7 great war clans and Xingtian Pavilion, let alone Chu Yan, even if the power of the whole world comes, we are not afraid at all. That's right. Prepare for battle. The words of the Holy Spirit have no obvious effect, but these mainland giants know that now, there is no other way except to fight to the death. After all, they and Xingtian Pavilion have already been tied together, and they will both be prosperous and lose. Asshole! In the hall, the Emperor Xingtian, who had been silent all this time, cursed. The haze on his face was inexhaustible. Since he came back, he had been sitting there with a bruised face, and he was still angry until now. Damn Chu Yan, damn Xingtian, damn Anishan Dao. He is different from those mainland giants. He is the controller of the Holy Heaven Pavilion, and he exists on the same level as the Holy Heaven Spirit and the Heavenly Dao Spirit Envoy. Xingtian Shindi knew very well that this battle would definitely not be easy. Not to mention the Empress Xingtian in the Heavenly God Realm, now that Chu Yan has become a god, and has become the strongest under the 10-star fields. It is extremely difficult to deal with these 2 great powers alone. What's more, there is also the Tao against God, and most of the powerful people and forces in the world. No. The plan must be advanced. After pondering for a long time, Xingtian Shindi said in a heavy voice. With the sound of landing, all the giants in the entire hall looked at the Holy Heaven God Emperor and nodded in unison. Time flies, in a blink of an eye, half a day has passed. At this time, the entire 10 Direction Star field has completely boiled, and there is chaos everywhere. The outer sky of the 9 heavens passed through the boundary of the 10 Direction Star field, and at the boundary of the chaotic field, the majestic aura was completely released from the body of Empress Xingtian. This force, even the space-time walls of the 10 Direction Starfield and the chaotic starfield, trembled slightly as it surged through. The power of the gods is by no means something that the mortal world can bear. But at this time, in front of Empress Xingtian, a black and dense army stood like a forest of steel. Right in front of the army, a woman wearing a blue dress, who was 70% similar to her in appearance, was watching her quietly. Lingji! You finally appeared. The pair of souls of Empress Xingtian kept scanning the blue-skirt Lingji. However, she couldn't see through the opponent's cultivation. I can only say that I haven't seen you for many years, and you don't seem to have changed much. Lan Kun's wise voice had the same cold tone, but she didn't have any expression, and she couldn't see the emotion she said when she said these words. Between the eyebrows, a blue ice lotus shone with a faint spiritual brilliance. Xian, Master Xingtian. Behind her, there was a group of iron and steel jungles, armed with swords, and covered with gold or silver iron skins. The formation was clearly defined, even if they saw Empress Xingtian with a look of astonishment on their faces. The army formation was not chaotic at all. For them, what is incomprehensible is how could there be 2 Master Xingtian? You made it. Xingtian looked at the other party, frowned slightly, and asked, tentatively. With your realm, you are not qualified to know. You just need to know that I am here, to destroy you. As the words fell to the ground, the blue-skirted spiritual wisdom jade hand lightly raised, and a large piece of spiritual crystal snow lotus bloomed in the void. Heaven's Daoming mantra has appeared, the soul has been damaged, and it has melted into my body. Now, you can't kill me. Empress Xingtian replied. Both hands formed a seal, and endless ice crystals rushed out from the sky and floated around her body. Every ice crystal is twisting, evolving into a powerful warrior figure. War God Battalion. Seeing those ice crystals appear, Lan Kunlingji frowned and let out a little stunned voice. #C2864 War Against the Sky. The appearance of the God of War Battalion immediately made the atmosphere of the scene tense. Especially behind the blue-skirt Lingji, the large army looked at the authentic soldiers of the God of War Battalion opposite. All of them looked shocked. This is real, the army of the 9 gods, the God of War Battalion. Shantian, you have to remember that although you have merged with the soul, the heavenly curse is still there, about Chu Yan. While Lan Kun opened her mouth intelligently, she kept raising her head, looking at the vast starry sky above her head. It seemed that there was some fear, which forced her to speed up her speech. The conferred God realm, the next step is the human God realm. Shantian, the heavenly Dao Ming mantra is still there, remember, don't let Chu Yan ascend in the past 50 years. Boom, boom. The starry sky trembled, and the whole world was shaking. Lan Quan's clever face changed drastically in an instant, and her small mouth kept opening and closing, but there was no sound at all. What are you saying? Empress Shantian instinctively felt that what Lingji said to her was extremely important. However, no matter whether it is using all the strength of the ears or the scattered consciousness, it is impossible to hear clearly what Lingji is talking about. Obviously, what she said violated a taboo and was erased by willpower. Call out. Call out. The starlight fell from the sky, like meteors falling down, covering the blue-skirt Lingji, completely enveloping her body. This time, not only the voice, Lan Quan Lingji, could not even open his mouth, his whole body froze, unable to move. Only a pair of shining eyes became extremely eager. Never mind. Seeing this scene, Empress Shantian sighed softly and shook her head. The Supreme Will has already intervened, and it is impossible to let Lingji say a word, and it is impossible to do anything. Anyway, this time the heavenly Dao Ming mantra has been revealed, and when she returns to the God realm, she will ask the God Lord to break this situation where the 9 gods are honored in one fell swoop. Time passes like water, calmly. 3 days, to Wuhun world, it was just a thought, and it passed. On this day, all the powerhouses and sect forces in the 10 directions starfield gathered together and waited with solemn faces. However, there are some strong men who found the Jungyun drum in these 3 days. The location of Jingyanggu is a hidden place, but for some bigwigs, they naturally know the location of Jingyanggu. Once you find the shocking cloud drum, you will know when this battle against the sky will start. Because, in such a prosperous age, Jingyanggu will definitely be born. Therefore, no less than tens of thousands of strong men have gathered around Lingyun Sea, where Jingyanggu is located. None of these powerhouses were below the Great Emperor realm, and none of them wanted to miss this grand event. Roar. Between the sky and the earth, a roar of a beast exploded, thunder and clouds surged, and a 1,000-foot-long green dragon soared through the clouds and appeared between the sky and the earth. The majestic dragon's power swept across the world, and all the beasts in the world prostrated themselves. Above the dragon's head, Chu Yan stood facing the wind in a black robe. The robe was hunting, and a pair of souls, like the sun, moon and stars, looked down on the sky and the earth. Walking against the dragon, like the overlord of heaven and earth, with monstrous momentum. Behind him, a group of anti-Shin Dao bosses followed closely behind, including Aoki Sword God, Forbidden God Lord, Tianji God Emperor, Kuan Emperor, Yuanshin God Emperor, etc. All of them were giants. Look! Chu Yan is here. Everyone's heart was shocked and their eyes gathered together. With all the attention, Chu Yan came to the Jingyun drum, and said to the Lingyun Sea where the Jingyun drum was located. Senior Jingyun, I'm Chu Yan, the lord of the human race, the 4th Taoist master of Nishan Dao, and now with all the heroes in the world, he intends to crusade against the Xingtian Pavilion, pay off the damage, and restore our martial spirit world to a bright future. If Senior allows, please be born immediately, and the sky will be shocked. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience turned their heads and looked at where Jinyangu was. Although they all know that when going against the sky, when attacking the Xingtian pavilion, they will have the help of Jinyangu, which can increase their strength. But now, everyone knows that Chu Yan came to invite Jinyangu this time, not for the sake of strength. The sound of this drum is the order of the world. Boom. Beyond everyone's expectations, a burst of divine power exploded from Chu Yan's body, turning into a stream of light, and slammed down on Jinyangu. Boom. A loud noise exploded, and the entire sea of spiritual clouds rolled over in an instant, picking up cloud waves nearly 100 feet high and sweeping them away. The colorful rays of light rose into the sky, and the shocking cloud drum slowly lifted into the sky, and the brilliance cast enveloped Chu Yan's whole body. Boom. 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 A sound of drums resounded through the heaven and earth, shaking everyone's spirits. Shocking, the drums of shocking clouds are ringing. In all directions, all the strong men and big bosses stood upright in unison, unable to bear the exclamation. The drums are ringing. At this moment, it represents the official start of Chu Yan, the battle against the sky. With a buzzing sound, the startling cloud drum shook the sky, and at the same time, it spun violently, and a large number of colorful rays of light rushed out from the entire drum body, rushing towards all directions like a wave. In the next breath, under the gaze of everyone, the shocking cloud drum exploded and turned into countless colorful light spots, like a river of rosy light, pouring into Chu Yan's body. What? Shocking cloud drum exploded. This scene shocked all the experts and bosses present. The shocking cloud drum, which symbolizes the 10 directions star field and the first heaven-defying will, exploded. Everyone couldn't believe it. They all looked stunned and dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Because everyone can think that the explosion of the shocking cloud drum is definitely not accidental. This kind of vision only appeared after Chu Yan's arrival and after the shocking cloud drum was sounded. What does this mean? Obviously it shows that there is no need for the shocking cloud drum that has existed for millions of years. That is to say, from now on, there is no need for his existence, and this battle will definitely be won. Set off. Chu Yan turned around suddenly, his body was glowing like a wave, and he waved his hand and ordered directly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on fire, their whole body was full of fighting spirit, and they roared in unison. Kill! 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 The roar shook the sky, and all the gathered strong men and big bosses turned into a flood, followed behind Chu Yan, and headed towards the holy sky mountains on the edge of the sky. This time, the battle that determined the final situation of the 10 directions starfield completely broke out. The Lord of the human race, the Lord of the God-defying Taoism, the powerhouse of the conferred God realm, the shocking cloud drum shattered, and other visions gave the powerhouses of the world great confidence. The blood in their hearts is rolling, and they are full of confidence in this battle. As Chu Yan said, after this battle, the new era of the 10 directions starfield is really coming. Because, in the history of Shifeng starfield, there has never been a time when the power to attack Xingtian Pavilion can be compared with this time. Many people even believe that the anti-Shinto power led by Chu Yan has surpassed Xingtian Pavilion. Although Xingtian Pavilion is backed by the God realm, but behind Chu Yan, there is also a God to support it. Which one is strong and which one is weak depends on the first battle. #C2865 Immortal Soldier Xuanhuan. Xingtian Mountain Range, Xingtian Pavilion. This is a majestic existence that has stood for thousands of years in the 10 directions starfield. From the moment it appeared, it represented the supreme status in this star field. Relatively speaking, its existence is like the palace of the human world, above all living beings. However, 3 days is still too short for Xingtian Pavilion. Even if the resources of the entire pavilion were mobilized and all the strength was devoted to preparations, all the disciples of the Xingtian Pavilion felt extremely oppressed and heavy. Because, 3 days ago, the startling cloud drum that resounded through the heavens and the earth represented the number one god in the world, Chu Yan. For the current Shifeng starfield, this name alone can make everyone feel as if they are carrying a mountain, completely out of breath. Xingtian Qifeng, these 3 days, prepare for the battle with all your strength. The peak guard formations of each Lingfeng, with countless restrictions, are activated and connected to each other at the same time, forming a colossal holy heaven formation. All kinds of spiritual treasures and immortal weapons were taken out from the dusty treasure house, and they were used secretly to erupt at any time. For this time, almost all of Xingtian Pavilion's accumulation over the past 1,000 years was used. The defensive power of the entire Xingtian Pavilion has reached an unprecedented level. The ancient magnates who were in retreat were hastily awakened by the envoys of Xingtian Pavilion, and they were ready for battle. The Holy Heaven Spirit and the Heavenly Dao Spirit spent a lot of resources to modify the Heavenly Dao rules of the 10 Directions Starfield to bless the entire Xingtian Pavilion. The 3 giants connected their original power to the Xingtian world, allowing them to obtain further strength improvements. However, after doing all this, there was no relaxed expression on the faces of the 3 giants. No matter what, the scene of Chu Yan cutting the spirit of heaven with his sword in the new world is still something they can't forget. Now, he has ascended to the altar to become a god, and has become the strongest in this world. So, can these forces stop him? Xingtian Pavilion, in a remote residence. Brother, the time is coming, what shall we do? A young martial artist asked with anxiety and fear in his eyes. I heard that Ni Shindao and Chu Yan are not murderers. When the time comes, as long as the situation is not right, we will retreat immediately and surrender directly. The middle-aged man standing in front of the young man looked up at the sky outside the Xingtian Pavilion, and his spiritual sense transmitted the voice. But, they all slipped away quietly, why didn't we leave? The young man asked. In the young man's words, he was extremely puzzled. We are different from them. Master was coerced by Xingtian Pavilion and made a heaven and earth oath. If we leave without permission, we will be punished by heaven. The middle-aged man turned his head, looked at the young man, his eyes flickered, and then said. Master treats us well, we should advance and retreat together, with Master. Turning his head and looking towards the Holy Heaven Hall in the direction of the Holy Mountain, the eyes of the middle-aged man were full of anger. But, before he could look away, the expression on his face suddenly changed. I saw that above the sky in the distance, cracks visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared, spreading like spider webs. Click! After a bang, the strong men from all directions raised their heads to look at the sky. At this time, the void world just collapsed. A giant cyan dragon shattered the sky, rushed out from the crack in the void, and picked up the clouds of 10,000 feet, and the clouds of 7 colors surged across the sky and the earth. Behind the blue-colored giant dragon, there was a black crowd of people, all of them were rushing towards them like a vast sea. Chu Yan is here. An exclamation resounded through the Holy Heaven mountain range. Sure enough, it's here. Everyone pay attention. The Divine Emperor Xingtian appeared immediately, his face full of gloom, and he gave orders loudly. However, without waiting for the order from the Holy Heaven God Emperor, huge cracks exploded in the sky around the Xingtian mountain range. Powerful auras rushed out from the cracks in the void and appeared above the Holy Heaven mountain range. Haha, Chu Yan, I've been waiting for you for 2 days, and I'm finally here. Master Chu Yan, this time I will do my best to help you. Changing our domain, we will follow Master Xingtian to the death. A hermit powerhouse in the 10 Directions star field appeared in the sky, all of them were famous and overlords. Now, with the strength of the subordinates, gather here. Chu Yan, you today will not be able to bear the sacrifice of Aoki sword god that day. Some hermit sects and giants of casual cultivators who have been against the gods for a long time also showed up together, and rushed to the holy Sky Mountain range with their troops. In the new continent, Chu Yan conferred the gods, and as soon as the news of the decree came out, they began to gather and rushed towards this side. Moreover, some forces in the 10 Directions starfield, all under the leadership of the boss, joined this crowd. From a distance, this black crowd is like an ocean, and there is no limit at all. So many people. In the Xingtian mountain range, the disciples of the Xingtian pavilion who were standing on the Qixing peak were all shocked and their scalps exploded. They never expected that Chu Yan's order to the world this time would have such a great effect. At the same time, they also underestimated the dissatisfaction of warriors from all over the world towards Xingtian pavilion. No need to worry. The Emperor Xingtian hovered above the holy mountain with a gloomy face as he gave orders loudly. As long as that Chu Yan is killed, these mobs are not worth mentioning at all. Boom. 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 On the 7-star peak, a mountain-defending monster rushed out of the void and roared to the sky and the earth. The powerful demonic power, like a raging sea, surged into the sky and earth, shaking all directions. All the artifacts and spirit treasures burst out with soaring spiritual light, and the accumulated divine power also surged out. Those killing moves were banned, and the Lingfang formation was also activated, emitting a terrifying killing intent. At this moment, the entire Xingtian mountain range seemed to have turned into an iron barrel. Not coming out. Standing in the air, Chu Yan frowned when he saw the various methods of Xingtian pavilion. If that's the case, then I'll kill it. Clang. Drawing the sword to the sky, the Xuanhuan sword was unsheathed, the sword glowed into the night, and the fierce sword intent stirred up a monstrous storm and swept across all directions. Boom. 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 As the strong wind of sword intent passed by, killing moves were banned one after another, and the formation of Lingfang was blown to pieces one after another. And those artifacts and spirit treasures, after feeling the power of the Xuanhuan sword, seemed to be frightened, and made piercing screams, and the aura fell sharply, losing all their power. The 7-star holy peak, the peak protecting spirit arrays of each peak, all burst into dense cracks, as if they would collapse in an instant. With just one sword, the burst of power is enough to sweep away everything. When everyone saw this scene, they were stunned and froze on the spot. Including Aoki Jianshi, who is against the divine way, and the Lord of the Forbidden God, and other giants also have expressions of horror. Of course they had seen the magic weapon in Chu Yan's hand, but they never thought that Xuanhuan sword's power was so powerful. What kind of magic weapon is there? It is simply an immortal weapon. #C2866 One person is enough. Such an immortal soldier, not to mention smashing the spirit formation in front of him, even smashing the entire 10 Directions starfield, is no problem. Xuanhuan's sword is in Chu Yan's hands, and its burst of power has definitely reached the level of an immortal soldier. Immortal soldiers, those are the weapons that can only be driven by the strong in God's domain. Swish. With a flash of Chu Yan's figure, he jumped directly across the sky and landed in front of the first holy peak. With a sweeping gaze, he looked at several giants such as Jin Xingfeng and Qixing Peak in front of him. Chu Yan, even if you are a god, but I wait for my blessing from heaven, you can't kill us. With a loud shout, Jin Xingfeng and other 7-star peak masters were full of ferocious faces, and their bodies were full of murderous aura. They stepped on the formation and evolved the strongest killer move. They all shot and attacked Chu Yan. Yeah? Chu Yan looked at a few people with cold eyes, raised his right hand lightly, and blasted out with a punch. Boom, boom. As the fist gang passed by, the vast power of the fist smashed all the killing moves in an instant, and smashed on the 7-star peak lord. Ah, 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 ah. There was a scream, and the Jin Xingfeng lord standing in the front, his whole body, like an egg that had been hit hard, exploded loudly, blasting the sky into pieces of flesh and blood. The dignified number 1 peak master of Xingtian Pavilion, the giant of the 10 direction star field, was directly blasted to death with a single punch. And the other 6 peak masters behind him were all injured by the remaining force of the punch, and their bodies were covered in blood. At the 9th level of the conferred God realm, dealing with a few experts in the divine realm is as easy as turning the palm of your hand. Withdraw. The masters of the 6 peaks and other giants were shocked by this punch, and the little fighting spirit in their hearts disappeared in an instant, and they turned around to run away. In front of me, you have no chance. Chu Yan landed on the ground with one word, and stepped out with one step. The divine power surged into the world, directly sealing the entire sky. The bodies of the 6 peak masters froze in an instant, as if petrified, except for a pair of eyeballs, which were twirling in terror. Their eyes were full of death. Boom! In the next breath, the fist strikes, blasting the sky and the earth. The figure of the 6 peak masters was swallowed by this fist and turned into a puff of blood mist, like blooming flesh and blood fireworks. Although the other giants were not in the center of the fist and recovered alive, they were also injured by Yu Jin's body and lost all their combat power. Conferred God Realm Expert, so strong. Seeing this scene, all the strong men of Xingtian Pavilion, gathered in all directions, were full of horror and couldn't believe it at all. In just a few moments, the 7 peak masters were all lost. This is Xingtian Pavilion, under the top combat power. If this is the case, then Chu Yan will not have any difficulty in dealing with Xingtian Pavilion this time. Follow the Taoist Lord and break through Xingtian. Compared with the terrified powerhouses in Xingtian Pavilion, the powerhouses of Anishan Dao were extremely excited and shouted in unison. The tide-like crowd, divided into 7 strands, charged directly towards the 7 holy peaks. This battle against the heavens, that shocked the history of the 10 directions starfield, finally broke out completely. Boom! 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 Under the confrontation, the powerhouses of the 2 sides attacked each other, and the explosion of the violent air, soaring to the sky and attacking the earth, resounded through the sky. Without the leadership of the 7 great peak masters and other holy heaven powerhouses, the ordinary disciples of the Xingtian Pavilion were no match at all, and the soldiers who were killed in an instant were defeated like a mountain. Chu Yan, Ba, Daoist Chu Yan, our high clan, is willing to join the Nishan Dao without any conditions. Let's deal with Xingtian Pavilion together. It turned out that Chu Yan was regarded as an enemy of life and death, and even one of the main forces besieging and killing Chu Yan in the battlefield of gods. The patriarch of the High Clan turned his back at this time. Chu Yan, this. All the bigwigs from Anishan Dao turned their heads and looked at Chu Yan, waiting for his decision. Because, in such a situation, it is not a family. As the army rushes to kill, there are countless surrenders from the forces of Xingtian. Treachery. When the 4 words were spoken, Chu Yan's face did not change at all, and his voice was like thunder, and he ordered loudly. Below the honorable realm, you can surrender. Above the honorable realm, kill without mercy. At this time, those who are still on the side of Xingtian Pavilion and who oppose him are basically loyalists of Xingtian Pavilion. Chu Yan is not a saint, so he will not be kind to these people. The new era of the 10 directions starfield needs to be created with blood. All grievances and hatred started from this boundless killing and ended. Die. Chu Yan's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the head of the High Clan, and he raised his hand and slammed down with one move. In an instant, the endless divine power, with the intent of killing, bombarded down, and half of the void collapsed. Boom, boom. At the same time as the void shattered, the Sea Clan patriarch's eyes were filled with endless horror, and together with the void, they shattered into pieces. Follow the order of the Taoist Lord. Those who fall below the honorable realm will live, and those who descend above the honorable realm will die. After receiving Chu Yan's order, all the powerhouses against God broke out in battle, completely surrounded the 7 holy peaks, and shook them endlessly. Next, it's your turn. Chu Yan turned his gaze and looked at all the elders of Xingtian Pavilion in front of Xingtian Temple. These people are all elders of Xingtian Pavilion with high status, almost representing half of the authority of Xingtian Pavilion. As long as they are beheaded, half of the Xingtian Pavilion will be destroyed. Chu Yan, be bold. At this moment, above the sky, there was a loud shout, and in the endless void, thunderclouds billowed, and the 10,000 laws boiled. The 3 giants, the Holy Heaven God Emperor, the Holy Heaven Spirit, and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, all appeared together. At this time, if they don't act again, Xingtian Pavilion will be dismantled into bricks and tiles. It is completely different from last time when Sword God Aoki couldn't even break through the Holy Heaven formation. This time, Chu Yan held the Xuanhuan sword, and with just one blow, he chopped all the holy defenses into powder. The battlefield unfolds directly inside the Xingtian Pavilion. In less than 100 breaths, no less than 100 buildings in the Xingtian Pavilion were destroyed. Even the masters of the 7 peaks were directly lost. This is simply a one-sided battle. However, because the 3 giants of Xingtian Divine Emperor have never appeared, the Xingtian Pavilion side cannot be regarded as a loser. Now, with the appearance of the 3 giants, the battle to decide the outcome officially begins. Waste of time. If you come out earlier, it's over. I insist on killing people. Chu Yan looked at the 3 masters of the 10-direction star field, the flames rose in his eyes, and the Xuanhuan sword in his hand shot up to the sky. Swish! As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan charged violently, with the sword as the tip, and rushed out. The passage of the sword light is like a huge wave pushing across. Wherever it passes, no matter the rules of the avenue or the laws of the world, all of them are reduced to dust. In an instant, above the sky, a straight avenue of nothingness appeared, leading directly to the 3 giants. Chu Yan, we are here to help you. A few of the god-level powerhouses of Nai Shindao saw the appearance of the 3 giants. Chu Yan made a move, and immediately used his body skills to rush over to help Chu Yan. This battle is the key to deciding the outcome. Chu Yan fights against the 3 giants alone, and there can be no mistakes. No. I am enough alone. Chu Yan holds Xuanhuan in his hand, wears a tiger's roar cloak, and is full of divine power, with colorful rays of light spreading across the sky, stepping on the clouds of thunder, and rushing up. At this moment, Chu Yan was like the god of war in heaven and earth, invincible. Alone, fighting against the 3 masters of the 10 directions starfield. Everyone's gazes looked at the sky in unison, all with expressions of astonishment. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2867 undercover. 1 person is enough. Not only the big bosses who went against the way of God, but even the giants of Xingtian Shindi were stunned. What an arrogant guy. After becoming the first god in the sky, he really thought he was invincible. The 3 big bosses, Xingtian Divine Emperor, Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, and Xingtian Spirit, what appeared this time was not a clone, a body, let alone willpower, but a real deity. Now, it is an excellent opportunity. Empress Xiantian didn't seem to show up, and Chu Yan came to kill her alone. Now, as long as Chu Yan is killed, even if Empress Xiantian comes, there is nothing she can do. A sword in the sky. With Xuanhuan's sword in his hand, Chu Yan was naturally too lazy to talk nonsense with them. His figure flashed across the sky, and he reached the holy peak in 1 step, and he raised his hand and chopped it off. Almost at the same time, a terrifying aura surged out from the depths of the holy peak, locking onto Chu Yan's actions. This battle has finally begun. Boom, boom. Under the slash of this sword light, the holy heaven hall trembled and burst out countless holy lights. Chu Yan, be bold. The Emperor Xingtian did not expect that Chu Yan would directly attack the Xingtian hall, and suddenly became furious, and the breath of his whole body exploded, rising continuously. In an instant, the aura of the Holy Heaven God Emperor was elevated to the 9th heaven of God realm. This kind of strength, in the past, was definitely the strongest existence in the 10 Directions starfield, even if it was the Aoki Sword God before it was lost. It was no more than the 8th heaven of God realm. At this moment, the Holy Heaven God Emperor's aura not only rose sharply, but streaks of brilliance lit up on his body, and immortal artifacts appeared one after another. The golden battle armor, the silver spiritual shield, the jade fairy belt, the whole body, the fairy light treasure, is like a fairy treasure in human form. And beside him, the Holy Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy are also the same. Their true gods are dressed in golden robes, with colorful spiritual clouds as patterns, and divine patterns are engraved on them, and various laws of heaven and earth cover their bodies. These divine lines are either connected to the entire Xingtian Pavilion, Xingtian Monument, or connected to the heaven and the earth, integrating all the laws of the heaven and the earth into one. How amazing the power is! The aura of power on the 3 giants skyrocketed again, breaking through the God realm in an instant, reaching the same God-conferring realm as Chu Yan. Wan Lai collapsed. Chu Yan's whole body was like a cloud of war, and he punched out, and thousands of golden thunders exploded, like a sea of thunder, covering the entire sky. The power of one punch is enough to destroy the world. The various tricks that the 3 giants had just blasted were all smashed into powder in an instant, and they all collapsed. Faxiang Tiandi. A sea of 10,000 guns. Xuantian's wrath. Xingtian's Heiling's figure flickered, his robe flew up, and a powerful killing move exploded with a wave of his hand. Being in the Xingtian mountain range, surrounded by the entire Xingtian Pavilion and the Xingtian Monument, the power of the Holy Heaven Spirit is almost endless. Moreover, all warriors in Xingtian Pavilion. Luck and strength will bless him, and even hostile forces cannot get rid of him. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's eyes were like lightning, and his feet didn't stagnate at all. When he slashed out with a sword, there was a world of Xuanhuan, all kinds of fairy-worth spiritual herbs, myriad beasts, and the world of the sky, all flashing in unison. Xuanhuan's sword, on one side is the myriad spirits and demons, and on the other side is the Heiner world. Combining with Chu Yan's sword technique, the power is more than doubled. As the saying goes, one force will drop 10 meetings. For the current Chu Yan, no matter what kind of spiritual magic and fairy art he has, or a strong move with magical skills, if he slashes out with a sword, he will smash it all to pieces. At the cultivation level of Chu Yan, in the 10 Directions starfield, it is almost equal to the power of heaven and earth. There was no surprise when the sword was slashed, and the large number of killing moves of the Holy Spirit were instantly broken and turned into powder. However, without waiting for Chu Yan to take a step forward, suddenly, a red-gold light shone on the body of Xingtian Ling, and the entire Xingtian Pavilion Palace below shot out golden threads, entangled with Chu Yan. These strings of holy heaven are more than 10 times stronger than the previous spirit-binding rope. Like a fiery golden iron chain, while entwining Chu Yan, it made his body unable to move for an instant. Xingtian Divine Emperor and the others seemed to have known for a long time that they had been accumulating divine power by the side. Seeing this, they raised their hands and blasted out the immortal demon seal. Wan Tian Chao Hai. Above the Holy Heaven Hall, there are Wu Dao divine patterns coiled around, and countless golden lights are shot out at the same time, turning into a tide, rushing towards Chu Yan. This piece of tide, wherever it passes, the void and the sky and the earth are all merged and swallowed up. Hong Meng is born. With a swish, the air flow shot out from the Holy Heaven Hall, hitting straight into the tide. Boom! The entire tide seemed to be ignited, and it exploded directly. A golden dragon came out of the sky, and a pair of dragon claws were like steel, and it grabbed Chu Yan fiercely. This is the original power of the 10 Directions Starfield, the giant dragon transformed by the aura of primordial energy. In the eyes of Shengtian's Heiling, even if Chu Yan has broken through to the conferred God realm, he still cultivated in the 10 Directions Starfield. Therefore, the original power of the 10 Directions Starfield can also suppress it. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could still be seriously injured. The way of Dian lies in the dark, the impermanence of the earth, the impermanence of the sky, the mutual aid of the law and the way, and the spiritual thoughts. One word at a time, chanting heaven and earth, within Chu Yan's body, streams of brilliance overflowed like water, and as soon as he left the body, thunder of various colors evolved and blasted towards the sky in all directions. The golden dragon coiled around Chu Yan was continuously bombarded by these strange-colored thunderbolts, howling as if being hit hard. What's the situation? The 3 giants were completely dumbfounded, and exclaimed with horror on their faces. The degree of fusion between Chu Yan and the 10,000 laws of heaven and earth is even higher than theirs. You know, even if he broke through to the conferred God realm back then and received the blessing of the God realm, he couldn't achieve this level at all. This is the strength of the realm of the gods. Soon, they discovered that the power that Chu Yan displayed on his body now definitely exceeded the conferred God realm. Quick! The divine emperor Xingtian suddenly reacted, and with a loud roar, the power of one after another divine seal rushed out of his body. The promise fairy. The reaction of the heavenly Tao spirit envoy was not slow. Hearing the roar of the holy heaven god emperor, he immediately acted, gathered countless heaven and earth rules, and evolved crazily. With a buzzing sound, behind the spirit of the way of heaven, a shadow of a clone appeared, which was the spirit of the way of heaven. Break! As soon as the deity of the spirit of the law of heaven appeared, he raised his hand and blasted at Chu Yan with the power of the law of heaven. However, what everyone didn't expect was that attack hit the holy rope on Chu Yan's body. With a bang, all the power of the Xingtian rope was blasted into powder and completely collapsed. Spirit of heaven, you. The 3 giants, including Xingtian Shindi, never expected that the spirit of heaven, which was originally used as an assault force, would do such a thing. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, I helped you again this time, don't forget. When the words fell to the ground, the figure of the spirit of the heavenly Tao directly turned into myriad auras, and disappeared completely in an instant. His departure also took away nearly 1/3 of the power of the world. The heavenly Tao spirit envoy was stunned, feeling the power of the surrounding heaven and earth, which disappeared completely, and the power of the heavenly Tao rules in his body instantly weakened a lot. Asshole! The 3 giants of Xingtian Divine Emperor roared in unison. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2868 Holy Monument. The 3 giants never expected that the spirit of heaven and Chu Yan would be in collusion. You must know that the spirit of the way of heaven has been conceived for a long time, and has completely controlled the power of the way of heaven in the 10 Directions star field. Compared with the heavenly Tao spirit envoy who has been retreating all the year round and has mastered all the laws of the heavenly Tao in the 10 Directions star field, the heavenly Tao spirit is more familiar to the powerful in the world. It is for this reason that the spirit of heaven's understanding of Chu Yan is also the strongest among the masters of the 4 major 10 Direction star fields. Strictly speaking, I almost watched Chu Yan grow up step by step after stepping into the 10 Direction star field. Therefore, just like the rebellion of the forces in the world and the powerful bigwigs, the spirit of heavenly Tao is even more convinced that the one who will win this victory will be Chu Yan. Moreover, there is no need to doubt that after Chu Yan became a god, he will definitely ascend to the realm of the gods together with Empress Xingtian. In this way, he is the only one among the remaining rulers of the entire 10 Directions star field. To replace the heavenly Tao spirit envoy and become the new heavenly Tao spirit envoy. At the same time, it is possible to replace Xingtian Pavilion and become the only ruler of this world. Spirit of Heavenly Tao, ran away. All the bigwigs who went against the gods were also stunned, and they couldn't understand the situation at all. They didn't know about the brief contact between the Spirit of Heaven and Chu Yan in the New World before. All I know is that the Spirit of Heaven seems to have suffered the fastest loss in the First World War. So now it seems that everything is calculated. Yu Dragon covers the sky strikes with a sword. Chu Yan didn't have any reaction to the departure of the Spirit of Heaven. After all, to him, no matter what the Spirit of Heaven wanted to do, there was no threat at all. Hum. 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 At the same time as Chu Yan shot, his divine body shook, and the two black-robed avatars rushed towards the three giants with long swords in their hands. Boom, boom, rumbling. The sky and the continent of the entire 10-direction star field trembled violently at the same time, and the sky burst out with divine light, and the scene of the sky collapsing and the earth ripping apart appeared in front of everyone. Before, the bigwigs who went against the divine way led the world's forces to launch an attack on the 7 great sacred peaks. That wave of offensive was already earth-shattering, and the sky turned pale. But now, compared with the battle between Chu Yan and the 3 giants, it is very different. Moreover, judging from the battle situation, Chu Yan alone completely suppressed the 3 giants, occupying an absolute advantage. So strong. Xingtian God Emperor and the others have been suppressed. Not far away from the Xingtian Pavilion, in front of the mountains and palaces, the experts of the Xingtian department looked at the scene in the sky. All of them were full of fear and wanted to retreat. Now, in their eyes, Chu Yan is like an invincible god of war, smashing all their fighting spirit to pieces. However, at this moment, a large blizzard of ice crystals appeared in the sky. Leave it to me, you go and smash the Holy Sky Monument. A cold voice sounded, and amidst the snowflakes all over the sky, a strand of white skirt fell from the sky. Empress Xingtian, here she comes. Crash. With a raised hand. Ice crystals rioted all over his face, all laws of the world, and the power of rules, were instantly frozen into nothingness, and the entire sky was cleared. What? Seeing this scene, the 3 Xingtian divine emperors were all so shocked that their eyeballs almost flew out. This is really adding insult to injury. Originally, they couldn't deal with Chu Yan at all, but now that Empress Xingtian is here, I'm still slapping a fart. However, it is impossible not to fight, so we can only fight. Chu Yan, there's no need to fight for both sides, or... When the spirit of Xingtian heard that Chu Yan was going to attack the Xingtian monument, he panicked and said quickly, "Why don't I open the passage and let you guys ascend to the God realm, and this battle will be over, how about it?" When these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Because anyone can tell that the Holy Spirit is kneeling. However, listening to the meaning of Xingtian Jiling's words, it seems that Chu Yan and the others attacked Xingtian Pavilion in this way, nothing more than wanting to ascend to the realm of God. Therefore, in order to protect their interests, they are willing to let go of this restriction, which can be regarded as a big concession. Too much nonsense. However, when he said a word, the one who answered him was the Xuanhuan sword in Chu Yan's hand. With a sword slashing out, the blood glowed into the night, and the inhuman thunder accompanied him, covering the sky and the sky. Cut. With the sword in Chu Yan's hand, countless destructive auras and killing opportunities were condensed on Xuanhuan's sword, and the blasted sword lights went straight to Jiuxiao. This sword is the strongest sword that Chu Yan can use after obtaining the Xuanhuan sword. The spiritual law of heaven and earth, add to me, the source of the holy sky, gather. The holy heaven spirit's eyes were wide open. Without any hesitation, he frantically extracted the origin of the primordial spirit, passed through the holy heaven monument, and poured it all into himself. The threat of Chu Yan's sword made him rarely feel the danger. Not only the spirit of Xingtian, but also the Xingtian monument in the distance seemed to feel the attack of extremely dangerous sword energy. Suddenly, thousands of golden lights erupted, and under the crazy blessing of various forces, the Xingtian monument seemed to be wrapped into a rice dumpling. Boom, boom. The sword light fell, and the world trembled suddenly. Everyone was stunned by this wave of air. As the remaining strength of the sword energy spread out, it could be clearly seen that a huge crack had been cut through the void above the Holy Heaven Monument. Although the Holy Sky Monument is tightly wrapped, everyone can see it, which is about 10 layers of holy light shield. Now, with Chu Yan's sword, the outermost layer of holy light shield was completely chopped into pieces. That is to say, with at most 10 sword strikes, all the defenses of the Holy Sky Monument can be chopped into pieces. However, the shattered outer holy light shield is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Chu Yan shot with all his strength, the Holy Sky Monument represented the realm of the gods, and it was not easy to destroy it. Chu Yan, you are courting death. Seeing the damage to the Xingtian monument, the spirit of Xingtian was completely angry. As if some kind of power in his body was stimulated, fierce lights continued to erupt. Boom, boom. The next moment, the souls of all kinds of monsters, talismans, and spirit treasures rushed in like a frenzy, rolling towards Chu Yan like a tsunami. Facing such a huge mighty wave, standing in front of it, Chu Yan instantly became extremely small. The spirit of the Holy Heaven is conceived by the Holy Heaven Monument. The Holy Sky Monument came to God's domain, representing the supreme majesty and will of God's domain, so how could it not have a trump card? Among these whole cards, there are countless fairy treasures, powerful monsters, and God's domain talismans. Any one of them has powerful power, enough to severely damage the power of any strong man in the divine realm in the 10 directions starfield. Now, all of them broke out together. One can imagine how powerful they are. This is also because the Holy Heaven Spirit is conceived by the Holy Heaven Monument, not the real controller of the Holy Heaven Monument. Otherwise, if the power in the Holy Heaven Monument is fully mobilized, even if Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian join forces, they will not be able to resist it. This sacred monument still has such power. All the bigwigs from Anai Shindao were shocked. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2869 The Power of Man and God. However, regarding all this, Chu Yan's face was still indifferent, as if he had expected it. Clang! The Xuanhuan sword in his hand shook slightly, and the sword lights burst out again. From the very beginning, Chu Yan brought Xuanhuan's sword here just to guard against Xingtian Pavilion. Now it seems that it is time. After all, how could releasing the trump card power of the Xingtian monument have no effect on the Xingtian monument in the slightest? As soon as these powerful trump cards left the Xingtian monument, the power of the Xingtian monument dropped to its lowest point. Moreover, it is not only the power of the Holy Heavenly Spirit that is used to mobilize so many fairy magic weapons and the souls of the beasts, most of them are the power of the Holy Heaven Monument. Sure enough, that Chu Yan has been waiting for this time. He just wants the Holy Spirit to expose his cards. In this way, I must prepare in advance. As long as the opportunity comes, I can. Emperor Xingtian looked at Chu Yan and the Xuanhuan sword in his hand, his eyes flickered, and consciousness flashed in the sea of consciousness. At the same time, the spiritual consciousness left the body, and secretly prepared countless years of means for him to quietly induce him. Now, at this point, I can only fight. If you win, you can also get great benefits by paying some price. Hold it all. The time for the final victory has not yet arrived. Xingtian God Emperor shouted violently, and the sound transmission of divine consciousness spread in Xingtian Pavilion. Hearing the voice of the divine Emperor Xingtian, all the big bosses of the Xingtian Pavilion showed fierce faces, forcibly dispelled the fear in their hearts, let out roars one after another, and blasted out killing moves to attack. At this moment, the offensive of the Xingtian Pavilion army became fierce in an instant, and there was no more defeat. Huh. This is, what? However, they had just cheered up and were ready to fight again, when suddenly, a terrifying coercion, like a gust of wind, swept between the heavens and the earth, causing their bodies to stagnate suddenly. Look over there, what is it? Not only all the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion saw it, but even the three giants changed their faces and turned their heads suddenly to look at Chu Yan. Could it be that Chu Yan has prepared some means? Boom, boom. Before everyone could react, an earth-shattering explosion sounded suddenly. Everyone saw a scene that was extremely shocking. I saw a golden peerless sword light, with the speed of lightning, went straight to Jiuxiao. Immediately afterwards, above the clouds, an extremely huge hole burst open. That is. The first cultivator present looked up at the sky, all of them were shocked, and their minds were shocked. Because they feel as if this piece of heaven and earth is about to be smashed to pieces. In the next moment, all the experts in Xingtian Pavilion could feel an incomparably terrifying pressure descending from the sky, like countless mountains, pressing down heavily. Saint Rakshasa. Now. Chu Yan roared up to the sky, the sound shook the sky and the earth, and the golden and silver lights of the 10,000 Rakshasa rushed to the sky. All over the body, all the fighting spirit and divine breath rushed out like a raging sea, as if Chu Yan at this moment had become the king of heaven and earth, the god of war in the world. Call out. Xuanhuan's sword came out of his hand, rising towards the sky like a golden dragon. As the golden sword marks passed, golden figures flashed in the golden sword track, densely packed with no end in sight. These golden figures turned into starlight all over the sky, soaring against Tianshao, following Xuanhuan's sword, flying towards them, and directly merging into the sword body. The source of divine power erupted, and all the loyal souls of the human race in this piece of heaven and earth rushed in like a tide. In the next moment, golden sword glows pierced out from the body of Xuanhuan's sword. This sword frightens the world, and its appearance makes everything in the world pale. Whether it is the giants from all sides, or the 7 spiritual peaks of the Xingtian Pavilion below, and the continuous mountains, all have lost their color. This is a 10-direction star continent that hasn't been seen for a long time. It seems to be able to destroy the sky and the earth. Holy Heaven Pavilion. The figure of Chu Yan, accompanied by the body of heaven and earth of Saint Rakshasa behind him, all soared into the sky. Boom. The moment Chu Yan's hand grasped the hilt of the sword, a huge shock wave rushed in all directions. A series of thunderous voices kept ringing in Chu Yan's body. Boom, boom. Between the heaven and the earth, countless sources of divine martial arts gushed out crazily, like pieces of spiritual clouds, continuously blessing Chu Yan. On the Xuanhuan sword, Wandao Jinmong became brighter and brighter, and a large number of loyal souls of the human race blessed the sword body, and the improvement of the sword's power was no slower than that of Chu Yan. Give me, break. Chu Yan's whole body burst out with strength, his divine aura pushed to the extreme, and his aura reached its peak. The Xuanhuan sword in his hand, with thousands of golden lights, struck across the sky and slowly slashed down towards the Holy Heaven Monument. In an instant, all the protection covering the Holy Heaven Monument was chopped into powder in an instant by the Xuanhuan sword. Not only the Holy Heaven Monument, but also the entire sky of the 10-direction starfield exploded with countless thunderbolts, and the mountains and continents below collapsed layer by layer. Human God power. In the heart of the Holy Spirit, terror was like a tide, as if this moment was between life and death, almost instinctively mobilized all the holy power, trying to resist this sword glow. However, in the next breath, all the cultivators stared and saw the most astonishing and peerless sword in the past 1,000 years in the 10-direction starfield. Boom, boom. A terrifying explosion exploded, and everyone felt their ears were almost shattered. Over the entire Holy Heaven mountain range, half of the sky was completely swallowed by this sword light. The violent vigor surged, like a world-ending storm, and under such a crisis, everyone was urging all kinds of magic weapons to protect themselves and wrap themselves around. Even the Empress Shantian and the Divine Emperor Xingtian were no exception. They all mobilized their divine power with terrified expressions, and firmly protected themselves. And those strong men with weaker cultivation bases were swept by this world-destroying wind, and even vomited blood repeatedly. Their bodies were like dead leaves in the wind, swaying left and right, and their spirits were about to freeze. Between the heaven and the earth, a terrible hurricane swept across, rushing towards all directions. All kinds of heaven and earth visions are constantly appearing in various places in the 10 directions starfield. This terrible storm did not know how long it took before it gradually calmed down. Not over. A strong man, a boss, was terrified, as if he had experienced the destruction of the world. He opened his eyes and looked around. It took a long time to realize that this terrible storm was really over. At this time, every one of them was in a state of shock, and their sea of consciousness was in a mess. Chu Yan's sword is really terrifying. The aftermath of this vigor alone made them feel as if they had experienced a doomsday disaster, a catastrophe of heaven and earth. #C2870 God Summons. After the storm passed, everyone was stunned. I didn't expect that Chu Yan had completely mastered Xuanhuan's sword. It's a good thing that he didn't fight hard with him before. Xingtian Divine Emperor twitched all over his face, slowly raised his head, and looked into the midair. However, this glance will never be forgotten. Even, for the first time in tens of thousands of years, fear appeared on the face of the Holy Heaven God Emperor, and his soul trembled. I saw that, as far as the eye can see, except for a few holy peaks, which barely exist, everything else, including the sky and the earth, has been blasted into dust, and countless space-time turbulence is surging around. In this turbulent flow of time and space, there is no trace of air and heaven and earth aura, including the laws of heaven, which cannot exist. This sword seems to wipe out this piece of heaven and earth directly from the world. These are not important. The important thing is that on the holy peak in the distance, the Holy Sky Monument. This sacred monument, which has stood in the Xingtian Pavilion for nearly 2,000 years, represents the supreme authority, and the taboo in the hearts of all the powerhouses in the 10 directions, has been cut with a huge crack. From the top of the stele to the middle of the stele, it was cut into 2, and in the opening of the crack, countless auras of holy light surged crazily. This majestic and domineering monument, connected to the domain of the gods and representing the will of the gods, has lost its holy splendor. The dilapidated Holy Heaven monument did not fade away. On the contrary, a large amount of holy light gushed out from the cracks, and the powerful force shrouded this world again. Damn! There is still a space inside this Holy Heaven monument. Emperor Xuan stood in the distance, watching this scene, and roared directly. This space power is actually so powerful, it completely exceeds the power limit of the 10 directions starfield. These god sticks are extremely shameless. With this roar, the expressions of the big bosses against the Shinto became serious. Because not only Emperor Xuan saw it, but they also saw it. At the beginning, in order to cut through the Holy Heaven monument, Sword God Aoki ended up physically damaged. Now, even if Chu Yan did it and smashed the Holy Heaven monument, the result was far from what they imagined. Because God's domain has already left behind. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, I didn't expect that. The wild laughter of the spirit of the Holy Heaven sounded, and the eyes looking at Chu Yan were full of complacency. Even if you control the Xuanhuan sword, if you want to destroy the Holy Heaven monument, it's just a daydream. Wait until my injury recovers, you will have to pay the price today. From the broken Holy Heaven monument, a large amount of holy radiance is still gushing out like a tide, making everything between this piece of heaven and earth recover quickly. These majestic auras are as majestic as a tide, and it is really not too difficult to recover them. It's still recoverable. Doesn't that mean it's a failure? All the big bosses who went against the divine way had expressions of astonishment and paleness. They have prepared for this sword for many years, and spent countless efforts and costs. If they can't break the Xingtian pavilion, then there is really no hope. Ha ha ha, Holy Spirit, you are the one who dreamed. Emperor Kuan's laughter sounded at the same time, more proud and arrogant than the Holy Spirit just now. What? Hearing the words, the spirit of Xingtian suddenly turned his head to look, and the smile on his face froze in an instant. Sure enough, although a large amount of primordial spiritual energy rushed out from the cracks in the Holy Heaven Monument, restoring the surrounding world, but the cracks in the Holy Heaven Monument did not intend to recover at all. The Holy Heaven Monument will be broken today. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and his whole body's divine breath exploded. He held the Xuanhuan sword in his hand, and walked towards the holy sky steel. The sword just now was so powerful that it split the Holy Heaven Monument with just one sword, but behind that sword, the true energy and strength that Chu Yan gave almost occupied most of his body. Now, although there is not much power left, it is enough to completely destroy the Xingtian Monument in one go. Damn Chu Yan, you dare to hurt my body. I will fight with you. The spirit of Xingtian couldn't believe it at all. Under Chu Yan's sword, his body could not be recovered. He was furious and roared wildly. The next moment, countless holy lights burst out from the body of the holy heavenly spirit, fused with a large amount of primordial aura around him, and turned into terrifying killing moves, blasting towards Chu Yan like a tide. From his birth until now, he has never been so miserable. Therefore, that Chu Yan must not be spared, he must be killed. Kill him. Although the eyes of Xingtian's spirit were blood red, as if he was completely crazy, but the attack of Xingtian's spirit was full of conspiracy. His attacks one after another formed a wave of attacks, but they wanted to force Chu Yan into the crack of the Holy Heaven Monument. The space in that crack is an existence beyond the power limit of the 10 directions starfield. In other words, there is only one possibility to kill Chu Yan. However, just when Chu Yan was about to fight back, suddenly, an extremely majestic voice sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Chu Yan, that's enough. The holy heaven has been broken, and the heaven and the earth return to their source. I'm waiting for you in the Holy Heaven Monument. When this voice sounded, Chu Yan's consciousness was stunned. This voice is God of War. Although Chu Yan has only heard this voice 2 or 3 times, he will never admit it wrong, and the aura of this voice comes from the same source as Empress Xingtian. Chu Yan pondered for a while, then turned to look at Empress Xingtian, and said, Senior, your real deity is calling me. I will go to see him in the Holy Heaven Monument. These people, leave it to you. When the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's whole body turned into a shock, and went forward through the air. The next moment, everyone saw that Chu Yan was pushed by waves of attacks from the Holy Heaven Spirit, and fell straight down towards the crack of the Holy Heaven Monument. This deity. Inside the Holy Heaven Monument. Hearing what Chu Yan left behind, Empress Xingtian was taken aback for a moment. Pass my order, Chu Yan has been killed, everyone fights back, kill these rebellious people, and put down the rebellion. Seeing Chu Yan being blasted into the crack of the Xingtian Monument by himself, the spirit of Xingtian was full of ecstasy and roared loudly. What? Chu Yan is dead. All the bosses of Ni Shindao trembled when they heard the words of the Holy Heaven Spirit, their faces were full of disbelief. What's the situation? Just now, the Holy Heaven Spirit fused a large amount of primordial spiritual chi strike, which was so powerful that it really killed Chu Yan. At this moment, everyone was stunned, unable to react at all. Chu Yan is dead, fight back to calm the chaos. The big bosses and powerhouses on the side of the Xingtian pavilion were full of energy and roared in unison. According to the spirit of Xingtian, if Chu Yan is really dead, then the remaining people who go against the way of God are not to be feared at all. Ha ha ha, that's great. Xingtian, you've done a great job this time. Feeling Chu Yan's aura, the divine emperor Xingtian disappeared into the crack of the Xingtian monument, and laughed ecstatically. In the next moment, killing intent surged in his eyes, divine patterns surged all over his body, and a large amount of divine power gathered crazily. #C2871 Blue Armor Tiger Roar. The divine power gathered by the divine emperor Xingtian did not blast towards the opposite side against the divine way, but turned around and attacked the big crack in the Holy Heaven monument. At this time, his gaze became extremely cold, staring at the crack of the Holy Heaven monument. Chu Yan is dead. This is the best thing. In this way, his plan can be carried out perfectly, without any obstacles. Holy Heaven, you. Seeing the actions of the divine emperor Xingtian, a bad premonition suddenly rose in the spirit of Xingtian, and he turned to look at the divine emperor Xingtian. In the past tens of thousands of years, you have shown your prestige in the name of God's domain, and even controlled most of the Holy Heaven pavilion. Now, it's time to liquidate it. The handprints were like thunder, and between the words of the Holy Heaven God Emperor, they blasted into the cracks of the Holy Heaven monument like floods. Boom, boom. Countless golden lights exploded around the Holy Heaven monument, completely covering the entire Holy Heaven monument. In the void, one after another terrifying figures appeared above the sky, forming a dark tremor, as if some kind of sacrifice was being carried out. Of course, the Emperor Xingtian would not attack the place where Chu Yan went, but directly attacked the source of the spirit of the Holy Heaven in the Holy Heaven monument. This time, it was planned for tens of thousands of years, and the purpose was to devour the spirit of the Holy Heaven. Although the Holy Heaven spirit was conceived by the Holy Heaven monument, and the Holy Heaven monument came to the God realm, so the Holy Heaven spirit has no idea about the various aspects of the God realm. However, Xingtian Divine Emperor is very clear. This opportunity allows him to break through the current bottleneck of cultivation, and break through to the level of Empress Xingtian in one fell swoop. In this 10-direction star field, there is an obvious limit of cultivation, and if he keeps guarding here, he will never have the opportunity to improve his cultivation to a higher level. But now, here's your chance. Perhaps after swallowing and merging the spirit of the Holy Heaven, with the help of its power from the God realm, it is possible to achieve the overlord status of the God realm. Ah, ah. The screams of the Holy Spirit resounded through the sky. The sacred monument in the distance began to tremble continuously, and the two forces were clashing. The spirit of heaven and the spirit of heaven, watching this scene, were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the Holy Heaven Emperor would attack the Holy Heaven Spirit, which was completely beyond their knowledge. Don't these two guys represent the same power and influence? At this moment, the spirit of Heavenly Tao and the spiritual envoy of Heavenly Tao looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Fortunately, the relationship between the two of them is much closer than that of the Holy Heaven God Emperor and the Holy Heaven Spirit, and they do not have higher desires. After all, the spiritual source of the Tao of Heaven and the spirit envoy of the Tao of Heaven have the same root and origin. Moreover, the highest goal of the two of them is to completely control the 10-direction star field. Therefore, there is absolutely no infighting between them. However, the infighting in front of them may be of some benefit to them. After all, Chu Yan has already lost. Between this side of heaven and earth, the four of them are the absolute masters again. If the Holy Heaven God Emperor devoured the Holy Heaven Spirit, he would definitely ascend to the God realm and create even greater achievements. So in the end, this world of martial spirits finally fell into Tiandao's hands. Not bad. Not only the spirit envoys of the Heavenly Tao, but also the Empress Shantian in the distant sky watched the excitement. Of course, she knew something about God's domain and Xingtian monument, but what she was thinking now was that the God of War's move seemed to be a deliberate arrangement. Swish. In less than 20 breaths, the screams of the Holy Spirit slowly stopped. All the holy power released from his body became as gentle as water, giving people a completely different feeling. Moreover, the aura on the spirit of Xingtian was obviously stronger. Ha ha ha, finally got it. Xingtian Shindi's wild laughter resounded through the sky, full of excitement and excitement. Tens of thousands of years have not been in vain. The Xingtian monument is now mine. You rubbish, dare to blaspheme my divine power, you will all die. Turning his head, Xingtian Shindi looked in front of him, and the group of people who attacked Xingtian Pavilion roared loudly. Before, Chu Yan was here, and with Empress Shantian, he might still be a little bit afraid, but now Chu Yan was lost, and he had already controlled the Holy Heaven Spirit and obtained at least 50% of the power of the Holy Heaven Monument. Under such circumstances, even Empress Shantian can't do anything to him. However, what the Emperor Xingtian didn't know was that Chu Yan was not damaged at all. At this time, in the huge crack of the Xingtian monument. This is a world full of light, as if there is nothing between the sky and the earth, only the boundless golden light. Even if it was Chu Yan, who activated the unicorn's pupils and peeped in all directions, he couldn't see anything except some powerful auras hidden in this world. Those powerful terrifying auras are very similar to the Holy Heaven Monument Spirit Treasure Beast Soul Seal that was summoned by the Holy Heaven Spirit before. Even now, feeling some of their aura made Chu Yan's expression slightly tense. Roar. Suddenly, a bloody mad wolf appeared in the golden light all over the sky. The speed was so fast that almost at the moment of appearance, the huge animal claws had already been drawn in front of Chu Yan. Roar. 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 At the same time, in the golden light that filled the sky in all directions, beast roars sounded one after another, all kinds of roars, and the chaotic sounds of beast feet, all seemed to be rushing towards this side. These ghost spirits and monsters have been trapped here for an unknown number of years, and they haven't seen blood for a long time. Now, the appearance of Chu Yan has inspired their animal nature. The desire for flesh and blood broke out completely, as if to tear Chu Yan into pieces, divide and eat them. Not good. Chu Yan's face changed drastically. Each of these beast spirits is extremely powerful, far surpassing the divine realm, and there are so many of them. Are you courting death? A majestic and cold voice sounded, like a shout, blasting the space. With just this sound, the blood-red animal eyes flashed with panic in an instant, and they turned around and fled. Not only the one attacking Chu Yan, but also the voices rushing around like a tide stopped instantly. Boom. 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 As if the sound of spring thunder bombarding the earth sounded, a figure as tall as a mountain came strolling from far and near. This is an extremely tall figure, standing in front of Chu Yan, straight to the clouds. Blue, green armored giant, senior. Chu Yan raised his head and looked at this familiar figure with mixed feelings in his heart. The blue armored giant, this is the original name. Now, it should be called God of War. According to all the previous things, Chu Yan knew that his first step from stepping into this different world of martial arts was closely related to this Lord God of War. Even if it's his 5 gods and beasts, it has something to do with her. Chu Yan, I originally wanted to meet you in God's domain, but unfortunately, the one who showed up in advance can only be in advance. #C2872 Passbit. Hearing God of War's words, Chu Yan frowned slightly. The one you mentioned, do you mean the one in my godhead? This? Hearing Chu Yan's question, God of War hesitated a little, shook his head and said. It's inconvenient for me to say more about his existence. After all, his identity is above mine. However, when you arrive at God's domain, the answers to all these will appear in front of you. God of War replied. When these words came out, a consciousness flashed across Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. It seems that the senior God of War in front of him may also be a part of a game, rather than the person who controls the situation. Divine Domain. Chu Yan was taken aback. Before, when Yu Linglong was lost, Godhead Phantom had told him that only by going to God's domain could he become the master and save Yu Linglong. My true self has long been lost. 3 parts are soul, spirit, and body. Xingjia God of War looked at Chu Yan, then said. Now, you have become a god and started the real martial arts path, and I finally got my wish. These words made Chu Yan feel silent, as if he understood something. From the beginning to the end, what the green-armored giant said, and what he said to himself, can reflect that this green-armored God of War seems to really do everything for himself. Up to now, the soul has passed away, and I have returned to my body. I have the power to merge with you. Fight the world together. In the future, no matter what difficulties and enemies we encounter. Please never forget that my Lord is your Lord, the Lord of God of War, one of the 9 God Emperors. In this martial spirit world, no one is qualified to stand side by side with you. Speaking of this, a prehistoric and invincible aura rushed out of the Xingjia God of War, enveloping himself and Chu Yan. The cyan battle light soared into the sky, like a flood peak, rushing into the space in all directions. As the airwave passed by, the golden holy light melted like ice and snow. Some demon spirits who were hiding in the golden holy light and peeping quietly were swept by the airwave and instantly turned into dust, flying all over the sky. Boom, boom. The Xingjia God of War, as towering as a mountain, collapsed suddenly, turning into a large blue tide, rushing towards Chu Yan's body. Click. With the integration of the Xingjia War God, the majestic prehistoric power in Chu Yan's body violently churned, like the sea of 9 heavens, raging and grabbing the sky. Outside of Chu Yan's body, a piece of blue divine armor slowly condensed. A series of mysterious and powerful divine patterns continuously appeared on the divine armor, spreading towards Chu Yan's body. God of War. Passing on the throne. Heaven and earth mysteries. Let's learn from each other. A burst of domineering, with the fighting spirit of a gold and iron horse, soared to the sky. Roar. After the divine armor was possessed, behind Chu Yan, the tiger roaring cape like a raging fire unfolded against the wind, hunting. Like a flame of heaven and earth, in this golden world, monstrous flames were released. Boom. A mighty force. Gathered into a divine light, it rushed to the sky, breaking through layers of holy light, like a sky-defying spear, wrapped in the power of the blue God of War, and kept heading towards the top of the sky. In the next moment, the entire 10-direction star field could see a cyan beam of light breaking through the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky, breaking through the sky and the earth, and heading all the way to the outer sky of the 9 heavens. After 10 breaths, in the sky of God's domain continent, representing the supreme continent, a group of cyan light exploded, like a shock wave, surging in all directions. At this time, within the Holy Heaven Monument, the body of the Xingjia God of War in front of Chu Yan had completely collapsed and ceased to exist. On the other side, above the sky of Xingtian Pavilion. When Luo returns to the Holy Spirit, decree the world, with my order. The Divine Emperor Xingtian had already sensed that something chilling happened in the Xingtian Monument, so he shot directly without any hesitation. In an instant, terrifying air currents shot up from the depths of the cracks in the Holy Heaven Monument, surging in all directions. What? All the strong men and big bosses all changed their faces. The streams of air rushing out from the depths of Xingtian Pavilion obviously made them feel a bone-chilling chill. Danger. Very dangerous. Ha ha ha, the me now is definitely not what you can imagine. These spiritual treasures and fairy souls are all the most precious treasures in the world that I have collected for countless years. Xingtian Divine Emperor's laughter was deafening and extremely deafening. As long as you completely control the Holy Sky Monument, I will kill all of you ants and garbage. At this moment, after devouring the Holy Heaven Spirit, the Holy Heaven God Emperor was no longer the puppet who was the spokesperson of God's domain. The nature is completely released. The Holy Heaven God Emperor at this moment is named Zhao Tianming. In God's domain, the elites of the Zhao family, his father, and even an elder of the Zhao family, were indescribably powerful. Being in the realm of the gods and ruling the 10-direction starfield for nearly 1,000 years, these natives are treated like nothing. However, for the Zhao family of Xinyu, he has been acting as a puppet, acting for the powerful forces of Xinyu. Up to now, his plan has finally succeeded, and there is no need to endure it anymore. However, just when he was full of ambition and full of bullishness, his face suddenly changed. I saw that the most precious treasure in the world had just appeared in the sky above the Xingtian pavilion, but the revealed body was all broken. Whether it was Li Tianqian puppet, Nine Hell Wolf Emperor, or Cold Bone Blood Leech, they were all covered in cuts and bruises and blood. Except when they first appeared, each of them was like a rainbow, but now it is horrible. How is this possible? The smile on Xingtian Divine Emperor's face froze completely. The divine consciousness kept sweeping across the spirit treasure and immortal soul, and the face of the Holy Heavenly Emperor became darker and darker. Unfortunately, I am a little disappointed. Empress Xingtian looked at the face of Divine Emperor Xingtian, and she rarely showed a smile. Holy Heaven Monument. The majestic god of war himself occupies the Holy Heaven Monument. You, a small powerhouse in the conferred god realm, still want to challenge Lord War God, one of the 9 gods in the god's domain. What kind of spiritual artifacts and immortal souls of yours, in the Holy Heaven Monument just now, not all of them turned into scum, it is already a piece of shit luck. He even thought about making these whole cards to show off. Follow my order, give me, kill. The twitching face of the Holy Heaven God Emperor almost ground his teeth to pieces, so now he can only bite the bullet. Therefore, Emperor Xingtian waved his hand and ordered these wounded spirit treasures and immortal souls to kill them. Roar. All the immortal souls of Lingbao roared in unison after receiving the order, and their aura rose. Even if it is less than 1/3 of the original power, it is extremely terrifying. You, stupid. Don't you understand? Seeing this scene, Empress Xingtian looked at Enai Shindao and the warriors in the world, and said loudly, "Do you really think that Chu Yan has lost?" As the words landed, the expressions on everyone's faces froze for a moment, and then, countless gazes looked at the broken spirit treasures and immortal souls in the sky, and their eyes all brightened. #C2873 Break Through the Gods. The crack where Chu Yan entered the Xingtian monument was seen by everyone. But now, those spirit treasures and immortal souls that rushed out of the cracks in the Holy Heaven monument looked like this. What does this mean? It shows that they were created in the cracks of the Holy Heaven monument due to a battle. Of course, it's impossible for them to beat themselves up. In this case, there is only one possibility. That means Chu Yan is not damaged. The Taoist Lord is mighty. Brothers, follow the Taoist Lord, to fight. Go. This roar, like rolling thunder, resounded through the sky. All the strong against the divine way were immediately stimulated by this sentence, their blood boiled, and they rushed upwards screaming. The war broke out in an instant. On the other side, in the Holy Heaven monument, the blue light that filled the sky dispelled all the golden light. Even standing outside the Xingtian monument, you can see that the entire Xingtian monument is glowing with blue light, and the original appearance is very different. As for Chu Yan himself, looking at the Qingjiao god of war who dissipated in front of him, he didn't even have time to say goodbye. With the disappearance of the Qingjiao god of war, his skin, bones, and flesh and blood all became crystal clear. A huge wave of divine power was released, and even the surrounding space trembled in fear. At this moment, his physical strength reached a terrifying level. This level made Chu Yan feel the terrifying physical strength, and even Chu Yan didn't know what level it had reached. But at least, Chu Yan can be sure that it doesn't need to use any cultivation base and divine breath. With this physical body, it is not a problem at all to resist the powerhouse at the peak of the divine realm. Moreover, Chu Yan could clearly feel that the strength of the physical body seemed to be suppressed by some force. With the improvement of one's own cultivation base, the strength of the physical body can continue to increase. Martial arts practice, the body is the foundation. This principle is very clear to any martial artist who has stepped into the martial arts. Therefore, every time one level of cultivation is raised, warriors must strengthen the physical body, increase the strength of the physical body, and only in this way can they practice the next level of cultivation. But now, after Chu Yan has the body of the god of war, it seems that he no longer needs to cultivate physical strength alone in the future. The power contained in this body is like a volcano, connected to the vast land, and the source is endless. After all, this is the physical body of one of the 9 great gods in the realm of the gods. Although it has been 1,000,000 years and the body has been severely injured, it is far from the heyday of the original, but this power alone made Chu Yan astonished. If the body of the god of war had not been injured, the current Chu Yan, just in the physical state, might have reached the peak of the human god state, or the earthly level. The current Chu Yan, who possesses the spirit of the 5 great beasts and the body of the god of war, holds the Xuanhuan sword in his hand, who can be the enemy in this world. The next moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, there were blue spots of light. Flying all over the sky, they gathered towards the Lingyun Sea. In less than a moment, these cyan light spots evolved into a huge cyan sky lotus in the sea of spiritual clouds. The edge of each lotus leaf is one color, and the lotus flower in the middle is the size of a millstone, extremely gorgeous. This is the god of war spirit vein. Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment. Spirit veins are the source of spiritual cultivation in the yin and yang world, and have the same function as the martial souls in the 10 directions star field. Therefore, Chu Yan is no stranger to Ling Mai. After all, he also stayed in the yin-yang world for a while, but this spirit vein is too strong. The division of spirit veins is similar to that of Wuhun, but Chu Yan can accurately judge that this god of war spirit vein is probably the strongest in the world of yin and yang, not one of them. The next moment, countless blue light star points gushed out from the huge god of war veins, and above it, evolved into a vast star map, buzzing and revolving. This is the 9 realms star map. Chu Yan was startled. In the realm of the gods, it is divided into 9 realms. After reaching the realm of the gods, a star map will be born independently. And the size of the star map determines the level of the star map. Boom, rumbling. The star map is vast, releasing a large amount of star power, all poured into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world. In an instant, the original blue sky and white clouds quickly disappeared, and a large area of stars shone out, completely replacing the original sea of consciousness and sky. The sky was full of stars, projecting a large amount of starlight, which made Chu Yan's power start to skyrocket. 9th heaven of conferred God realm. The first level of the human and divine realm. The second level of the human and divine realm. The 3 heavens of the human God realm. The 4 heavens of the human God realm. The 9th heaven of the human God realm. The momentum soared crazily, and Chu Yan's body was filled with the power of the primordial, the prehistoric brute force, which doubled Chu Yan's power. This soaring cultivation power not only transformed Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, but also his soul and physical body. The most dramatic change is Godhead. At this moment, Xingtian Pavilion. Boom. 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 Empress Xuanhuan's snowy shadow was like the sky, and she waved her jade hands, releasing ice crystal edges all over the sky, constantly impacting the spirit weapon fairy soul. Under the powerful force, she alone blocked more than 20 spiritual weapons and immortal souls. Below her, the army of the Xingtian Pavilion and the army of the God-defying Dao collided like two floods, and an earth-shattering battle broke out. Although the army of Xingtian Pavilion, under the arrogance of Emperor Xingtian, thought that Chu Yan had been lost, all of them were greatly boosted in morale and momentum. However, compared with theirs, the fighting spirit of the side against the divine way is only stronger than weaker. Therefore, in this great melee, the side against the divine way always had the upper hand. Heaven, you just look at it like this. Xingtian Shindi's face was dark, looking not far away. The heavenly Dao spirit envoys and heavenly Dao spirits who were watching the battle, roared sharply. Up to now, his whole cards have been exhausted, but all the spirit weapons and immortal souls have been blocked by Empress Xingtian. And the army of Xingtian Pavilion was suppressed by the army against the gods. If this continues, the final situation will be extremely unfavorable to him. Therefore, he could only turn to external forces, and turned his attention to the two heavenly Dao spirit envoys. Don't you say, Chu Yan is dead? In this way, our mission and goal have been achieved. The heavenly Dao spirit envoy sneered and replied. As the heavenly Dao of the 10 Directions Starfield, whether it is the people of the Xingtian Pavilion or the people who go against the divine Dao, they are all creatures of his 10 Directions Starfield. Whoever wins and who loses has nothing to do with him. As for Empress Xingtian and Divine Emperor Xingtian, they both came to the God realm and would leave sooner or later. Therefore, when the battle ended and the two conferred gods left, the 10 Directions Starfield returned to their hands. How perfect! Without Chu Yan, there would be no one to compete with them for control of the 10 Directions Starfield. People like Qingmu Sword God are not enough to worry about. Of course the Emperor Xingtian knew about the small calculations of the spirit envoys of the heavenly Dao. His expression changed immediately, and he shouted. Give me a helping hand, I will share half of the primordial aura of the 10 Directions Starfield with you. Okay. It's settled. Hearing this condition, the eyes of the heavenly Dao spirit envoy and the heavenly Dao spirit suddenly lit up. They looked at each other, and agreed with their mouths. #C2874 Godhead Breakthrough. After the agreement was reached, the heavenly Dao spirit envoy and the heavenly Dao spirit directly acted. With a big wave of his hand, groups of armored soldiers rushed out of the sea of spiritual clouds, holding spiritual weapons in their hands, like a tide. The black army with no end in sight. Every time a wave appeared, the volume of the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky shrank by a fraction. In less than a moment, the sea of spiritual clouds disappeared, and most of the spiritual energy in the world was lost. Instead, there was a mighty heavenly Dao army. The appearance of this power immediately attracted the attention of the Empress Xingtian and the Nishan Dao bosses, and all of them looked down. Unexpectedly, this is the purpose of the heavenly Dao spirit envoy and the heavenly Dao spirit, who have been hiding by the side and not making a move. Originally, the masters who went against the gods thought that the spirit of heaven had shown favor to Chu Yan before, so they might not participate in this battle. But now it seems that there is nothing that a bunch of primordial spiritual energy can't solve. Seal up. The doubts and astonishment in Empress Xuanhuan's heart were the least among all the people present. She has been on guard against the two heavenly Dao spirit envoys, so the moment the heavenly Dao army appeared, she had already taken action. The ice crystals all over the sky turned into a rain of ice arrows in an instant, shooting towards the sky. The temperature in the entire sky dropped rapidly, and the ice arrows struck, and the world was frozen, blocking all the heavenly army directly. What a Xingtian, you alone can't do it with one arm. The divine Emperor Xingtian looked at Empress Xiantian and sneered, but there was still deep fear in his eyes. Now, among all the powerhouses present, the only one who can make him scruples is this Empress Xiantian. If you want to help them, pass me first. Boom. As soon as Xingtian Shindi's words fell, the Xingtian monument in the distance suddenly trembled, and countless golden lights burst out, rushing towards the surrounding sky. These golden lights didn't spread randomly, but had a neat and clear direction, and soon formed an extremely powerful spirit array. Holy Heaven, 9 mysteries, all dharmas are heaven. Rays of divine breath lighted up in this holy formation, and tall figures slowly appeared from the formation. This is a golden skeleton, the original white bones are shining like gold. In the eyes of every skeleton, there are strange fires flickering, and the bone knives in their hands are all golden spiritual knives. Their appearance immediately changed the expressions of all the big bosses and strong men present. Because the appearance of these 9 golden bodies made everyone's aura seem to be pressed hard by an invisible big hand, and even the true energy in their bodies was somewhat reversed. 9 golden bodies, extremely powerful. Holy corpse. You actually. Empress Xiantian looked at the 9 golden skeletons with a hint of surprise in her icy eyes. Humph. You forced me to do this. The Emperor Xingtian had a hideous face, and with a wave of his hand, 9 golden corpses. At the same time, it shattered the ice crystal sky in front of it, scattered it, and rushed towards the army against the gods. Set up. Quick. The faces of Aoki Sword God and the others suddenly changed, and they shouted orders. The golden-bodied holy corpse was transformed from the corpse of the god of the gods. Those bastards and the gods actually refined the corpse of the god into a puppet. Moreover, the divine Emperor Xingtian was not shy about it, and directly announced it to the public. It seems that Emperor Xingtian is really in a hurry. However, although the golden corpse transformed from the god's corpse has lost the power it had in life, it is by no means easy to deal with. The entire army against God looked at the 9 golden corpses with astonishment on their faces. Back then, the ancient gods and demons fought against each other, and thousands of god corpses were lost. In the Kunshan Holy Tomb, there were no more than 100 buried, and most of the others were of course acquired by Xinyu and Xingtian Pavilion. After digging out the godheads, the corpses of these gods were actually refined into this evil thing. Break! Empress Xiantian reacted the fastest. She raised her hand and slashed the ice sword in her hand. Every slash of sword light would turn into an ice crystal phoenix and rush towards the 9 golden holy corpses below. She is very clear that each of these golden holy corpses has a combat power comparable to the peak of the gods, and they are not at all able to fight against the army against the gods below. Even if it can resist, I am afraid that there will be countless casualties, and the air will be greatly damaged. In that case, the opponent's Xingtian Pavilion army will achieve a reversal and take the initiative on the battlefield. This is the plan of the divine Emperor Xingtian. Naturally, she would not let the scheme of the divine Emperor Xingtian succeed, so she didn't care about the loss of divine power at all, and directly used her big move. Leave it to me. The spirit envoy of the heavenly Tao not far away, seeing Empress Xiantian make a move, sneered again and again, raised her hand in a blue robe, and waved it, turning into a cloud of 7 colors, shrouding downward. These 9 holy corpses are the only ones who practiced the same kind of divine arts among all the divine corpses back then. They can, The face of Xingtian Divine Emperor was full of a cold smile, and he waved the holy power in his hand again. In an instant, 9 holy lights flashed on the holy corpse at the same time, turning into spiritual seals one by one, coming out through the body, colliding with each other, and condensing into an incomparably huge divine seal, hovering above the sky, almost covering the sky. Day. Boom. The divine seal was in motion, and the powerful power erupted blasted the 9 ice crystal phoenixes that had just rushed over into ice slag. Kill me. Once the move was successful, the face of the Shantian God Emperor was full of violence, and he roared and ordered. The seal of God and the 9 holy corpses roared together. On the other side, in the Xingtian monument, Chu Yan's godhead is changing. Chu Yan, don't suppress it, do your best to help it change. Just when Chu Yan sensed the fighting situation outside and was about to suppress the change of the godhead first, the phantom of the godhead jumped out and roared anxiously. Before that, the Qingjia god of war used the last ounce of strength to suppress him for nearly 10 breaths. Therefore, he did not see the scene where Chu Yan inherited the position of god of war. But then, Chu Yan's breakthrough in cultivation, including the promotion of godhead, completely awakened him. Good. At this time, the true energy of cultivation in Chu Yan's body was still slowly increasing. Hearing the words of the phantom of the godhead, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was activated, and all the power was drawn into the godhead. The vast power rushes into the godhood like the tide of the sea. Boom. A ball of light soaring into the sky exploded with a bang. In the entire space, all the golden cloud waves were rolling, and those spiritual weapons and fairy souls who had been hiding far away were shocked by this breath, and all of them were so frightened that their whole bodies crawled and trembled. This time, there is no Qingjia god of war, but the divine power released by Chu Yan is even more terrifying than before. Get closer, and even be directly hit, shattered, and it is too late to escape. At this time, in Chu Yan's body, a purple-blue godhead floated in the sea of consciousness and sky, spinning gently. Chu Yan's consciousness swept over, and his eyes suddenly brightened. #C2875 Road. Chu Yan could clearly feel that this transformed godhead was more than 10 times stronger than before. This is not breath and superficial improvement, but a kind of essential improvement. In this world of martial souls are the most respected, but all kinds of cultivation methods, like 100 flowers blooming, have their own strengths. The phantom in the godhead, it seems that because of the improvement of the godhead, the phantom has also become more solid, and said to Chu Yan. It's like the body refining flow, the method of cultivating spiritual veins, and the ancient practitioners. Although they don't use martial souls, their strength is not weak. Thousands of laws in the world are inseparable from all changes. It can also be said that the Tao returns to its source, and it will eventually lead to the same end. That is Tao. Tao. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. That's right. That's Tao. The godhead phantom nodded, with a serious expression on his face. That's what you ordinary warriors often say, Tao. This. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. The Tao realm is natural. Remember, from now on, it is the time for you to open the Tao. Wait for a certain day, when your godhead will transform again and transform into the crystal of Tao. It will be the time of Tao realm great accomplishment. So that's the case. Chu Yan nodded, his doubts suddenly cleared. After breaking through to the human god realm before, Chu Yan himself felt that his martial Tao realm was completely different from before. It turned out that Chu Yan was still thinking about how to cultivate the 3 completely unfamiliar realms of man, earth, and sky. After all, after breaking through to the human god realm, there are no relevant records and cultivation methods in the 10 directions starfield. Now, hearing the words of the Godhead Phantom, I suddenly realized it. At present, you have just stepped into the Tao realm, and there will not be much difference from the original one. Only after you condense the Tao crystal, temper the Tao body, and integrate the Tao of self with the Tao of martial arts, will you be reborn. Difference. Godhead Phantom stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Chu Yan, nodded with a chuckle, his eyes were full of approval and expectation. By the way, after that god of war merged with you, did he awaken the map of the star field? The map of the star field. What is it? Chu Yan asked subconsciously. Before the god of war collapsed, with his last strength, he sealed the 10-breath time of this godhead phantom, covering the critical time when he was passed on and the 9 realms star map appeared. Of course Chu Yan knew that the god of war would not do this for no reason, which showed that he was also wary of this phantom of the godhead. Thinking of this, Chu Yan naturally would not directly tell the other party his 9 realms star map. Huh. You don't know. That guy, why are you so careless? Hearing Chu Yan's question, the godhead phantom frowned slightly, his eyes flickered, he looked up and down Chu Yan, and finally fixed his gaze on Chu Yan's Qi. How come? It seems that even he himself didn't believe it when he said this. How could the 9 great gods make such a low-level mistake? Now seeing Chu Yan's air sea, a cyan air flow shuttles, condensed into pieces of spiritual mist, while nourishing the sea of Qi, evolved a divine seal. The appearance of this divine seal made Chu Yan feel the will of the god of war in his whole body, which was extraordinary. This is the method god of war left to Chu Yan. As long as he is in danger, this divine seal can play an important role. Of course, this divine seal cannot be activated at will, otherwise the consequences will be equally serious. After all, it is the method of the 9 great gods, how could it be simple? The spiritual body of the phantom of the godhead trembled for a while, and the mind trembled slightly. Chu Yan may not know what this is, but he knows it all too well. Li Tianzhanlong was conceived in God's domain, nourished by the blood of God of war for countless years, a terrifying method comparable to 50% of the fighting power of God of war himself. If this is activated, I am afraid that this piece of 10-direction starfield can be destroyed 10 times. This guy, really? Godhead Phantom has a helpless expression on his face, he is really different from others, he has been lost for countless years. Yet he can still have such a powerful whole card, but what about himself? However, this is totally unreasonable. This kind of thing, if you don't consider what happened after your loss, it doesn't make any sense to the god of war himself. After all, anyone who dares to bark their teeth at the 9 great gods of the divine realm probably hasn't been born yet. Could it be that the god of war guy has already started arranging some things? On the other side, Xingtian Pavilion. With one move, it seemed that half of the sky collapsed, and most of the various battle formations that were linked up by the anti-Shinto army also collapsed. All the masters against the gods were injured, blood was bleeding from the corner of their mouths, and their faces were full of shock. Record the sky. From Empress Xuanhuan's body, 3 streaks of blue light shot up into the sky, turning into phantoms, which quickly merged into one. In an instant, an invisible force surged from the sky, covering the heaven and the earth. This is a terrifying killing intent to the extreme, as if even the sky is about to be strangled. Mysterious magic powers through the gods. The divine emperor Xingtian shouted loudly, and the Xingtian monument in the distance suddenly soared into the sky, and merged with the cloud of divine seal above the 9 holy corpses. Boom, boom. The terrifying power, like a frenzy, rolled over the sky, blasting a large space-time turbulence. No matter who it is, even the giants of the mainland, in the face of such a frenzy, they will become as weak as ants. Heaven, you deal with Xingtian first. The divine emperor Xingtian turned his eyes, flipped the seal with both hands, and began to push the Xingtian monument with all his strength. Following the destruction of the Holy Heaven God Emperor, one after another holy patterns gushed out from the Holy Heaven monument, turning into the Holy Heaven formation and rushing towards the surroundings. Heavenly power. The Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy gritted his teeth, and directly used his whole card ultimate move, and the overwhelming power of the Heavenly Tao surged. Countless silk threads connected every strong man present, swallowed by the power of heaven. In the past, it was warriors who absorbed the aura of heaven and earth, but now, in reverse, they were forcibly drawn from the body to integrate the aura of heaven. The number of warriors present is so huge. Even if it is from each person's body, if a trace is taken and gathered together, the number will become extremely terrifying. The heavenly Tao spirit envoy was a little nervous about Empress Xiantian, so this move directly used his strongest means, hoping to have some influence on Empress Xiantian. Boom, boom. The power of heaven turned into a large spiritual cloud, surging across the sky and earth, swallowing Empress Xiantian within it in an instant. Ha ha ha, Xiantian, even if I can't hurt you, if I want to come out, it will take at least 50 breaths of time. Seeing the situation here, the divine Emperor Xingtian laughed wildly, and was extremely satisfied with the methods of the heavenly Tao spirit envoy. Really? Between the sky and the earth, Empress Xuantian's voice sounded, and immediately after that, the 3 cyan figures she cast above the sky spoke at the same time. What kind of exercise is this? Seeing the appearance of the 3 Xiantian empresses, and waved their hands, the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky collapsed, without even saving a breath. The smile on the face of the Holy Heaven God Emperor froze immediately, and his face twitched. #C2876, when will not return now. It took so much effort to arrange the heavenly power cage, but it was so shattered. Humph. Useless trash. The divine Emperor Xingtian glanced at the heavenly Tao spirit envoy, and with a cold snort, he waved his hands and made a quick move. Originally, he planned that even if the heavenly Tao spirit envoy blocked the time of Xuantian's 10 breaths, he would be enough. But now, it didn't even last for 3 breaths. All of you, die to me. The divine Emperor Xingtian's gaze has been locked on the boss who defies the divine way, and he wants to kill Aoki Sword God and Forbidden God Lord in one go. The holy heaven monument above the sky shook, and the violent holy power and the power of the divine seal surged down, and the lake water was lifted upside down and poured down. This wave of God surged over, immediately enveloping Aoki Sword God and other big bosses, causing them to shatter their protective gods, spurting blood again and again, and being injured instantly. With just one move, several masters against God were injured at the same time. Humph. Dog of God's domain, let's see how long you can be proud, wait for Chu Yan to return. The Forbidden God Lord roared, his face full of anger. Nonsense. Chu Yan. It has turned into ashes long ago, and I still want to return. Last time you attacked my Xingtian pavilion, I let you go. Now, since you are still looking for death, then I will abolish you now. When Emperor Xingtian heard the word Chu Yan, the anger in his heart burned, and the divine seal and holy light above the sky waved his hands, turning into countless swords, and stabbed fiercely at the Aoki Sword God. Boom. 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 Soldiers of the holy light charged at the soul body of the Aoki Sword God, blasting holes after holes, and thousands of holes were created in the body of the Aoki Sword God in an instant, which was too horrible to look at. Forbidden God, Xingyuan, Tianji, Emperor Kuan, now, it's your turn. Emperor Xingtian didn't even bother to look at Sword God Qingmu anymore, his eyes shifted sideways, and when he raised his hand, he saw a giant palm of Saint Yuan, and slapped it down. Boom, boom. The giant palm flew through the sky, covering the sky and the earth, and the moment it fell, it grabbed the Forbidden God Lord and the others in their hands, and squeezed them hard. Click. Click. There was a sound of bone cracking in each of the gods, and the flesh and blood of the whole body almost turned into slime. These few people were giants from one side of the 10 Directions starfield, but they were all crippled and reduced to crippled people with one move by the Holy Heaven God Emperor. Moreover, the pain of broken bones and flesh made their entire faces almost deformed. However, even though their eye sockets were about to burst and their veins were about to explode, the big bosses, including Aoki Sword God, gritted their teeth tightly and didn't say a word. Because they knew very well that the purpose of the Holy Heaven God Emperor attacking them was to defeat the God-defying army in the shortest possible time. In this way, the army of Xingtian Pavilion can be reversed and form a crushing trend. After all, to suppress the world, we still have to rely on these holy heavenly armies. If they all die in the hands of the God-defying army, how can we control this world? Okay. Good. Let me see how long you can last. Seeing the big bosses in Qingmu gritted their teeth, they just stared at him with eyes full of anger. Xingtian Shindi snorted coldly. What are you still looking at? Give it to me. Kill all disobedient people. Xingtian Divine Emperor let out a loud roar, and yelled at several elders on the side of Xingtian Pavilion. Ah. Yes. When the elders of Xingtian Pavilion heard this, they woke up with a start and quickly took orders. An I Shindao high level has been eliminated, the whole army obeys orders, kill. The elders of the Xingtian Pavilion led the team, and the momentum was like a rainbow. The entire army of the Xingtian Pavilion broke out again, rushing out like a tide, and charged towards an I Shindao. If the masters against the gods persist, of course everyone will see it. The tragic situation of the bosses certainly had an impact on the army, so when the Xingtian Pavilion army launched a counterattack, the Anai Shindao army was almost defeated at the touch of a touch, and the morale of the army was completely slackened. The army was defeated like a mountain, and the situation was reversed in an instant. The situation of this kind of war between cultivators is completely different from that of ordinary people. Morale is the fighting spirit, which has a huge impact on the battle situation. However, in this chaotic battlefield, no one noticed that the Spirit of Heaven had quietly evacuated the battlefield with his envoys. Humph. Only ghosts believe that Chu Yan is dead. Xingtian is crazy. The Spirit of Heaven knows Chu Yan too well. Since his appearance in the 10 Direction star field, this arrogance has faced countless crises and dead ends. But in the end, it must be his opponent who is unlucky. This Chu Yan seems to have a great relationship with a certain layout of God's domain and supreme will. The power of aerodynamics and destiny is not something that can be controlled by a small 10 Direction star field. Perhaps, for the benefit of God's domain, Emperor Xingtian tried his best to put Chu Yan to death. However, the interests of God's domain have nothing to do with him, so the Spirit of Heaven will not step into this troubled water. Moreover, the Spirit of Heaven also knows that Chu Yan's martial soul is his biggest reliance and whole card, but until now, Chu Yan's martial soul has not moved at all. This is absolutely not normal. Whether it is the Empress Xiantian or the God of War, compared with those 5, they are equally terrifying. Of the 9 gods in the realm of the gods, none of them can be offended. Therefore, it is enough for the Spirit of Heaven to take care of his own 3-acre land. Chu Yan, don't let me down. Although he bet the chips on Chu Yan, there was still a feeling of uneasiness in the heart of the Spirit of Heaven. After all, if Chu Yan was really damaged, after the Emperor Xingtian dealt with those people who went against the divine way, he might attack him too. On the other side, the battlefield of Xingtian Pavilion. The entire sky was stained red with blood, and the strong men were damaged and fell to the mountains and land below. The decadent situation of defeat like a mountain made all the members of the anti-Shinto army be determined to live and die, and despair appeared in their eyes. The Taoist was chased and killed by the Xingtian Pavilion back then, and he experienced so many lives and deaths. Didn't they all return against the sky in the end? That's right. This time, the Taoist will not be lost, and will definitely return. We can't be defeated. Yes. Hold on, never lose. Hold on. One after another, they stepped forward, gritted their teeth and persevered, trying to save the defeat and support the collapsed sky. Including Little White Bear, Situ Yang, Chang Tianhe, and Shen Xingjiao led the Raksha Sol Tianzong's men and horses to counterattack and reach the forefront of the Xingtian Pavilion's counterattack army, constantly charging and killing. From the beginning to the end, their will has never disappeared, because they have never doubted that Chu Yan will be lost. Humph. you are so stubborn, you really want to die. The Emperor Xingtian looked at this scene and sneered endlessly. Chu Yan is dead, since you want to bury him with him, then, go to die. With a wave of the divine Emperor Xingtian, the 9 holy corpses above the sky, the sacred seals of the holy heaven and countless holy heaven formations burst out together, shooting out 10,000 holy arrows, falling down like a piece of sky. Boom, boom. Empress Xingtian broke through the 10,000-mile spiritual cloud, escaped from the predicament, and shattered the barrier of the power of heaven. As soon as she appeared, her icy eyes swept away, and finally she turned her gaze to the holy heaven monument. Chu Yan, if you don't return now, when will you wait? With the sound of falling to the ground, there was a sudden silence between heaven and earth. #C2877 Kill World. In Empress Xuanhuan's icy pupils, a large piece of divine light bloomed, and her voice, like the Sanskrit sound of the Tao, resounded through the world, and even the holy light shield of the Xingtian pavilion directly swayed. Boom. At this moment, a loud and clear sound of swords slashing out from the void, smashing all the attacks in the sky into powder. The entire sky collapsed in an instant, and the turbulent flow of time and space rushed to the sky and the earth. A figure strode forward from the shattered void. This is a body in a black robe, with a long sword on his back and a golden long sword in his hand. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers are picturesque, and in the world of the sword body, all living beings evolve into every phenomenon. Zhao Tianming, you are getting more and more courageous. When these words fell to the ground, the universe began to boil like a fountain. Wearing a green armor, with a flaming cloak fluttering, his whole body is still burning like anger. Chu Yan just stepped out in the air and appeared in front of everyone. Chu Yan. All the bosses and strong men in Xingtian Pavilion were stunned when they saw this figure, and instantly petrified. On the other side, the strong men who defied the divine way were full of refinement, and their true energy was like fire, just like Chu Yan, burning crazily. Ha ha ha, great. In the distant sky, the spirit of heaven watched this scene and laughed wildly. Finally let myself bet on the right treasure. This time when Chu Yan returns, he will definitely fight the Holy Heaven God Emperor. At that time it is best for both sides to suffer. Even if one side wins, he will have greater confidence to suppress everything and control the 10-star fields alone. Yu. Above the sky, only the Emperor Xingtian was full of horror, looking at Chu Yan's expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Chu Yan, you are not dead. Haven't you been swallowed by the Holy Sky Monument? How can you still be alive? That's the Holy Sky Monument. The treasures of God's domain, just the God's domain monsters that were suppressed by Li Ji, are as numerous as a vast sea. Not to mention a little Chu Yan, even those gods in the realm of the gods, if they are confined to the Holy Heaven Monument, there is no way out. This Chu Yan is only in the conferred God realm. How did he do it? At this time, the Emperor Xingtian couldn't see through Chu Yan's cultivation at all, and even naively thought that Chu Yan's cultivation was still in the conferred God realm. However, the space in his holy steel allowed Chu Yan to rise to the 9th heaven of the human and divine realm. So what if you're alive? Now, I can kill you easily. The Emperor Xingtian's eyes showed a fierce light, and amidst a loud roar, he formed seals with both hands, desperately urging the Xingtian monument. Boom, boom. The next moment, a spirit weapon and fairy soul condensed out again, merged with the holy heaven formation, and appeared between the heaven and the earth. Although he is sure to kill Chu Yan, the current enemy is not only Chu Yan. More importantly, Zhao Tianming didn't want to die here. As the Emperor of Xingtian, he had to be careful about his own life, so the lion and the rabbit will do their best. Never capsize in the gutter, especially when success has been seen. However, no matter how careful he was, his expression froze instantly in the next breath. Almost exactly the same as before, the newly summoned 9 spiritual artifacts and immortal souls have wounds all over their bodies and are covered in blood, and they have a trace of power. What's even more frightening is that all of them were trembling all over. When they saw Chu Yan, they all let out a shrill scream, turned around and fled. It seems that Chu Yan is their natural enemy, even if it is death, they will never face him face to face. Escape. Flee back to the inside of the Xingtian monument, even if you are killed, you won't come out. The current Holy Spirit is too hateful. Don't you know, this man is terrible. This man alone was terrifying enough before, but now he has also merged with the even more terrifying green-armored giant. In such a situation, even letting them fight him, wouldn't that be death? Although they were all prisoners, some of them wanted to live for a few more years. This kind of death-seeking thing should never be done. What? Seeing the appearance of a spirit weapon and fairy soul who had just been summoned and fled desperately to the Xingtian monument, the Xingtian God Emperor stood there in a daze, his whole body in a mess. What is the situation? What happened in the Holy Sky Monument? Die. Without waiting for him to react, Chu Yan held the Xuanhuan sword and pointed it across the sky, waving his hand to create a wave of swords. Call out. Call out. Call out. When the sword was slashed out, an endless frenzy of sword intent covered the sky, covering the whole world, and swept downward like a raging tsunami. This is a sea tide composed of sword energy, like the wrath of heaven and earth, which cannot be stopped by manpower at all. What's even more frightening is that every sword chi in it can automatically distinguish those strong people who are against the Shinto side and those who are from the Xingtian pavilion side. Without any deviation, they all slashed towards the powerful boss of Xingtian pavilion. Ah! 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 Regardless of whether it is the realm of the gods or the realm of the great emperor, at this moment, it seems that they are facing natural disasters at the same time. Everyone was swallowed by this frenzy of sword chi, the divine body was pierced with thousands of holes, blood mist sprayed into the sky, and the next breath was directly turned into flesh and blood. Your cultivation base. At this time, Emperor Xingtian finally realized that Chu Yan's cultivation was not in the conferred god realm at all. However, it was discovered now that it was obviously too late. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's eyes turned sideways, like the eyes of the sun, the moon and the stars, looking at the holy emperor, and raised his hand to strike a sword. This sword slashed down like a thunder from the sky, rushing across, and smashed all the spiritual weapons and immortal souls that stood in front of the holy heaven god emperor into powder. It's over. At this moment, in the heart of the divine emperor Xingtian, death energy surged like a tidal wave, almost causing his soul to collapse. Escape. Without the slightest hesitation, the divine emperor Xingtian turned around and fled, seeing the spirit envoy of the Tao of Heaven in the distance at a glance, and rushed straight away. Fuck, don't come here. Seeing the holy heaven god emperor rushing over, the scalp of the heavenly Tao Lingshi directly exploded. This is a disaster at all, and he wants to use himself as a shield. The point is, it still works. As the holy heaven god emperor rushed over, the heavenly Tao spirit envoy could clearly feel that a mountain-like murderous intent enveloped him in an instant. Damn it. Not even having the chance to scold the holy heaven god emperor angrily, the heavenly Tao spirit envoy hastened to mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao, preparing to resist this wave of crisis. No. There is no egg at all. The moment the sword light falls, all the power of the heavenly law shatters instantly. The heavenly Tao spirit envoy's eyes widened, and before he had time to react, he was directly cut into the divine body by that terrifying sword light. Boom, boom. The entire world of the 10 Directions starfield trembled suddenly. Above the endless sky, all the rules of heaven and earth, the great way of 10,000 laws that filled the world, at this moment, after losing their origin, they collapsed and disappeared without a trace. The way of heaven collapsed, the world of heaven and earth changed drastically. #C2878 Idiot God. 10 Direction Star Field, Thunder Fire Continent. At this moment, the entire Godhead battlefield was completely boiling, and a frenzied storm like a strong wind swept across the entire continent. All the avenues and laws, the rules of heaven and earth, all collapsed at this moment. All the chains on those Godhead gold stones that have been suppressed and imprisoned for countless years are broken. Because, one of the controllers of the heaven and earth rules of the 10 Directions Starfield, the spirit envoy of the heavenly Tao, was lost. Spirit messenger. In the sky of Xingtian Pavilion, the roar of the spirit of heaven resounded throughout the world. Not only the spirit of heaven, but all the big bosses were trembling all over, and their faces were full of horror. Naturally, their feelings about the impact caused by the changes in the world are the most real. God of War, what the hell did he do? How could he change so much? Empress Xuanhuan's icy eyes were full of doubts, but at the same time they were shining brightly. Swish. After beheading the heavenly Tao spirit envoy with one sword, Chu Yan had no intention of stopping at all. With a throw of the Xuanhuan sword in his hand, he rose into the sky like a golden dragon. Puff. 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 Those spirit artifacts and immortal souls who hadn't had time to escape were blasted into powder one by the golden dragon, as if hitting a mountain, and turned into clouds and smoke, flying in all directions. Chu Yan, you. At this moment, a look of horror finally appeared in the eyes of the divine Emperor Xingtian. The previous loss of the heavenly Tao spirit envoy left a huge shadow in his heart, which made his mind tremble endlessly. That is the spirit envoy of the heavenly Tao of the 10 Directions Starfield. In theory, it is an existence of the same level as him, but it was just lost. The world. Domineering. The next moment, Chu Yan stood in the air, his whole body surged with fighting spirit, and both fists came out, the endless void suddenly trembled, and 2 airflow-like shock waves blasted towards the holy heaven monument. This move has quality and intangibility, and it has broken away from the scope of ordinary martial arts emperor skills. It is an absolute magic skill. In one punch, including the Tao Tiantu, the source of all dharmas, even the sky can be smashed. Boom, boom. Under the huge impact, the cracks on the Xingtian monument burst open again. The whole world was roaring, and the endless breath of holy light flowed from the holy monument and merged into the surrounding world. The holy heaven monument, which represents the will of God's domain, is almost completely broken at this time, only 1/10 of its volume, but still connected together, barely able to maintain it. However, this level of trauma, even after God's domain, cannot be repaired at all. Now you. Chu Yan's eyes were shining with azure golden light, and he glanced at him, looking directly at the holy heavenly emperor. Chu Yan, what are you going to do? I am the Emperor Xingtian, I am an elite of the Jiao family, and my father is an elder. If you dare to touch me, you will regret it. The cold hairs all over Xingtian Shindi's body exploded, and the thick death energy rolled in his body, making him feel that the next second seems to be dying. Our Jiao family won't let you go, and God's domain. No. Don't kill me. I don't want anything, I can give you everything, just let me go. Apart from fear, there was no trace of majesty on Xingtian Divine Emperor's face. Whether it is an ordinary person or a god, when facing death, no matter how strong the realm and skills are, they are meaningless. What is shown is nothing but the instinct of human nature. Compared with the gangsters who went against God before, they were tortured and oppressed by the Holy Heaven God Emperor, their whole body cultivation base was abolished, and their bones were shattered, but they didn't even hum. But now, the performance of the Holy Heaven God Emperor left everyone dumbfounded. This is the Holy Heaven God Emperor. The Supreme Existence, who has been in charge of Xingtian Pavilion and Shifang Starfield for nearly 2,000 years. Die. Chu Yan glanced at the Holy Heaven God Emperor, and suddenly felt sick. He retracted the Xuanhuan sword, raised his hand and punched out. Xuanhuan sword, the supreme treasure of the human race, he is not worthy at all. Boom, boom. On the fist gang, the golden dragon entangled, roaring in the sky, all the anger, at this moment, all broke out. Between the heaven and the earth, countless frost, snow, and rain, and the vision of killing tide and blood sky, all bloomed together. At this moment, all the cultivators on the 10-direction Starfield continent felt a terrifying coercion descending from the sky, making it difficult for them to even breathe. The next moment, the golden dragon fist blasted down, directly attacking Xingtian. With the falling of the golden dragon fist, it seemed as if this piece of heaven, earth, and void had become solidified. The Holy Heaven God Emperor is different from the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy. Over the past million years, he has not only mastered the Heavenly Tao rules, but also collected all the heaven and earth spiritual sources of the entire 10-direction Starfield into his own hands. As a result, in the past 1 million years in the 10-direction Starfield, apart from one Empress Xingtian, there has not been a strong person in the conferred God realm in the 10-direction Starfield. If now, the Holy Heaven God Emperor is lost, then all the rules will be changed, and a new era will come. However, at this moment, a huge force suddenly burst out from the broken Holy Sky Tablet. It turned into a holy curtain of gods and heavens, blocking the front, completely blocking that fist. What? Empress Xuanhuan's expression suddenly changed. Boom. In the next moment, the radiant divine light exploded in the sky above the Xingtian Pavilion, and shot straight into Jiuxiao. Above the sky, it seemed that a huge city gate opened the sky and earth, and suddenly appeared. The appearance of this city gate immediately released a terrifying divine power, as if falling from the 9 heavens, sweeping across the entire continent. What happened? The faces of all the strong men present changed drastically at the same time, and their faces were full of shock. They all seemed to feel that behind the gate of the city is a supreme god, standing in the sky, looking down at the world. Could it be the origin of the Xingtian monument? Xingtian God Emperor, who was sad to die, was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Ants in the world, be bold. This roar exploded in the sky, like the sky falling apart, and the entire 10-direction Starfield trembled. The Holy Heaven Monument is the treasure of my life. Whoever dares to hurt it, I will let your entire continent be buried with it. Heaven and earth benevolence, think of the common people, now I will give you a chance, no matter what method you use, you must repair the holy monument for me, otherwise. The thunder-like voice exploded the world, every word was like thunder, and it was like an oracle, making everyone fearful and afraid to disobey in the slightest. Idiot! However, at this moment, Chu Yan grabbed it with his big hand, and the Xuanhuan sword of Jinlong roaming shot straight at it. Chu Yan caught it in his hand, and raised his hand with a sword, cutting towards the huge city gate in the sky. No matter what kind of bullshit divine power he is still a magic stick, even if he is a real god, so what? Just because others don't dare, doesn't mean you don't dare. Today's battle has reached this level, Xingtian Pavilion must be destroyed. Big. Bold. The divine power in the city gate seemed completely unaware that some ants would dare to swing their swords at him, and he was instantly enraged. The point is, this mortal ant seems to call him an idiot. #C2879 We won. How could he not be angry when he was scolded by a native of the mortal world? It's about to explode, but it's useless at all. After all, it's impossible to lower your strength across thousands of mountains and rivers. And that native, no matter how weak his strength is, he is still his true self. Therefore, the sword light that was cut out soared to the sky and attacked the ground, and the divine light that he lowered was directly cut into a pile of nothingness. Xingtian Pavilion, Xingtian Divine Emperor, die for me. Chu Yan was so imposing, with long hair flying, all the power rolled into the Xuanhuan sword in his hand, and he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. With this sword, the sky and the earth shattered, the sun and the moon lost their light, the light of the sword blended with the sky and the earth, and even the reality of the sword could not be seen, and it turned into a lure of heaven and earth, rushing past. In an instant, all the cultivators looked at the sky, unable to forget that this sword was almost eternal. The dilapidated Xingtian Pavilion can't block this eternal sword of heaven and earth at all. After a sword passed, the Holy Heaven Monument no longer had any power to block Chu Yan's sword power, and the stones and bricks were scattered, and all of them were turned into powder. Standing next to the Xingtian Pavilion, the Divine Emperor Xingtian watched with despair in his eyes. After the sword light shattered the Xingtian Pavilion, it devoured his divine body and turned it into flesh and blood. No. The last scream, filled with the resentment of the Holy Heaven God Emperor, resounded between heaven and earth. The next moment, in the sky of Xingtian Pavilion, all the holy lights of the divine curtain disappeared, turning into a large expanse of bright starry sky. And all the power released by the Holy Sky Monument, including those spirit weapons and immortal souls, disappeared like a rootless weed, and was involved in the turbulent flow of time and space. The spiritual peaks of the 7 holy heaven pavilions seemed to have lost all their holy power and began to collapse rapidly. The entire Xingtian Pavilion was lost. Not only that, but following that, the entire 10 direction starfield began to mutate. Every cultivator can feel that the connection between the true chi in the body and the aura of heaven and earth has changed from the original narrow path to the heavenly avenue in an instant. Moreover, the blood in the body was tumbling wildly, and the Wuhun let out a sky-shattering roar. In the sea of chi, strands of aura began to condense, and soon the spirit veins of the 4 grades of heaven, earth, black, and yellow were born. Oh my God, what is this? No way. Could it be, because Chu Yan broke the Xingtian Pavilion? It's so powerful, I feel that this spirit vein is much stronger than my martial soul. Wanfa Tianyan, this is the cultivator of the ancient era, all possessed, spiritual veins. What? This is the spiritual vein. In the legend, those with spiritual veins can practice Taoism and ascend to the God realm. Is it true? Ha ha ha, great. Finally broke the shackles of the 10 directions. At this moment, the cultivators of the entire 10 direction star field were completely boiling. Everyone was ecstatic, running and cheering, as if ushering in a second birth. Maybe some cultivators are still very weak now. It's too early to talk about refining Tao and conferring gods, and ascending to the God realm, but the spirit veins are real and let them feel that their strength has at least doubled. But the bigwigs of various forces, the giants, feel that, in the dimness, a brand new era of cultivators has really come. And this era of cultivators seems to be approaching the ancient era, the era of the heyday of martial arts. They are much luckier than those lost warriors in the age of gods and demons. However, everyone knows that all of this was brought by Chu Yan. However, the mutation is not over yet. In the sky of the entire 10 direction star field, all the sea of spiritual clouds melted, turning into the billowing aura of heaven and earth, blending with the sky and the earth. At this moment, the sky became extremely blue, without a trace of impurities, and one could even clearly see the shining stars dotted in it. The rapid recovery and improvement of aura changed everything on this continent. Ordinary mountain peaks and rivers slowly absorbed the aura of heaven and earth, and transformed towards Lingfeng and Lingyi. And some treasures of heaven and earth are also devouring and merging a large amount of aura of heaven and earth, and their ranks are constantly improving. There are countless cultivators who have made breakthroughs and monsters who have advanced. It was as if all the creatures in the entire 10 direction starfield had received a terrifying rapid improvement at this moment. At this moment, Chu Yan was hanging in the air above the Holy Heaven Pavilion, his eyes looking at the Holy Heaven Spirit. After the loss of the Holy Heaven God Emperor, the Holy Heaven Spirit got out of trouble and regained his self-awareness. However, if he was given a choice, he really didn't want to recover at this time and just die. Dead or useless, choose immediately. Chu Yan spoke, his voice was like a Sanskrit sound, shaking the sky. I cripple myself. The Holy Spirit has no choice at all, and death is not so easy to accept. Looking at the eyes, the once powerful Xingtian Pavilion has been reduced to ruins. Even his main body, the Holy Heaven Monument, the holy peak that stands for millions of miles, has also been turned into dust. At this moment, all thoughts of Xingtian's spirit were ashamed, and his eyes were full of despair. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. As the Holy Spirit chanted softly, his spiritual body began to dissipate slowly like gravel, being swept by the spiritual wind of heaven and earth, flying all over the sky. Only a trace of remnant soul was left, slowly drifting towards the mountains below. From then on, no matter whether he is attached to any non-spiritual body such as wild beasts, rocks, trees, etc., it is impossible to recultivate to the peak. The reason why Chu Yan let him go was not so kind. It was because 2 of the original 4 giants were beheaded, leaving behind the spirit of heaven and the spirit of holy heaven, just to allow the continent of the 10 directions starfield to have a buffer transition. Otherwise, if all the rules of heaven are suddenly reversed, the changes that may be brought about are hard to estimate. Therefore, abolishing them is the best choice. As the holy body of the Holy Spirit dissipated with the wind, the endless darkness that had shrouded the 10 directions starfield for millions of years also slowly dissipated. This battle is completely over. From now on, all cultivators, monsters, and spirits in the 10 directions starfield world will be cut off from the shackles and seals on their bodies. The primordial spiritual energy has returned to give birth to this world of cultivators. As long as they practice hard, they will eventually be able to break through the realm of the gods, the realm of conferring the gods, and even ascend to the realm of the gods after surviving the catastrophe. We won. And Xindao and other bigwigs and powerhouses have not slowed down until now, and all of them stood there with sluggish faces, completely stupid. After a full 100 breaths of time, earth-shattering cheers resounded over the holy sky pavilion. The face of the first person showed the ecstasy of rebirth after the catastrophe, as well as the excitement for the arrival of a new era. Some wept with joy, some ran and roared. For millions of years, the goal they fought and sacrificed for was finally realized. From now on, they are real warriors, and they are no longer livestock kept in this world. This is the beginning of hope. #C2880 Explain. The entire world of martial spirits, the turbidity is dispelled, and the universe is finally revealed. Endless clouds of rosy light appeared between the sky and the earth, reflecting the entire world of martial spirits into a multicolored scene. All kinds of heaven and earth Sanskrit sounds and fairy music fluttered, and the aura of heaven and earth was born, regenerated the aura of heaven and earth, bred thousands of creatures, sprinkled blessings, and shone on Chu Yan and every practitioner present. These splendors of heaven and earth are the power of heaven and earth controlled by the 4 great giants. At this time all of them overflowed and returned to heaven and earth. You made it. Empress Xingtian fell from the sky, came to Chu Yan's side, and spoke softly. The new era was born because of you, and your deeds will be passed down through the ages. How do you feel now? At this time, the Empress Xingtian, with all the frost on her face, looked at Chu Yan calmly. All the powerful aura on Chu Yan's body is restrained, and there is no trace of aura fluctuations, just like an ordinary person. On Chu Yan's face, there was also no joy, but he just looked at the sky quietly, without saying a word for a long time. I only have one thing to say. Finally, Chu Yan withdrew his gaze and looked at the 10 direction starfield world in front of him, a divine sense surged through the sky and earth, surging like a thundercloud. The next moment, the sound that resounded throughout the 10-direction star field exploded, like a thunder, resounding in the hearts of every mainland cultivator, making them unforgettable in this life. The old era is over. The new era is coming. The entire 10-direction starfield has turned on the carnival mode. All the sects of the major forces have opened the Shige Dianlo, which has been dusty for countless years, to inquire about the information of the ancient times. After all, this method of spiritual meridian cultivation has been cut off for an unknown number of years, leaving everyone in a daze and unable to do anything about it. However, after this frenzy of chasing ancient gold began, everyone in the entire 10-direction starfield became very interested in and shocked by the heyday of martial arts in the ancient times. No one thought that there was a huge difference between the cultivators of the ancient times and the cultivators of today. Especially the records about the primordial Protoss made all cultivators fanatical about God's domain. As for Chu Yan, after attending the celebration banquet, he announced the disbandment of an Aishandao. After all, the war against the sky is over, and the new era is coming, and the meaning of existence against the gods is gone. After doing this, Chu Yan set off for the Dark Temple. Everyone in the world came to this battle, but the Dark Temple did not come. What did you say? In the main hall of Demon God Citadel, all the bosses of the Dark Temple looked at Chu Yan with blank faces. You mean, Yu Linglong can still be resurrected? Above the main hall, the Matian God Emperor looked at Chu Yan with a pair of black pupils, and the magic flame was burning. Yes, I came here today to promise everyone that whether I am in the 10-direction starfield or in the God's domain, I will do my best to resurrect Yu Linglong. Chu Yan's face was full of determination. Be sincere. On the altar of conferred gods, Yu Linglong lost her body and soul for herself. How could he let go of this friendship? Maybe there is no way or means in the 10-direction starfield right now, even the primordial aura from the source of heaven and earth cannot do it. But Chu Yan believed that the words of the phantom of the Godhead were not deceiving himself. After all, I have now broken through to the 9th heaven of the human god realm, and I have some insights into some of the foundations of the Tao. As Godhead Phantom said, maybe when I reach that step, I can do it. Although Chu Yan doesn't know how long it will take to reach that step, and whether it will be reached, today, this promise must be made. Perhaps, this is the only thing Chu Yan can do for Yu Linglong at present. The entire great hall of the Demon God Citadel became silent in an instant, and the eyes of all the bosses flickered, and at the same time they turned to look at the Demon God Emperor above the main seat. The air became oppressive, and no one knew whether the Matian God Emperor could accept Chu Yan's words. After all, Yu Linglong died because of him, and now Chu Yan is so powerful. Good. Finally, the Matian God Emperor spoke heavily. I believe in you. At the same time, I am also looking forward to that day. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he bowed. A huge stone in his heart fell to the ground with a bang, and his whole mind was lightened. You don't have to thank me. I don't believe you. The Matian God Emperor looked at Chu Yan, and accepted his gift steadily, as if it was only right and proper. Oh. Chu Yan was startled. Since you don't believe it, why did you agree so readily? Is it because you are afraid of your own strength? In this case, Chu Yan will be even more difficult to accept. I just believe, my daughter. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes flickered in the entire Demon God Hall. In the past, in this hall, Yu Linglong fought with all the elders by herself in order to persuade the Dark Temple to support Chu Yan. From the beginning to the end, the Emperor Matian did not judge the result based on his identity as the master of the palace. Instead, as a father, he chose to support Chu Yan. Therefore, the cornerstone of everything was won by Yu Linglong. When will the breeze and the moon rest, when it will be cloudy and sunny, if the frost will be lacking, and if it will be cold. At this moment, Chu Yan seemed to see in his eyes again, on the altar of the conferred god, Yu Linglong's long dress was fluttering. Many thanks. Chu Yan bowed again, facing the Emperor Ma Tian and all the elders present. It seems that after this prostration, it is an eternity oath. Afterwards, Chu Yan strode forward and left the hall. Outside the main hall, He Xiao Martial Emperor stood there, waiting for a long time. Chu Yan, please follow me. He Xiao led the way, passed through the demon god castle, and headed towards a tall building in the depths. There, it was Yu Linglong's residence. Everywhere, He Xiao would introduce to Chu Yan with a smile on his face, such as what interesting things happened in the training hall. There is also the place where Yu Linglong likes to be in a daze the most, and the place where Yu Linglong goes deep into the forbidden area of the demon god's citadel, narrowly escaped death, in order to obtain the 7 extreme demon king body. Everywhere, Chu Yan listened carefully. Uncle He. Chu Yan's call made He Xiao startled suddenly, and the smile on his face froze instantly. Because, this is Yu Linglong's special name for him. Please don't worry, I will live up to Linglong when I go to God's domain. Moreover, from now on, the Dark Temple will be the same existence as my Rakshasa soul heavenly sect. When the words landed, Chu Yan's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the demon god citadel, and the thunder exploded all over his body, and thousands of thunders rolled from the sky. Endless violent winds and clouds gathered from all directions, towards the demon god citadel, and chopped down countless divine thunders. Chu Yan made seals with both hands, and took off a little bit of thunder power between the heaven and the earth, as well as the primordial spiritual energy, rubbed them in his hands, turned them into spiritual seals, and waved them out. Boom, boom. Above the demon god citadel, the void shattered, countless rules of heaven and earth came into being, and the spirit array was born, blending with the heaven and earth of the 10 directions star field. Such a large formation, not to mention the powerhouses of the 10 directions star field, even the powerhouses of the earth god realm and the god realm, may not be able to break through it. #C2881, Chiyu. During this period of time, the entire 10 directions starfield began to quietly change. Regarding the disappearance of the gods and demons in the ancient times, including the war between gods and demons in ancient times, and those people in the god realm now. These are all taboo topics, materials, etc. in the Xingtian Pavilion era, and they have all been dug out and widely disseminated. As the true history of these 10 direction star fields and the human race spread, all warriors became more and more aware of their own origin. In addition, the mountain gate of Xingtian Pavilion was occupied by the Fox clan, and a new 7 great clans were established. Emperor Xuan went to the holy tomb of Kunshan to find his ancestors, and prepared to use the rules of heaven and the opportunity of suppression to get back his body of Emperor Xuan. Situ Yang and Little White Bear traveled around the world under the banner of Chu Yan, saying that they were spreading Chu Yan's reputation and deeds, but when they left the major sects and forces, those treasure houses would be lost a lot. This kind of thing, the more you do the merrier. Empress Shantian didn't leave directly, she seemed to have a special emotion for this 10 direction star field, and devoted all her energy and time to rebuilding the heaven and earth rules of the 10 direction star field. It seems that every rule of heaven and earth plays a vital role in the future development of the 10 directions star field. More importantly, existences like Heavenly Dao Lingshi can no longer be allowed to appear. And Enai Dao bosses, after Chu Yan disbanded Enai Dao, began to build 13 huge altars at the original Enai Dao mountain gate. The names of all the strong men who were lost in this battle against the heavens were engraved on the altar to pass on to future generations. And those ordinary warriors, ordinary sect forces, also began to follow suit. As a result, statues of Chu Yan and Empress Shantian began to be built in the major city gates of the 10 directions starfield. Empress Shantian spent a lot of painstaking efforts to build a new continent. It has been elected as the Holy Land of the 10 Directions Starfield by the various sects in the 10 Directions Starfield. However, an unexpected thing happened. Originally, regarding the loss of the Yu Linglong conferred God altar in World War I, the big bosses against the gods all stipulated that rumors were strictly prohibited. However, with the spread of Chu Yan's deeds on the mainland, it became more and more widespread. The news of Yu Linglong's disappearance was still spread. Regarding this matter, any strong man heard it was silent. No one thought that Chu Yan would lose such a good confidant in this battle against the sky. What a blow it was to him. Even if Chu Yan is now the #1 person in the 10 Directions Starfield, the strongest under the starry sky, anyone can imagine that in his heart, the pain is definitely much stronger than others. Everyone knows that such pain is not easy to overcome. It's all for us, for the 10 Directions Starfield. That's right. We all owe Chu Yan a big favor, and I'm afraid it will never be clear. Having said that, I always feel that we should do something. Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, I propose to name this new era the Chuiwei era. This, agrees. Okay. That's great. It's called the Chuiwei era. An ancient existence. Inject your willpower into the space between the heaven and the earth, one star field after another, and start to spread this decision to the world. Martial artists, what exists forever between heaven and earth, will always be force and power. Only those that win the hearts of the people and represent the will of the majority will last forever in the world. Now, the legend of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong is left in this world. Although the battle against the heavens shook the world, the whole world was shocked. However, with the passage of time, one day, it will be forgotten, or even only recorded in those historical materials. But now, the naming of Chu Yu's era is completely different. From the child learning to speak, to the peerless powerhouse who climbed the peak, no one will forget these two names that once shook the world. It's time to go home. Hanging in the sky, looking down at the common people, Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the distant sky, and murmured. This battle is over, and I haven't seen my father and elder brother for a long time. Tearing the void with a wave of his hand, Chu Yan stepped on his feet, and just about to step into it, suddenly, a sound transmission of spiritual consciousness sounded in his mind, which immediately made Chu Yan's figure stop. Huh. Actually. The message in this consciousness surprised Chu Yan. It turned out to be the Aoki sword god. Breaking through the heavenly tribulation, he was about to ascend to the God realm. This is the 10 Directions Starfield. After breaking the shackles of Xingtian Pavilion and God's domain, the first strong person to break through and ascend is of great significance. However, Aoki Sword God did not inform anyone in advance. Chu Yan, I'll go ahead and see you in God's domain. A streak of purple lightning rose from the distant horizon, like a sky-defying blue dragon, heading straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared between the earth and the sky, without a trace. This scene was not only seen by Chu Yan, but also by all the strong men and forces within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. As a result, the entire continent became a sensation. Everyone became fanatical about ascension, and a frenzy of cultivation began to sweep across. Chu Yan looked at the sky, pondered for a long time, and finally stepped into the void crack. When it reappeared, it had already returned to the mountain gate of the Raksha Seoul Tianzong. As Empress Shantian said, a day in the God realm is equivalent to a year in the lower realm. In other words, if you leave this time, although it won't be a farewell, it won't be that easy to come back. Chu Yan, the rules of heaven and earth in the 10 Directions Starfield have all been rebuilt. In the sea of consciousness, the voice of Empress Shantian resounded, with a hint of relief. It's just that she didn't tell Chu Yan that in this battle against the heavens, there was still one of the Tian Daoming curses that had not been fulfilled. The body, the mind, and the soul are combined into one, separated and transformed. Now, the soul has been lost, and together with the Qingjie god of war, it has integrated into Chu Yan's position. In other words, Lingji has not shown up until now. In the future, you can find me if you need anything. Although this sentence is cold, it contains love and power. Empress Xiantian is in the 10 directions starfield, her strength has been suppressed, and it is impossible to give full play to it. However, if she returns to God's domain, then she is an overlord. Chu Yan nodded, agreeing. In this battle, he and Empress Xiantian lived and died together, and this friendship is not light. This world has become wonderful. Why don't we go and see? Chu Yan smiled, so he took his father, elder brother, and Yue to travel around the world in this 10 direction star field. Even the original Haotian continent and Outland continent, a group of people tore through the void and revisited their old places. Memories of the medicine sect back then, as well as Longmen Town, came back to mind, making everyone's mood much better. During the time when Chu Yan was traveling around the world, following the Aoki sword god in the 10 directions starfield, ancient giants continued to ascend to the god realm. Millions of years of suppression, coupled with the return of primordial aura, seemed to trigger a small climax of soaring. However, those who accompanied Chu Yan to consecrate the gods at the altar at that time all suppressed the catastrophe and waited for Chu Yan to return. #C2882 9 Days of Battle. Chu Yan discussed with Ouyang Nantian, Xinxingjia, Chong Tianhe, Situ Yang, and Little White Bear about going to God's realm through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. The result obtained surprised Chu Yan. Xinxingjia is not very interested in martial arts. Instead, he plans to inherit his father's land sect and compete with the Tianqi building in the 10 directions starfield for the title of the world's #1 chamber of commerce. And Ouyang Nantian, after conferring the gods this time, devoted himself to pursuing the limit of sword skills, one person with one sword, and prepared to travel the world and understand the sword meaning. But Situ Yang hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to stay in the 10 directions starfield. During this period of time, he searched for the treasure house everywhere in the 10 directions starfield, and he felt very happy, so he didn't want to go to the god's domain and suffer those hardships. Needless to say, Little White Bear, when Chu Yan arrives, he will be there. There are also some people, including Jiao Ming, Chu Yan, and Empress Xiantian. When they revised the rules of heaven and earth, they helped the masters who rebelled against the gods. When they recovered their bodies, they cancelled Jiao Ming's contract and returned them to freedom. The stronger Jiao Ming's spiritual wisdom is, the more he knows that God's realm is different from the star realm below, and with his cultivation base, it may hinder Chu Yan. Therefore, after Jiao Ming paid homage to Chu Yan, he chose to take all his younger brothers and went directly to the Raksha Sultan Zone, and decided to guard it forever. Chu Yan chose to respect everyone's decision. People are different and have their own wishes and pursuits. As long as you are happy and live a wonderful life, that is enough. One day, separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, thinking of each other and smiling knowingly is also an incomparably beautiful thing. The only disharmony in the entire 10 directions starfield was the only remaining genius of the Zhao family, Zhao Wanli, in the Godhead battlefield. After the battle of the Godhead battlefield, Zhao Wanli found an opportunity and quietly withdrew from the battlefield. In the 10 directions starfield, he lived a miserable life incognito. In the past, he had a strong cultivation base, and he was always a strong one wherever he went. But after the battle with Chu Yan, his cultivation base was completely useless, and it was barely possible to save his life. It's just that he was lucky, he caught up with the new era of the 10 directions starfield, and the primordial aura was abundant, and all the major sects began to recruit disciples. Therefore, he found an opportunity, relying on his previous talent, to become an elite disciple in a powerful sect. Cultivate slowly, accumulate strength, and prepare to return to God's domain by relying on her talent again. Chu Yan sat cross-legged in the cultivation hall, concentrating on cultivation and consolidating his cultivation. In this battle against the heavens, his cultivation has made too many breakthroughs. Although he has accumulated a lot of knowledge, Chu Yan has always been a person who has awe of cultivation. Therefore, you will never be careless in the link of consolidating your cultivation and comprehending your state of mind. Suddenly, in the sea of consciousness world, the vast starry sky accelerated, and the starlight of the stars in the sky became extremely intense. This is the first response to the 9 territories star map inherited from Qingjiao, God of War. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan injected his divine power into it. In an instant, a wave of vast breath surged like an ocean, blasting countless cracks in the starry sky. After those cracks, Chu Yan could clearly see a vast and boundless small world looming in it. What Chu Yan didn't expect the most was that Yu Linglong wrapped in crystal jade was originally like a bright moon, suspended in the starry sky. But the moment this small world appeared, the crystal jade wrapped around Yu Linglong floated slowly towards that small world, and quickly disappeared into it. He didn't feel a trace of danger, so Chu Yan didn't stop him, but followed closely with his spiritual sense, exploring carefully. And what Chu Yan got was that in the small world, the endless power of starlight nourished Yu Linglong's crystal jade, making its vitality significantly stronger. This star map is really extraordinary. Chu Yan secretly marveled in his heart, but he made up his mind that when he had the chance, he would definitely figure out the function of this star chart. Time is like water, calm and light. After the world of the 10 directions starfield returned to peace, it seemed that time had slowed down. Spring goes to autumn, winter snows, and summer fruits, year after year. The martial soul world of the 10 directions starfield has undergone earth-shaking changes in the passage of time. The return of primordial spiritual energy and the revision of the rules of heaven and earth made this world, which had been accumulated for countless years, feel like a volcanic eruption, constantly pushing up martial arts frenzy. One after another, powerful giants are constantly being born. And Chu Yan accompanied his family's footsteps, and also traveled all over strange continents and worlds. Xiao Yan, thank you very much. Father and eldest brother were all grateful for Chu Yan's company along the way. Although they did not experience those life and death hardships with Chu Yan, they all knew that Chu Yan had paid too much for this martial arts. Finally one day, when this world can no longer bear it, Chu Yan will also reach the real peak. In the past few years, our family has been together, and everything is enough. You have your life and your world, and we won't stand in your way, so. Father and eldest brother looked at Chu Yan and remained silent for a long time, as if they had exhausted all their strength, before speaking again. Go, and fight for 9 heavens. Go and let this God and heaven know that our Chu family has a strong man who dares to fight against heaven and earth. Hearing these words in Chu Yan's ears, people's eyes immediately flickered and their blood boiled. With the support of my family, I have no regrets after fighting for 9 days this time. Also, spend good time with Yuer. Yes. Father. Looking back at the Prime Minister, that yellow dress was still in Chu Yan's heart as before. Moon. Chu Yan is mild. For so many years, Chu Yan was away, and everything in the house was taken care of by Yuer, and she also worried about Chu Yan's safety. Chen Yuer's heart made Chu Yan feel pity. In the days that followed, Chu Yan abandoned everything and concentrated on accompanying Yuer, traveling through the scenic places of the 10 directions star field. 2 people, like a couple of gods and gods, are in love with each other. Half a year later, Chu Yan returned to the altar of conferred gods again, sat cross-legged on the top of the altar, and began to retreat. Fight for 9 days, go to seal the sky. The God of War, one of the majestic 9 gods, is said to be located in him. Just for the position of God of War, Chu Yan will also go for these 9 days. In this 10 direction star field, he is the most powerful person in the ages. After going to the God realm, he still managed to face the strongest person in this martial spirit world. Just like the Huang Maijiao family, the geniuses of God's domain, they will be defeated at his feet. On that day, becoming the ruler of this world, she can reverse her fate and reshape Yu Linglong's soul. When the time comes, go and sweep the 9 gods and heavens and become the invincible one. For this goal, Chu Yan will never give up. While you are young and bloody like fire, go to fight for 9 days without leaving any regrets. Xinyu, I, Chu Yan, am here. Looking up at the sky, Chu Yan raised his head and looked at it. His whole body's divine power was running violently. #C2883 Road to Heaven. Standing on the altar of conferring gods, Chu Yan raised his head and looked up at the sky, with all his divine power, moving like clouds. In an instant, thunderclouds billowed above the sky, covering the sky for 100,000 miles. These, of course, are not heaven's punishment thunder tribulation, but the power of heaven and earth mobilized by Chu Yan's body melting into heaven and earth, using his own cultivation as true energy. Boom. The next moment, when the first bolt of lightning fell in the thundercloud, Chu Yan soared into the sky, raised his hand and punched out. The berserk fist fused with the thunder and lightning, turning into a golden thunder dragon, roaring, rushing against the sky, smashing into the boundless sky. A huge black hole appeared in the sky, and Chu Yan rushed straight into it without stopping. As Chu Yan's figure disappeared into the black hole, the huge black hole in the sky slowly healed. Immediately afterwards, everything in Chu Yan's eyes changed. Rushing into the black hole is not an endless nothingness, nor a chaotic spacetime, but a vastness. In that vast misty distance, there are streaks of purple gold, profound light flickering. It's like a lighthouse, guiding Chu Yan to the past. When Chu Yan arrived, the place where the purple and gold light was located turned into a colorful road. This is the road to heaven. Stepping onto the colorful avenue, Chu Yan walked forward firmly step by step. Every time you take a step forward, invisible power will merge into your body in the colorful avenue under your feet and the surrounding fog. In his body, the Godhead is running, and it seems to be absorbing these powers. Every warrior who ascends to the realm of the gods must go through such a step to reach the sky. Otherwise, traveling through time and space like Empress Xiantian would take at least half a year to reach God's domain. The most important thing is that this great avenue can bring great benefits to every ascendant. Even if it is a martial artist with a poor cultivation base, as long as he walks through this heaven-reaching road, his cultivation base will break through to the realm of a human god. After all, in the realm of the gods, the human god realm is a threshold. Another point is also very important to Chu Yan. That is, the problem of traveling between God's domain and 10 direction starfield. After all, Chu Yan also hopes that one day, he can return to 10 direction starfield. Therefore, after walking through this colorful avenue, leave your own breath, and you can return. But those strong people who were born and bred in the God realm couldn't pass through this colorful road at all. One can only reach the 10 direction starfield after traveling through the entire chaotic starfield, like Empress Xiantian, using her great supernatural powers and divine formations. In this way, it not only consumes huge resources, but also consumes a lot of time. Xingtian Divine Emperor Zhao Tianming, and those 10 Zhao clan geniuses paid an incomparably huge price when they came from God's domain to the lower realm. Moreover, the risks involved are even more terrifying. After all, there is no communication between the God realm and the 10 direction starfield, which is the rule set by a higher level of supreme will. To break this rule, then there is a price to pay. Walking and walking, Chu Yan's cultivation has actually broken through. When I merged with the Qingjia god of war, my cultivation broke through to the 9th heaven of the human god realm. Chu Yan was slightly startled, and couldn't help but speak. I didn't expect that this seven-colored avenue would allow me to break through again in my cultivation and directly reach the first level of the Earth God realm. Although it has only broken through one level, it is a qualitative improvement. From the human God realm to the Earth God realm, but cultivation is the bottleneck. Chu Yan hadn't reached God's realm yet, and he broke through the bottleneck just on the way, which of course surprised him. So, while Chu Yan continued to move forward, he used this vast power of heaven and earth to consolidate his cultivation. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Now Chu Yan's whole body is surrounded by seven-color divine light, and in the sea of Qi in his body, little golden spiritual liquid overflows and moves with the mist. This is the cultivation level of a strong person in the Earth God realm, the spirit of God's breath transformation liquid. When Chu Yan's cultivation base breaks through to the heavenly God realm, these divine fluids will turn into 9-day divine power. Suddenly, Chu Yan suddenly raised his head and looked ahead, his face changed suddenly. On the road ahead, an astonishingly dangerous aura hits like a gust of wind. Boom! A massive thunder exploded in front, powerful forces surged in, gathered together, and evolved into extremely tall figures. This figure is extremely powerful, and all of them have reached the peak power of the human God realm. Among them, the leader of the three has reached the Earth God realm. What happened? Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and his divine power was running. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and slashed. How could anyone stand in the way on this Tongtian Avenue? Chu Yan remembered very clearly that Empress Xiantian told him that Tongtian Dao was not in any danger at all. After all, every ascension expert has passed the tribulation of conferred gods and has completed the test, and there will be no other tests at all. Chu Yan, don't kill them. At this moment, the phantom of the Godhead came out with divine thoughts, and said to Chu Yan. These are all transformed by the power of the Supreme Will. There must be something strange, just suppress them. Supreme Will. Chu Yan was startled. You are about to enter the 9 heavens right now, and by then, you will know about the Supreme Will. The phantom of the Godhead transformed into a human figure in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and said lightly. This is not just for you, I guess. After the reopening of the heavenly road this time, all people who ascended will meet. With a wave of his hand, a crystal screen appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. On the crystal screen, it was revealed that during this period of time, the ancient giants who had ascended to the realm of the gods had encountered these obstacles on their way to the sky. It's just that, most of these ancient giants survived the catastrophe at the peak of the divine realm. At most they were at the first and second levels of the conferred God realm. Facing these humanoid existences, they were no opponents at all, and they were defeated in a few moves. I see. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, a white light flashed in his hand, and the Haotian sword appeared, and he raised his hand and slashed out. The sword light was like lightning, striking the sky, turning into a frenzy of sword energy, covering those tall figures. It's just that Chu Yan didn't kill them directly, but blocked the void where they were in the frenzy of sword energy, making it impossible for them to break through. Supreme Will? Chu Yan raised his head and glanced at the direction above his head. Although what the Godhead Phantom said, there should be no falsehood, but Chu Yan himself has a feeling. This Supreme Will may have stared at him, and the reason should be related to the God of War. The 9 sovereigns of God's domain, the title of God of War, just this name is enough to shake Jiuxiao. Now that I have passed the position and ascended to the God realm, I'm afraid it will cause some troubles. I can only help you get here. After passing this road to heaven, everything depends on you. The Godhead Phantom looked at Chu Yan, and spoke lightly. Well, thank you. Chu Yan was not too surprised, and bowed his hands. Godhead Phantom and Xingjiao God of War lived together for a period of time in his Sea of Consciousness world. During this period, the Xingjiao God of War didn't say a single word about the Phantom of the Godhead, and the same is true for the Phantom of the Godhead. Therefore, at the most basic level, Chu Yan can judge that the relationship between the two of them is not hostile. And in the previous battle against the sky, the phantom of the godhead also helped him a lot. With the disappearance of the phantom of the godhead, Chu Yan continued to move forward. #C2884 God Sky One Realm. Chu Yan walked very slowly. After all, there are not many opportunities to integrate the spiritual source of heaven and earth. Therefore, after walking for 3 full days, Chu Yan reached the end of Tongtian Avenue. Finally reached. As soon as he raised his head, a tall archway appeared in Chu Yan's sight above the large spiritual cloud in front of him. This is a jade archway with a height of hundreds of feet, with 4 big characters written in dragons and phoenixes. The realm of the gods and the sky. On the entire archway, there are densely packed all kinds of divine patterns, and the huge divine light is overflowing, as if the heaven and the earth are revolving around it. This piece of divine breath and heavenly power is running, and when Chu Yan stepped into it, he felt a strong and majestic momentum. Under this aura, the blood in Chu Yan's body boiled, as if the whole person was sublimating. Swish. After Chu Yan felt it for a while, his mind condensed and turned into a flash of lightning, heading towards the archway. A powerful force of time and space was applied to Chu Yan, as if a huge force was tearing Chu Yan's body. In Chu Yan's body, the godhead is running, releasing the breath of the gods, making this power of bullshit weaker and weaker. Obviously, if Chu Yan hadn't survived the conferred God Thunder tribulation and condensed the aura of Godhead, I am afraid that this archway alone would be enough to strangle Chu Yan. Boom, boom. With all the Godhead power in his body, the moment he stepped into the archway, he seemed to hit an invisible spiritual peak, making a loud noise that shook the sky and the earth. This blocking power collapsed at the touch of a touch. Chu Yan's body had already broken through the archway, and thousands of rays of light fell on Chu Yan. It's a whole new world. Standing there, Chu Yan raised his head and looked around, while his consciousness spread like a net. I saw a huge martial arts arena in front of me. Countless golden flames rose up in this martial arts arena, like a sea of golden flames. Chu Yan knew that this martial arts field was Feishing Square. Conceived by the God realm, it operates autonomously and forms its own realm, which is specially used to attract all kinds of powerful people who have ascended from the lower realms. In the corner of the martial arts arena, there are hundreds of vague figures, all of whom are above the Emperor realm. Only a few people's cultivation has reached the realm of human gods. With a glance, Chu Yan immediately understood. When someone ascends from the lower realm, there will be ascents in advance in the God realm. And the more majestic the vision, the more powerhouses will ascend. In addition, being able to ascend to the God realm from the lower realms of all parties means that he is definitely a peerless powerhouse with talent and luck. Therefore, the forces in the God realm will immediately send people to recruit them. In order to seize the opportunity, the attitudes of these small forces who came to recruit are very good. After all, these small powers in the God realm have no advantage at all compared with the big powers, and even the suzerains of some small powers only have cultivation bases. In the next breath, all eyes were cast in astonishment. What's the situation? This is wrong. Such a vision. Why is it alone? Shouldn't there be 30 or 40? It doesn't make sense, there must be a problem there. A group of big shots looked at Chu Yan with dumbfounded faces. Those strong men and gods walked towards Chu Yan quickly and asked directly. This fellow Taoist, you are the only one. Did something happen on Tongtian Avenue? An old man with a long sword on his back looked at Chu Yan. They are all stationed around the receiving dojo, and they immediately waited here when they sensed the vision of ascension. But now, only one person has come to such a vision of ascension. How can this not surprise them? Senior, everything is normal on Tongtian Avenue. Chu Yan bowed his hands and saluted. Since the phantom of the Godhead does not allow Chu Yan to fight against those huge figures, it may be related to the Supreme Will, and Chu Yan will not say it directly. Hearing Chu Yan's words, all the bosses present frowned. For them, this person's words are not worth trusting at all. It's just that the other party obviously didn't want to say anything, so they couldn't keep asking. Several big bosses pondered secretly, considering what conditions to ask to recruit the only ascensionist. However, at this moment, a man in a green robe with fiery red eyebrows spoke directly. "Boy, what place do you think this is? How dare you be so rude? I advise you to quickly tell what happened on Tongtian Avenue, otherwise." Different from others, this green-robed and fiery-browed boss patted the suzerain's chest when he came, and brought back at least 3 people. But now, it is definitely possible, but at least the reason must be brought back, otherwise, how to explain it? He was already a little angry, but when he heard Chu Yan's answer, he naturally became angry. A kid from the lower realm, he just ascended, but when he reached the world of gods and heaven, he was just a low-level existence. He really thought he was in the lower realm, so high above. Therefore, even if this Chu Yan was recruited, he still couldn't complete the task and chose to give up directly. In this way, facing Chu Yan, of course, there is no good face. On the contrary, it is important to find out the reason before going back and explaining it. Oh. Otherwise, what? Chu Yan's eyes turned cold instantly. This time of ascension, after going through the battle against the sky and breaking the Xingtian pavilion, it can be regarded as a feat. However, this does not mean that Chu Yan's character has changed. Facing this kind of person, Chu Yan is still the same. If you respect me 1 foot, I will respect you 1 foot, but if you want to bully others, then feel embarrassed. Otherwise, what? Humph. The green-robed fiery-browed man looked at Chu Yan and sneered. Xingtian Realm, also known as the Star Forest Realm, and my Dongzhen sect is one of the 2 major forces in the Star Forest Realm. Do you understand? When these words came out, the faces of the big bosses around changed slightly, and no one dared to interrupt. Give you another chance, tell me immediately what happened on Tongtian Avenue. Otherwise, die. This time, it directly became the threat of Qi Guogua, and the ferocious color suddenly appeared. A smell of gunpowder spread in the air, and the other sect forces around them did not expect the Dongzhen Church to turn their faces directly. However, the prestige of the 2 major forces made them shrink their necks, glanced at Chu Yan, and gave up their plan to recruit Chu Yan. After all, it is definitely not worthwhile to offend the elders of the Eastern True Sect for the sake of a newcomer. You can try it. Chu Yan looked at him with a calm face. Good boy, this is you looking for death. The man in the green robe with fiery eyebrows exploded immediately when he saw Chu Yan's attitude, while the bosses of other forces around him were still watching. As soon as he raised his hand, a Hokage rushed out, but it was a huge flame lizard, which opened its bloody mouth towards Chu Yan. His cultivation has already reached the 5th level of the human god realm. Although this move does not use all its strength, it is definitely enough to deal with a newcomer who has just ascended. Moreover, his flame is not an ordinary flame in the lower realm, it is even stronger than the abnormal flame. It's over. There is only 1 newcomer, so let's just kill him like this. The bosses around all shook their heads when they saw the Dongzhen sect attack directly. #C2885 1 punch double kill. Before the fist of Lu Paohuame hit, Chu Yan's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand and punched out. The speed was so fast and the power was so powerful that the expressions of all the bosses present all changed. Boom. The majestic fist blasted a ball of golden light, blasting out in a straight line, killing everything along the way, like thunder and light traversing, everything it passed was reduced to ashes. What? The green-robed Huame of the Eastern True Sect saw his attack being smashed into powder, and the golden fist slammed towards him, but his whole body was stiff and unable to move at all. The next moment, the golden light was like thunder, and directly swallowed the green-robed figure with the fiery eyebrows. Deacon. Several disciples of Dongzhen sect stared wide-eyed, subconsciously exclaimed, but were completely dumbfounded. This. The other bigwigs present were all dumbfounded, their faces twitching, and their eyes were full of disbelief. This guy killed a deacon of the Eastern Truth with one punch. That is a strong man in the realm of gods. Although there are some powerful cultivators among the strong men from the lower realms, no matter how strong they are at most the third heaven of man and God. You dare to kill our Eastern True Sect deacon. You are finished, you have a big problem. An elite disciple of Dongzhen sect reacted, his face flushed, and he pointed at Chu Yan and roared loudly. At the same time, this elite disciple of the Eastern True Sect flipped his hand, took out a jade talisman of communication, and made a report to the jade talisman. Obviously, he has already summoned all the situation here to the Zongmen. Oh, is it so? Chu Yan turned his head and looked at the Eastern True Sect disciple. His face was indifferent, he pondered for a moment, then raised his hand and punched again. Boom, boom. The punch was as mighty as a scorpion, and it roared out like a thunderbolt. The elite disciple of the Eastern True Sect was instantly pulverized and disappeared on the spot. Hiss. 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 At this moment, the big bosses and disciples of all the forces in the audience shrank their necks, their eyes widened like bull's eyes, and their scalps were numb. What strength? One of the two major forces of the Eastern True Sect, the God Heaven realm, the deacons and elite disciples under it, of course, cannot be bad. But, what the hell is this punch? Without waiting for everyone to react, a powerful spiritual consciousness swept across the void and gathered. Bold. If you dare to kill anyone from the Eastern True Sect, no matter if you escape to the ends of the earth, this elder will want you to die. This thunderous shout resounded, and the entire void trembled. A deacon and an elite disciple were killed by a lower realm cultivator who had just ascended, which alarmed the elders of the Eastern True Sect and roared angrily. The voice that reverberated in the void immediately made the other big bosses present. The corners of his eyes twitched. In the next breath, they looked at Chu Yan again, all shining brightly. Friend Taoist, you have caused a lot of trouble, hurry up and join our heavenly spirit sect, my sect bestows on you the position of elder. I will guarantee that you will be safe. In my opinion, it's better to join my Xuanhuan sect. The supreme elder of my sect is a powerhouse at the peak of the earth god realm, and he is not afraid of this Eastern True Sect. Don't listen to them, join me in Huangshu Pavilion, with us. All of a sudden, a large group of people immediately surrounded him and recruited Chu Yan. Even if they were blind, they could tell that this cultivator who had just ascended was extremely strong and talented. The deacon of the Eastern True Sect who killed the gods of the fifth heaven was like killing chickens and dogs. Such people must be recruited. This person, at least, has the strength above the 8th level of the human god realm, and has just ascended. As long as he is given a lot of resources, he will break through to the heavenly god realm in the future, and the hope is great. Maybe, in the future, he can go directly to the 9 realms of God and heaven, and be honored in one fell swoop. Now is just right, he has offended the Eastern Truth, and it is the time when he needs to be sheltered. Extending an olive branch at this time will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Not interested in. Chu Yan looked around at the crowd, with a cold expression on his face, he directly refused. Originally, when Chu Yan flew up, he also planned to join a certain sect force, so that he could gain a foothold in the foundation, and then gradually understand this god's domain. But now, the appearance of this group of people made him extremely disliked, so naturally he would not associate with them. The next moment, Chu Yan turned his head, looked at a stunned Eastern True Sect disciple, and asked, "Where is your Eastern True Sect?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. What's the situation? This person actually asked the location of the Eastern True Sect. What is he doing? You know, just now the great elder of the Eastern True Sect sent a voice transmission through the void, saying that he was going to kill him, and now he actually asked about the location of the other party's sect. Everyone was startled for a moment, and then a flash of the same thought flashed across them, causing their expressions to change drastically. He is going to make trouble. A cultivator who has just ascended to the sky is so ignorant of the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. How courageous it is. What are you going to do? The disciple of the Eastern True Sect couldn't react at all, but he still told Chu Yan the location of the Eastern True Sect. It's close, that's good. Chu Yan swept his consciousness, wrote down the address, nodded, and then jumped up. You wait. Among the powerful men who recruited Chu Yan just now, someone hurriedly said. Fellow Taoist, don't be impulsive. The great elder of the Eastern True Sect is at the first level of the Earth God realm, and in their teaching, there are. Although he didn't believe it at all, Chu Yan really dared to go, but he didn't want to see such a top genius and just leave. Therefore, he wanted to make the last effort, but he didn't wait for him to finish his sentence at all. Thanks a lot. While Chu Yan answered, his figure did not stagnate at all, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. He is looking for death. Even if he has the strength above the seventh layer of the human god realm, how big is the gap between the human god realm and the earth god realm? Can they be the same? The powerful man who spoke just now, seeing Chu Yan's disappearing figure, said with a twitching face. Hey, these cultivators who came up from the lower realms really think that this world of gods and heaven is a wild place like their lower realms, and they think they are invincible and aloof existences. That is, among the thousands of lower realm continents, there are always a few who can't recognize the situation every time they ascend. However, I feel that the situation has changed a bit. This person seems not so arrogant, or, have a look. After some discussion, these bigwigs nodded slightly. That's right. Just now, I saw that ascended person talking to people. He was polite, and his attitude was not arrogant. Why he was so impulsive, I am afraid that there is something special about it. In such a situation, since they were the ones guarding the ascension lead, they naturally couldn't miss it. The next moment, a group of bigwigs from various forces, with people from their own forces, soared into the sky and headed towards the Eastern True Sect. Except for one of the dozen or so people who stayed behind at the originally lively Ascension reception area, all of them immediately followed. #C2886 sweep. Although this group of bigwigs couldn't quite believe it, the purpose of this ascendant who had just come up was to go to the Eastern True Sect. But whatever happened, they wanted to see for themselves. In less than half a stick of incense, a group of people followed Chu Yan and soon arrived at the mountain gate where the Eastern True Sect was located. Arrive. Chu Yan raised his head, looked in front of him, and stopped. I saw, in a stretch of mountains as vast as the sea, a huge tower with a height of 10,000 zhang stood in it. The volume of this tower is definitely the largest among the towers that Chu Yan has seen. The area occupied by the first floor alone is definitely comparable to the area of an ordinary city, and there are huge gates on all 8 sides, where the strong are stationed. The entire giant tower exudes a rich aura, and it can be vaguely seen that a large amount of aura in the surrounding mountains is like a swirling air current, spinning from the giant tower as the center. It seems that this tower is the eye of the formation, and the surrounding mountains and seas are its large formation. This giant tower is definitely a fairy treasure. It was a treasure controlled by the founder of the Eastern True Sect, which was directly tempered into the sect's mountain gate. Moreover, in conjunction with the large array of heaven and earth in these surroundings, terrifying coercion filled the heaven and earth. What a brave dog! How dare you come to my Dongshenzong? Without waiting for Chu Yan to see this fairy treasure clearly, there was a thunderous sound in the giant tower. Immediately afterwards, an old man in a dark green robe rushed out of the giant tower with a large group of people and flew towards Chu Yan. Their consciousness swept across Chu Yan. All of them were angry, but their eyes were full of doubts. Angry, because this guy killed one of their deacons and one of their elite disciples at the reception of Feishing. In this world of gods and heaven, not to mention ascended people, but people from other forces, who would dare to kill them from the Eastern True Sect. What's surprising is that this guy killed someone, yet he dared to come to their Eastern Truth Sect. Is this courting death? Still don't want to live anymore. This is troublesome. The crowd at the rear also stopped, hiding far away, watching the situation here. Unexpectedly, the great elder of the Eastern True Sect has already broken through to the second level of the Earth God. This strength is stronger again. That's right, look at the people he leads, all of them are above the fifth level of the human god realm. This kid, why did you throw yourself into the trap? The great elder himself came forward, plus these people and gods. What is the difference between this and the net of heaven and earth? The most important thing is that this is the mountain gate of the Eastern True Sect, and there are countless kinds of divine formations and spiritual methods. I came to the Eastern True Church just for one question. If you can tell the truth, what happened before, forget it. Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the great elder of Dongzhen sect, and said. What? Forget about the previous things. What do you mean? The great elder of the Eastern True Sect who has not yet spoken. Suddenly his face froze, completely dumbfounded. No matter what you listen to, it seems that they, the Eastern Truth Sect, have offended this master. You. In the next breath, when the great elder of the Eastern True Sect and a group of powerful gods reacted, all of them were full of anger. What's more, the great elder was wearing a dark green robe, flying in the wind, his face turned green with anger. Boom, boom. Answering a fart, the great elder of the Dongzhen sect raised his hand with a palm, and the sky full of divine light fell from the sky, turning into an extremely huge green palm, blasting towards Chu Yan. My palm will turn you into powder. While roaring, the great elder burst out with divine power, and the entire sky was filled with thunder and thunder. The anger of the strong earth god caused the world to tremble. Behind him, a group of strong people in the god realm, seeing that the great elder was angry, all smiled grimly, and looked at Chu Yan like looking at a dead person. They don't understand that this ascendant has just come up and is about to be lost, so what's the point of his ascension? The cultivators in this lower realm are really not as good as one generation after another. However, this guy, being able to die in the hands of their great elders, is not in vain. The strength of the earth god realm is not bad. But in Chu Yan's eyes, thunder was like a wave, and he raised his right hand lightly, with both fingers together, and raised his hand. The endless flow of void air instantly turned into streams of extremely cold sword energy, which gathered around Chu Yan's body, and in a blink of an eye, a wind of sword intent was formed, sweeping towards the great elder opposite. What? Looking at his palm, it was instantly twisted into powder by this wind of sword intent, and at the same time it rushed towards him. The whole face of Dalong's face turned green, and he dodged hastily. When he stood still and looked up at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of horror. You are the ninth heaven of the human god realm. Your strength is even stronger than mine. Having said that, the great elder suddenly woke up and shut up quickly, but the expression on his face became extremely exciting, as if he had seen a ghost. What's the situation? Not only the great elder of the Eastern True Sect, but even the powerful figures around him were shocked. Among the gods of the divine realm, there are countless powerful beings in the heavenly god realm, and there are also human beings, earthly beings, heavenly beings, and even more powerful terrifying existences. What is a strong man in the earth god realm? However, what shocked them was that this was a strong man who had just ascended, and his strength had reached the level of a god. Isn't this a joke? You must know that most of the cultivators who have ascended from the thousands of lower planes are in the conferred god realm, and they have reached the sky. Breaking through the personal god realm is already considered a heaven-defying existence. But now, this one, he's at the earth god realm from the moment he comes up. This makes them, people from the world of gods and heaven. How can they mess around? A sword in the sky. The sword intent on Chu Yan's body, like the 9-day torrent of thunder, was out of control, and it rose crazily. With a wave of his right hand, the Haoyan sword shot, and there were countless shocking sword lights, which slashed straight towards the Great Elder. What? When this sword light struck, the Great Elder's face turned pale in an instant. The power of this wave of swords made his heart feel like a wave of cold, and it actually made him feel a strong sense of crisis. Could it be that this guy's strength is stronger than I imagined? The wind is like lightning, sweep. The Great Elder, who was full of shock and coldness, still had the will to fight, shouted loudly, and directly cast the evasion technique, dodging this piece of sword light quickly. When he dodged continuously like a teleportation and fled to a safe area, he looked back at Chu Yan. His whole body was covered in cold sweat, and even the dark green robe on his body was wet. This guy is extremely powerful. Now, he finally understands that this ascendant dares to break into the Eastern True Sect not because of any arrogance, but because he has the strength. What are you still doing in a daze? Run the Guardian Array for me, and prepare for the battle. #C2887 almost obsolete. The Great Elder of the Dongzhen sect seemed to be really frightened, and after a loud roar, he was going to use the power of the whole sect to deal with Chu Yan. Follow, obey. The group of strong men and gods of the Eastern True Sect woke up suddenly, their faces full of panic. They also saw that this ascendant was definitely not easy to deal with. Fortunately, the world of God and heaven has been in chaos all year round, and they are very familiar with such things as mobilizing the Guardian formation, so they turned around and started to activate it. Boom! In an instant, a shocking thunder exploded in the endless mountain range. Terrifying mighty waves surged like a tidal wave, and powerful divine power, like a raging cloud, gushed out from the depths of the mountains in an instant, releasing the divine power of the Guardian formation. At the same time, on the giant tower, layers of divine patterns were all shining, and on the top of the tower, a powerful spirit treasure also shone with light. Humph! I don't care who you are, if you dare to come to our Dongzhen sect to find trouble, you will never return. The Great Elder's face was gloomy, staring at Chu Yan with a murderous look on his face. He naturally saw the group of onlookers from various forces in the back. If he couldn't even deal with this little ascendant in front of them, then he and the Dongzhen sect would be disgraced. 8 flame-devouring golden beads. In the eyes of the Great Elder, green flames rose at the same time, and he waved his hands. The orb on the top of the giant tower in the distance shot into the sky, shooting a wave of golden arrows. This piece of golden arrows shuttles through the void, tangible but intangible. Every time it is shot a certain distance, it will disappear, and it is hard to find. Judging by the power and influence, this golden bead is obviously a divine artifact. There is no return to death. Chu Yan watched the rain of arrows hit the sky, but his face did not change at all. In his eyes, the colorful thunder light was spinning. At this moment, his cultivation has completely exploded. Break it! He uttered one word, and the Haoyan sword in his hand slashed out, and the frenzy of sword intent around him gushed out at the same time. The infinite sword intent, like a sky of ice, snow, and rain, rises against the sky, sweeping the world. Clang! 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 In an instant, the sword light collided with the golden arrow, and there was a clanging sound, and the golden light exploded continuously, as if a flying sword cut through a bamboo forest. Every time the sword light passed by, the golden arrows that formed a line shattered, turning into golden light and flying in all directions. In an instant, most of the originally mighty wave of golden arrows was wiped out. Even the golden beads on the top of the tower in the distance cracked with cracks. The 8 flames devoured the golden bead, the divine artifact of the earth, broken. In the mountains in the distance, a spirit of the great formation stood there far away. Seeing this scene, his whole body trembled in shock, and he dared not come to join the battle at all. Because in their hearts, they felt a very clear fear. Chu Yan, holding the Haoyan sword, stood there, not angry but mighty, like a god of war in heaven and earth. Whether it is the strong of the Eastern truth. The bigwigs from all sides who were still hiding and watching the battle from afar were all so shocked that they almost flew out of their eyes when they saw this battle. Everyone's mouth was wide open, they were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. What a joke! This is the heavenly realm, one of the 2 great powers, the mountain gate of the Eastern True Sect. This ascendant, with 1 person and 1 sword, actually suppressed it directly. Even if Dongjin Town activates the Guardian Array and uses the treasure of Xinzong, it can't even hold back the opponent's move. This is so. Really? This is too scary. Even if you find a strong man from the 5th heaven of the Earth God state, it is estimated that it is impossible to sweep the Eastern True Sect, absolutely impossible. But now, the person in front of him stood there without moving, and he did it with just 1 punch and 1 sword. Who the hell are you? What is in your hand? Immortal. Immortal soldier. 2 questions in a row, one stronger than the other, made the faces of everyone present change constantly. Who is it? Immortal soldiers. If what he holds in his hand is really an immortal weapon, then his identity is self-evident. Ordinary ascenders would never be able to achieve this level. Therefore, behind this ascendant may be an extremely terrifying force in God's domain. If it doesn't work out, at least it is a big force above the 5 realms of God and heaven. Now, you can answer. Chu Yan looked at the great elder opposite, his face was indifferent, without any change in expression. Brother Dao, what happened before was so offending, I hope you don't get angry. When the great elder said this, the corners of the mouths of the surrounding bosses twitched in unison. Dao. Brother Dao. In the blink of an eye, the great elder of the Eastern True Sect actually called him directly. Dao brother. This is completely to regard the other party as an equal existence, or even a higher status than oneself. Otherwise, as the great elder of the Eastern True Sect, someone who can afford him to say Brother Daoist is at least in the world of God and heaven. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask, I will know everything. The great elder bowed his hands. Up to now, it is impossible to fight anymore, otherwise, it is really possible for this Dongjin sect to let this ascendant be demolished directly. However, on the surface, his attitude was respectful, but in fact, at this moment, the great elder was quietly talking with someone thousands of miles away through sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness. And behind him, in the entire Eastern True Sect tower, and in the continuous mountains, countless figures were all stunned and silent, no one dared to speak casually, and all of them looked pale. This ascender is too terrifying. Those powerful bosses who were watching the battle not far away were all beating wildly, secretly afraid in their hearts. Fortunately, I didn't offend this person before, otherwise they would be the ones who were unlucky. I just came to God's domain, you tell me about the situation in God's domain in detail, and everything before will be written off. Chu Yan looked at the great elder and said. He came to the East True Church for this simple purpose. Originally at the reception place of Feishing, when he heard that the Eastern Truth sect was the 2 major forces in the world of God and heaven, Chu Yan knew that it must be right to ask them. It's just that it's not easy for Chu Yan to realize Chu Yan's idea. If these people are not beaten and subdued, I am afraid that it will be impossible for them to answer the questions well. Just this question. Hearing Chu Yan's question, the great elder of the Dongjin sect and all the powerhouses of the Dongjin sect present were all stunned. It's this ascendant, I didn't make it clear, or I have a problem with my ears. It turned out that, is such a problem. Bastard, almost lost the entire sect. After reacting, the great elder of Dongjin sect suddenly broke out in cold sweat and his face twitched. If I had known it earlier, it was such a simple question, so what a fart. At the very least, he would never activate the Guardian formation, and use the 8 flames to devour the golden beads. Almost all of them were abolished. And the other party just wanted to inquire about the basic situation of God's domain. This thought is almost the difference between life and death. No problem, Brother Dao, please come with me. I have the best fairy tea there. I respectfully invite Brother Dao to taste tea and discuss Taoism. #C2888 Overlord Token. The tea is of course fairy tea, and it is also the best Jiuxiao fairy tea. Although a bit reluctant, it might be worthwhile to be able to make friends with a person with a big background. Forget about tea, as long as you have good wine. Chu Yan shook his head. After getting the position of God of War, Chu Yan is now more and more interested in spirits. Haha, no problem, the good wine in the cellar of my Eastern True sect is definitely the best in this world of God and heaven. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the great elder's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly agreed. Immediately, with a big wave of his hand, a colorful spiritual path appeared in the sky behind him, leading directly to the 9th floor of the giant tower. Command, hold a banquet. The great elder turned around and shouted behind him. Hearing these words, all the strong men of the Eastern True sect breathed a sigh of relief. This is the end. But the bigwigs of various forces watching the battle in the distance were stunned and full of astonishment. Originally, they thought that if the Eastern True sect offended a great god, it would definitely not end well, and at least they would have to pay some lives to calm down. But now, they discovered that the ascendant, after occupying the peak, had an extremely rare good temper. This, Eastern True sect, it won't be because of this, it's really good luck. Some influential figures came to their senses, but their eyes shone brightly. After shaking their heads, they turned around and left with their subordinates. Originally, a great battle that might change the situation in the world of God and heaven ended like this. Those who watch the excitement will inevitably have some regrets. After a few breaths, the giant tower has 9 floors. Chu Yan held a glass of Huiyan wine, took a sip, and suddenly felt the strong smell of alcohol surging in his body. Immediately afterwards, a strong aura spread out in the body, warming the limbs and lifting the spirit. This fire spiritual jelly really lived up to its reputation. Brother Dao, this god's domain is divided into 9 realms, from 1 realm to 9 realms, from low to high. Among the 9 realms of God's domain, there are some realms. For unknown reasons, they collapsed directly after the ancient war between gods and demons, and they were divided into small continents. There are more than 20 in number. Our God Sky realm is a whole, without breaking apart, so I don't know exactly what's going on with those broken god realms. After all, I haven't left the God Sky realm for countless years. Chu Yan stood there, drinking while listening to the great elder. The battle between gods and demons not only caused great damage to the lower realm, but also the god realm, which is the main battlefield, was severely damaged and the continent collapsed, which is considered normal. And now in God's domain, although the number of cultivators is far less than that of the lower realm, the realm is much stronger. Specifically, from the realm of the human god, the realm of the earth god, the realm of the god of heaven, the realm of human dignity, the realm of earth reverence, and the realm of heavenly dignity. Those who have cultivated to the heavenly exalted realm and mastered the 5 elements will be called the overlord of the gods and heavens. Those who occupy the continent of the shattered god realm Most of them are the strength of the overlord of the gods and heavens, otherwise, it is impossible to defend this blessed land. When the great elder said this, his eyes were full of longing. Obviously, he is extremely envious and in awe of the strength of the god heaven overlord. After all, back then, he was lucky enough to meet a god heavenly overlord from a distance, and he could never forget that powerful aura that would destroy heaven and earth. In this way, the position of god of war should surpass the overlord of God and heaven. Chu Yan thought secretly in his heart. After all, God of War claims to be one of the 9 great gods in the domain of God, and it sounds like there are far more than 9 gods in this God Heaven Overlord. Excuse me, is there any realm beyond the Overlord of the gods and heavens? Chu Yan clearly remembered that Godhead Phantom told him that there are 4 more ethereal realms: heaven, destiny, domination, and will. Hearing Chu Yan's question, the great elder's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Brother Dao, I really don't know the level of martial arts, with low strength at the bottom. Although he is as strong as the great elder of the 2 major powers in the divine and heavenly realm, in the final analysis, this is only the prince of the lowest continent in the divine realm. I haven't even been out of the world of God and heaven, so I can't naturally go to a higher level. I just heard that the most powerful existence in the God realm is called the 9 great gods. Chu Yan's eyes lit up when he said this sentence. 9 great gods. That's right. The existence of the 9 great gods represents the 9 supreme Dao lineages, and it is the most orthodox God's domain Dao. It is by no means comparable to cultivators like us. It can even be said that cultivators of the 9 gods and 9 veins are the real powerhouses in the God realm, and we have only reached the realm of cultivation. The words of the great elder are not nonsense. After all, this is the code of the God realm, which has been passed down from ancient times to the present. I see. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. In this way, you will be connected with what you know, and you will have a bottom line in your heart. Supreme morality. These 4 words left a deep impression on Chu Yan. If it is said that he can ascend to the realm of the gods, the 5 great gods and martial souls are the most important trump cards, then there is another thing that also plays a vital role. That is Rakshasa promised divine art. Perhaps, in the 10 direction starfield, the Raksha Wuji divine art is like the supreme Dao lineage in the God realm, allowing capable people to quickly improve their cultivation. Compared with the martial arts of other forces, it is many times stronger. Do you know that these 9 great gods are those existences? Chu Yan asked. Before the Qingjie god of war merged with him, he was severely injured. Then, who hit the Qingjie god of war again? You know, Qingjie god of war is one of the 9 gods, who has this strength. Moreover, Chu Yan currently knows nothing about the situation of the other 8 of the 9 great gods, so he naturally wants to inquire. I really don't know. The great elder shook his head. In this realm of the gods, what are the conditions for breaking through from the realm of the gods to the realm of human dignity? Chu Yan asked. Spiritual pulse. The great elder's eyes lit up, and he blurted out without any hesitation. After the spirit vein is raised to the peak of the gods, it can break through. But in the God realm, breaking through from the heavenly God realm to the human venerable realm is the most important bottleneck, and not everyone can break through. There is a limit. Restriction. Chu Yan was startled. It has never been heard that warriors are restricted in their cultivation to break through the realm. That's right. In the God realm, you need the token of the venerable. Token of the venerable. Chu Yan frowned suddenly. This God realm is really weird. It actually manages and controls warriors who break through the realm and issue tokens. Could it be that, like the 10 directions starfield, you need the conferred God altar to break through to the conferred God realm? #C2889 Lotus Seal. Seeing the puzzled look on Chu Yan's face, the great elder quickly explained. This venerable token, speaking of it, is actually not a spiritual treasure at all, and it has no effect. It has been since ancient times, when the God realm was in charge. Having said that, the great elder looked left and right, and at the same time, his spiritual consciousness swept around, looking cautious, before continuing. When the primordial God realm was in charge, the rules set, because of the long time, slowly formed a rule. An ordinary token, which contains a trace of the aura of the venerable god, and the word respect is engraved on it, and it becomes the token of the venerable. However, there are only such a brand, but the rules are extremely strict. Without it, it means that you will not be recognized by other gods and venerables. Even if you break through to the realm of human dignity, no one will pay attention to you at that time. The situation, hee. When the great elder said this, he smiled. However, Chu Yan also understood that this venerable token is quite a kind of recognition, a kind of identity. With it, after breaking through to the realm of human dignity, you can get everyone's respect, but if you don't have it, it's equivalent to a black account, everyone will target and disdain. Maybe it's something similar to a circle, the difference between orthodox and wild fox cicadas. Moreover, Chu Yan can think that the key point is that the overlord of the gods who hold the token of the venerable can be justified, and recruit some strong people in the domain of the gods for their own use. But without this brand, I am afraid that no one can be recruited. After all, fame and fortune dictate. Once you have obtained the token of the venerable, you are eligible to participate in the Battle of Honor, said the great elder. Battle of Honor? Chu Yan was startled. Could it be that this breakthrough realm still needs to be compared? Of course there is no need for that. This battle of respect is only held regularly, and it is equivalent to a ceremony to call the world. After all, the appearance of a venerable is by no means a trivial matter, the elder said hurriedly. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded, which made sense. Just like in the lower realms before, those who have broken through important bottlenecks will hold a grand meeting to invite the world's powerful. In fact, the meaning is similar. In the God realm, every 20 years or so, a land of ancient immortals will be opened as a battlefield for the Battle of Honor. That scene, tsk. Speaking of this, the great elder couldn't help but sigh, his eyes were full of envy. He had also been to the ancient immortal battlefield back then, and just by taking a look at the entrance, the powerful spiritual power that overflowed made his heart tremble, and he couldn't forget it even in his dreams. Even if he can't be honored, if he can enter this ancient immortal battlefield and get a chance, it will definitely help him break through the realm of the earth god. Ancient immortal battlefield. Chu Yan showed a hint of interest in his eyes. That's right, this ancient immortal battlefield was conceived by the ancient world, and there is a real life-changing great fortune in it. After countless years of accumulation, the inheritance inside is extremely terrifying. Also, almost all of them are the same, only those who are strong in the heavenly god realm can enter it. Having said that, the great elder stood up, poured a glass of wine for Chu Yan, with a smug expression on his face, and continued. Exactly. I heard a secret anecdote, and I also told Dao brother, it is said that in this ancient immortal battlefield, anyone who is damaged, even his own cultivation, will be detained in the ancient immortal battlefield. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan was taken aback, suddenly. Depend on. In this world, there are such wonderful secret realms and wonderlands, and it is too unkind to deduct the cultivation of the practitioners. I see. Chu Yan nodded and took a deep breath. This time, I was really asking the right question. I didn't expect that it would be so troublesome to become the overlord of the gods in this god realm. However, it may be precisely because of these reasons that the status of the overlord of the gods is so important. Moreover, from these cumbersome ways, Chu Yan seems to be able to vaguely see the shadow of a prosperous martial arts in the ancient times. After all, in the ancient times, it was the most prosperous period of martial arts. But now, in this god realm, it seems that many rules still retain the style of martial arts from the ancient times. And those in the lower realm seem to have completely become the world of martial arts under the control of some people. The battle of respect. I don't know how many talents will participate in this god realm. Chu Yan's whole body tensed subconsciously, his eyes overflowed with thunder, and his blood was rolling. Brother Dao, there must be some secrets, you will also be interested, I will tell you. The Great Elder is worthy of being a native of the god realm, and he is very clear about the basic situation in the god realm. Especially those broken continents, which have already been occupied by various forces. Many gods and powerhouses will choose one of these broken continents as their residence. It seems that the competition is still very fierce. Chu Yan can guess that there are definitely some good things in these broken continents. After chatting for nearly 2 hours, Chu Yan had a general understanding of the god realm. Okay, thank you. Chu Yan got up slowly, and said to the Great Elder. Please help me prepare a map of God's domain, I'm going to Shanghai, to 9 Heavens realm. The Sea of Gods is the largest area between the 9 Heavens realm and other circles. It is densely covered with islands. It should be one of the broken continents that the Great Elder mentioned before. This is exactly what Empress Xiantian told herself before, the important place to go to the 9 Heavens realm. Above the Sea of Gods, there is a ferry ship leading to the 9 Heavens. The entire Divine Sea is blocked. Anyone who wants to cross the Divine Sea by force will be lost in the sea and can only rely on the ferry ship. I am afraid that this is also an important means for the 9 Heavens realm to isolate other God realm continents. This is no problem, I will order someone to prepare it for you right away. When the Great Elder heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly agreed. In addition, if Brother Dao goes to the Sea of Bitter realm, please bring this talisman with you. If you encounter trouble, you can use this talisman. After this exchange, the Great Elder has determined that this Chu Yan is definitely a member of a great power. Otherwise, there will be ascenders who rush to the 9 Heavens realm as soon as they come up. Therefore, the Great Elder definitely wanted to make friends with each other. Although the God Heaven realm and the 9 Heaven realm are separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, there may be some benefits to forming such a chance. Thanks. Chu Yan didn't refuse either, and took the jade talisman and put it away. Soon, an elder entered the living room and handed a map of the God realm to Chu Yan. Chu Yan took a rough look. The world of God and sky is only separated by 2 continents from Shanghai, and the distance is not too far. Great Elder, I will take my farewell first. As soon as Chu Yan cupped his hands, he came out of the Eastern True Sect, waved his hands to tear the void, and began to travel through the void. It seems that if you have time, you need to get a Valentine token first. When traveling through endless time and space, Chu Yan thought secretly in his heart, and at the same time restrained his consciousness, trying to communicate with the blue sky lotus. This lotus seal, take it to Xinglua Island. The breath of Empress Xiantian condensed into a lotus-shaped jade talisman, and said to Chu Yan. Star Luo Island. It seems to be exactly the place marked on the map, close to Shanghai. Go and see first. Anyway, on the way, Chu Yan wanted to see what Empress Xiantian had prepared for herself. #C2895,000 Divine Crystal. The God Realm continent has infinite scenery, and the richness of the aura of heaven and earth is far stronger than that of the 10 directions star field. The most important thing is that along the way, Chu Yan encountered countless spiritual grasses and fairy medicines. However, what makes Chu Yan a little depressed is that most of the celestial herbs and elixir have been set up with spiritual array defenses. Obviously, someone is watching the planting and cannot be picked at will. There are also wild fairy grasses and elixir, but their grades are much lower, or they are simply immature. Flying all the way, Chu Yan observed the God Realm continent carefully, and learned a lot along the way. 2 days passed, and Chu Yan quickly reached the Bitter Sea world. Bitter Sea realm is much bigger than the Divine Sky realm. Chu Yan flipped through his hands, took out the map of the God realm, and looked at the area of the Kuhai realm, which was obviously several times larger than the God and Heaven realm. 5 major sects, each sect has a ferry ship. If this is the case, then go to the Scarlet Knight sect. Glancing in the general direction, Chu Yan's figure fell and flew towards the Bitter Sea. The Scarlet Knight sect was not far away, and after flying for less than half an hour, they saw a tall city rising from the ground in the distance. In all directions, on the earth and in the sky, there are constantly figures, like meteors and rainbows, rushing into the giant city and disappearing. From this point, it can be seen that the Scarlet Knight sect is a very popular faction. What attracted Chu Yan's attention the most was the large crimson sea of spiritual clouds above the city. It was extremely vast, and the thickness of the clouds was 10 times thicker than that of ordinary spiritual clouds. From a distance, it seems that the top of the city is covered with an extremely thick quilt. God Realm. The closer Chu Yan got to the giant city, he found a few figures of strong men in the heavenly realm, and there were countless figures of strong men in the earthly realm. Bitter Sea realm is indeed much stronger than the God Sky realm. There are already 3 heavenly God realm experts, and the earth God realm. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, scanning the surrounding sky and the earth, while observing the situation of the Jiuxiao city. This fellow Taoist, but you want to take the ferry ship. May I ask which God Island you are going to? As soon as he landed at the gate of the city, a disciple of the Scarlet Knight sect, wearing a fiery red robe, greeted him. Go to Xinglua Island. Chu Yan replied. This ferry ship is obviously like the teleportation array in the 10 Directions starfield. It is guarded and goes to different places at the same time. Good luck. There just happens to be a ferry ship, ready to go to Xinglua Island, and there is still a place. The disciple glanced at the jade talisman, raised his head, and said to Chu Yan. Please follow me. Taking Chu Yan, after passing through the city gate, walked all the way to the city. After 100 breaths of time, after walking through the streets and alleys, a huge square appeared in front of him. That's the ferry ship. Chu Yan looked up, and a bright color flashed in his eyes. On the square, there are huge ships floating above the ground, each of which is 100 feet high and nearly 1,000 feet long. A series of divine discs surround these giant ships. Looks radiant. On the hull, there are densely packed divine lines, each with a faint brilliance, and the lines are complex and picturesque. Fellow Taoist, each of these hulls contains a fragment of a supreme spiritual weapon, so the breath it emits can make. Seeing that he was approaching the square, the disciple of the Scarlet Knight sect explained all the way, with a hint of complacency in his tone. As we talked, the topic of the little disciple has gone a long way, and it's not just about the ferry boat and the Scarlet Knight sect. He even started to talk about the cultivation base of some gods and the like. A little disciple actually knows so much. The closer this is to the 9 realms, the little disciple knows more than the great elder of the heavenly realm. After reaching Tianzuan, mastering the power of the 5 elements, you can be called the overlord of the gods. If you go further up, you can be called the 9 heavens god. While listening to the little disciple's introduction, Chu Yan pondered secretly in his heart. Fellow Taoist, this is the ferry ship, please pay. Walking in front of a huge ferry ship, the little disciple stopped and said. Hearing this, Chu Yan looked up at the ferry ship in front of him, and saw that there were already nearly 30 cultivators standing on the ferry ship. 10 of them were all in the earth god realm, and there was one strong man at the peak of the earth god realm. Wait a moment. At this moment, a strange sound sounded. Among the crowd in the square in the distance, a figure with the peak cultivation of the human god realm quickly arrived in front of him. This person has a big bald head, and just stood still. He raised his head and glanced at Chu Yan, and said directly. There's only one spot, I'll go first, you wait for the next boat. As soon as these words came out, the young disciples present and Chu Yan were stunned at the same time. This is to grab the position. You know, the ferry boat is fixed, and it leaves every 3 days. If you borrow it, you have to wait for 3 days. If you come first and come later, since you came first, why give it up to others? Sorry. I came first, you wait for the next boat. Chu Yan directly refused. What? The bald young man's eyes turned cold for an instant, and when he looked at Chu Yan, his consciousness swept over him. He is also at the human god realm, this guy dares to refuse himself. Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry, our Jiuxiao sect has a rule, first come, first served, so please wait for the next boat. The little disciple was extremely fair. After speaking to the bald man, he turned to look at Chu Yan, and continued. Fellow Daoist, please pay 5,000 divine crystals, and you can board the ship. After saying this sentence, Chu Yan was startled immediately. Shenjing. What a thing. I left in a hurry, as if I forgot to prepare the currency of the god realm. If I had known it earlier, I would have exchanged some with that great elder of the Eastern true sect. This time, it's embarrassing. Ha ha ha, if you don't have money, you still want to take a ferry boat, get out of the way. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, the bald young man immediately laughed triumphantly, his face full of disdain. That's right, get out of the way if you don't have money, let him go first. Don't waste our time. This Shanghai is really chaotic, there are everyone. Hurry up, come up quickly, set sail, I still have something to do. The cultivators on the boat had been staring at the situation below, and when they saw this scene, they all spoke in unison. After all, those who came early have already waited for 3 days, which is not too short. Fellow Daoist, if you don't have Shenjing, then I can only. The little disciple was also a little embarrassed, looked at Chu Yan, and said softly. Please wait a moment, I will send it to my friend. Chu Yan took out the lotus talisman, penetrated into his consciousness, and started sound transmission. This lotus talisman was given to him by Empress Xiantian before, so that he can contact him if he has any questions. However, without waiting for Chu Yan to send a message, Dao shouted suddenly from the crowd in the distance. His 5,000 divine crystals, I will give them. This yell was like a thunderbolt, and it was so powerful that it made all the cultivators in the audience change their faces. There is no need to doubt this momentum, at least it is the cultivation strength of the peak of the earth god realm. Swish. Among the crowd in the distance, a figure shot towards him, appeared directly on the spot, and looked at Chu Yan with a smile on his face. #C2891 A little confused. Chu Yan would never have imagined that the person standing in front of him was Emperor Mo. But now, it should be called Mo Wu Di Shen. The Moa god emperor in front of him still looks like he was about to die when he was in the abyss. Just because of his majestic breath, he has obviously reached the realm of a half-step god. Senior Mo, how could you? Chu Yan looked at Mo Wu, who was smiling in front of him, with a look of astonishment on his face. Hey, a few days ago you just arrived in the god realm, and I received the news. Later, when you used your sword energy in the god and heaven realm, I recognized you right away. So I quickly chased you. Although he said it easily, he looked at Chu Yan with a hint of shock. These people around may not be able to see it. However, as a strong half-step god, he can find out that the cultivation base in Chu Yan's body is extremely terrifying when he explores his spiritual consciousness. No wonder, those people of the Eastern True Sect are scared like that. This is a monster. Mo Wu Dishan looked at Chu Yan, shook his head, and sighed in his heart. This is Shenjing. Mo Wu Dishan raised his hand, and a crystal light flickered. Which one of you comes down, this deity will produce 30,000 divine crystals. Turning his head to look at the boat, Moa Dishan roared directly. What? 30,000. I'm coming down. A cultivator's eyes lit up when he heard the 30,000 divine crystals, and he hurriedly raised his hand. You. The bald young man felt a toothache when he saw this scene. What's the situation? It was supposed to be done, but suddenly the same half-step god-level powerhouse appeared here and there. This poor jingle boy actually knows the boss of the half-step god. Wait. At this moment, another voice sounded in the distance. I saw, in the center of the square in the distance, a figure in fiery red robes, walking quickly, was a member of the Scarlet Knight sect. The old man in the fire robe had red brows. See Elder Su. When the little disciple saw the old man in the fire robe, he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Fellow Taoists, I'm really sorry. The matter is urgent. This ship is temporarily recruited and will not be dispatched anymore. Please wait for the next ship. As soon as this Elder Su arrived at the scene, he glanced at all the ship repairers, and said with a calm face. What? Recruitment? No way. I paid the money and waited for 2 days. Why? It's not fair. That's right. All the repairers in the boat couldn't accept this sudden change, and they all complained. Snort. On the ferry ship, those strong men at the peak of the divine realm were so angry that their faces turned red. After a heavy snort, their bodies surged with momentum, and they obviously didn't intend to cooperate. Seeing this scene, the other cultivators were even more unwilling and shook their heads in unison. This boat has been booked by the disciples of the Jiao family, and it will arrive soon. The Elder Su of the Scarlet Knight sect was not surprised by the reaction of these people, so he sneered and explained directly. Jiao family, disciple. Hearing this name, all the experts on the ship at the peak of the Earth God realm, as well as the crew repairing the ship, were startled, and their expressions all changed. Jiao family. In the God realm, they are definitely famous. The 2 families that exist in the heavenly God Overlord are powerful forces in the 9 realms. Even ordinary Jiao family disciples are weaker than other cultivators, but the word Jiao family alone is enough to run rampant in the entire 9th realm of God's domain. In this case, although the repairers on the boat were full of displeasure and their faces changed, they could only swallow their anger. Originally, they were assuming that they would kill them, but now, Chi complained about their bad luck. This is the huge gap caused by identity and status. After all, these powerful people occasionally came out to cross the sea by boat, and they unexpectedly met them. It's just a disciple of the Jiao family, but you want the whole boat to let go. Chu Yan looked at the elder of the Jiuxiao sect with a cold face, and replied. What if I don't let you? Jiao family. Others may have only heard of its prestige, but to Chu Yan, it is really very familiar. Therefore, it is impossible for a disciple of the Jiao family, regardless of his inner sect, to be a true disciple, to give himself up to them. After all, in the Godhead battlefield, the disciples of the Jiao family that he killed seemed to be from the Jiao family's royal line. In terms of status, compared to any outer sect, inner sect, or true disciple, it is as strong as heaven. What? No way. Not only that Elder Su, but even the other cultivators present all changed their expressions, and they all looked at Chu Yan. This guy dared to challenge the Jiao family. Do you think that you will be able to go to heaven with the backing of this half-step god of gods? Ha ha ha. The bald young man standing on the side finally seized the opportunity and quickly laughed and said. Disciple of the Jiao family, any random sweeper will not be dared to be provoked by a strong person in the God realm. It's up to you to decide whether to allow it or not. However, you are a guest of my Scarlet Knight sect. Let me remind you that if you offend an inner disciple of the Jiao family, the consequences will be very serious. Elder Su of the Scarlet Knight sect looked at Chu Yan, narrowing his eyes slightly. In fact, if he hadn't seen the god of Mo beside Chu Yan, he wouldn't have bothered to talk nonsense with Chu Yan, so he would have done it directly. Elder Su, just prepare a boat, does it take so long? At this moment, a silver-robed figure appeared in the crowd in the distance. This person was dressed in a gleaming silver robe, holding a handful of jade ruies in his hand, and was surrounded by several elders of the Scarlet Knight sect. He walked towards this side with a proud and arrogant look on his face. Chu Yan followed the sound, just took a look, and suddenly his face was filled with astonishment. Damn, this is so. What a coincidence. The silver-robed young man in front of him was the one who had led 10 disciples of the Jiao family's royal line to attack him. Xuanhuan on the Godhead battlefield. Chu Yan's astonishment was not due to other reasons, and this Xuanhuan, isn't he dead? Why does it appear here alive again now? That punch of mine, of course, shattered all his vitality. What the hell is going on? Revival. This point is just Chu Yan's astonishing reaction. Of course, it is impossible to revive the soul. After all, the God realm and the 10 directions star field are separated by hundreds of millions of miles, and there are laws of the 2 realms, so the life God pattern cannot be used. Therefore, this Xuanhuan probably had some other life-saving cards to escape this catastrophe. Young Master Xiao, I'm really sorry, there are people here who don't want to let go. While Elder Su was speaking, he looked at Chu Yan and sneered. Although Elder Su also roughly guessed that the identity of this Chu Yan should not be simple, just look at the half-step gods and powerhouses around him. However, compared to the disciples of the Jiao family, they are obviously far behind. Otherwise, how could they squeeze the boat with so many people? Bold. Xuanhuan, with his nostrils up in the sky, immediately became angry when he heard what Elder Su said. That person who wanted to die didn't even put him in the Jiao family of God's domain. Xuanhuan, who was full of anger, was suffocated in the lower realm, and finally slipped back to the God realm. He had just flaunted his power for a few days, and unexpectedly encountered such a thing. It's fine to eat and hold back in the lower realm, but now that he's back in his territory, there are still people who dare to disobey him. Court death. Absolutely looking for death. At this time, Xuanhuan finally turned his gaze to the level, and angrily swept towards the person Elder Su was pointing at. In an instant, the 4 eyes met. #C2892 Master Chu. With just one glance, Xuanhuan's body trembled violently, as if he had been frozen, and stood there in a daze. But the black-robed figure on the opposite side had an indifferent smile on his face, just looking at him indifferently. Familiar figure, familiar eyes, even more familiar breath. Xuanhuan's pupils shrank suddenly. This is so. This black-robed boy, it's over. If you don't die this time, you'll have to peel off your skin. Seeing this scene, the cultivators all around shook their heads and sighed. The anger of a disciple of the Jiao family's inner sect, not to mention him, even a middle-level sect force, can't bear it. This guy is really courageous. He even dared to provoke the Jiao family, and he even provoked inner disciples. It's over. Wait and see how he dies. All kinds of expressions and sneers, with a look of teasing and watching, all turned to Chu Yan. After all, such people looking for death are rare in God's domain. Today, it is rare to see that there are ants shaking the sky. But the next scene changed the expressions of everyone present. Chu. 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 Xuanhuan's face twitched, and cold sweat came down his forehead. He looked at Chu Yan for a long time and didn't know what to call him. Chu, Master Chu, are you there too? Pfft. A group of cultivators present suddenly spurted out a mouthful of reversed blood, almost going mad as a group. I'm stupid, what's the situation? Big man. An inner disciple of the Jiao family called this black-robed youth, my lord. But even if the people present were almost bewitched collectively, they definitely did not have the incomparable panic in Zhao Wanli's heart at this time. Even, Zhao Wanli once again felt the shocking scene of tens of thousands of mud horses galloping past. This is so unlucky. God's domain is so big, why did they meet here? You know, in order to return to God's domain, Zhao Wanli opened the space-time channel because he had stored the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for a long time. This is nothing, the key is that I hid in that small sect in the lower realm for a period of time, and focused on investigating Chu Yan's subsequent situation. The altar enshrines the gods, the sword cuts against the holy sky, and Shantian supports it. Especially, the Empress Shantian, whose legendary myths are spread everywhere in the 10 Directions starfield. Thousands of miles ago, the only strong person who ascended to the God realm, known as the number one existence in the God realm, has a very close relationship with the 9 great God venerables. Such an existence, not to mention their Zhao family, the 2 overlords of the gods, even 100 overlords of the gods, would definitely not dare to challenge this Lord Shantian. According to the information collected from the 10 Directions starfield, the relationship between the Empress Shantian and Chu Yan is almost a fatal friendship. Empress Shantian, in order to help Chu Yan, even hurt her own immortality. This relationship can be superficial. So, after Zhao Wanli thought for a long time, he decided to call him Chu Yan, my lord. Even without mentioning the above, just thinking about Chu Yan's combat power is terrifying. After all, when he almost died in the sky, he hasn't become a god yet. Now, he has become a god, and he has come to the domain of the gods, that is, ascension of the gods. Even if he is ordinary, his strength has more than doubled. Now, when they meet again, they probably don't need fists, just one finger is enough to stab themselves to death. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, you call him, my lord. Elder Su of the Scarlet Knight sect, as well as the bald young man, and even the god of Mo, all looked at Zhao Wanli with a look of astonishment, eyes wide open, and mouth wide open. You are an inner disciple of the Zhao family, so don't bring such a thing. If even Zhao Wanli's identity is to be called the black-robed young adult, then his identity. Since you didn't die last time, let's make up for it now. Chu Yan looked at Zhao Wanli, his face was icy cold, and his murderous aura surged like a tide. As soon as he saw Zhao Wanli, Chu Yan thought of Zhao Tianming and Xingtian Pavilion, and when he thought of Xingtian Pavilion, he thought of the spirit of Xingtian. When thinking of the Holy Spirit, Chu Yan thought of Yu Linglong. Therefore, Chu Yan wanted to kill someone. Pfft. What did he say? The cultivators around were so shocked by this sentence that their souls flew away. He said that he wanted to kill Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao. Everyone is dumbfounded. This young man in black robe said that he wanted to kill a disciple of the Zhao family's inner sect. The point is, this tone, no matter how it sounds, is as normal as trying to kill a chicken. This is an inner disciple of the Zhao family. In an instant, the eyeballs of everyone in the audience trembled, and their faces twitched. Whether you can kill it or not, let's not talk about it. In this realm of the gods, killing a member of the Zhao family will inevitably arouse the anger of the Zhao family. If it is not done well, they will directly punish the 9 clans and destroy the sect. The fact that the Zhao family's power can be so prestigious is due to their killing. Otherwise, how could anyone be so in awe of the members of the Zhao family? So, if the person in front of you heard what he said just now, he is going to kill what Zhao Wanli said. Well, there is only one possibility. It is the status of the person in front of him, which has reached the point of ignoring the Zhao family. Wanli Dragon Gang. Boom. Zhao Wanli felt the killing intent on Chu Yan's body, his eyes trembled, his whole face turned green, and he turned and fled, but before he could escape 10 steps, a golden dragon roared behind him. Ah, Master Chu, please forgive me, Zhao Wanli's mournful begging for mercy was instantly covered by the mighty sound of the roaring dragon gang fist. The entire void world, including the ground of the square, was rumbling and trembling. This square is the core of the Scarlet Knight sect. Of course it was blessed by the divine formation, but even so, it was still trembling. You are an earth god realm. Everyone around saw that golden dragon fist blasting towards Zhao Wanli's back, and at the same time felt the power of the fist. Their expressions changed drastically. This black-robed young man, at such a young age, has reached the earth god realm. This level of talent is too terrifying. Zhao's blood returns to Yuan, Wuji will last forever. Zhao Wanli's entire face was distorted, and he couldn't escape. He turned around suddenly, and looked at the attacking golden dragon fist. His eyes were about to fly out. This punch was 10 times stronger than the punch that almost killed him last time. Without the slightest hesitation at all, Zhao Wanli waved his big hand, and a golden light exploded from his chest. The whole body was transformed into a golden light, which instantly disintegrated and disappeared between heaven and earth. When the golden dragon rushed past the place where he was standing, the silver robe was instantly vaporized, dissipating without even a scum left. There are piles of life-saving cards on Zhao Wanli's body. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan saw that Zhao Wanli left only one piece of clothing behind, but the person turned into 1,000 points of golden light, hidden into the void, and was about to escape. When he waved his right hand, thousands of sword lights came out. Countless sword lights soared into the sky and struck the ground, completely covering the entire sky. Ah! Everyone heard very clearly that a shrill scream sounded, and at the same time, a flower of blood bloomed in the void. #C2893 9 Days God. Although the blood flower bloomed, it didn't mean to stop at all. Swish! Under everyone's astonished gazes, they rushed towards the sky at a faster speed than before. At this speed, even if Chu Yan tried his best to catch up, he might not be able to catch up. Anyway, Chu Yan didn't see the strength of the Jiao family, but it was the second time he saw the means of saving his life. Moreover, it is stronger and stronger every time. This time, he escaped in front of him alive. In the talisman just now, there seems to be a majestic spiritual energy. The disciple of this big family is really rich. Chu Yan looked at the sky and shook his head slightly. Primordial spiritual energy, what a good cultivation resource, was actually used as a magic talisman to escape. I'm afraid this is only a big family in God's domain who can do so well. If it is in the 10 directions starfield, a burst of primordial spiritual energy might be able to create a strong man in the divine realm. However, the sword just now must have hit Zhao Wanli. As for whether he could escape safely, Chu Yan didn't know, but at least, Zhao Wanli was seriously injured by the sword. Bold! Just when Chu Yan and everyone in the audience looked up at the sky together, suddenly, a thunderous sound exploded. Who dares to do anything in my Scarlet Knight sect? The voice was extremely majestic, exploding in midair like thunderbolts, with obvious anger in the tone. In the depths of the city in the distance, in the giant palaces, powerful auras are constantly gushing out. These auras are all the auras of those in the heavenly god realm, and they are extremely powerful. The Scarlet Knight sect has a rule that no one is allowed to do anything in the inner city of the sect. Not good. Seeing this scene, Mo Wudi God. Immediately, his face changed drastically, and with a wave of his big hand, the breath of the earth gods gushed out, and he was about to wrap Chu Yan and run away directly. No. No. Chu, Master Chu, don't worry, our Jiuxiao sect will never disrespect you, I will report it to the sect immediately. Elder Su, who was in front of him, suddenly reacted and said quickly. While speaking, Elder Su had already taken out the jade talisman of the Zongman, sending messages one after another quickly. In an instant, the entire sky fell silent. The breath of the gods who were originally furious suddenly became dead silent. Then, there will be no more. Many cultivators present, including the bald youth and the strong man at the peak of the earth god realm, all opened their mouths, completely dumbfounded. This is the end. It was obvious that the big bosses of the Scarlet Knight sect had no intention of pursuing the matter after receiving the summons from Elder Su. This kind of thing, no matter it is in the lower realm or in the realm of the gods, as long as your fist is big enough and your status is high enough, any rules are nonsense. After all, the rules themselves are made by the strong. Sorry, the enemy is present, I forgot for a while. Chu Yan bowed his hands to Elder Su and said politely. Since others have given face, I naturally have to give others face, this is reciprocity. It's okay, no problem. Elder Su quickly returned the gift and said politely. Brother Dao, are you going to Xinglua Island? I'll arrange to sail right away. Thank you. Chu Yan nodded. Not being polite to the other party at all, Chu Yan turned around and boarded the boat directly with the dazed Mo Wudishan. The repairers on the boat quickly gave way to a large area for Chu Yan to stand, all of them had panic expressions on their faces. Immediately afterwards, several disciples of the Scarlet Knight sect were hastily summoned by Elder Su, who activated the secret technique, and the immortal ship rose into the sky. When the fairy ship rose into the sky and turned into a small golden dot, Elder Su and others on the square all heaved a sigh of relief. This young man in black robe is too terrifying. If he accidentally offended him, he might lose the spot directly, and even implicate the Jiuxiao. After all, they are not like Zhao Wanli, who have many cards to save their lives. Time flies. Above the endless sky, the golden fairy ship was flying across the sky, and the countless divine patterns on the hull were rotating, and the flight was extremely stable. Moreover, a powerful might is released from the hull, threatening tens of thousands of miles. Departing from Scarlet Knight City to Xinglua Island, it would take at least 3 days. Chu Yan, are you going to find Master Shantian? You want to join her power? Mo Wudi God asked doubtfully. No. Chu Yan shook his head, put his hands on his back, and looked at the scenery outside the boat. I wanted her to give me a token of heavenly venerable, but she told me to go to Xinglua Island first. Oh, it turns out that this is the matter. Master Shantian is different from other overlords. She rarely issues overlord tokens. Therefore, many geniuses and experts will go to Xinglua Island to participate in the competition. Earth god Moa seemed to be very clear about Xinyu and Xuanhuan's words. Chu Yan was startled when he heard this. When I listened to the explanation of the great elder of the Eastern True Sect before, it seemed that the Overlord token was not a rare thing. Why now? It still needs to be contested. Chu Yan, you seem to have misunderstood the Overlord's token. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Mo Wudishan suddenly smiled slightly, and then said. Master Shantian is the #1 Overlord of God's domain. Even if the 9 great gods personally came forward to recruit Lord Shantian refused all of them. In the end, Lord Shantian only took up the post of an enshrining elder in the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect. When these words came out, Chu Yan's eyes shot brightly. This Empress Xuantian's identity in the god's domain is so terrifying. So, she asked me to take the token myself. Chu Yan asked suspiciously. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Moa Earth God just chuckled and did not answer. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. However, if you take it just follows Chu Yan's wish. Just arrived in God's domain, just to see how different the geniuses in God's domain are. Senior Mo'u, you seem to be very clear about the affairs of God's domain. Then do you know, what are the supreme orthodoxy in this God's domain? Chu Yan turned his head, looked at Moa Earth God, and asked. Supreme Tao lineage. That's not much. At present, in the entire divine realm, there are only 15 known types, and in the Divine Sea, there are only 3 types, namely the 8 Xuanhuan sect, the Jiuxiao sect, 3 profound sects. Among them, the 8 Xuanhuan sects are the strongest, while the latter 2 are weaker. In the Supreme Orthodoxy, there is the law of the source of heaven. Mo Wudishan looked at Chu Yan and said very seriously, "The source of the law of heaven is the God of the 9 heavens. In the Sea of Gods, there are many strong people. Even if it is the overlord of the gods, it seems that there are as many as 55, but in fact, Master Shantian is the most powerful of all the overlords of the gods. In addition, there are countless family forces and places for cultivation in cities. Compared with the 10-star field, there are at least 10 times the number." As soon as these few words came out, Chu Yan was stunned. According to what he knew before, the number of cultivators in God's realm is much smaller than that in 10 directions starfield. However, the number of this force is so much more than that of the 10 directions starfield. The Divine Sea is just a piece of broken continent. In the 9 realms of the divine domain, if the number of other continents is added together, there may be dozens of them. This is for you. This is Xinyu. Mo Earth God flipped his hand, took out a piece of jade crystal, and handed it to Chu Yan. #C2894 Break through the God Realm. In this piece of divine jade, it is recorded that in the realm of the gods, there are forces guarded by the overlord of the gods, and there are other things. In the domain of the gods, there are not many gods overlords, so the major forces record them and let the powerful in the world know. Is this a list of heaven or something? Chu Yan asked, curiously. When I was in the 10 directions starfield, there existed the heaven ranking and the star ranking. Anyone who got the ranking and took a look at it would know everything about the powerful people in the world. No. Mo Wudishan shook his head directly. In the realm of the gods, the most powerful power is the power of the 5 elements. Mastering several kinds of power of the 5 elements is the basic standard for distinguishing the strong from the weak. This one, you should also be aware that when you reach the human god realm, your skills and cultivation base are basically the same. The strength of the strength and the weakness lie entirely in the improvement and application of the power of the 5 elements. As for the list you mentioned, the title of number 1 overlord in the world, like Empress Shantian, is not based on rankings, but based on actual battles. Mo Wudishan's words made Chu Yan's eyes light up. Based on your current aptitude, I would suggest that you join one of the orthodoxy. After thinking about it, Mo Earth God looked at Chu Yan and said, "Oh. Why?" Chu Yan asked. In the realm of the gods, the Sea of Gods is a special existence, and it is also a watershed. In this area, there are countless human gods, earth gods, heavenly gods, human gods, and earth gods. If you want to open up a world, it's best to have a suitable identity, such as an inner disciple of the orthodoxy. Such an identity can facilitate things. Like Zhao Wanli's appearance in Jiuxiao City before, you have also seen it, so you should understand. Although it is said that God's domain respects strength, just like the lower realm continent, but God's domain also values identity and status. This point is incomparable in the lower realm. For example, in the lower realms, it is true that strength is the most important thing, but if your strength is weak, then your identity will also be lost, but this is completely different in God's domain. As long as it has been brilliant in the past, will always be respected. Mawudi God said for a long time. I just want to make it clear to Chu Yan that there are some differences between the 10 directions starfield and the lower realm. After all, now that Chu Yan has just come to God's domain, it's best to figure this out as soon as possible. You mean, this is similar to nobles? Chu Yan understood a little bit. That's right. That's what it means. The strength is only for individuals and a few, but the status can benefit a group of people. And the highest embodiment of the status of Dao Tonggang. Emma Wudi nodded. No wonder. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Those geniuses of the Jiao family before, who regarded themselves as geniuses of the emperor's veins, turned out to be because of this. Of course, if you can become a true disciple of Master Xuantian's forces, that would be even better. Of course Mawudi Shen knows that Chu Yan has some trump cards, so the power of the 5 elements may be difficult for others, but for Chu Yan, he has already laid a solid foundation. As long as he has a spiritual vein, it couldn't be easier to become an inner disciple of the orthodoxy with his combat power in the divine realm. Even becoming a true disciple is not impossible. A true disciple of the supreme orthodoxy, or the status of a direct disciple of the 9 great gods, that would be terrifying. Well, there is no rush for now, wait until I get the Overlord token first. Chu Yan nodded, and naturally understood that what Mawudi Shen said was extremely useful to him. Immediately, Moa Dishen continued to introduce to Chu Yan all kinds of things about God's domain. Moa Earth God is not comparable to the lowest power in the God realm like the great elder of the Eastern True Sect. He knows this God realm very well. Time passed by little, 4 days passed in a flash. The fairy ship trembled, and after passing through a hazy spiritual mist, it rushed into the mainland of Xinglua Island. This Xinglua Island, speaking of it, is an island. That is relative to the vast area of God's domain. If it is placed in the lower realm, it will definitely be larger than the area of a star domain. This is. Just when he rushed into Xinglua Island, Chu Yan was stunned. In all directions, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as vast as the sea, surged in like a tide, causing the divine power in his body to echo. Never have I seen a place where the aura of heaven and earth is so strong. It seems that there are drops of spiritual energy in the air, floating like a thick fog. Boom, boom. In less than 10 breaths, an extremely violent aura shot up from Chu Yan's body, and his cultivation directly broke through. Earth God realm, that's how it is. From the 9th heaven realm of the human God realm to the Earth God realm in one step, there is no obstacle at all. Stepping into the Earth God realm one step at a time, Chu Yan felt that the surrounding world was completely different. That feeling, very mysterious. It seems that his integration and intimacy with this God's domain world has increased a bit. I'm stupid, he broke through. All the shipbuilders trembled as they looked at Chu Yan. Dozens of gazes looked at the black-robed figure standing by the side of the boat, looking up at the sky and the earth. Everyone's faces were twitching. Standing there, doing nothing, broke through. This is so. It's so annoying to compare people to people. For ordinary cultivators, it is impossible to break through from the human God realm to the Earth God realm without great opportunities and precious resources. But now, the ascendant in front of him just entered the range of Xinglua Island, relying on the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he directly broke through. Although it is said that the ascendant has just arrived in God's domain, there will be a cumulative outbreak after baptism. However, this guy's outburst is too terrifying. Not even a half-step Earth God exists, and directly breaks through to the Earth God state in one breath. Therefore, this ascendant must have a powerful background, and he cannot be provoked. Not bad. As expected of God's domain, it's much better than the lower realm. In Chu Yan's body, the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, the spirit veins, the holy Rakshasa, etc., are all crazily absorbing the rich spiritual energy of the surrounding world, and the movement of the true energy is several times faster than ever before. Therefore, Chu Yan can feel that it is definitely easier to break through to the heavenly God realm here than in the lower realm. Because it's not just the abundance of heaven and earth aura, the key is that there is also a primordial aura among these heaven and earth auras. This is the lower realm continent, and it cannot be compared with it at all. Could it be that so many people are desperately trying to ascend to God's domain? Chu Yan secretly said in his heart. However, at this moment, the 9 territories star map in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness suddenly trembled, releasing a myriad of divine lights. This feeling, as if there is something nearby, echoing it. It seems that this 9 realms star map is indeed a thing of the God realm. In Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness, spiritual consciousness flickered. Everyone, Star Luo Island has arrived. On the ferry boat, the disciple who was in charge of sailing the boat walked to the deck and spoke to the cultivators on the boat. At the same time, everyone could see that on the ground below, an incomparably huge white city towered over the ground. #C2895 It's too scary. This city is bigger than any city Chu Yan has ever seen, even several times bigger than the previous Jiuxiao city. However, on the huge city gate, there is actually Jiang City written on it. In other words, this is not a main city at all, but just an ordinary city of attraction. Such a huge city turned out to be only a city of reception, which caused a look of astonishment on Chu Yan's face. Along with other cultivators, after disembarking from the ferry ship, they appeared in a huge square in Jiang City. After walking a few steps, various noises from all around came one after another. Have you heard? A few days ago, Master Shantian suddenly announced that he would take out an Overlord token. Yeah, why didn't I hear that? Didn't you rush over here? That's right, all the powerful people from all walks of life have come these days, all for this Overlord token. Before I came, it sounded like it had already started, and I fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, this time not only Master Shantian, but also God King Chongqing and God King Fengling all took out 20 tokens. It's not just them, there are 5 God Kings in total, they all said that tokens will be issued. It's a pity, Xuanhuan Tianren only took out 1 piece. The overlord of the gods, among ordinary cultivators, is honored as the king of gods to show respect. Chu Yan was walking on the streets in the city, his mind was swept away, and he finally stopped after listening to all kinds of discussions around him. It's starting to compete. Then I shouldn't be too late. Chu Yan took out the lotus seal, and directly penetrated into it with a divine sense. Soon, Lianyin vibrated slightly, and immediately responded. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan? Please come to Shantian City, I will wait for you here in the spirit formation. The thick voice sounded, and it immediately made Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness resound. Shantian City. Looks right. It's a nice name. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and then walked forward with Maodishan. Although Jiang City is extremely huge, its function is also very clear. It is a foreign affairs city for Xinghua Island. Therefore, in this connecting city, the teleportation formations leading to various cities in Xinghua Island are densely packed, and there are countless. After handing over the Shenjing and stepping into the teleportation array, when Chu Yan and Maodishan reappeared, they had already arrived in a brand new big city. This city obviously has much fewer people than the Jiang city just now. It's just that there is a world of ice and snow all around, and the entire city is built on a huge ice field. And the city in front of him is also sparkling with ice crystals, as if it was all made of ice. Therefore, when Chu Yan came out of the teleportation array, he immediately felt the temperature around him drop suddenly. That feeling was exactly the same as that of Shantian. Moreover, in the entire city, powerful auras continuously swept the audience. In Shantian City, there are probably no fewer than 30 gods. Chu Yan was not worried either, and let go of his consciousness directly, and also swept the audience, causing the consciousness of all the gods to tremble. What's the situation? Then the newcomer, so arrogant, dared to sweep the audience with his spiritual sense? Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, please follow me. As soon as the consciousness was released, a figure appeared, bowed politely to Chu Yan, and stretched out his hand to signal a direction. This is the general. Earth god Moa took a look at the man, and then stared at him, his face full of astonishment. Unexpectedly, Master Shantian actually sent a general to pick up Chu Yan, which is considered a high-level treatment. After all, the status of the god generals under the god king is extremely noble. Chu Yan and the god of Mo, following the general, shuttled through the city all the way. Soon they came to a square, surrounded by cultivators in all directions. Boom! 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 On the square, bursts of air explosions continued to explode, and the two powerful figures clashed like dragons and tigers, and the battle was extremely fierce. These are two strong men in the earth god realm, at least they are geniuses who have mastered two kinds of power of the five elements. The Overlord token competition is about to end, you guys wait here for a while. The snow-robed god general said something to Chu Yan, and disappeared immediately. From the beginning to the end, this snow-robed general cherishes words like gold, and his temper and personality are very similar to Empress Shantian. It's almost over. Shantian still asked me to come. Chu Yan frowned when he heard the words, his face was full of suspicion. Surrounding this square, there are at least 30 gods and powerhouses, and the rest are some young geniuses, all of whom are around the earth god realm, and have mastered more than 2 elements of the 5 elements. Among them, there are a few talented youths whose cultivation has even reached the 5th level of the realm. Moreover, sensing their aura, one can unexpectedly discover that there seems to be an extremely powerful force hidden in their bodies. Under the command of the god King Chongsheng, disciples of the inner sect fight against the sky. There are also disciples of the inner sect under the command of the heavenly god king. Mo Dishan's eyes swept across, his face changed slightly, and he gasped. Even he didn't expect that the inner disciples under the command of these other god kings would all come to compete for Master Xuantian's Overlord token. Crazy sky battle. At this moment, on the square, a young man's whole body exploded with thunder, and spiritual seals emerged, with an earth-shattering aura. Boom! With this move, the genius in front of him couldn't resist immediately, and was directly blasted away by a series of spiritual seals, vomiting blood again and again. Number 31 wins, number 95 loses. A voice sounded, echoing over the square. Awesome, this number 31 has won again, plus the previous number 49, number 55, and number 67, they are all top talents. Just this time, who can get this Overlord token? This time, it's getting more and more lively. There were countless onlookers on the square, and they were all talking and excited. Battles of this level are extremely rare in normal times. It can definitely be called an unprecedented grand occasion. After all, it is naturally rare for so many inner disciples of the God King to gather together. Now, let's fight. The majestic voice in the void resounded again. From number 31, number 49, number 55, number 67, and number 89, fight against number 3 at the same time. If the former wins, just go straight to the melee, and the last one standing will be the final winner. As soon as this remark came out, the audience fell into silence. There was a look of astonishment on everyone's face, that there is such a competition system. It has been heard before that if there are seed players participating, they can directly enter the final battle without participating in the previous elimination battle. Unexpectedly, now, a seed player actually appeared. You must know that every seed player is a genius with extremely high status and strength. It's just that number 3 can really win against 5 by himself? This kind of contention has probably never happened in hundreds of years. Around the square, the gazes of some gods and big men all gathered, as if they all thought of something. Could it be? #C2896 Little King. These gods and bosses, of course, have a lot more knowledge. They looked at the crowd in the square, and the gazes of a group of bigwigs all changed. Some long-term memories were opened in their sea of consciousness. Humph. You actually want the 5 of us to fight together. I want to see, what is this number 3 capable of? Number 31, who just won a game, had a sharp light in his eyes, and shouted in a cold voice. Among the crowd, the other 4 selected geniuses also slowly entered the stage, all of them with a powerful aura. These people are all dragons among men, and there is naturally a sense of arrogance in their aura. Strictly speaking, if it weren't for the rules of the competition system, it would be absolutely impossible for a genius like them to go 5 against 1. After all, for them, this is a shame at all. Don't dawdle, let's do it. At this moment, at the far end of the square, a stern voice sounded, light but resounding through the audience. I saw a handsome young man in a purple robe, with eyebrows like swords, and eyes like knives, striding out of the arena. Around his body, there were streaks of divine light entwined, making one feel as if pieces of flames were rising. Is this the transformation of the 5 elements? A look of surprise flashed across Chu Yan's eyes. This is the first time that other than the Empress Xiantian, she possesses the power of transforming the 5 elements into phenomena. This person may be Yupeng, one of the little heavenly kings. A strong man in the earth god realm in the crowd looked at the purple-robed figure and let out a voice of astonishment. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd reacted in unison, and then looked at the square, all of them changed. Little king. That is an existence that claims to be able to be promoted to a god king absolutely. Behind every little heavenly king is a peerless overlord. And this Yupeng. It is the overlord of one side, known as the King of Tianda, the son of the God King of Tianda. In addition to this prominent status, little heavenly King Yupeng himself also possesses the cultivation base of the earth god realm, possesses the power of the 5 elements, and has already cultivated to the level of the transformation of the 5 elements. He is definitely one of the top geniuses in the world. Of course, although such a genius is rare, it is not enough to make these god-level powerhouses so moved. The most important thing is that no one understands why he has come to snatch a hegemony token with such an identity. In his capacity, hegemony tokens are easily available, and there is no need to come here to participate in the battle. Yupeng. On the square, the 5 geniuses were all stunned. Apparently, none of them expected that their opponent would be a little heavenly king. Seeing the little heavenly king who ignited with the flames of the 5 elements and turned into a large vision, walking towards them, this kind of coercion made their arrogance just now collapse instantly. Don't make a move? Then admit defeat early, don't waste time. Xiaowang Tianyuping looked at the 5 people opposite and spoke in a cold voice. What? Admit defeat. The faces of the 5 geniuses all changed when they heard the words. Although they can't reach the prestige and strength of Xiaowang Tian, at least behind them is the overlord of the God King. Moreover, it wouldn't be too shameful for them to admit defeat in full view. Don't think about it, let's join hands. As long as we can fight him for 300 rounds, it won't be considered a defeat. Genius number 31 erupted with spiritual seals all over his body, turning into the shadow of a dragon and tiger, bursting through layers of void, and roaring. Shoot! The other 4 geniuses also roared in unison, playing various powerful magic spells at the same time. In this battle, everyone's cultivation was in the earth god realm. Therefore, let alone these 5 geniuses teaming up, even if there were 5 more, they would not be a match for little heavenly king at all. Therefore, the 5 geniuses who teamed up set the goal of this battle as long as they lasted for 300 rounds, it would be considered the greatest victory. 300 rounds. A sneer suddenly appeared on little heavenly king's face. Facing the monstrous magical arts from the 5 attacks, he stood indifferently. Only when the attack was approaching in front of him, did he make a sudden move. Boom, boom. Thousands of golden lights exploded, and the square seemed to be a god and demon in the world. Large pieces of flame shot up into the sky, twisted together, and rose from the ground like a tornado flame. In each piece of flame there is like a powerful sword, which burns all the incoming attacks into powder. Not only that, the fire wave swallowed and turned into a wave of fire in the sky, directly attacking the 5 geniuses. In an instant, the 5 geniuses retreated in unison, not daring to confront them head-on. Breakthrough from below. The 5 geniuses, facing such a heavy pressure, were also extremely calm, seeing the weakness of each other's Jiuxiao in their eyes, and they all shot together. In an instant, the 5 geniuses were like 5 flood dragons. Under the eruption, their bodies were like giant pillars, breaking through the tide of fire and breaking out. This time, the confrontation immediately made the big bosses, watching the battle in the square, all look shocked. Even if they were on the square and blocked by the divine formation, they still felt a terrifying power sweeping across the square. Break it! Genius number 31, seeing the breakthrough of the fire wave, immediately beamed with joy, and was ready to turn around and attack. But in the next breath, the smile on his face froze instantly. I saw that countless flames broke through and gathered together, turning into fire snakes, coiling around the sky, with incomparable power. Boom! Boom! The fiery snake spat out letters, and rockets shot out towards the 5 geniuses below. It was like a rain of fire, covering the entire square and battle platform, and there was nowhere to hide. Such a monstrous fire rain was so powerful that even the air was burned creakingly. Even if the 5 geniuses reacted and blasted powerful divine arts together, they would all be pierced and incinerated by the arrows of the fire rain. Ah! 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 The 5 geniuses couldn't resist at all. The body protection gods were burned, their bodies trembled, and they screamed one after another. This battle is over. Stop. The majestic voice sounded immediately, announcing the result of the game. If it was a little later, maybe those 5 geniuses would have been directly burned to ashes. Number 3 wins, 3 Overlord tokens, to Little Wang Tian Yuepeng. The majestic voice directly announced the ownership of the Overlord token. At the same time, a dazzling star appeared in the sky above the square and fell towards the square below. When everyone looked up, it was a dazzling Overlord token. Thanks. The little heavenly king, Yu Peng, waved his hand to catch the token, with a calm expression, and thanked him softly. It's as if such a result is normal, it's not necessary at all, it's like a surprise. This. Around the square, all the cultivators and bosses watching the battle couldn't help but gasped. The transformation of the 5 elements is so powerful. In this battle, the 5 top geniuses teamed up, and in the hands of this little heavenly king with 5 forms, they could not make more than 3 moves. This is 100 times worse than the 300 rounds that the 5 geniuses had hoped for. The genius of God's domain, really amazing. Looking at this, Chu Yan finally let out a sigh of relief, his eyes were full of blood. If I were to fight this little heavenly king, I would probably need at least 70% of my strength to defeat him. #C2897 God's Domain Genius. With such an opponent, it proved that this time, I really did not come in vain. Looking at the little heavenly king Yupeng in the square, Chu Yan's blood was surging, and his eyes were shining brightly. This token competition is over, thank you for participating. But a majestic voice resounded over the square. It turned out that when everyone was about to leave, they suddenly heard the "but," everyone was stunned, turned around together, and looked at the sky above the square in astonishment. However, next, we will take out the 2nd Overlord token. When this sentence landed, the eyes of all the geniuses immediately shone. Very good. Another Overlord token came out. In this way, if there is no competition for the little heavenly king, then everyone will have a chance. But a majestic voice sounded in the sky, and the audience suddenly fell silent. Why, but again? However, there is no need to fight for this Overlord token, it will be given directly to fellow Daoist Chu Yan. With the sound of falling to the ground, another cluster of starlight appeared in the sky, descending from the sky, and slowly falling towards Chu Yan. A brand new Overlord token fell into the palm of Chu Yan. Senior Shantian, thank you very much. Chu Yan accepted the token, and immediately sent a thank you thought to Qinglian in the Sea of Consciousness. For Chu Yan, it was very common for Shantian to give him a token of Overlord. However, in the eyes of the geniuses and bosses around, this scene turned the scene that had just been lively into dead silence in an instant. All the cultivators, as if struck by lightning, were frozen like petrified, standing there, looking at Chu Yan with horror. Even the little heavenly King Yupeng who just got a piece of Overlord token. He also stood there with a face full of surprise, staring at Chu Yan in a daze. Of course Chu Yan didn't know, but everyone present knew it very well. Empress Shantian will only issue a Overlord token every 15 years. What's more, it's all open competition. Even if some powerful giants come in person and want a token of supremacy, they are all rejected by Empress Shantian. For thousands of years, there were no exceptions at all. But now, in front of so many cultivators, Empress Shantian made an exception this time. Who is this Chu Yan? Thousands of pairs of eyes in the audience looked at the black-robed figure holding the Overlord's token in unison. All of them looked blank. Could it be that this Chu Yan is a direct disciple of a certain 9 great gods, so even Lord Shantian can't refuse? After a full 10 breaths, the scene was still dead silent. Only the little heavenly king, Yupeng, couldn't react, and walked towards Chu Yan. Brother Dao, you are very polite. This Yupeng is the son of God King Tianda. May I ask which God Master you are from, and which part of the God Realm continent? Before Yupeng spoke, he bowed his hands to Chu Yan. This level of politeness was no more than that even if he was facing a god. You know, this is the little heavenly king. There are absolutely not many people who can make him so polite. However, Yupeng's attitude did not attract too much attention from everyone around, because everyone turned their eyes to Chu Yan, their eyes widened, and their ears were long waiting for his answer. Everyone is full of curiosity about Chu Yan's identity. A personal disciple of the gods. Such an identity, placed in the Sea of Gods, is absolutely earth-shattering. Moreover, there is no need to doubt that every student of the gods is a peerless genius. Usually, in a place like Shanghai, it is impossible to see them. However, standing there, Chu Yan was slightly taken aback when he heard Little Heavenly King's question, then shook his head and said, "Come down to my 10-direction star field, and there is no master in the divine field." Having said that, Chu Yan hesitated a little. It seemed that the legend of the God of War was behind him, and he was the successor of the God of War. Strictly speaking, the God of War should be regarded as his master. Come to the 10-direction starfield. What is the 10-direction starfield? Little Heavenly King was stunned for a moment, his face full of bewilderment. Not only Little Heavenly King, but all the cultivators present were all dazed, as if they had never heard of the 10-direction starfield. I know. Among the crowd at the scene, someone suddenly spoke loudly. The 10-direction starfield is a continent in the lower realm. It seems that Empress Shantian also ascended from the 10-direction starfield. When this sentence fell to the ground, the audience was in an uproar. Ascended from the lower realm. Everyone instantly understood that the Chu Yan in front of him was just an ascendant, not a disciple of a god at all. Could it be that because he came to the same continent as Empress Shantian, Master Shantian made an exception? It's also possible. Because, in my memory, it seems that in the past tens of thousands of years in the 10-direction starfield, except for the Empress Shantian, no one has ever heard of an ascendant coming to the god realm. Therefore, it is reasonable for Empress Shantian to specially give him a token of supremacy with this in mind. Damn, this luck. The eyes of those geniuses who competed for the Overlord's token before were all red. You know, they fought for a long time, and they didn't even have a hair, but this one can easily get one just because he came to the same continent as Master Shantian. This naturally creates the envy and jealousy of everyone. My fellow Taoist, I don't know if I can sell it, or exchange it with you with a divine treasure, this overlord token. Suddenly, a strong man at the peak of the heavenly god realm walked out of the crowd and spoke to Chu Yan. Yes, I will pay a high price. Some other bosses reacted immediately, walked towards Chu Yan, and shouted loudly. How many god crystals, or what kind of god treasure do you want? Just tell me directly, I want your token. Even little heavenly king spoke to Chu Yan. The little heavenly king's opening made everyone around him startled. What's the situation? Didn't you Peng just get an overlord token? Why do you want to buy another one now? In this way, they have no chance at all. Sorry, not for sale. Chu Yan directly refused. Not for sale. Little heavenly King Yupeng was obviously taken aback, shook his head, and continued. With your aptitude, even if you get the Overlord's token, you won't be able to break through. Yupeng spoke directly, and his tone gradually turned cold. After all, there are not many cultivators who dare to reject his little heavenly king. I have 2 divine treasures out. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the cultivators around them all changed. 1 piece of divine treasure, that is almost the treasure of a small power, the little heavenly king made 2 pieces as soon as he opened his mouth. It's easy to get my overlord's token. You don't need to use any magic treasure, as long as you can beat me. Chu Yan looked at Yupeng, but smiled lightly, and said. It's been a long time since he had a good fight. Etc. At this moment, a pleasant female voice suddenly sounded. #C2898 Yulinger. This is a beautiful figure, floating from the sky not far away, and gently landed in front of Chu Yan and Yupeng. The moment she landed, a faint fragrance overflowed, causing everyone in the audience to loosen their senses, and their faces were full of confusion. Her long black hair hangs down to her waist, her eyebrows are as thin as a daisy, her skin is like condensed snow, and her plain blue silk lace skirt looks elegant and fragrant, like a fairy who has come out of the world, and she is not terrestrial. Chu Yan took a look at the woman, his eyes flickering slightly. This woman's cultivation has reached the peak of the human god realm, and the power of the 5 elements is 3 elements. However, Chu Yan clearly sensed that there is a powerful force dormant in this woman's body. It seems that this power contains the power of the great Tao. Yu Linger. What? She is Yu Linger. The one with the half-immortal body. Yu Linger. Why did she appear here? A look of astonishment flashed in the eyes of everyone present at the same time. The appearance of this Yu Linger made them all extremely shocked, even greater than the shock that the little heavenly King Yupeng had brought to them before. Even she's here. Mo Earth God looked at this woman, his expression kept changing, and he hurriedly communicated to Chu Yan. Chu Yan, this woman's identity is not simple, one of the 3 supreme Taoisms of Shanghai, the first genius of the inner sect of the 3 Xian sect, and also the descendant of the Lingxian God King. In addition, this woman is known as the body of a half-immortal. It is said that as long as she breaks through to the realm of the gods, she will be absolutely sure to cultivate all the powers of the 5 elements. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Absolutely grasp, cultivate the power of the 5 elements. It's not that he doubts this statement. Based on Chu Yan's ability to sense the power of the 5 elements, he can judge that the powerful force in this woman's body is not the power of the 5 elements, but more like the power of the Great Way. I'll give you a treasure. Please give me the token. Yu Linger opened her mouth. The sound is like a light bell, which makes people feel very comfortable. One piece of treasure. Those who heard this remark all gasped. What is the concept of a zuanqi, but for Shen Bao, it is almost worth 10. Even in the hands of some powerful people who are respected by the earth, they may not have such a piece of equipment for body protection. It is enough to see that the equipment is extremely precious. The Overlord token, apart from the special aura of the Heavenly Overlord, has no value at all. This Yulinger is willing to exchange a venerable artifact for a hegemony token. This skill is really astonishing. Yu Peng, who was standing opposite Chu Yan, turned his head to look at Yulinger, squeezed out a smile, and said, "Linger, didn't I tell you? I will give you a token of Overlord, you are." Yu Linger didn't seem to appreciate Yu Peng's kindness. "Brother Yu, since Lord Shantian issued the second token, I'd better get it myself." The people around heard the conversation between Yu Peng and Yu Linger, and immediately understood what was going on. No wonder Yu Peng came to compete for the Overlord token as a little heavenly king, and it seemed that he wanted to give it to Yu Linger after obtaining it. However, now it seems that Yu Linger doesn't want to accept this favor at all. Snort. Yu Peng turned his head and looked at Chu Yan, his face was instantly cold. "Boy, if you dare to sell the token to her, I will take your life." When these words came out, the audience was stunned. This is the little heavenly king, he can follow what he says, no matter what his status, once he speaks, he will definitely answer with all his strength. Just like before, he promised Yu Linger to help her get an Overlord token. That is difficult and dangerous, and it cannot be stopped. Even if she herself refuses, Yu Peng will do what she says. Before, Yu Peng, who was not ready to force himself because of scruples about Chu Yan's identity, is now certain in his heart that Chu Yan has no background at all. Now, with his identity and strength as the little heavenly king, this Chu Yan would never dare to disobey him. However, at this time, Chu Yan's eyes gradually cooled down. This little heavenly king is so unreasonable, and even wants to kill himself when he is robbed. "Fellow Taoist Yuling, this token is useful to me, so I'm not going to sell it." Chu Yan bowed his hands to Yu Linger. Compared with the little heavenly king Yu Peng, this Yu Linger status was even higher, but her attitude was modest, much better than Yu Peng's. "In that case, forget it." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." A look of disappointment flashed in Yu Linger's eyes, and she politely returned the salute without saying anything more. "You're smart." Looking at Chu Yan's expression, Yu Peng relaxed a little, flipped his hands over, took out 2 divine treasures, and was about to hand them to Chu Yan. The 2 divine treasures are the bargaining chips that he promised to exchange tokens with Chu Yan. Now, since Chu Yan obeys him, he will not refuse to give him some benefits. However, the next moment, Chu Yan turned his head, looked at Yu Peng, and said directly, "Just now, did you say you wanted to kill me? Then come." When this sentence landed, Yu Peng and the cultivators around him froze instantly. What? This guy actually wants to challenge Yu Peng. A mere ascendant from the lower realm wants to fight against the little heavenly king. This is where his courage came from. Could it be that he is not afraid of death? Yu Pengqi's hands were trembling, his face was purple, his hands holding the 2 divine treasures froze, embarrassment was written all over his face. It's too embarrassing. This makes the dignified little heavenly king, how can he get off the stage? Court death. The next moment, little heavenly king Yu Peng exploded directly. The flames in the sky rushed up, turning into a wave of fire, sweeping the sky. This time, he was completely enraged by Chu Yan. "Yu Peng, what are you doing?" Seeing Yu Peng's appearance, Yu Linger's face twisted immediately, but she moved a step sideways, blocking between Yu Peng and Chu Yan. Yu Peng, of course, he understands, it must be like bullying the weak again. "Yu Peng, is this Shantian City your arrogant place?" The next moment, above the sky, an incomparably majestic voice exploded. "The battle for the Overlord's token is the only battle allowed in Shantian City, otherwise, even if Tianzuan comes, he has to be honest." Senior, I'm being rude. Hearing that voice, Yupeng quickly restrained his breath and bowed to the void. Immediately, he turned his head suddenly and looked at Chu Yan. His eyes were full of cold killing intent. It's best for you to stay in Shantian City for the rest of your life. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yupeng jumped up, turned into a flame, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Under continuous humiliation, little heavenly king will naturally not stay here anymore. Brother Dao, don't be afraid. This matter is also caused by me, and I will help you deal with it. Yu Linger looked at Yupeng's leaving figure in the sky. Her eyes were full of indifference. She looked at Chu Yan, and said embarrassedly, "Fine." Chu Yan shook his head, looking at the direction Yupeng left, but was extremely disappointed. What an opportunity, so wasted. #C2899 Cultivation in the world. Seeing Chu Yan's calm expression, Yu Linger looked completely at ease, and immediately glanced at Chu Yangao. "I'm Yu Linger, don't you know the name of fellow Daoist?" "Chu Yan. This is my jade talisman of communication. If Brother Chu Yan has the opportunity to go to the Three Xian sect, I will welcome it." Yu Linger said, took out a jade talisman, handed it to Chu Yan, and whispered softly. As a half-immortal body, she was infinitely mysterious, and the aura of Chu Yan in the black robe in front of her gave her an extremely rare sense of intimacy. "This?" Chu Yan was startled, and reached out to take the jade talisman. When you first arrive in God's domain, it's naturally a good thing to meet someone who sleeps a wink and make friends. Then I will take my leave first. Seeing that Chu Yan had accepted the jade talisman, Yu Linger smiled lightly without saying a word, and disappeared on the spot in a flash. This scene fell on the surrounding crowd, but they were all shocked. This guy, really doesn't want to live anymore. In their view, this Chu Yan not only offended Yupeng, but also dared to befriend Yu Linger so openly. Could it be that he couldn't tell that Yupeng was probably guarding outside the city, ready to kill him at any time? Now, the news about befriending Yu Linger may have reached Yupeng's ears. In this way, Yupeng has another reason to kill. Although Yu Linger helped him resolve a crisis before, she couldn't help him all the time. One must know that in this divine sea, and even the entire divine domain, the power of a little heavenly king is extremely terrifying. Chu Yan, since you have obtained the Overlord token, the next step is to quickly improve your realm and reach the peak of the God realm. Mo Wudishan spoke and said to Chu Yan. Although the Earth God realm can also be entered when the major ancient God battlefields are opened, but without the strength of the gods, entering such ancient God battlefields is almost the same as sending them to death. To find a place closed. Chu Yan thought for a while, took out the lotus seal, and sent out another thought. Chu Yan has seen how rich the spiritual power of heaven and earth is in this God's domain. On the fairy ship before, without even practicing, relying directly on the spiritual power of heaven and earth, Chu Yan broke through the realm of the gods. Therefore, in this realm of the gods, as long as one finds a good cave, the speed of cultivation should not be slow. Around Shanghai, as long as you have the strength of the overlord of the gods, you can occupy the blessed land of the cave and use it as your foundation. Of course, because the strength of the god kings can also be divided into high and low, so the caves occupied by the great god kings are of course also divided into strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, since Empress Shantian is the number one god king, how could it be possible for her to occupy the paradise of the cave heaven? With the help of Empress Xuanhuan's cultivation in the paradise, it may not take a few years to break through to the heavenly god realm. However, after the consciousness was passed on, after waiting for a long time, there was no reply. This is strange. In the past, when I contacted Empress Shantian, I always returned it, but this time I stopped talking. Could it be, what's the matter? Chu Yan was full of doubts. Senior Shantian, seems to be busy with something. May I ask if there is any other place to practice here? I have a map here, you can take a look. The god of Mo is really good to Chu Yan. The training maps like this are all treasured by the big powerhouses themselves, and they are rarely shared with others. Chu Yan took the map, probed into it with his spiritual sense, and took it all down with a sweep. In the map, there are very detailed records of the entire Sea of Gods and various training places, and some confidential information is also noted in it. Two of the notes, with very new dates, attracted Chu Yan's attention. The 8th Xuanhuan sect newly recorded disciple conference is over, and the 5-element genius Huayang who won the first place has become a true disciple. All the gods, kings, and elders in the sect are fighting for it with all their strength. The 8th Xuanhuan sect, the Jiuxiao sect, and the 3 Xian sect are the three main forces. Among them, led by the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, there was such a powerful genius, and it also caused competition among the elders of the God King. Huayang. Seeing this name, Chu Yan was startled. How could someone have the same name as the corpse that I seized when I was in the Yinyang realm? What a coincidence! The second piece of news is about a God King. Sacred Sky God King, 3 days ago, went to Dongtian Futy, ready to break the way. Of course Chu Yan doesn't know who the God King of Cloud Barrier is, but the word Holy Heaven makes Chu Yan extremely sensitive. Could it be that this Holy Heaven God King has anything to do with Xingtian Pavilion? Forget it, ignore this for now, let's see if there is a good place to practice. After a rough scan, Chu Yan began to seriously look for a suitable training place. In this realm of God, it is the same as in the lower realm. At least all the cultivators are also working hard to improve their cultivation and want to break through to a higher realm of martial arts. Therefore, on this cultivation map, the information about this cultivation and breakthrough is recorded in great detail. Join the Sanxian sect, be promoted to an inner sect disciple, have the opportunity to enter the Sanxian catacombs, and have a chance to make a breakthrough. Outer sect disciples of Fengtian Pavilion, after 3 Xian level missions, you can get a golden sky fruit, which can improve your cultivation by 3 levels. The forbidden land of the blood fiend has been opened, and the bloody aura within it is suitable for demon practitioners, but it is dangerous. The King of Civil and Martial Arts issued the God King order, becoming a first-class general for 500 years, you can get 2 earth pills, and get 1 chance to enter the Tianshu cave, and the time limit is 5 years. Weaker ones can go to Jiutan Island and participate in the 100 Deaths battle. After scanning the messages one by one, Chu Yan was stunned. Basically, one must either join the sect's forces, or enter the Jedi secret realm, or work for others, or directly fight in the arena. These methods of improving cultivation are similar to those in the lower realm. However, for Chu Yan, joining forces is currently impossible. Although, with his current cultivation strength, it is not too difficult for any force to become an inner disciple or a true disciple. However, if there is a sect, there are rules and regulations, which is what Chu Yan likes. After Fengshen ascended, he got the position of God of War. Chu Yan was very clear about his own path. It's a pity, if you become the overlord of the gods, you can open up a piece of paradise. Chu Yan shook his head, thinking to himself. The size of the Divine Sea, coupled with those broken God realm continents, is full of blank spaces. At least, these places will not be affected if they are not occupied by the Supreme Orthodoxy and the Overlord of the Gods, and they can practice at will. It's just that, even if he goes now, he doesn't know if his cultivation level is enough or not. While thinking, Chu Yan suddenly saw a new message. Those who have cultivated to the level of the gods of the earth, go to Tianji Cave, quickly. This cave has been closed for thousands of years. After it is opened now, there are many caves with rich aura of heaven and earth. It is an excellent place for retreat. But pay attention, the major forces, the geniuses of the 5 elements, have already gone. There may be competition. It is rumored that in the Cave of Thousand Chances, there is an inheritance. This message immediately aroused Chu Yan's interest, and his eyes lit up slightly. #C2900 machine hole. After reading this message twice, Chu Yan turned his head to look at God Mo and asked, "Senior Mo, have you heard of the Thousand Chants Cave?" Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mo Earth God's eyes lit up, and he replied with a light smile. "Thousand Chants Cave? Hee, if you talk about anything else, maybe I don't know yet, but I really know a little bit about this Thousand Chants Cave." In the past, this cave was the fairy mansion of a small faction of the ancient gods, and later it became a place of trials. However, after the war of ancient gods and demons, this cave was somewhat closed, and sometimes it was opened. As long as it is opened, there will be inheritance. Therefore, some geniuses and experts were attracted to search for the inheritance. It is said that there have been inheritances that have broken through the realm of dignity. Hearing these words, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. He didn't expect that this Qianji cave was related to the primordial Protoss. Seeing Chu Yan's eyes glowing, Mo Earth God certainly knew what he was thinking, so he smiled and said, "However, there is one condition to enter this Thousand Chants Cave. Need to go to Qianji Sea to find Qianji Jade." "Thousand Machine Jade?" Chu Yan was startled. Emperor Moa nodded, and explained, "In Qianji Cave, the power of the gods is mighty and terrifying. Some broken ancient god formations, the murderous intent released by them, even the strongest gods can't resist, so they need Qianji Jade to protect them. This Thousand Opportunity Stone is not obtained by strength, but entirely by chance. Sometimes, a bunch of people in the god realm can be found, but none of the god realm can be found. It's very interesting. Some forces also sell this Thousand Machine Jade, but at this price, I can't afford it anyway." As Maodishan said, the corners of his eyes twitched twice. This time, Chu Yan was a little surprised. There was Jiuxiao City before, and this Moa Earth God had tens of thousands of crystals in his hands, and he looked extremely rich. Unexpectedly, even he couldn't afford it. It seems that this Thousand Machine Jade is really not cheap. The most important thing is that since it can be obtained, there is no need to buy it, at least Chu Yan will not. It feels good. Go check it out. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan made up his mind. There is no teleportation array over there, so we can only fly over there. Mo Wudishan said, rushed up and flew to the sky. Chu Yan also jumped up and followed behind him. While flying, Mo Earth God General Qianji Cave was talking to Chu Yan through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Chu Yan listened very carefully, and wrote down some key points one by one. Time passed, the day passed. On this day, the two of them flew over a large area of mountains, lakes, and seas above the sky, and Chu Yan was quite surprised by some of the landforms and scenery of God's domain. Suddenly, Chu Yan and Mawudishan's consciousness condensed at the same time. They all stopped and looked into the distance. There, an aura of bloody killing was surging. Mo Wu, I didn't expect it was really you. You can survive like this. A large black cloud gathered together, pushing out an old man in black robe, with a pair of blood-red eyes, looking at Chu Yan. This is that kid. While speaking, the powerful divine power continuously circulated on the old man in black robe, and black silk threads rushed to the surrounding world, directly blocking the void of the world. From this hand alone, it can be seen that the cultivation of this black-robed old man is half a god. His aura is obviously much stronger than that of Mo Wudishan. You're from Shangongxi. You can find us. Earth god Moa could clearly see that Shangongxi had been waiting here for a long time. Shangongxi. Hearing this name, a brilliance flashed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Shangongxi, isn't he the one who promised to kill the owner of the Tomb of the God and the Tomb of the Unknown God in the Yinyang world? Unexpectedly, I met here. I might as well tell you that Master Shen Gongxi was favored by the great elder of the Jiuha sect, and obtained the teaching method. Now his cultivation has broken through to the realm of human dignity, even if he is not far from the realm of earth dignity. Master Shen Gongxi sensed your presence, so he sent me to take a look. Unexpectedly, it was really you. The eyes of the black-robed old man showed killing intent, and the aura in his whole body was condensed to the extreme, as if he was ready to strike at any time. Although this Moa Earth God's cultivation had reached the peak of the Earth God realm, which surprised him, but he was sure to kill him. Earth Prestige. The Moa God Emperor's complexion changed instantly, turning pale. Chu Yan frowned when he looked at the expression of Moa Dishen. It seemed that the relationship between Moa Dishen and Shen Gongxi was not simple. There are some things that Mo Wu Dishen probably didn't say. Die. At the moment Moa Earth God's expression changed, the pupils of the black-robed old man shrank instantly, and when he raised his hand, a black fire rushed to his body. Roar. With a roar, large scales appeared on the face of the old man in black robe, and his hands turned into sharp claws, charging towards the two of them. In an instant, the powerful divine power suppressed Xiang Chu Yan and Moa Earth God, making them feel like a mountain of burden. Chu Yan's cultivation base has just broken through to the first level of the Earth God realm, and the gap with the half-step Heaven God realm is too great. Magic moves the universe. Moa Earth God reacted quickly, black lights flickered in his eyes, and the evil energy in his body evolved into a demon soldier, standing in front of the two, forming a battle formation. Kirin 5-element pupil. Chu Yan swept away quickly, and while retreating towards the rear, the 5-color brilliance surged in his eyes, and all of them blessed a row of magic soldiers. Huh! There is such a method at the first level of the Earth and God realm. Seeing Chu Yan's performance, the old man in black robe suddenly had a flash of surprise in his eyes, and sneered again and again. Unexpectedly, the nameless old guy found a good air. This is where the shit luck is. The black-robed old man, whose murderous intent became stronger, waved his hands, and a large black gun appeared in front of him. Shattering void ghost halberd. With a sound of exit, countless ghost figures surged from all directions, entwined on the ghost halberd, rushed out, and pierced through all the demon soldiers. This black-robed old man obviously has mastered the power of the 3 elements. The power of this ghost halberd is enough to kill a strong man at the peak of the Earth God state. Dream. Moa Earth God's whole body's magic aura surged again. With a wave of his hand, a magic sword appeared, pointing the sword to the sky, and a large dark cloud above his head surged, pouring out a tidal wave of magic aura, covering all of Moa Earth. God. Mo Wu at this moment is like this demon god in the world. Boom. With a slash of the sword, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. The powerful sword light directly blocked the ghost halberd, making it impossible to move forward. After Mo Woody God met Empress Xiantian in the abyss, the chant she received from Empress Xiantian was no longer what it used to be. Boom. 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 The vast world, like a tide, is constantly rushing. 2 figures clashed in the sky, colliding with each other like 2 comets. The battle was so fierce that even Chu Yan had to push the body-protecting god to the extreme to resist the aftermath of these battles. However, it was obvious that the black-robed old man had the upper hand, but the Moa Earth god blocked it with all his strength, and it was hard to tell the winner for a while. #C2901 Shengongxi. Chu Yan, who was guarding the side, stared at the battlefield with both eyes, and suddenly, his eyes brightened. It's now. The strength of the whole body erupted like a volcano, and it was instantly raised to the extreme, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. Holding the Xuanhuan sword in his hand, he slashed at the black-robed old man fiercely. A sword in the sky. What, you? The old man in black robe was startled suddenly. he never thought that Chu Yan would dare to attack him. However, the reaction speed of the black-robed old man was extremely fast, and he dodged back suddenly, just in time to avoid the sword. However, it seems that Chu Yan had been prepared for a long time. After the sword failed, he slashed out with a backhand sword, and this sword was obviously much stronger than the first sword. The face of the black-robed old man changed greatly, and the black body shield all over his body stretched out, trying to resist the sword. However, he far underestimated the strength of Xuanhuan and Chu Yan. Puff. Where the sword passed, there was a huge sword wound on the chest of the black-robed old man, spilling a large amount of blood. A divine sword. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Yan and the black-robed old man were too far apart in cultivation, this sword could have killed him. You dare to hurt me. The old man in black robe looked at the wound on his chest, raised his hand to caress it. His hand was covered with blood, his eyes twitched suddenly, and when he looked up at Chu Yan again, his eyes were full of fierce light. Today, I want your life to be worse than death. At this moment, the black-robed old man was completely enraged, and his whole body swelled up suddenly, instantly rising into a ghostly body with a height of 100 feet. Swish. The sharp claw's hand draws out a cold light, like a ghost mountain, and grabs towards Chu Yan fiercely. Magic sword Tianhong. Mo Earth God's eyes brightened, his body's magic breath surged, a pair of big hands suddenly plunged into the void in front of him, and pulled hard. A black magic sword was pulled out from the void by him, and it moved towards the falling sharp claws, to meet it. However, the next breath was extremely strange. The ghost claw seemed to be tangible and intangible, and the black magic sword passed through him directly, reducing the power of the ghost claw, but it did not collapse. The ghost claw suddenly fell towards Chu Yan. You dragon covers the sky strikes with a sword. Chu Yan was concentrating on it, running his body to the extreme, and barely avoided the ghost claw, but was still injured by the remaining energy of the ghost claw, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, his body is extremely strong. If it is in other land gods, he may have been seriously injured. Break it. Seeing that Chu Yan was injured, the god of Mo immediately became furious, and the magic power all over his body was like waves. He picked up the magic flames that were 10 feet high, and melted them all into the magic sword in his hand. However, this time, as before, the ghost claw was injured, but it still did not collapse. Ha ha ha, Mo, this is my ghost body, how can you break it? The old man in black robe was extremely excited and laughed loudly. Senior Mo Wu, take the sword. Chu Yan raised his head, glanced at the proud black-robed old man, raised his hand, and threw the Xuanhuan sword in his hand at the god of Mo. Okay. After receiving the Xuanhuan sword, Mo Earth God's aura changed drastically in an instant. He came from the lower realm, so how could he not know that this sword is the most precious treasure of the human race, and the ancestor of the world spirit soldiers in the legend? Devil sword Tianhong slash. A move of sword light crossed out, the black and golden sword light blended, as if two giant dragons were entwined, blasting forward. What a joke! You want to hurt my ghost body with just a broken sword from the lower realm, what are you doing? The old man in black robe glanced at the golden sword with disdain on his face. It is not a divine weapon at all, nor is it an honorable weapon. An ordinary divine weapon is too low in level, so how could it possibly hurt his ghost body? However, before he could finish his sentence, the expression on his face froze instantly. That black gold sword spied across the sky, collided with his ghost body, and chopped it into pieces. What? The face of the old man in black robe changed color instantly, his eyes looked at the golden sword in the hand of God Mo, his face was shocked. What kind of sword? Just as the astonished words fell to the ground, the golden sword in the distance swept across again. Call out. The light of the sword is like a dragon, roaring into the void, and the power of the world and the myriad directions is added to the sword body. Although this Xuanhuan sword can only exert nearly 10% of its sword power in the hands of Moa Earth God, it is enough to deal with an old man in black robe. Boom. Under the light of the sword, the black ghost claws were completely shattered and turned into dust all over the sky. Endless black ghostly energy surged out, and the figure of the black-robed old man emerged, but he was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled, and he screamed again and again. The ghost claw is his ghost body, which is in the same body as the deity. If it is damaged, it will be damaged, and if it is damaged, it will be honored. Ghosts are everywhere. The black-robed old man was a half-step god after all, so he reacted suddenly and cast a powerful escapism to escape. Magic sword Hong Tianzhan. How could the rising Moa Earth god who was killing him let him go? He raised his hand and slashed at the black-robed old man's back with a sword. Because the black-robed old man was about to flee, Moa Earth God used all his strength to make the sword twice as strong as before. Mo Wu, you are courting death. I will definitely report to Lord Shingongshi what happened today, and when the time comes, I will smash you to pieces. The old man in black robe roared loudly. Real. Chu Yan stood still in the void, and with a wave of his hand, a streak of 5-color streamer sank into the Xuanhuan sword. Boom, boom. The chi of the 5 elements entered Xuanhuan's sword, and the power of the sword suddenly increased. The sword chi exploded, and even the surrounding void was twisted into powder. What? This is. The eyes of the black-robed old man almost flew out of their sockets, and his face was full of disbelief. Because, the 5-color streamer just now is clearly the light of the Great Tao. In the past, he followed Shingongshi to participate in some sect conferences, and he had seen such a great way of light, and he had a deep memory. If it was an unrivaled overlord who showed such a great way, he would certainly not be surprised. But now, how can a young man in the first level of the earth and god realm be able to display the light of the great way? Could it be that this young man is the descendant of the 9 great gods? Boom, boom. When the Xuanhuan sword slashed down, the terrifying sword energy directly chopped the body of the black-robed old man into powder, and even his soul was chopped into powder. The doubts in his heart will never be answered. In this battle, half of the gods were lost. An Earth God Realm first level heaven, a Earth God Realm peak, actually beheaded a half-step god. If this spreads around Shanghai, it might alarm all parties. After all, it is extremely rare in God's domain to kill an enemy by leapfrogging like this. Let's go. Hurry up to Qianjihai. With a wave of his right hand, Chu Yan withdrew the Xuanhuan sword, glanced at the dazed Moa god, and continued to fly forward with a calm face. People are monsters, and this sword is also a monster. TSK, TSK, TSK. Shaking his head, the god of Moa with a wry smile on his face rushed up and chased after Chu Yan. In this battle, he originally planned to lose both sides, but now, he has won a complete victory. Of course he knew that half of the credit was due to Chu Yan. #C2902 Messy. The Sea of Thousands of Machines is said to be a sea, but it is actually just a small lake. However, this lake is extremely deep, and it seems that no one has ever explored it. Where is the bottom of this lake? And the lake water also has the effect of shielding the consciousness. Even if it is a strong person in the realm of the gods, the consciousness will melt when it encounters water, disappearing without a trace, and cannot penetrate even 1 meter underwater. When Chu Yan and Moa Earth God arrived at Qianji Sea, the lakeside, with a radius of 100 miles, was densely packed with people. There are even some people, with the help of flying spirit treasures, floating on the lake, and hanging fishing rods under the lake. This scene, from the looks of it, looks like thousands of people are fishing in the lake here. It is an elegant scene. Of course, this is without looking at the expressions of these fishermen. If you look at the expressions of those fishermen, it will make people laugh for half a year. I saw that the anglers all had round eyes and didn't even blink, and some even gritted their teeth, as if what they were catching was not a fish, but an enemy of life and death. How could this happen? Chu Yan turned his head and asked the god of Mo. That Qianji jade swims in this lake like the most cunning fish. Mao Deshun looked around with interest, and those anglers with hideous faces had jokes and a sense of superiority on their faces. Obviously, he should have come to fish back then. Even if it's fishing, it doesn't matter, this expression. Chu Yan shook his head, speechless. In his opinion, fishing is a very elegant thing. How can it be like a life-and-death enemy? Hearing Chu Yan's question, Mo Earth God subconsciously glanced at the lake, and suddenly the corners of his eyes twitched, as if thinking of some unbearable past events. The main reason is, those 1,000 machine jades are not ordinary fish, so the degree of cunning is not just a matter of intelligence. So, they always swim around those anglers, sometimes they touch the hook, but they just don't bite. In this way. It's been a long time, and that's it. Depend on. Hearing this explanation, Chu Yan suddenly understood. This is Chiguigwa's teasing at all. Thinking of that scene, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth twitched twice. Then why don't you just break through the water and reach out to grab it? Chu Yan asked. Grasp. The god of Mo stared at him immediately, and hurriedly warned Chu Yandao. This Qianji lake has the power to devour a joke's cultivation. Anyone who dares to enter the water will lose 1 or 2 realms at the slightest, and will directly lose their martial arts. You must not have this idea, just fish honestly. If you're lucky, you can catch a piece in 7 or 8 days. Then how long did you fish last time? Chu Yan asked. 15 days. Did you catch it? Look over there, there are fishing tackle sellers, let's go buy. Didn't catch a single piece. This fishing tackle is divided into upper, middle and lower classes. It's not cheap. Fortunately, I brought some money and bought it. After 10 breaths, Chu Yan and Moa Dishen chose a relatively better place with fewer people, sat by the lake, and threw out the fishing hook. It was almost a fishing hook. Just after it fell below the lake surface, a bunch of small things immediately surrounded it with ripples. Tuck tuck tuck. The fishing hook, hanging like a silk thread, is constantly touched by these small things, swaying left and right on the water surface, floating and sinking. Bite the hook. Seeing the hook sinking, suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he pulled the fishing rod hard. Swish. There was a splash of water, and there was nothing on the hook. And those little things under the water surface also scattered in an instant, disappearing completely. Chu Yan looked at the empty fishing hook, and was stunned. Do you really think that this is fishing? It's different. Moa Dishen held the hook and laughed without knowing what to do. With a pair of eyes fixed on his hook, he looked like a miser, guarding a pile of treasure. I see. Looking up and looking around, Chu Yan finally understood why those people had such expressions. What the hell? This is too much a test of luck. After all, there is still a rule of technique and position to follow in fishing, but fishing for jade seems to depend entirely on luck. Come again. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the hook flew out in an arc and fell steadily below the surface of the water. The little things that had just been scattered gathered again, gathered around the hook, and made fun of it in various ways. I will endure. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, used his eyesight, and stared at the fishing hook under the water surface, only to see if any hooks were killed. This time, Chu Yan no longer has the intention of really fishing, but thinks that this is fishing for jade, relying on chance and luck. However, at this moment, the 9 territories star map in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness began to buzz and tremble. A tiny star's brilliance flowed out from the 9 realms star chart, followed Chu Yan's meridian, reached the right hand, and merged into the fishing rod. This? Chu Yan was stunned. He didn't expect that the Nine Realms star map would react now. Could it be that this guy also likes fishing? It's not right. This Nine Realms star map was passed on to Chu Yan together with the position of God Venerable when the God of War passed on the throne. Basically, after the body of the God of War merged with him and disappeared, the only thing that could be seen and touched was this treasure. What happened? Chu Yan was still in doubt. Suddenly, the fishing hook on the water surface began to sink violently, as if something was about to pull his fishing rod into the water and pull it away. Rise! His eyes lit up. Chu Yan didn't hesitate anymore. He pulled the fishing rod hard, and a water line splashed immediately, and at the same time, a piece of 7-color jade was hung on the hook, thrown in an arc, and fell steadily into Chu Yan's hand. 1,000 machine jade. Chu Yan looked at the palm of his hand, and his face suddenly became happy. Damn it. This. I caught it. The Moa Earth god next to him turned his head to look over, and the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched violently. What's the situation? It took only the second shot to catch a piece of 1,000 chance jade, and there was not even half an hour left. This is so. How lucky it is. You are a monster. Emma Wudi looked at Chu Yan with disgust. If I had known earlier, I would not have fished with him. Hey, senior, keep your voice down. Chu Yan made a hissing gesture, signaling the people around him with his eyes. What do you mean? Could it be that you? Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Emma Wudi God was stunned, and his face was full of astonishment. Try again. Without waiting for Moa Dishen to finish his sentence, Chu Yan threw his shot directly. Damn, you think this 1,000 chance jade is a Chinese cabbage? You can fish it if you want, you have already caught one, this is a big chance, you really think? I am stupid. Emma Wudishan had a contemptuous smile on his face, but he didn't finish a sentence, the smile on his face froze immediately, and he sweared fiercely. I saw that Chu Yan swung his long pole, and another piece of 7-color 1,000 machine jade flew out of the water and fell into the palm of his hand. You. Emma Wudishan raised his finger to Chu Yan, his face was messy. #C2903 Enough money. The entire Chenji Lake is densely populated with people, even if they are unrivaled geniuses at the heavenly god realm, catching Chenji jade here is just luck. But this kind of luck, like a chance, is not something you can get just because you think about it. Therefore, anyone who catches Chenji jade here will stare intently for 10 days, and if he can catch one piece, that is great luck. But now, this monster like Chu Yan, like pulling a radish, pulled 2 pieces up in less than 100 breaths. It's luck. It's impossible to believe that the god of Moa was killed. Therefore, Moa Earth God directly threw the fishing rod in his hand, and stared at Chu Yan with that kind of eyes. Senior Mo Wu, actually. Being stared at by Mo Wudi God made his scalp numb, Chu Yan quickly explained. I have a spiritual treasure on me, which seems to be able to attract the 1,000 chance jade. Lingbao, can attract Qianjiu. This? I've never heard of it before. Are you sure? Mo Wudi was stunned. Yes, I'm sure. Chu Yan nodded. Now, Chu Yan has realized that the so-called luck and chance are unreliable. In fact, to catch Qianjiu, what is needed is the kind of breath that can attract them. Luck is something like this, to a higher level, when the strength reaches a certain level, luck can be controlled. Strength and strength are the masters of everything. That's great. Chu Yan, catch more. After being in a trance for a while, Maodishan woke up suddenly, and said with bright eyes. This 1,000 machine jade is very valuable, and if there are many, it can be exchanged for artifacts. Good. This idea coincides with Chu Yan's idea. At that moment, Chu Yan didn't waste any more time, and swung the fishing rod towards the lake. In less than a while, one piece after another, the 1,000-chance jade was pulled out of the water by him. Earth god Moa stared at the surroundings, and released a burst of magic breath, covering everything within 100 steps. The fog transformed by this kind of magic energy can not only block the line of sight, but also block the exploration of the spiritual sense, which is a good secret technique. Therefore, during the whole process, the anglers around were not noticed. After all, everyone is staring at their own hook with bloodshot eyes, and some people have even been staring at it for more than 10 days, so they still have the leisure will to pay attention to others. How long has it been, and there is still no one? On the contrary, there are some cultivators who are mentally exhausted on purpose, and all of them have dark and livid faces. One by one, the cultivators shook their heads and sighed, swallowed spiritual elixir, sat cross-legged for a while, and continued fishing with their rods. If it wasn't for the fact that Qianji jade is a necessary condition for entering Qianji cave, I'm afraid they would have chopped off the fishing rod with a knife and left. This is even more uncomfortable than retreating. On the other side, Chu Yan was hidden in the magic fog, and the fishing rod in his hand couldn't stop for a moment. In less than an hour, Chu Yan pulled up a total of 60 or 70,000 machine jade. Although Chu Yan didn't know how many Qianji jades were swimming in the Qianji lake, Chu Yan guessed that it might not exceed 200 yuan. Because, after the breath of the 9 territories star chart was integrated into the fishing rod, the group of little things that originally gathered in front of his hook increased by 10 times. In the beginning, it was only 7 or 8 yuan, but now there are hundreds of yuan at least. If there were only about 200 pieces of Qianji jade in Qianji Lake, then Chu Yan would catch nearly 1/3 of the amount. In this way, the chances of those cultivators sitting around Qianji Lake to catch Qianji jade will be even lower. At first, Chu Yan thought that just pulling it off like this would wipe out the entire Qianji Lake. However, the final result proved that he thought too much. An hour later, the aura that attracted the 1,000-chance jade in the 9-region star chart slowly disappeared. 89 yuan. That's enough. After putting away the fishing rod, Chu Yan spoke to Mao Tishan, and the two of them got up and left. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Crash. The large area of the lake seemed to be boiling, with countless undercurrent bubbles rising up, and patches of wet fog continuously spreading on the surface of the lake. All kinds of spiritual light overflowed from the lake water, reflecting the entire lake surface in colorful colors. What's the situation? Chu Yan and Moa Earth God glanced at the mutated Qianji Lake, slightly astonished. Fortunately, they have finished fishing, otherwise, in this state, there is no way to continue fishing. However, the countless cultivators around, including those disciples of the unrivaled overlord and the disciples of the 3 great lineages, looked at Qianji Lake with shocked expressions. This is impossible. The daily limit of 100 yuan is full. No, what time is it? It's not even noon, and you've already caught 100 yuan. This is absolutely wrong, there must be something wrong there. A group of cultivators all finished their pulls and stood by the lake and on the lake, their faces full of bewilderment. Even some powerhouses and bigwigs from several nearby cities, sensing the change in Qianji Lake, tore through the void and rushed over. However, they had just arrived at the lake, and they were all confused when they saw the situation. This Qianji Lake has a limit of 100 pieces of Qianji jade per day. If this amount is exceeded, this phenomenon of sealing the lake will appear. This is all the 1,000 machine jade, after sinking to the bottom of the lake, because the spiritual power is too large and concentrated, the lake water vision is caused. This has been the case for thousands of years. But today, before noon, the lake was closed, which is unique. It is simply impossible for anyone to catch so many 1,000 machine jades from the 1,000 machine lake in one morning. You must know that this kind of closure of the lake rarely occurs. Because it is said to be 100 yuan a day, but with so many cultivators every day, if you can catch 20 or 30 yuan, it is considered a lot. Check it out for me and see what happened. Is it true that someone fished dozens of yuan at once? Among the three great lineages, all the powerful inner disciples shouted angrily. This thing is definitely not normal. The 1,000 chance jade is a necessary condition for them to enter the 1,000 chance cave. Now that they haven't got any of it, they must figure it out. Chu Yan and Moa Earth God glanced at God, turned around and left. It takes 1 day to go from Qianji Lake to Qianji Cave, so there is no need to waste it here. Wait, are you from that lower realm, Chu Yan? However, at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly spoke, and exploded in the ears of Chu Yan and Moa Earth God. Chu Yan and Moa Earth God turned their heads to look at the same time. I saw, not far behind them, a short-haired man wearing iron armor, shrouded in divine light, and releasing amazing evil spirits, was staring at them. This person's cultivation has reached the peak of the heavenly God realm. Moreover, behind him, lined up, there are a total of 6 strong men, and each one's cultivation level is not lower than that of the gods. Excuse me, are you? Chu Yan frowned slightly, and at the same time as he asked, the divine power in his body directly circulated. You just need to answer me, yes or no. The short-haired man's voice was icy cold, every single word was like thunder, shaking the surrounding space to buzz. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2904 Wealth can reach the sky. The voice of this man with short hair at the peak of the heavenly God realm contained a very special wave of true energy. The impact on people's spiritual will is extremely terrifying. If it was an ordinary Earth God realm first layer heavenly expert, he would definitely be confused in these 2 sentences, and would feel extremely terrified. However, the black-robed young man in front of him, with bright eyes and introverted whole body, seemed to be ready to go, and was obviously not affected by anything. Influence. Non-existent. You know, Chu Yan has another identity, an alchemist. His mental strength and willpower are several times that of ordinary ones. Not to mention this level of mental shock, even the spiritual shock of the gods will not have the slightest effect. Yes. Chu Yan's eyes were cold. That's right, a first-level realm can actually block my ecstasy mean. I really underestimated you. There was a strange look in the eyes of the short-haired man, but it soon turned cold. However, you shouldn't offend young master you. As soon as these words came out, a flash of enlightenment flashed in the eyes of Chu Yan and Moa Earth God at the same time. Master you. The designation is the Little Heavenly King, Yupeng. With such status as the Little Heavenly King, it is of course impossible for him to guard the outside of Shantian City himself, so, naturally, he will do it for him if there is such a thing. Huh. Demon Cloud God. What is he doing? What happened here immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators around, and they all turned their heads to look over. This short-haired man is a well-known figure in the Divine Sea realm. Especially in the vicinity of Qianqing Lake, they often shot. Young Master Yu is magnanimous, and he has specifically confessed that as long as you hand over the token, he will spare your life. When the words landed, behind the short-haired man, 6 powerful men in the heavenly God realm stepped forward at the same time, and directly surrounded Chu Yan and Moa Dishen. In an instant, a strong smell of gunpowder scattered into the void. At this moment, Moa Earth God's expression changed instantly. These are the 7 strong men of the heavenly God realm, and they are under great pressure. Just these 7 powerful breaths of gods almost suppressed him, making him unable to even move. This is troublesome. Chu Yan's body also became stiff. It is absolutely impossible to hand over the Overlord token to Yun, and even if they do, I am afraid they will not let him go. This crisis is like a dead end. Could it be that he can only use the last mark left by the Qingjia god of war? That mark can only be used once, and of course it can break the deadlock in front of him, but it is really a pity. It's just a few gods, it's definitely a waste of money. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the consciousness was flying, and soon there was a flash of light. You want to kill me? Chu Yan looked at the other party, coldly, without any trace of fear on his face. Token. I will never hand it in, I want to see how you guys kill me. This. Hearing this sentence, Mo Wudishan was stunned, but under the sound transmission of Chu Yan's divine consciousness, Mo Wudishan finally held back. It's kind. Mayan Tianshan was stunned, and then his whole face turned cold. Give it to me, first abolish him. The 6 gods standing around were already ready to go. When they heard the order, they burst into breath and began to use their killer moves. Wait a moment. However, at this moment, Chu Yan suddenly shouted. Oh. Scared. Ha ha ha. Mayan Tianshan's face suddenly showed a playful smile, and his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. I don't believe it, but in this god's domain, there are still people who are not afraid of death. I'm afraid. I'm not afraid, but I forgot to say something. Chu Yan laughed. What's up? Mayan Tianshan and several other Tianshan realm were dumbfounded at the same time. Chu Yan turned around slowly, looked at the cultivators watching all around, flipped his big hand, took out a piece of 1000 chance jade, and announced loudly. Who can help me block these people, this 1000 chance jade, thank you. What? When this sentence landed, the faces of all the cultivators in the audience changed drastically, and their eyes suddenly lit up. It's just that, when their gazes turned to the vicious Moyun heavenly god and the 6 heavenly god realm powerhouses around him, they all shook their heads, and no one stood up. Although among the people present, there were quite a few experts in the heavenly god realm, and even some unrivaled geniuses, disciples of the 3 great lineages in the heavenly god realm. However, for a piece of 1000 chance jade, it is really not very cost-effective to fight against 7 experts in the heavenly god realm. Ha ha ha, are you here to be funny? It's just a piece of Qianji jade, you have to save your own life, it's just a dream. Mayan Tianshan laughed wildly, and looked at Chu Yan, as if watching the biggest joke in the world. How can anyone dare to provoke a strong person in the god realm? However, before his laughter stopped, Chu Yan on the opposite side frowned slightly, then gritted his teeth and announced again. $10. Swish. 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 A flash of brilliance flashed, and in Chu Yan's palm, there were 9 pieces of Qianji jade in an instant. What? $10. In an instant, the faces of those cultivators who were shaking their heads changed violently, and the flames shot out from countless pairs of eyes could almost directly roast the 10,000 pieces of jade into water. 10,000 machine jade. This value is definitely worth a Xuanqi. The point is, this 1000 chance jade is too tormenting, those unrivaled geniuses have long been impatient. Okay. I'll take this business. Go over and stop that person. Immediately, there were disciples of the 3 great lineages, who immediately reacted and quickly ordered to the followers around them. The disciples of the 3 great lineages have such a noble status, and it couldn't be easier to solve this kind of thing. 10,000 machine jade. The other peak powerhouses of the heavenly god realm all around also had their eyes shining and their aura surging. You. Mayan Tianshan's face twitched, glaring at Chu Yan, he surged up against him, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. There are so many 1000 machine jades on this kid. Everyone. Seeing all around, countless pairs of red eyes staring at him like hungry wolves, Mayan Tianshan and the 6 subordinates all felt their scalps go numb for a while, and hurriedly opened their mouths. I am under the order of the little heavenly king, Yupeng, to come and deal with this son. If you forcefully stop him, it will be bad for the little heavenly king. As soon as he spoke these words, the eyes around him suddenly flashed. Little heavenly king Yupeng. This name is naturally full of weight, and the complexions of those strong men who wanted to make a move suddenly changed. Even the disciples of the three major orthodoxy frowned slightly. The little heavenly king Yupeng, that is an unrivaled genius. Even if you don't consider the consequences of offending a peerless genius, you must consider the impact of bringing trouble to the sect's forces. Call. Seeing that everyone around stopped, Mayan Tianqian breathed a sigh of relief, and when he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, his mouth was full of teeth grinding. Good boy, I see what else you can do, today you must. However, before Mayan Tianqian could speak at all, his expression changed instantly, and he gasped suddenly. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2905 4 Big Bodyguards. Mayan Tianqian breathed a sigh of relief, and was ready to let the six gods do it. And this time, not only did he want to kill this kid, but he also wanted to snatch his 10,000 pieces of jade. This is really a good thing delivered to your door, so naturally you can't miss it. However, he opened his mouth to give an order, but in the next breath he gasped, his face turned green. $20. Chu Yan flipped his hand, the palm of his hand shone with brilliance, and 10,000 pieces of jade appeared, and at the same time he said loudly to the strong men around him. What? $20. All the cultivators present trembled in unison, and their spirits shook violently. No one thought that there were so many Tianji jades in Chu Yan's hands. However, although everyone's eyes became hot, no one stood up. Little heavenly king's prestige is like a mountain, so these people dare not make mistakes. You. Mayan Tianqian suddenly panicked. Even if he clearly saw that no one would stand up, but for some reason, he always had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, the next breath. Okay, then, 30 yuan. Chu Yan spoke like thunder, looked around the audience, and took out 10,000 pieces of jade again. At this moment, among the crowd, some strong men were obviously moved, and their eyes became extremely complicated. Last chance, 50,000 machine jade, just escort the two of us to the 1,000 machine cave. A total of 50 pieces of 1,000 machine jade were piled on the palm of Chu Yan, like a pile of shining precious jade, and the eyes of those who saw it were red. $50. Everyone's eyes trembled, and even their breathing was convulsive, wheezing non-stop. Of all the strong people in the audience, no one dared to ignore such a temptation. 50 pieces of Tianji jade, even if it is the peak of the gods, or the inner disciples of the three great lineages, all of them are full of waves in their hearts. A total of 50,000 machine jade. At this moment, they suddenly realized an important thing. It seems that just now, the reason why Tianji Lake has closed the lake is that someone caught dozens of Tianji jade in one go. So to say, it was this Chu Yan who caught him. Otherwise, how could he take out so many thousand machine jades all at once? The same consciousness flashed through everyone's consciousness, and everyone gasped. This guy is so lucky. Okay, good boy, since I have 50,000 machine jade, then I will make a move. Finally, a voice sounded, and an old man in a brown robe and a mask walked slowly from the lake in the distance. Every step this old man takes, the void changes, as if there is an invisible force suppressing the void around him. The powerful power fluctuated and rolled continuously, making people tremble. Although the old man's cultivation aura is only at the peak of the heavenly god realm, there is obviously an incomparably vast power in his body. A body of divine power, I am afraid that it has mutated many times, and its strength is definitely far beyond the ordinary peak of the gods. The cultivation base of this old man, saying that he is a half-step human being, is absolutely fine. Fellow Taoist, it might be a bit strenuous for you to fight against the seven gods alone. Look, I only need 10,000 machine jades to help you, okay? Another deep voice sounded. The whole body was full of ferocious aura, but his face was covered with long hair, and his face could not be seen clearly, like a humanoid monster. The same means, the same realm of cultivation. As long as the face is covered, there is nothing to worry about. Why don't I join in too? I only need 5 yuan. 3 yuan is enough for me. Another 2 strong men at the peak of the heavenly god realm came out, obviously wanting to share a piece of the pie. As the saying goes, when the wall falls down, everyone pushes it, and as the saying goes, there must be a brave man under a heavy reward. As long as the conditions and benefits are sufficient, not to mention the powerhouses of the gods here, even a hegemon can be moved. Little Heavenly King Yu Ping is definitely a very powerful enemy. However, after this matter is over, they can directly leave Shanghai, or hide. It is impossible for an unrivaled genius to cover the sky with his hands in the sea of gods. What's more, even the inner disciples of the 3 great traditions have already been tempted. However, their identities cannot be hidden at all, so they can only hold back temporarily. You. At this time, Mayun Tianshan really panicked, and the complacent momentum just now completely disappeared. The 4 strong men who stood up could tell just by looking at their aura that if they really made a move, the 7 of them would either be killed or injured. Humph. What are you? You still want to be against this old man? I'll give you 3 breaths, get out, or you'll die. The old man spoke in a cold voice, and the murderous aura gushed out of his body like a tide. The other 3 gods also sneered, and their murderous intent exploded. Yes, get out immediately. The 7 Mayun gods dared to stay there, their scalps were numb, and the back of their necks was cold, so they turned around and fled. At this time, I don't care whether Little Heavenly King will be angry, so I leave as soon as possible. Saving my life is the key. After all, even the title of Little Heavenly King can't restrain these people. There is no doubt that the 4 of them will charge up in the next breath and tear them all to pieces. Thank you for your help, seniors. As long as you swear the Shinto oath, I will give these 50,000 pieces of jade, plus 4 more. What, you still have? The eyes of all the cultivators around trembled, and even the 4 strong men who made the move just now were shocked by Chu Yan's local tyrant spirit. Okay, if that's the case, then I will make a Shinto oath. Then, the 4 strong men made the Shinto oath together. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed, and the strength of these 4 people is much stronger than Chu Yan, so it is inevitable that they will not move their minds. Seniors, this is Chanji Jade, please keep it. A large piece of brilliance flew over and flew towards the 4 strong men on the opposite side. As for how to distribute it, that was their business. In this way, Chu Yan still has more than 20 pieces of Chanji Jade left in his hand, which is definitely enough. Seniors, go to Chanji Cave now. Chu Yan knew that this place could not stay longer. Whether it's the Little Heavenly King, or the situation where he has been exposed and can catch a large amount of Chanji Jade, it's not suitable to stay here anymore. This kid, what's the secret? All the cultivators in the audience were full of surprise and doubt, and gradually reacted. It is absolutely impossible for Chu Yan to catch so many thousand machine jades, if it is not luck. Something went wrong, wait until Chanji Cave, take this person down. The inner sect disciples of the 3 great traditions, their eyes flickered, and their spiritual consciousness transmitted their voices. Not only them, but also the other powerhouses present also had such thoughts. After all, how could they not peep at Chu Yan's method against the sky? The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2906 Devour. Time is fast, half an hour later. Chu Yan and Moa Earth God, under the escort of 4 top gods and powerhouses, arrived safely at the entrance of Chanji Cave. I saw that the huge sky curtain was hanging down from the sky, as if the whole sky had become a curtain, connecting the heaven and the earth. And in the center of the curtain, a tall black gate stands in it. The world is a curtain, and the giant gate is a hole. It's amazing. Chu Yan has never seen such a magical secret Jedi. It seems that the curtain of this world is really spectacular. From the black gate, all kinds of heaven and earth spiritual energy overflowed, making people's hearts tremble. Compared with the outside world, these auras of heaven and earth are obviously different, but they are a little less peaceful, and instead have evil spirits. The same is true for stepping into this 1,000 Opportunity Cave. Under the teleportation circle, people are teleported to another space. Seniors, farewell. Chu Yan and Mo Earth God, each holding 1,000 machine jade, rushed into the black gate and disappeared on the spot. After dozens of breaths, Chu Yan's figure appeared in another world. What a scary little world. Chu Yan stood on the ground and looked around, but he saw that there were gullies, big pits, and a large number of bones and corpses all around the ground, which made people feel chills. I don't know how long these ravines and big pits have existed, but there is still a faint aura of human dignity overflowing from them, as if they could rush in instantly, turning them into terrifying killer moves. Obviously, this Tianji cave used to be a relic of a battlefield. This 1,000 Opportunity Cave is said to be left over from the era of the ancient gods, so it must have experienced countless times of wars and scrambles. These secret realms and cultivation places named after the era of the Taishan god race, their power and danger far exceed my estimation. Chu Yan pondered secretly in his heart, and became more cautious. In fact, after Tianji Cave experienced 2 sinkings, it is far from the danger it was at its peak. However, what is unimaginable is how terrifying and powerful those who practiced in this ancient god race era are. It seems that you must break through to the peak of the gods to participate in the Battle of Honor. Otherwise, the chance of success is not high. After experiencing the scene by Tianji Lake and seeing the situation in Tianji Cave, Chu Yan immediately made a decision. Look around first. After a while, Chu Yan restrained his mind, turned the pupil of the unicorn, and turned into a startled rainbow, flying towards the distance. Qianjidong is far worse than before. With his pupil technique, he can avoid most of the ultimate moves and restrictions. This Tianji Cave, with so many people coming in every year, I am afraid that there are no inheritances and spiritual objects in this peripheral area. After flying for more than half a day, Chu Yan's divine power was running, and he suddenly increased his speed and flew towards the core. As for Mo Wu Di Shen, they had exchanged the communication jade talisman before, so they could naturally find each other. Moreover, with his strength at the peak of the divine realm. In this peripheral land, there is no danger at all. Time passed by in a flash. For a day, Chu Yan was flying, getting closer and closer to the core, and the evil spirit between the heaven and the earth became more and more intense. Moreover, his unicorn pupils also began to be affected. That's the spirit of heaven and earth. When Chu Yan passed a small forest, he suddenly froze and looked down. Sure enough, under a large dead tree, there seemed to be a huge blood-colored mushroom growing, exuding a strong aura. From the looks of it, this blood-colored mushroom is not an ordinary spiritual creature of heaven and earth. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan raised his hand and slashed at the thick dead wood with a sword. Roar! The entire grove felt like an earthquake in an instant. The sky and the ground shook, and amidst all kinds of roars, powerful monsters rushed out wildly. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, his breath was like a tide, turning into a strong wind, and swept towards those monsters. Immediately, with a figure like lightning, he darted towards the blood-colored mushroom, grabbing it in his hand. Okay. It's really a good thing. Looking at this spiritual breath, it should at least allow me to break through to the second level of the Earth God. After careful investigation with Chu Yan's spiritual sense, and after finding that there was no danger in the vicinity, he decided to directly ascend in this small forest. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The star map of the 9 regions, which had been silent in the sea of consciousness, suddenly brightened, emitting a purple brilliance. Before Chu Yan could react, the purple brilliance rushed out from the brow, rolled up the blood-colored mushroom in Chu Yan's hand, and pulled it back into the 9 realms star map with a swish. Immediately afterwards, the entire 9 region star atlas fell silent again. I rely on. Chu Yan Kong stood there with his hands raised, his face twitching. This spiritual creature was cut off by it before it was warmed up. You actually devoured the spirits of heaven and earth. Chu Yan was a little surprised, and at the same time, he seemed to understand a little about the 9 regions star map. It seems that this 9 realms star chart also needs to devour and fuse the spirits of heaven and earth in order to gradually wake up. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up. If this is the case, then it will be easy to handle. This 9 realms star map is the only divine object left to him when the Qingjiao god of war passed on the throne. How could it be so simple? If you can wake up this, it will definitely be of great benefit to your own strength improvement. Hurry up and find some more heaven and earth spirits. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, he jumped up and flew forward. The closer to the core, the greater the number of heaven and earth spirits. With the help of the unicorn's pupils, Chu Yan directly peeked at all the obstacles and hidden methods, and dug out all the spiritual things in the world. Although these heaven and earth spirits are not particularly powerful, there are quite a few of them. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, none of the heaven and earth spirits he found later aroused the interest of the 9 realms star chart. Until, Chu Yan found a halo flower, which was also guarded by a large group of monsters, and the 9 realms star chart shot and devoured it again. Fuck, picky eaters. At this moment, Chu Yan completely understood. These low-level spirits of heaven and earth are simply looked down upon, and it only devours those high-level ones. Chu Yan was speechless, shaking his head and smiling bitterly, but he had no choice but to get up again and continue searching. At this time, on the other side, in the north of the 4 realms of Shanghai, there is the famous blessed land of Taoism and immortals, Purple Spirit Immortal Island. The occupant of this top-level blessed land is none other than the illustrious godly king of virtue. On the Heart Peak in the center of Xilingxian Island, a huge and magnificent fairy palace stands. Trash. Pig. You group of gods, you can't even kill an earth god. What's the use of raising you? Yu Peng sat on the throne, his face was purple, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and he was about to explode with anger. After waiting for so long, this group of pig-like subordinates brought back such news. What's even more exasperating is that listening to them talk about the whole process is simply giving others a chance. He shouldn't be given a chance to speak at all, just kill him directly. Yu Peng's roar made the whole hall tremble. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2907, Huayong. Young Master Yu, please make amends, I'll wait for death. A group of gods knelt on the ground, trembling all over, repeatedly begging for mercy. Although with their cultivation base, they are not afraid of Yu Peng, but behind Yu Peng is the king of virtue. Snort. Yu Peng's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. After a long time, he took out a jade talisman and said via voice transmission. You Linger, don't worry, since you have spoken, I will not let you down. The reason why he was so angry was not because of a mere Chu Yan, but because that Yu Linger, because of this Chu Yan, had a very bad attitude towards him, which made him unhappy. Get out. A bunch of useless trash. I'll give you one last chance, go to Qianji Cave immediately, arrest that Chu Yan Ling Qi, and bring him back. Otherwise. The killing intent in the last 2 words made Mayan gods all tremble. Yes, yes, yes. We'll go right away. Ma Yuntianshan and the others, their faces turned green with fright, quickly got up, turned around and ran away. When the group of gods left, Yupeng sat on the throne with a gloomy expression and sneered. I didn't expect that a little ascendant would have some tricks. In that case, I will send a few inner disciples to have fun with you. Thinking of this, Yupeng took out the jade talisman and sent another order. At this time, on the other side, the three great traditions of Shanghai, the Jiuxiao sect. Among the densely packed fairy pavilions of inner disciples, inside a large fairy pavilion. I didn't expect that Wuming trash, after being dead for so long, would let him find a successor. A middle-aged man in a green and gold robe with a snow-white face was meditating with a sneer on his face. This person is Shengongxi. Yuanji, you know my style of conduct. Since we are the enemy, we must cut the weeds and eradicate the roots, and we must not leave any hidden dangers, are you right? Shengongxi looked at a man in white robe below, and said softly. I mean, do you understand? The man in white robe standing next nodded, with a faint smile on his face. Don't worry, my lord, Qianji Cave is the burial place of that Chu Yan. Upon hearing this, Shengongxi nodded in satisfaction, saying, Then you go, I hope to hear good news from you before I suddenly respect you. After finishing this sentence, he got up directly and walked towards the inner hall. For this day, he has been waiting for so long, and this retreat will definitely break through in one fell swoop. But at this time, the 8 Xuanhuan sect belonged to the three great traditions of Shanghai. In a fairy cave, a woman in purple walked quickly, with a beautiful smile on her face. Brother Huayang, I got the news you want. The young man who was practicing with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. Explain. The woman in purple suddenly frowned slightly, her face was aggrieved, she pouted and said. Brother Huayang. You care so much about an outsider who is just an earth god, but you are so fierce to me. Hearing this, that Huayang's expression softened, and he spoke again. Tell me quickly. The girl in purple heard it, although she was still a little unhappy, she still opened her mouth and said. This Chu Yan ascended from a plane called the 10 Directions Starfield in the lower realm. Because of this, let that. All kinds of information about Chu Yan was fully confided by the woman in purple. From the beginning to the end, the young man named Huayang just stared and listened carefully, without any expression change. Brother Huayang, in my opinion, don't pay attention to a small ascendant right now, the chief true inheritance is. The beautiful big eyes of the woman in purple were full of disdain, but she suddenly found that the other party's eyes were getting colder and colder, so she shut up quickly in fright. But, is this Chu Yan important to you? Friends. Huayang's pair of dark pupils looked at the woman in purple, pondered for a long time, and said lightly. The mere ascender you speak of is the greatest benefactor in my life, and it is, the reincarnation of grace. At this time, Shinji Cave, the central area. After nearly 2 hours, Chu Yan's figure slowly stopped, and he turned to look behind him. In the distance, the figure of Mo Wu Dishen was flying towards him quickly. Chu Yan, I found a treasure land over there. There are many spirits in the world, but I need your pupil technique. Mo Dishen was full of excitement, and said directly. That treasure land is extremely dangerous, even if he is the strength of the peak of the earth god, if he enters, he will not be able to retreat unscathed. Therefore, it would be much easier with the help of Chu Yan's pupil technique. Okay. Hurry up. When Chu Yan heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly urged. Now, there is only a lack of high-level spiritual objects of heaven and earth, and they are delivered to the door. Side by side, the two of them flew towards the distance, and it took them a whole stick of incense to arrive at their position. I saw that 3 miles ahead, there was a tumbling river, pulling up a wave of hundreds of feet high, and its power was overwhelming. The powerful power surged, and ordinary people who were strong in the human and God realm couldn't get close at all. The two of them hovered by the river, and Mo Earth God immediately looked at Chu Yan anxiously. Whether he could crash in or not depended on Chu Yan's pupil technique. At this time, Chu Yan had already activated the unicorn pupils, a pair of 5-color thunder eyes, and swept towards the tumbling river. Sure enough, at a glance, at the bottom of a river, I saw a special 5-color soil. And that piece of soil, with a radius of 10 miles, grew strange fairy grass and spirit trees, each of which released a strong spiritual breath. These heaven and earth spirits are 10% stronger than the first blood-colored mushroom that Chu Yan encountered. Did you find it? Emma Woody was in a hurry and asked. Well, it's right there, with a radius of 10 miles, and there are a lot of them, and they are all high level. Chu Yan laughed. It's just that at the bottom of the river, it's not easy to get close to such a powerful river. How can it rush to the bottom of the river? Don't worry, leave it to me, you just need to show me the direction, and then pay attention to whether there are forbidden ultimate moves lurking in the river. Earth God Moa was beaming with joy, and he was ready to make a move. After all, a large number of high-level heaven and earth spirits within a radius of 10 miles is almost a fortune. Okay. Chu Yan nodded. The two were just about to take action when they suddenly felt something and turned their heads at the same time to look behind them. I saw that on the distant sky, there were 8 figures shooting directly towards this side like lightning. These are 8 powerful cultivators, all of whom are at the 4th or 5th level of the Earth God realm, and judging by the robes they wear, they should come from the same sect. These people are disciples of the power of the Holy Heaven King. The god of Moa said to Chu Yan through voice transmission. Holy God King. Chu Yan was startled. The opponent's speed was extremely fast, and he landed from the sky in just 2 words. When the 8 people landed, they were stunned when they saw Chu Yan and Moa Earth God. They obviously didn't expect that there would be other cultivators here. Could it be that these 2 guys also have treasure maps? The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2908 Holy King. This time, the scene became a little weird. 2 people against 8 people, 20 eyes, just like this, you look at me, and I look at you, all with puzzled faces. You are that Chu Yan. Among the 8 cultivators, some of them came to their senses and seemed to recognize this black-robed young man, who was the one who took out 50 pieces of Qianji jade at the Qianji Lake a few days ago. Chu Yan didn't hide it. Although there are many of these people, their strength is just that. Senior Mo'u, you go to the heaven and earth spirits, these people are handed over to me. While agreeing, Chu Yan transmitted the voice with his spiritual consciousness at the same time. The Moa Earth God knows Chu Yan's strength. If the opponent is an 8th-level god, there may be danger, but there is no big threat if the opponent is an 8th-level 5th heaven. Swish. Almost at the same time that Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, Mo Wu Dishan had turned into a black smoke, rushed into the big river beside him, and swam towards the place where the heaven and earth spirits were. Seeing that someone on the other side jumped directly into the river, the expressions of the 8 cultivators suddenly changed. Chu Yan, everything is reasonable. The 8 of us only need half of the heaven and earth spirits here. The leading youth stood up and said with a smile on his face. Also, you just need to tell us the method to obtain the 1000 chance jade, and that's it. If you put it like this, we will pretend that we haven't seen you today. Hearing this, the 7 people behind him all laughed in unison, and the greed in their eyes was almost directly written on their faces. These 8 people, as the subordinates of the Holy Heavenly God King, of course could tell that the strong man next to Chu Yan was absolutely half-step Heavenly God level. Therefore, their overall strength is definitely not as good as that of Chu Yan. However, they dared to make such a condition because they believed that Chu Yan could be settled. Chu Yan was famous for the incident by Chanji Lake, and everyone knew that Chu Yan offended the little heavenly King Yupeng, causing him to be hunted down. In addition, Chu Yan exposed the means to obtain a large amount of Qianjiu, so there are still some strong people, including the inner disciples of the three major lines, and the strong gods, who are all looking for Chu Yan. If this Chu Yan doesn't want to die, he must agree to their conditions. Well, what you said makes sense. Chu Yan nodded. How could Chu Yan not know what the other party was thinking? Seeing the greedy look in the eyes of the 8 people, he made up his mind, nodded, and said. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the expressions of the 8 people were suddenly happy. However, without waiting for the smiles on their faces to bloom, Chu Yan's next sentence made the 8 of them just stand there stupidly. I'll give you 10 breaths of time, make a Shinto oath, and then get out. Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed. Clang. With a backhand draw, the Duantian sword was in his hand, the blade was as cold as ice, including the cold killing intent that flickered in Chu Yan's eyes. Just a group of disciples under the king of the gods. How dare you threaten yourself if your cultivation base is no higher than the 5th level of the realm? I'm afraid these guys really never died. Humph. We are not intimidating, we are the disciples of the Holy Heaven King. If you dare to touch us, then you are provoking. The 8 cultivators paid no attention to Chu Yan, who was standing with a sword, and sneered. These people, relying on the name of the Holy King of Heaven, sometimes bump into some strong gods, and the other party dare not oppose them. But now, Chu Yan is nothing more than a first-tier heaven. Yeah. Chu Yan didn't wait for them to finish speaking at all, and at the same time he spoke in a cold voice, he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. With this sword, the light of the sword was like thunder, and it rushed towards the leader of the cultivator. Boom. When Jianguan slashed 10 steps in front of the opponent, a light shield suddenly appeared in the void, and it exploded at the same time as the sword light. The other party was not stupid either. The moment Chu Yan drew his sword, they also secretly used their means, ready to go. It's just that they really didn't expect that Chu Yan really dared to do something and directly destroyed a magic weapon for his body protection. That half-step god broke the restriction at the bottom of the river, and he can't get up for the time being. Let's join hands and capture this Chu Yan first. Up to now, the 8 cultivators are still thinking about Chu Yan's secret about Qianjiu. Leave it to me. The cultivator headed by him was angry because Chu Yan destroyed a body-protecting spirit treasure, and he used a powerful magic technique to teach Chu Yan a lesson. Moreover, he is the existence with the highest cultivation base among these 8 people, reaching the peak of the 5th heaven. Therefore, he is confident that he can destroy this Chu Yan directly with just one move. Clang. The sound of the sword was loud, and when the sword light reappeared, the tide of divine arts was instantly chopped into powder. Taking advantage of the rolling air waves, Chu Yan's figure had already rushed in front of the opponent, and when he raised his hand, he swept out with a storm of sword intent. Boom. This storm of sword power came surging like a mountain torrent. The cultivator's complexion suddenly changed drastically, and he quickly sacrificed various magical techniques, spirit treasures, jade charms, and spirit patterns to firmly protect his body. However, these means of protecting the body were swept away by this storm of sword intent, and they were all blown to pieces, without even a breath of time. His body was backlashed by a huge force, and at the same time as he let out a scream, his whole body flew upside down. What? Seeing this scene, the remaining 7 cultivators were so shocked that their faces turned green. How can this be? The senior brother who was at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the earth god realm, unexpectedly, lost. Moreover, there is only one trick. This Chu Yan is really a first-tier heaven. Puff. The senior brother landed on the ground, rolled a dozen times, opened his mouth, and spewed out a big mouthful of blood. This guy has hidden his strength, you all join forces quickly and use the great formation of the Saint Immortal Heavenly Gate. Suppress him. After all, he is a disciple of the God King, so he reacted so quickly. After finding something wrong, he immediately made adjustments. With their current cultivation base and state of mind, they will not mess around. Sacred Immortal Tianmen Formation. The remaining 7 cultivators woke up at the same time, roared in unison, and rushed out with golden holy seals on their bodies. In an instant, the bodies of the 7 people moved like lightning, occupying 7 positions around Chu Yan's body and surrounding them. In the next breath, the power of the formation with countless divine patterns and spiritual seals began to spread. And above Chu Yan's head, a huge golden gate appeared. This is... Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, full of familiarity. Chu Yan, now you know you are afraid. When the 7 disciples saw Chu Yan standing there in a daze, they all thought that Chu Yan was afraid, so they grinned grimly. Immediately, the 7 people raised their hands at the same time, their breaths connected, their wills clashed, and they all opened their mouths and shouted. Town. Boom, boom. The golden door opened with a bang. In the entire void, circles of golden waves are constantly rippling. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's power suddenly changed, his fighting intent was like fire, and his murderous intent was like thunder. He broke the sky sword in his hand, and the sword's light shot into the night, and he slashed out directly. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C29095 lines. This sword rolled over, sweeping all directions with the ability to destroy the world. Boom. The entire mysterious gate shattered and ceased to exist. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The 7 cultivators, as well as the brother who just stood up, all looked dull, as if they had seen a ghost. You possess the power of the 5 elements. That senior brother suddenly remembered something, and his face was full of shock. There is only one possibility for a cultivation base at the first level of the realm to have such terrifying combat power. This Chu Yan is an unrivaled genius who controls the 5 elements to the utmost. No. Chu Yan shook his head, his face full of indifference. I have the source of 5 elements. The 8 cultivators were all startled. 5 elements spiritual source. Before they could react and figure out what the 5 elements spiritual source was, another terrifying sword aura fell from the sky in front of them, enveloping the 8 of them and smashing them into pieces in an instant. Sacred Immortal Heaven Sect Grand Formation. It seems that this Holy Heaven God King really has a lot to do with Xingtian Pavilion. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, and at the same time, the blood light appeared in his eyes. If one day, let him confirm that this Holy Heaven God King is really the existence behind Xingtian Pavilion, then he will definitely kill this Xingtian God King. Although he had never met the Holy Heaven God King, the relationship between the two was already at the same level. Of course, it's just a guess at the moment, and it can't be finalized. We can only continue to pay attention to this matter in the future until we understand it. Crash. At this moment, from the river behind him, a figure soared into the sky and landed in front of Chu Yan. Chu Yan, these are the spirits of heaven and earth, all of them are in hand. Mo Wudishan didn't show any excitement on his face, instead he said speechlessly. It turned out to be a psychedelic array, 99% of which are fake, only these 20 or so plants. It's okay, there are not many. Let's leave this place first. Chu Yan and Moa Earth God immediately got up and flew towards a mountain peak in the distance. After finding a cave and placing all kinds of barriers and defensive restrictions, the 2 of them hid in the cave. Originally, Moa Earth God planned to give all the spiritual objects of heaven and earth to Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan insisted that the 2 should be half of each, and only took 10 of them. Look at the 9 realms star map, are you interested? Chu Yan sat cross-legged, ready to start refining these heaven and earth spirits, and then a powerful devouring force surged in, involving all those heaven and earth spirits. The next moment, the entire 9-region star map began to tremble slightly, and the spot of light shining on it began to become extremely dazzling, as if it was being promoted. After a full 100 breaths of time, the promotion was finally completed, and the entire spot of light evolved into a lotus flower. This lotus is green in color, crystal-like jade, and looks as if carved from jasper. It is self-contained without any influence, and even the pupil of the unicorn cannot peep into its laws and mysteries. What's the use of this lotus? Chu Yan was startled. Immediately, his consciousness surged and he reached for this lotus. Swish. The next moment, the whole turquoise lotus, under a slight rotation, released traces of pure breath of life, which merged into Chu Yan's body. Chu Yan immediately felt that the body became extremely warm, as if soaked in hot springs. Not. Chu Yan's eyes sparkled, thinking of a possibility, his eyes suddenly brightened. At the moment, without any hesitation, Chu Yan put his 2 fingers together and pulled the sword hard towards the left arm. Suddenly, a bloodstain appeared, and blood overflowed. However, in the next breath, those life forces surged out, healing the bloodstain at a speed almost visible to the physical body, and instantly restored it to its original state. This green lotus actually has such a strong life force, and the speed of recovering from injuries is comparable to that of golden elixir. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, and his face was full of joy. This function seems simple, but in fact it is extremely important, and has a great impact on personal combat power. For example, in a battle, when both sides are seriously injured and dying, if one side starts to recover from the injury, the result will be a world of difference. And this green lotus seems to be promoted for the first time. If there are enough heaven and earth spirits, it should be able to be promoted. If the promotion continues, it will be. When Chu Yan thought of this, the blood in his whole body suddenly boiled. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. I saw that after the green lotus was born, it seemed to sense something, and it started to flow slowly from the sea of stars in the 9 realms star map, and drifted towards the crystal jade coffin. This change immediately made Chu Yan's expression tense. What does this green lotus want to do? The crystal jade coffin contained Yu Linglong's body. In order to protect the crystal jade coffin, Chu Yan put it in the 9-region star map, which was the safest. After all, this is the treasure of Lord God of War. Swish. Lulian suddenly accelerated, even passed through the crystal jade coffin, got in directly, and merged with Yu Linglong's body. The entire crystal jade coffin was constantly trembling. Countless rays of light shone from it. In the dark, there seems to be a supreme Sanskrit voice, singing the whole world, telling all living beings that something against the sky that is taboo in the world is happening. The universe is impoverished, thousands of living beings, the divine way is infinite, the devil is extremely, 9 transformations and 9 lives, the wrath of the sky. Before Chu Yan could react, an intermittent ethereal voice sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. One picture after another kept flashing in his sea of consciousness. In the end, when all these visions disappeared, the vision in the crystal jade coffin also disappeared, returning to peace. Looking at the past at this time, I found that the green lotus hovered above the crystal jade coffin, blooming with mysterious dark lights. What happened? How did it become like this? Chu Yan looked at this scene with a face full of astonishment, and his consciousness quickly swept away. In the crystal jade coffin, Yu Linglong's body was not damaged at all, so she finally felt relieved. It seems to be of great benefit to Linglong's physical body. Chu Yan let out a long breath of relief, and his mind moved slightly. At this moment, he finally remembered the meaning of those unclear words in the ethereal voice, just now. Chu Yan, are you okay? The Moa Earth god who was practicing opened his eyes, looked at Chu Yan, and asked. He was also refining 10 heaven and earth spirits just now, and his cultivation has improved a lot. It's okay, let's go. Chu Yan restrained his mind, walked out of the cave, soared into the sky, and continued to fly forward. The two flew shoulder to shoulder and explored along the mountain range, but before flying far, Chi-Chi was stunned. I saw that there were a large number of heaven and earth spirits growing in a mountain peak below. The grade is too low, but the advantage lies in the large quantity, pick it quickly. Chu Yan and Mo Earth God were astonished, and they all fell down together, continuously refining those heaven and earth spirits.